Worked for 16 years, ran a shop for 2.5 years, and it all ended in nothing.
Yuan Chengan sighed and muttered to himself as he looked at his small shop, which had drained all his energy.
That damn guy calling me brother every day said he needed to borrow money to go to some singing and dancing competition, said he'd pay me back in 2 or 3 months. He took the money and disappeared for 3 or 4 years, forcing me to shut down. And that money was a loan too. What am I supposed to do now?
Yuan Chengan continued muttering, his feeling of helplessness at that moment truly beyond anyone's understanding. He opened his phone and randomly played something just to have some sound in the room. He stared at the various souvenirs hanging on the wall, things he had bought with his own money during trips he had taken with various relatives and friends back when the economy was good.
Ridiculous. I've helped every one of them before, and now that I'm in trouble, they avoid me like I'm a plague. Pa.
To be honest, Yuan Chengan had never experienced any major storms in his life, so when faced with a small business failure and the betrayal of what he thought were close friends and family, he became completely lost, feeling like the sky was falling.
If only I would create a world without worries.
Then he smiled bitterly.
Even in my dreams it's a nightmare. How could there be a world without worries?
After calming himself down, just as he mustered the energy to start cleaning up the shop, he stumbled. He was grateful he didn't fall, but then his foot slipped again, and he fell hard. When he came to his senses, there was no shop in front of him, only a vast sea of forest.
Where is this? Am I dreaming?
Yuan Chengan murmured in disbelief. He closed his eyes and patted his face, then opened his eyes again to look at everything around him. No change.
God! Where is this?
Yuan Chengan asked the heavens in despair, but there was no response.
This dream is too real, isn't it?
So Yuan Chengan started running in the
dream.
He ran until he was out of breath.
This sleep is deep,
he muttered to himself again. Although everything felt incredibly real, Yuan Chengan absolutely refused to believe it wasn't a dream. After muttering to himself, he aimlessly walked along a small stream in the forest, staying close to the big trees. As he walked, he murmured,
"Strange, they say you dream of what you think about during the day. These trees are huge. I've never seen anything like them. How could I dream of them? And many trees have holes just big enough for me to pass through."
Just then a pterosaur flew across the sky, startling Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan hurriedly looked around in panic, then found a tree trunk to hide behind. Then from a distance came the sound of
Ruger.
Then a flock of birds flew over, passing right above Yuan Chengan's head. Yuan Chengan remembered from science shows that this sound was the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Curiosity killed the cat, and since this was a
dream,
Yuan Chengan spat.
I'm in a dream, what do I have to fear?
Then he mustered his courage and walked toward the direction of the dream T-Rex. From time to time various wild beasts sprinted past him. Yuan Chengan, with his child's body, didn't really care because he was sure it was a dream, so he became much braver. The sound drew closer and closer, and faintly, there was the voice of a woman. Yuan Chengan felt the voice was familiar. When he got close to the source, he looked carefully, and saw a woman with a softly contoured oval face, which should have radiated natural warmth, but her triangular eyes were particularly striking, the corners drooping slightly inward with a cold, sharp gaze. When she didn't smile, her brows were tight, hiding a hint of bitterness and aggression beneath. Her soft face paired with those fierce eyes created a stark contrast, giving off an aura of keep away. This woman, others might forget her, but Yuan Chengan never could. It was her boyfriend, who had borrowed money from him, and after the loan both of them disappeared.
Wan Ao!
A surge of anger overwhelmed him, and Yuan Chengan shouted out loud. The T-Rex glanced briefly in his direction, then continued chasing Wan Ao. Wan Ao ran, while hearing someone call her name. She followed the sound, and saw a child hiding behind a tree. Overjoyed, she immediately ran toward Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan knew exactly what Wan Ao was trying to do, use him as bait, a scapegoat to save herself. This thought made Yuan Chengan even angrier, and he recalled how in the real world, after much searching, he had learned that Wan Ao and her boyfriend might be living in a luxurious villa complex. He had chased after them that night, but before he even knocked on the door, he smelled something unusual. When he called the police, and they broke in, they found her in a compromising situation with several men. Wan Ao and the others got dressed and were escorted to the police station. When Yuan Chengan asked her to repay the money, she said,
"I broke up with that loser long ago. And even if he didn't borrow it, even if I did, I earned that money with my own skills. Why should I pay it back?"
Yuan Chengan sighed at the decline of human nature, momentarily furious, and wanted to curse. But remembering that too many words could cause trouble, he calmed down and said,
"I've helped you before for free, and this is how you repay me."
Wan Ao let out a sneer.
"I didn't ask you to help me. You did it voluntarily."
Yuan Chengan raised his voice a little and said,
"I help others because someone once helped me like that, not because you're special."
Before he could dwell on the memory, he saw that the Wan Ao in the dream was about to reach him. Yuan Chengan quickly hid inside a tree hollow. The next moment a painful scream was heard. Yuan Chengan looked up and saw the T-Rex suddenly lunge forward, its massive jaws clamping down on Wan Ao's hind leg. The tremendous pulling force instantly threw her off balance, her feet unable to steady herself, and she stumbled heavily to the ground. Her leg was locked tight by the beast's fangs, completely immobile, pinned in place. Her face instantly turned pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably. She lay on the ground, struggling to prop herself up on one side, one hand tremblingly reaching forward, fingers slightly curled, reaching out vainly toward the stranger in front of her. A suppressed moan of pain escaped her throat, her voice broken and trembling. As she struggled to reach out, she begged in a low voice,
"Save me! Please! Give me a hand! Save me!"
If this were real life, Yuan Chengan might have shown some humanitarian kindness and helped, but in a dream saving her was out of the question. The next second the T-Rex suddenly raised its massive head, clenched its jaws around Wan Ao's hind leg, and with a powerful neck movement hurled her slender body from the ground high into the air. Her body spun uncontrollably in the air, the pain so intense she couldn't let out a complete cry, only broken gasps scattered in the wind. Before she could fall, the T-Rex swung its head violently, its teeth suddenly clamping down, and with another piercing scream the sharp fangs tore through the flesh of her waist, the immense bite force crushing bones and tendons. Then the beast slammed her heavily to the ground, a dull thud followed by dust flying everywhere. Wan Ao's body lay sprawled on the ground, no longer moving. The hand that had been reaching out for help fell limply, her entire body soaked in blood, completely lifeless. The T-Rex lowered its head, nudged her body with its massive snout, then opened its mouth and easily picked up the entire corpse. The beast slowly closed its jaws, its sharp fangs easily piercing flesh and bone, accompanied by the dull sound of chewing, the crunching of bones, and tearing of sinew clearly audible. It swallowed large mouthfuls, gradually devouring the entire prey into its stomach. Moments later only a few bloodstains and scraps of cloth remained on the ground, no trace of the person left. Seeing the scene, although it was somewhat satisfying, it was also the reason Yuan Chengan refused to believe it wasn't a dream. Otherwise, how could there be pterosaurs and T-Rexes in the real world? Abandoning useless thoughts, Yuan Chengan continued walking. It wasn't until nightfall, when moonlight shrouded the coastline, that he, hungry and tired, and still unable to wake up, began to believe he might not be dreaming. Because this dream was simply too long and too real. If it were a dream, he should have woken up the first time he saw a pterosaur. At the very least, he should be awake now from hunger. It was truly one disaster after another. Just after his shop closed, he encountered this supernatural event. Could it be that after he fell and fainted, someone secretly knocked him out and threw him onto this deserted mountain, then planned some kind of survival game, battle royale, or action suspense strategy game for the rich to bet on? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Yuan Chengan carefully examined his surroundings again, looking for any cameras or similar devices. But no matter how he looked, aside from a large rock that could provide shelter and countless trees, there was nothing like what he imagined. Either he hadn't discovered them, or he was overthinking. Maybe he was here for some other reason. Yuan Chengan's mind was a mess. Suddenly he thought of a terrifying possibility, that the scene of Wan Ao being eaten by the dinosaur was real. Yuan Chengan sighed. People should not speak or act recklessly, they must believe in karma. There was no time to revel in petty revenge, his own safety was now in question. But now it was getting dark. It seemed he had to go back to the big rock that could keep him out of the rain and rough it for the night. Thinking of this, although tired and hungry, Yuan Chengan endured and walked back. Unlike before, he now carefully watched his steps, searching for anything edible along the way.
The mountain forest is indeed rich in resources,
he muttered to himself, occasionally finding small crabs in the crevices of the stream rocks. Looking at the surrounding environment, Yuan Chengan muttered to himself again.
Starting a fire is impossible now. I don't have the energy. I'll just have to eat some raw crab meat to regain my strength for now.
I'll wait until the sun rises tomorrow, and it gets warmer.
After saying that, Yuan Chengan directly peeled the raw crab meat, washed it in the stream, and ate it.
Although raw freshwater food carries the risk of diarrhea and parasitic infection compared to diarrhea, he was more willing to gamble on not starving. Walking and searching like this before he even reached the big rock, Yuan Chengan was already full, and his hands were full of small crabs again.
It seems this is a deep mountain rarely visited by humans, otherwise the resources wouldn't be so abundant.
As he was sighing, while walking, Yuan Chengan stepped on a hard, smooth stone, and caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell again.
2 falls in one day, what bad luck,
Yuan Chengan complained. Under the moonlight, the stone beneath his feet gleamed. Looking at this magical sight, Yuan Chengan's heart began to race. Driven by curiosity, he unconsciously started breathing faster.
Could it be some kind of incredible treasure? Just as my shop closed, am I about to become a CEO, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life?
Joking like this, Yuan Chengan reached out toward the strange glowing stone. As he reached out, his mind raced. Although the moon was bright, the light reflected by the stone was obviously too bright. Could it be some kind of radioactive source?
Forget it, just looking at it for a while won't kill me.
Convincing himself again, Yuan Chengan finally picked up the glowing stone. No sooner had he picked it up than he was stunned. This perfectly round glowing stone was not a stone at all. It was clearly the 4-star Dragon Ball from the anime Dragon Ball he had watched as a child.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He carefully counted the stars inside the perfectly round stone. It was indeed a 4-star Dragon Ball.
Could I have been transported to the world of Dragon Ball? That's not scientific.
It must be some bored person who threw a ball here to see people's reactions. Thinking this, Yuan Chengan looked around again for cameras. But then again, if he really had been transported to the Dragon Ball world, his failed shop would be nothing. The villains in that world could kill him with a single sneeze. Even surviving would be a problem. He had read plenty of novels and watched short dramas. If someone told him you'd been transported, he would definitely think they were crazy. But for now, he had to figure out what was going on and where he was. Thinking gave him a headache. Yuan Chengan remembered another method, talking to himself to feel better. Normal moderate self-talk can boost one's spirit when feeling low or confused. He said,
"At least this big rock is here. I can rough it here for the night, and tomorrow I'll look around for a cave or something."
After saying just a few words, a huge wave of drowsiness hit him. Yuan Chengan didn't even know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already morning. The birds were chirping endlessly, then the sound of insects, dinosaurs roaring, the gurgling of the river.
Achoo! I caught a cold after sleeping. It's so hard to be alive.
Although he had slept well, the awake Yuan Chengan was worried again. The road ahead was uncertain.
Oh, right. If I really am a time traveler, there should be a system. System.
Yuan Chengan called softly at first, then raised his voice. Other than the dinosaur seemingly hearing him and coming closer, there was no system at all. This made Yuan Chengan immediately shut his mouth. If he accidentally attracted the dinosaur, he might become its dinner.
Alas! It seems I'm not a time traveler. This must be some deserted mountain on Earth. City people really know how to have fun, throwing a pretty woman and a kid into the mountains to feed the dinosaurs. Child.
Yuan Chengan caught the keyword. He was now a child's body. Could he be a clone, and this was a clone mountain, and he had awakened the memories of a customer's past life? He sighed helplessly again. Forget it, he'd just give up. No matter what, as a mere mortal he could do nothing. With his 30-plus years of social experience, he could say it was basically useless here. Maybe the memories in his head were all fake. Thinking, Yuan Chengan picked up the 4-star ball and fiddled with it. The reflection of himself in this glass ball was a bit chubby, about 7 or 8 years old, quite cute.
Little friend, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?
Just then a kind and amiable voice sounded from beside Yuan Chengan. Following the sound, Yuan Chengan saw an elderly man, with a face full of wrinkles, sharp and authoritative eyes, a thick white mustache, and a stern, taut expression that exuded the sharpness of a seasoned warrior. He was bald with a small black patch of hair, like a skullcap, at the back of his head. He wore a dark long-sleeved shirt under a Chinese-style vest with circular patterns and wide sleeves. Seeing this kind-looking old man, Yuan Chengan was first startled and jumped up on the spot, then instinctively went on guard. How could this old man appear before him so silently? There had been no sign whatsoever before. Seeing that Yuan Chengan was rolling his eyes and not answering his question, the old man looked around Yuan Chengan and noticed the 4-star ball in his small hand. He smiled and pointed at the dragon ball in Yuan Chengan's hand.
Little friend, that ball in your hand belongs to Grandpa. I accidentally lost it yesterday. Can you give it back to Grandpa?
As he spoke, the old man moved closer to Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan instinctively shuffled toward a crevice between rocks, his voice trembling involuntarily.
Don't come near me.
The elderly man before him gave Yuan Chengan a very dangerous feeling. To easily trust a stranger, as a person who had been through various scams in society for over 30 years, was absolutely impossible. Seeing the little one's resistance, the elderly man laughed again, his voice becoming softer.
Little friend, Grandpa is not a bad person. My name is Son Gohan, and I am the owner of this Paozu Mountain. How did you end up here? Where are your parents?
Son Gohan observed the child before him, recalling the past. 3 years ago, he had also picked up a child in the mountains named Son Gohan. That child was clearly a visitor from beyond the heavens. Could this child who appeared out of nowhere also be a visitor from beyond? As a martial artist who had weathered many storms, Son Gohan was not easily surprised.
Son Gohan.
Yuan Chengan repeated the name Son Gohan, finding it very familiar. Son Gohan, Paozu Mountain. Could it be that he had really traveled through time, and that he had traveled to a timeline where Son Gohan was still alive? If the person before him was indeed Son Gohan, then perhaps he could change the fate of Son Gohan being trampled to death by the giant ape form of Son Gohan. As luck would have it, just as Yuan Chengan's mind was swirling with thoughts, a card fell from his clothes. Son Gohan carefully picked up the card that had fallen. Looking at the text on the card, Son Gohan thought to himself, it's an ID card. Then he smiled and said,
Little friend, your name is Yuan Chengan.
Seeing Yuan Chengan involuntarily nod slightly, which normal adult wouldn't like a cute, quiet, and chubby human child. Son Gohan was no exception. He smiled and said,
Bearing responsibility, guarding peace, receiving blessings, life peaceful. A good name.
After speaking, Son Gohan looked at the text on the card again.
Born on August 18th, year 733, of the age a few years older than my good-for-nothing grandson Son Gohan.
After speaking, he observed the child's body again. Seeing that the child had no tail, Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself,
At least he's not an alien.
To be honest, encountering so many visitors from beyond the heavens still put some pressure on Son Gohan. He knew that Son Gohan would occasionally transform into a giant ape, which was hard for him to handle. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Yuan Chengan was stunned for a moment. How could he even have an ID card here? Looking at the man before him, who didn't seem like a bad person, and claimed to be Son Gohan, Yuan Chengan felt slightly relieved. Summoning his courage, he snatched the ID card from Son Gohan's hand. One look, and he was speechless. This was just a 2D ID card he had printed out of boredom at the store. He never expected Son Gohan to take the information on the card seriously. Right. Maybe Son Gohan didn't really think it was an ID card, but just took it as Yuan Chengan's personal information. Putting aside useless thoughts, Yuan Chengan could now confirm 2 things. First, that he had definitely traveled through time. Second, that his body had become younger. For now, he had to extract useful information from Son Gohan. Crying is a tool that works best for children and women. Thinking of this, Yuan Chengan began to cry, saying while sobbing,
Grandpa, Son Gohan, I don't know how I got here. You're not a human trafficker, are you?
Son Gohan tentatively touched Yuan Chengan's head. Seeing that Yuan Chengan didn't resist, he felt slightly relieved, as the child didn't seem to be rejecting him anymore. He said softly,
Little friend, tell Grandpa your troubles. Maybe Grandpa can help you.
Seeing no response, he touched Yuan Chengan's head again.
Little friend, do you remember where your parents are? Who did you come to Paozu Mountain with?
Yuan Chengan shook his head again. He knew that as a child of this age, it was best to just say I don't know to everything. Saying too much would expose him. Seeing Yuan Chengan's clueless look, Son Wufan tentatively asked,
Little friend, your name is Yuan Chengan.
Yuan Chengan nodded and replied,
Yes. Grandpa Son Wufan, my name is Yuan Chengan. Do you know where your home is?
Yuan Chengan shook his head again. Son Wufan felt helpless, but he couldn't just leave the child here alone. He thought to himself, it seems, I'll have to take the little one back for now, and then contact the police. Thinking of this, Son Wufan smiled again, and coaxed Yuan Chengan.
Little friend, are you hungry? Grandpa will take you to eat something delicious, okay?
Yuan Chengan was speechless in his heart. At this moment, Son Wufan really looked like a human trafficker. But on second thought, Yuan Chengan felt indignant. Rather than saying Son Wufan was acting like a human trafficker, it was more like the traffickers were imitating the countless kind and lovely people in the world, deceiving countless innocent children. Perhaps it was because he was old and his mind was not focused, so he kept thinking random thoughts. Coming back to himself, Yuan Chengan nodded and said, Seeing this cute little friend seemingly agree after deep thought, Son Wufan was delighted, and tried to take Yuan Chengan's hand. Seeing Yuan Chengan extend his small hand to be held, Son Wufan rejoiced. The two of them walked hand in hand towards the residence on Paozu Mountain. On the way, Son Wufan asked softly again,
Chengan, where did you find this 4-star ball? Grandpa accidentally lost it yesterday.
Yuan Chengan knew that what Son Wufan said was true. But if this was indeed the Dragon Ball world, then this 4-star ball was undoubtedly very important. As a despicable adult, he had to get it. So with his other hand that wasn't being held, Yuan Chengan tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball and pressed it against his body.
Grandpa Son Wufan, this ball is so beautiful. Can you give it to me?
Son Wufan had originally kept the 4-star ball just because it was beautiful. Now that this cute little one was guarding it like a treasure, it wouldn't hurt to give it to him. After all, what bad intentions could such a cute child have? So he laughed and said,
Since little Chengan likes it, I'll give it to you. Really? That's great. Thank you, Grandpa.
With that, Yuan Chengan gave Son Wufan a warm, sweet kiss. The amiable Son Wufan was overjoyed, laughing repeatedly.
Good, good, good.
In this way, along the way, Son Wufan and Yuan Chengan gradually got acquainted. Sometimes Yuan Chengan walked on the ground, sometimes he lay on Son Wufan's back just like real grandfather and grandson. After nearly half a day of this, although a child's body is energetic, it also gets tired easily. Soon Yuan Chengan fell fast asleep on Son Wufan's back.
Grandpa, who is this brother?
In his daze, Yuan Chengan heard a childish question. Yuan Chengan rubbed his eyes and looked intently. The speaker was a toddler with a black spiky haircut, a brown tail dragging behind him, and clad in a blue martial arts uniform. Yuan Chengan recognized the boy's features. They were those of Son Wukong in his infancy. Son Wufan lovingly tousled Son Wukong's little head and said,
Wukong, this is brother Yuan Chengan. Say hello, brother Yuan Chengan.
The little Wukong called out in his childish voice. Yuan Chengan struggled to climb down from Son Wufan's back, walked over to Son Wukong, and reached out to touch his head. Son Wukong closed his eyes, looking somewhat content. Yuan Chengan carefully examined Son Wukong, and sure enough, there was a long tail swaying from his bottom. Seeing this, Son Wufan quickly pulled Yuan Chengan aside and explained,
Wukong is a bit different. Don't be scared, child.
Yuan Chengan nodded, then turned his gaze back to Son Wukong. In a voice only Son Wufan could hear, he asked,
Grandpa Wufan, is Wukong human?
This peculiar question from Yuan Chengan plunged Son Wufan into thought. Son Wukong was something he had found inside a vehicle that looked like a spaceship. Could he truly be considered human? He didn't know either. Moreover, when he first encountered Son Wukong, the boy was incredibly wild and untamed. Had it not been for a fall from a cliff that left his head severely injured, he would never have become so docile and obedient. Shaking his head, Son Wufan dared not dwell on it further. Instead, he smiled at Yuan Chengan and said,
What are you thinking, little Chengan? Of course Wukong is human.
Yuan Chengan beamed a radiant smile and said,
Uh-huh. Wukong's tail is so adorable. I wish I had one too. We'll talk about that later.
Sun Wukong chuckled, and they let the topic drop. Before long, Yuan Chengan was playing together with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong watched from the side, a delighted smile spreading across his face. It seemed that Yuan Chengan's earlier display of youthful maturity, or rather the feeling he gave of being a world-weary adult, had put Sun Wukong on guard. But now that Yuan Chengan was frolicking with Sun Wukong, it put Sun Wukong's mind at ease to some extent. Time passed slowly like this. A few days later. Earlier, Sun Wukong had already called the police, and officers arrived at Paozu Mountain. As a highly respected and renowned martial artist, Sun Wukong was naturally known to the police.
Master Wukong, are you saying you found this child named Yuan Chengan in the dense forest?
This was already the second time this officer had come to the hut on Paozu Mountain because of Sun Wukong finding a child. The middle-aged officer skillfully took out a device and first scanned Yuan Chengan's face. As expected, no identity information was found in the system. Then he entered Yuan Chengan's name. Unsurprisingly, although the name Yuan Chengan was very common, not a single match corresponded to this little face. Seeing the officer's troubled expression, Sun Wukong understood the situation and said,
"Could you help me handle the adoption procedures for this child as well?"
Hearing that Sun Wukong wanted to adopt Yuan Chengan, the officer breathed a sigh of relief. After all, compared to sending the child to an orphanage, having this revered martial arts master adopt him would cause far fewer complications. Moreover, it was more reassuring, as orphanages were always plagued by disturbing rumors. In recent years, a pile of children's bones had even been discovered beneath one. The officer beamed and said,
Master Wukong, if you truly wish to adopt this child, that would be wonderful." "Oh, right."
With that, the officer turned to Yuan Chengan and asked,
"Routine procedure. Little one, are you willing to be adopted by this old gentleman?" "Adopted."
Yuan Chengan pretended not to understand.
"Yes, adopted. It means you'll live with this old gentleman until you come of age."
Yuan Chengan looked at the officer, then at Sun Wukong, then back at Sun Wukong, and finally turned to face the officer again, saying in an adorable voice,
"Officer Uncle, I'm willing."
Hearing Yuan Chengan call him Officer Uncle, the officer felt reassured that the child had received some education. He then pulled Sun Wukong aside and whispered,
"Master Wukong, this child doesn't seem to be one without parents. Perhaps you can keep him for now, and if his parents come looking."
Sun Wukong nodded and said,
"That's fine. If his parents do come for him, naturally, he will be allowed to go with them."
Hearing Sun Wukong's promise, the officer had nothing more to say and busied himself with the paperwork. Before long, the officer smiled and said,
"Master Wukong, I've completed the adoption procedures on my end. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
After seeing the officer off, it was already noon, so Sun Wukong began preparing lunch. The three of them ate a simple meal, and then Sun Wukong said,
"Chung and Wukong, go take your afternoon nap. I'll take care of clearing the table."
Little Wukong had already fallen fast asleep. Yuan Chengan looked at the table covered with an exaggerated number of bowls and dishes, feeling a pang of sympathy for Sun Wukong. No wonder later on Sun Wukong was never seen using tableware. There were just too many, and even hiring a full-time dishwasher would be exhausting. Besides, Sun Wukong was trampled to death by Sun Wukong, leaving the boy with no one to care for him, let alone wash so many dishes every day. Yuan Chengan thought of his own parents. Every time he went home, they wouldn't let him do any chores, and at the table they feared he wouldn't have enough to eat. Although it was only temporary, he always felt happy and loved. Now Sun Wukong reminded him exactly of his own parents. He wondered how his mother was doing now, and whether his father was faring well in heaven. With that thought, Yuan Chengan immediately squeezed up to Sun Wukong, pressing against his leg, and said,
"Grandpa Wukong, let me help."
Sun Wukong initially wanted to decline, but he couldn't resist the persistent child. The two of them slowly washed the dishes, chatting idly.
"Chang'an, do you like it here?" "Of course I do. Wukong is so cute and Grandpa is very kind to me."
Hearing Yuan Chengan say this, Sun Wukong felt a little relieved. As a kind and loving old man, he had indeed been worried that Yuan Chengan might not adapt. Also, unlike Sun Wukong, Yuan Chengan seemed like an ordinary person. He wasn't sure if the boy could handle martial arts training. If not, he could always send him to the city to study. Lost in thought, time quickly passed to evening. Before the three of them went to sleep, Sun Wukong looked at the full moon directly overhead, and specially instructed Sun Wukong.
Wukong, you must not look at the moon and the sky over the next few days, or else a monster will come out and eat you.
Son Wukong nodded adorably. Ever since he could remember Grandpa, Son Wukong always gave him this warning on certain days of the month. Unlike Son Wukong's casual reaction, Yuan Chengan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Son Wukong's words. Full moon. That meant today was the day in the original Dragon Ball story, when Son Wukong transformed into a giant ape and trampled Son Wukong to death. No, I must keep a close eye on that monkey today, and make sure he doesn't look up at the full moon. With a plan in mind, Yuan Chengan poked his head out and looked around. His perseverance paid off, and he spotted an empty drink bottle. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In the original story, Son Wukong had gone out to urinate and unconsciously glanced at the sky. As long as he kept the bottle and stayed by Son Wukong's side to prevent him from going out, the tragedy of Son Wukong being trampled to death would never occur. And this incident wouldn't become a lifelong regret for the adult Son Wukong. Seeing Yuan Chengan look around and then take a bottle to bed, Son Wukong didn't say anything. Perhaps the child had his own habits at home. The three of them lay on the bed like that. Two of them drifted into dreams, while only Yuan Chengan, burdened with worries, found it hard to fall asleep. As expected in the dead of night under the bright moon, Son Wukong indeed felt the urgency to urinate and struggled to go outside for relief. Yuan Chengan quickly reached out to hold him back and whispered,
Wukong, it's deep in the night, dangerous outside. Just relieve yourself in this can.
With drowsy eyes, Son Wukong let Yuan Chengan tend to him, finished urinating into the beverage can, then crawled back to bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Even so, Yuan Chengan dared not close his eyes. He knew well that the transformed giant ape could easily crush even the martial arts master Son Wukong, so he could not afford any negligence. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Having barely made it through till dawn, the tension-ridden Yuan Chengan could no longer hold on, and collapsed into a deep sleep unmoved by Son Wukong's calls. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, the full moon gradually waned, and the shadow of death that had hung over him finally dissipated, allowing Yuan Chengan to feel completely at ease. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out of the house, and happened to see Son Wukong instructing Son Wukong in martial arts. He found a spot, and sat quietly watching. Seeing him come out, Son Wukong let Son Wukong practice on his own, then walked over, and sat beside Yuan Chengan, speaking calmly.
How about it? Interested in learning martial arts from Grandpa?
Upon hearing this, Yuan Chengan's eyes brightened. It wasn't that he had no interest in martial arts, he had always hesitated due to his mediocre talent, and dared not speak up. Now that Son Wukong had taken the initiative, he naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity, and immediately asked,
Can I really learn martial arts too?
Seeing his eager longing, Son Wukong was delighted, and laughed heartily.
Aha, martial arts are meant to strengthen the body. Anyone with the will can learn. If you can use martial arts to help the weak and fight against injustice, that would be even better.
From then on, Yuan Chengan followed Son Wukong, and officially embarked on the path of martial arts. Time flew like a fleeting white horse, and 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. In those 9 years, Yuan Chengan had grown into a tall, graceful youth, with fair and warm skin, sharp and defined eyebrows, deep and distinct features, a clean and sharp jawline, a cool and calm demeanor, and an extraordinarily handsome and ethereal presence. During these 9 years, every full moon night, Yuan Chengan stayed by Son Wukong's side, without fail, completely preventing him from transforming into a giant ape. Under Son Wukong's meticulous guidance, Son Wukong learned many worldly common sense, no longer committing naive acts, like patting to distinguish gender, as in his early years. As for Yuan Chengan himself, under Son Wukong's careful training and his own hard work, he developed a physique far beyond ordinary people, though compared to the profound martial arts of Son Wukong, he still had a considerable gap. As for comparing himself to Son Wukong, Yuan Chengan was confident that he could defeat Son Wukong, but every time they sparred, he would grab Son Wukong's tail. Instantly weakened, Son Wukong could only concede. What slightly surprised him was that the policeman who had handled his adoption 9 years ago had never appeared again. Fortunately, under Son Wukong's tutelage, both he and Son Wukong successfully mastered the Gui Pai Qigong. This deepened Yuan Chengan's understanding of Qi, and he knew what Qi was. Qi is life energy, usually invisible and intangible, but everyone possesses it. After cultivation, one can perceive the opponent's every move, sense the strength of the opponent's qi, and their level of power, perceive what the other is thinking, even communicate directly through qi, release various qi waves, like the Guipai Qigong, strengthen the body to resist external harm, also enhance the body, enveloping it to amplify damage to the enemy. Combat, flight, and healing all rely on it. In short, with boundless imagination, qi has infinite possibilities. Wearing a gravity suit, a turtle shell, and by applying the principle of learning by analogy, Yuan Chengan had taught himself the Wukong Shu. He also used the transmission of qi to revive Son Wukong, who had collapsed from exhaustion after delivering milk. He usually suppressed his own qi level, keeping it lower than Son Wukong's. But when it came to real combat, Yuan Chengan believed that even his master Sun Wufan might not be his match. Across the entire earth at that time, there were very few who could surpass him. Such an achievement was something he would never have dared to imagine 9 years ago. But as a transmigrator, Yuan Chengan knew well that this meager combat power was nothing but a drop in the ocean compared to the formidable enemies that would appear later. As he pondered, a delicate figure was looking around on the mountain road of Paozu Mountain. The girl had twin ponytails of lake blue hair tied with red bows, wore an orange short-sleeved dress with the number 97 foot printed on it, paired with purple thigh-high socks, and blue and white sneakers, a blue bag slung across her waist, and held a clock-like instrument in her hands, muttering him a bit more to the west. It should be around here. Anyway, it's definitely close. With that, she turned and sat back in the car, maneuvering it toward the direction indicated by the instrument. As dinner time approached, Yuan Chengan called out to the house, "Grandpa Sun Wufan, I'm going into the mountains to hunt. Should I have Wukong go with you?" "No need." Before he finished speaking, Yuan Chengan bounded toward the forest. Passing by a road, a white two-door off-road vehicle with red turbo print suddenly rushed straight toward him. Startled, Yuan Chengan quickly dodged aside. With a loud crash, the boxy vehicle, fitted with white off-road tires and license plate PF8801, plunged into the drainage ditch between the mountain road and the hillside, completely stuck. The girl driving cursed and pushed open the door to get out, complaining to Yuan Chengan, "Why did you suddenly jump out? That's very dangerous." But when she saw Yuan Chengan's appearance, her eyes lit up instantly, and her tone turned affectionate. "Handsome, what's your name?" "Yuan Chengan," he replied expressionlessly. "Yuan Chengan," the girl repeated softly, her eyes curving into crescents. "Nice name. Handsome, can I have your contact info?" Looking at the girl's iconic outfit, Yuan Chengan blurted out, "Bulma." The girl's eyes shone with curiosity. "You know me?" Yuan Chengan pointed to the logo on her clothes and said flatly, "It's printed on your clothes." Bulma stuck out her pink tongue and laughed, "Haha, I forgot." She then pressed on again, "Forget that, just give me your contact info." Yuan Chengan realized that in the original story, Bulma had set out to find the Dragon Balls in search of a suitable boyfriend. He figured that due to his transmigration, the plot had deviated slightly. Her appearance here and nearly hitting him were likely because of the 4-star ball he carried on him. "Why are you here?" Yuan Chengan changed the subject nonchalantly. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she peeked at him and whispered, "I'm looking for a star-shaped ball called the Dragon Ball." Dragon Ball. Yuan Chengan casually pulled a round ball from his pocket, the 4-star ball he had obtained from Sun Wufan years ago and carried ever since. "Is this it?" The moment Bulma saw the 4-star ball, her eyes gleamed. She snatched it and danced excitedly. "Found it. It's a Dragon Ball. Wow. Just like the radar showed." Yuan Chengan lightly raised his hand and took the ball back, feigning anger. "This is mine. Snatching it like that is not proper." Bulma looked at his guarded expression, rolled her eyes, and smiled. "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Look." As she spoke, she pulled out 2 round balls similar to the 4-star ball from her backpack. "Wow." Yuan Chengan showed a timely look of surprise. Bulma grew even more smug and began to recount. "This one I found in my family's warehouse. I asked everyone, but no one knew what it was. I searched through all kinds of records, and finally found old texts, then understood. These balls are called Dragon Balls. There are 7 in total, each with 1 to 7 stars inside, emitting a faint glow." Yuan Chengan pretended not to understand. "What use are these balls?" Bulma, being young and relatively naive compared to Yuan Chengan, blurted out, "Gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and something earth-shattering will happen. It's super amazing. When you collect all 7, and recite the spell, the Divine Dragon Shenlong will appear, and grant any wish. I heard that long ago someone gathered the Dragon Balls, and became king. But after a long time, the Dragon Balls scattered across the world again. So I must find them all." Bulma grew more excited, her eyes fixed on the 4-star ball in Yuan Chengan's hand. "Give me your 4-star ball." Without a second thought, Yuan Chengan refused. "Impossible." Bulma was stunned, clearly not expecting to be rejected. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, she was used to being the center of attention, and had never been so bluntly turned down. She pouted in dissatisfaction. "How can you be so stingy? You have no use for this ball, so why not give it to me?" Seeing that Yuan Chengan remained unmoved, Bulma's eyes suddenly lit up, and a mischievous slyness appeared on her face. "Ah, I get it." With that, she suddenly lifted her skirt, and said crisply, "How about this? You can touch me, and I'll give you the 4-star ball." "You want me to touch it?" Yuan Chengan looked at Bulma in surprise. Bulma nodded in affirmation once more. Yuan Chengan reached out, and touched it. Aside from a smooth, slippery sensation, there was nothing particularly special. "And then?" Yuan Chengan asked. "Then you have to give me the 4-star ball." Bulma was clearly anxious. This young man was obviously trying to take advantage, and then back out of the deal. Yuan Chengan only then realized that he had just done something quite extraordinary. It was also his fault for having been immersed in cultivation for the past 9 years, coupled with his heavy academic workload from his original world. Every day he was so exhausted he didn't even want to get up, let alone think about his own desires. Even his girlfriend of several years, he barely exchanged 20 messages with her in an entire year. It wasn't until his girlfriend wanted to break up that he even remembered he had a girlfriend. So he failed to immediately grasp the implication behind Bulma's words. Seeing Yuan Chengan lost in thought, Bulma pouted and said, "You're really not going to give me the Dragon Ball?" Yuan Chengan shook his head, then nodded, saying, "This Dragon Ball was given to me by Grandpa Wufan. I can't possibly give it to you." Seeing Yuan Chengan's stubborn attitude, Bulma knew that forceful demands were useless. She schemed inwardly, "This guy won't easily hand over the Dragon Ball, but I came here seeking a suitable partner, so I might as well see how strong he is." With that thought, Bulma spoke again. "It's fine if you won't give it to me, but aren't you curious what the Divine Dragon looks like? Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, just lend me this one for a moment." Hearing this, Yuan Chengan pondered for a moment. He was indeed curious about the appearance of the Divine Dragon. There were few people in this world who wouldn't be curious about it. Moreover, when the time came to make a wish, he had to seize the opportunity himself. From any angle, he had to show a strong interest in the Divine Dragon. So Yuan Chengan said, "I am indeed interested, but I won't hand over the Dragon Ball until the Divine Dragon appears." Bulma was overjoyed and burst out laughing. "Uh-huh. That's only natural." After laughing, Bulma secretly gloated, "Hee. Progress is going smoothly. Once the Dragon Ball grants the wish, it will scatter in all directions. This is my cleverness coupled with my beauty." Yuan Chengan saw through her thoughts at a glance and said, "Then go find the Dragon Balls, and come back to me when you've gathered them all." Bulma was stunned for a moment, then said with clear dissatisfaction, Hey, I'm a lady. How can you feel at ease letting a weak woman like me go find the Dragon Balls alone?" Yuan Chengan scratched his head, and said seriously, "I can't go with you. I have to train by Grandpa's side." "Train?" Bulma was utterly confused. "Yes, train. My dream is to become a martial artist as strong as Grandpa," Yuan Chengan answered honestly. Only then did Bulma recall that the car had clearly hit him earlier, yet he was unharmed, and she had mistakenly thought she hadn't hit him. Could it be that this young man named Yuan Chengan was actually very strong? Thinking this, Bulma quickly said, "If you want to become as strong as Grandpa, you should come with me to find the Dragon Balls. Along the way, you'll encounter all kinds of powerful warriors. In this world, there are many people stronger than your Grandpa. Stronger than my Grandpa. Yes, stronger than your Grandpa." Yuan Chengan pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I can go with you, but I have to ask Grandpa first. If he agrees, I'll go." Bulma was ecstatic inside, and quickly nodded.
Then go quickly.
After she spoke, seeing Yuan Chengan standing still, she reached out to touch him. But just as her fingertips touched his body, they passed straight through. In the next second, Yuan Chengan's figure completely dissipated on the spot. This sight frightened Bulma. She muttered nervously,
Could I have just run into a ghost?
Just as Bulma was about to take out a hoi poi capsule to get a new vehicle, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear.
My grandpa agreed. I'll go with you.
The voice made Bulma's entire body stiffen. She stared blankly at Yuan Chengan, who had suddenly appeared, and asked in a trembling voice,
Are you human or a ghost?
Yuan Chengan looked utterly puzzled and asked,
What are you talking about?
Bulma stammered.
Just now when I touched your body you vanished.
Yuan Chengan was both amused and exasperated. He laughed and said,
Uh-huh. That's the afterimage fist.
As he spoke, Yuan Chengan moved his body. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and demonstrated the afterimage fist on the spot.
Afterimage fist? Yes, that's the afterimage fist.
With those words, all the afterimages dissipated, leaving only Yuan Chengan standing alone. At that moment, 2 slender hands carefully pressed against Yuan Chengan's chest. Bulma said softly,
I can really touch you. You nearly scared me to death just now.
Yuan Chengan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said,
I used the afterimage fist just now to get to Grandpa faster. Grandpa has already agreed. Let's set off now. By the way, the Dragon Balls are so small. How are we supposed to find them?
Hearing Yuan Chengan's question, Bulma immediately lifted her chin hands on her hips, and said smugly,
Uh-huh. This is where my intelligence comes in.
Saying this, Bulma took out a device that looked like a clock. Pointing at it, she said,
This is called the Dragon Radar. I invented it myself. I discovered that Dragon Balls emit weak electromagnetic waves, so I built this. Look, the Dragon Ball we're carrying shows 3 dots on the radar.
Yuan Chengan leaned in to look. In the triangular area of the radar, 3 dots were indeed glowing. He couldn't help but sincerely praise.
Amazing! How did you think of that?
Hearing Yuan Chengan's compliment, Bulma was delighted, and waved her hand, saying,
It's not that amazing.
After a brief moment of self-admiration, Bulma looked down at the Dragon Radar, and said seriously,
Alright, let me check the location of the next Dragon Ball. Found it. About 1,200 kilometers to the west.
Putting away the Dragon Radar, Bulma took a box containing capsules from her waist pouch.
Yuan Chengan stepped back a bit.
After urging Yuan Chengan to move aside, Bulma casually tossed a capsule. With a dull thud, a white motorcycle materialized out of thin air. Yuan Chengan carefully examined the motorcycle. Its body had sleek rounded lines printed with a red 9 and the word
capsule.
It was equipped with large off-road tires, and a transparent cockpit canopy exuding a strong sense of technology. A wave of emotion stirred in Yuan Chengan's heart. In the 9 years since he had crossed into this world, this was the first time he had seen a hoi poi capsule. Truly a groundbreaking invention. He had spent these years solely focused on martial arts training. Now finally about to step into the outside world, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
What are you daydreaming about? Get on quickly.
Bulma was already seated in the driver's seat of the motorcycle, urging him impatiently. Urged by Bulma, Yuan Chengan quickly sat behind her. Watching his restrained demeanor, Bulma teased with a sly smile.
First time sitting with a lady, feeling nervous, huh? Sitting like that you'll fall easily when the speed picks up.
With that, she reached for his hands, crossed them over her abdomen, and positioned them, as if he were embracing her.
You have to hold me like this to be safe. Oh!
Yuan Chengan obediently replied. Bulma secretly rejoiced. This is the first step. This guy, I really like him. And from his earlier performance, he's definitely a top-notch fighter, and his physique must be great too. Bulma twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared off instantly. Yuan Chengan's body kept bumping into her back due to inertia, which only made her feel more pleased. She secretly delighted. She had set out to find the Dragon Balls, but her real goal was to find a partner. She hadn't expected to meet the right person right out the gate. After about 20 minutes of riding, Bulma suddenly felt the urge to urinate. She stopped the bike and said,
I'll be right back.
Yuan Chengan asked, puzzled.
Where are you going?
Bulma's face darkened.
Why so many questions? When a lady says that, she means she needs to relieve herself.
Yuan Chengan nodded.
Oh, go ahead.
Only after Bulma had walked far did he suddenly remember that in the original story Bulma would encounter danger around this time. Sure enough, before long Bulma's cries for help came from afar.
What?
Piercing screams echoed. Yuan Chengan immediately sprinted toward the source. As he drew near, he saw a massive pterosaur clamping Bulma with its talons. The creature had grayish-brown skin, a light brown belly, sharp fangs, and claws, powerful wings and tail, and a fierce murderous gaze. What surprised him even more was that the pterosaur actually spoke human language.
Who are you? Are you that one's companion?
The moment the pterosaur finished speaking, a loud bang rang out. The pterosaur's head exploded instantly, its body slumped limply to the ground, and its talons released Bulma. Bulma was frozen in shock, unable to move. Yuan Chengan did not approach to disturb her, he waited quietly. After a long while Bulma finally came to her senses, gasping for air. As she looked around, a pungent smell of urine reached her nose. She realized her skirt was completely soaked. Bulma's face flushed with shame. How mortifying, she thought. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Inviting him to search for the Dragon Balls together was definitely the wisest decision. With that in mind, she acted as if nothing had happened and said,
"Wait here for me."
Yuan Chengan nodded and busied himself gathering firewood. By the time Bulma returned, having changed out of her wet skirt into pants, Yuan Chengan had already set the pterosaur on a spit and was roasting it. Bulma was astonished.
"You're actually going to eat this thing?"
Normally animals that could speak were considered sentient beings, so Yuan Chengan would not have eaten it. But somehow, perhaps because he had been eating too much wild game, he had already put the pterosaur on the spit before he realized it. Now that Bulma asked, he came to his senses. Trying to cover up, he said,
"Although this pterosaur committed many evil deeds, I couldn't bear to leave its body to rot in the wild. So I'm giving it a cremation."
Bulma didn't buy his excuse. She touched her stomach, which growled loudly. Then she said with disgust,
"Don't eat that thing. Come inside and eat with me."
With that she pulled out a capsule case, rummaged through it, and picked one capsule. She walked a few steps to an open space and tossed the capsule. With a distinctive pop, a house materialized out of thin air. Even though Yuan Chengan had already seen her conjure a motorcycle, witnessing this again still felt utterly magical. He thought to himself, if the Capsule Corporation existed in his original world, it would undoubtedly cause a massive sensation. Since he had no system, he had to set a task for himself. Task 1: learn the method of making capsule technology. While Yuan Chengan was lost in thought, he heard Bulma open the door. She called from inside,
"Hey, I'll leave the door open. When you come in, remember to close it."
Hearing that, Yuan Chengan immediately stomped out the campfire. Might as well take a look inside, he thought. He stood up and walked toward the door. Entering the house, he didn't see Bulma. He noticed two doors inside. One of them had noise coming from it, so he pushed it open and walked in. The moment he entered, a dazzling white scene greeted his eyes. The next second, an enraged shout exploded.
"Get out!"
Yuan Chengan stood outside the bathroom door, his face splattered with bathwater, looking utterly innocent. He muttered to himself, who knew you'd bathe without closing the door. Soon Bulma came out wrapped in a towel, fuming.
"What did you see?"
Yuan Chengan quickly shook his head.
"I didn't see anything before you kicked me out."
Bulma didn't believe him. She thought to herself, since he's already seen everything, and I've liked him from the start, this is the perfect chance to win him over. With that thought, she could barely contain her joy. If she could make Yuan Chengan her boyfriend, this trip would be a complete success, and she wouldn't need to search for the Dragon Balls anymore. Bulma immediately declared,
"You've seen me naked, so you have to take responsibility. You're lucky. From today on, you're my boyfriend."
Yuan Chengan knew that despite her bold exterior, Bulma was actually innocent at heart. As a young girl in the spring of her youth, such thoughts were only natural. If he had Bulma's help, his future in this world would be much smoother. Thinking this, he inwardly despised himself. Sure enough, this is the mind of an adult, full of scheming, devoid of pure emotion. Moreover, he and Bulma shared the same birth year, month, and day in this world. It seemed like fate, and he could find no reason to refuse. Besides, he would never be as fickle as Yamcha. After a moment of inner turmoil, Yuan Chengan spoke with a solemn expression.
"Okay."
Hearing his agreement, Bulma was ecstatic. She immediately ran to a cabinet to search for something. but as she bent over, the towel wrapped around her slipped off uncontrollably. Bulma hastily wrapped the towel around herself, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Turn around quickly." Yuan Chengan naturally obeyed, turning his back to her. Bulma retrieved another capsule from her capsule case, and opened it, instantly revealing a notebook. This notebook recorded everything she intended to do once she found a boyfriend. The first entry read, "Cook and wash dishes together." Since she hadn't eaten yet, Bulma thought of asking Yuan Chengan to cook with her, but recalling that he had already eaten, she glanced at the next item. "Take a bath together." Bulma murmured upon reading this, her face turning crimson all the way down to her neck. Once the blush faded, Bulma gathered her courage and walked up to Yuan Chengan, saying, "You're all sweaty and smelly, go take a bath first." Then a thought struck her. "You don't have a change of clothes, do you? How can you be so unhygienic?" Yuan Chengan replied, "I usually wash my clothes right after bathing, and then I dry them by the fire." Bulma was momentarily speechless. What kind of savage life was this? Yet this handsome man was like a rough gem. With careful polishing, she could surely mold him into her ideal. Comforting herself with this thought, she said, "You can wear my pajamas for now. Tomorrow we'll go to the city and buy you some clothes." Yuan Chengan had no objection and nodded. Bulma led him into the bathroom, and naturally began to undress him. Upon seeing Yuan Chengan's body, Bulma's hands trembled with excitement. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Yuan Chengan asked puzzledly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Bulma was speechless, muttering inwardly, "How can this guy be so dense?" After the bath, Yuan Chengan wore Bulma's pajamas, which she found secretly amusing. She then asked, "Are you still hungry? Shall we cook together?" Yuan Chengan showed no sign of impatience and nodded. "Sure." Bulma immediately grabbed his hand and led him to the kitchen, chirping happily, "Hee hee. My tomato scrambled eggs are delicious, you know. The trick is to scramble the eggs first, then set them aside, stir-fry the tomatoes, and finally add the eggs back at just the right moment." Yuan Chengan listened quietly, genuinely enjoying the moment. He had only had one serious relationship during his student days, lasting 4 years, but those years were filled with exam preparations, and the sudden death of his father, a whirlwind of events. This serene, ordinary moment felt precious to him. Noticing his silence, Bulma turned her head curiously. "Why are you so quiet?" Yuan Chengan scratched his head and smiled. "You're beautiful." His words struck like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, rippling through her heart. Bulma blushed and retorted playfully, "You're so annoying." Yuan Chengan placed his hand over hers on the spatula and said earnestly, "Bulma, teach me how to make tomato scrambled eggs. I'll make it for you in the future." Hearing this, Bulma stepped behind him and began guiding him through the process. After cooking and eating, evening had fallen. In the bedroom, Bulma stammered, her face red. "I'll give you a blanket, you can sleep on it." Yuan Chengan had no objection. From a scientific perspective, boys' bodies mature later than girls', so at this point Yuan Chengan felt no biological urges. But Bulma was different. Her mind was already filled with wild thoughts, and she was extremely shy. The next morning she dragged Yuan Chengan out of bed to make breakfast and watch a movie. "Bulma, when are we leaving to find the next Dragon Ball?" Yuan Chengan asked casually, while eating popcorn, looking at Bulma lying in his arms. Bulma yawned and rubbed her eyes. "Oh, I don't plan to look anymore. I've already found a boyfriend." "What? You searched for the Dragon Balls just to find a boyfriend?" Yuan Chengan was astonished. "Of course. I started looking for the Dragon Balls precisely to find a perfect boyfriend." Bulma pinched his nose playfully. Yuan Chengan said regretfully, "But aren't you curious what the Dragon Shalom looks like?" "A little, I guess." Suddenly Bulma turned mischievous. "How about we keep searching?" Yuan Chengan quickly nodded. Hom. With that, Bulma turned to the TV and giggled. "Ha ha. Chengan, look. The main character is so silly." Time passed quickly to noon. Yuan Chengan suddenly recalled that according to the original story, a giant sea turtle belonging to the turtle hermit should be at the door. He gently set down Bulma's head. She had fallen asleep, and went outside to search, but found no turtle. Then he remembered that they had camped near the spot where they defeated the first mini-boss, so the turtle was likely farther ahead on the road. His movements quickly woke Bulma. She rubbed her eyes and came out curiously.
Chang'an, what are you doing?
Yuan Chengan smiled.
Bulma, you're awake. I'm just exercising. Shall we set off now?
Bulma nodded drowsily.
All right. Then let me change clothes and pack up the house.
Hearing her mention changing, Yuan Chengan suddenly realized he was still wearing her pajamas, and felt a little embarrassed. After a day together, Bulma was completely unself-conscious around him. She changed clothes right in front of him, and Yuan Chengan, seeing this, no longer hesitated and changed in front of her as well. Once they were both dressed, they packed up the house, and took out the motorcycle. Bulma hugged Yuan Chengan and said,
Darling, let me teach you how to use the dragon radar. Can you ride this?
Yuan Chengan shook his head.
No. I'll teach you.
Bulma's smile was as bright as the summer sun, and for a moment Yuan Chengan was captivated. He sighed inwardly, how pathetic I am. Soon under Bulma's guidance, Yuan Chengan learned to ride the motorcycle. In the original story, this motorcycle should have been wrecked by Sun Wukong, but because he had killed the pterosaur, in an instant the motorcycle remained intact. To be honest, Yuan Chengan really liked the motorcycle. It was incredibly cool. Following the direction indicated by the dragon radar, the two sped off toward the location of the next Dragon Ball. After driving for a while, a sudden cry for help reached their ears.
Did you hear a voice, Bulma?
Yuan Chengan asked. Bulma replied loudly.
It seems to be coming from that direction.
Just as Yuan Chengan was about to turn the vehicle toward the cries for help, Bulma said worriedly,
Maybe we shouldn't go over there. It could be dangerous.
Yuan Chengan thought for a moment. He wasn't afraid of danger himself, but if Bulma got hurt, that would be terrible. So he stopped the car and said to Bulma,
Bulma, wait here. I'll go check what's happening. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Remember that pterosaur yesterday? I blew its head off with one strike.
Bulma was still a bit concerned but said,
All right, please be careful. I'll wait for you here.
Yuan Chengan hugged her, then ran toward the direction of the cries for help. Before long, Yuan Chengan spotted a red-haired bear beastman, muscular and clad in black and red samurai armor, wielding a curved blade and claw gauntlets. The beastman wore a ferocious expression, drooling as he stared at the sea turtle in his grip. The sea turtle spoke in human tongue.
Brother, spare me. If you can send me back to the sea, I will repay you handsomely.
The red-haired bear beastman scoffed.
Uh-huh. You can repay me right now with your body. Let me have a hearty meal.
Just as the turtle was about to give up, Yuan Chengan suddenly burst forth and kicked the red-haired bear beastman's head clean off. The turtle was stunned at first, then terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Trembling, he looked toward Yuan Chengan and stammered,
You're not going to eat me too, are you?
Yuan Chengan initially thought of scaring him, but then decided against such a lowbrow joke. He said calmly,
I came because I heard your cries for help. Since you're fine, I'll be on my way.
Seeing Yuan Chengan about to leave, the turtle quickly called out,
Benefactor, don't go.
Yuan Chengan turned back curious.
Is there something else?
The turtle waved his front flipper awkwardly and said,
Actually, I'm a sea turtle.
Hearing this, Yuan Chengan was momentarily at a loss for words. But then he consoled himself. Just like how TV keeps repeating knowledge everyone already knows, there will always be someone who doesn't know it. This turtle was probably afraid I wouldn't know he's a sea turtle. Then the turtle added,
If it's possible, could you find me some water to drink? And if you could add some seaweed, that would be even better.
Yuan Chengan pretended to be troubled, then said after a moment,
Let me take you to my girlfriend. Maybe she can help.
The turtle was overjoyed and laughed.
Wow. Then I'll thank you in advance.
Yuan Chengan waved his hand.
Don't thank me yet, I'm not sure if we can fulfill your request.
The turtle sighed a little disappointedly.
Just some water to drink would be fine too. Let me take you to my girlfriend first.
The turtle nodded silently. Yuan Chengan then hoisted the turtle onto his back and ran toward where Bulma was waiting. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yuan Chengan return. Spotting the turtle on his back, she asked curiously,
What are you doing carrying a sea turtle?
Yuan Chengan explained the whole story. Bulma understood and said,
I see.
She then took out a capsule, tossed it, and a house materialized before the two humans and the turtle. Bulma went inside briefly, and came out with a large bucket of water mixed with salt and seaweed.
Here, drink up.
The turtle didn't stand on ceremony, drinking noisily. Gulp gulp, he kept drinking. Soon the once full bucket was nearly empty. The turtle said sheepishly,
"Sorry for the spectacle. I'm a sea turtle, but I came ashore looking for matsutake mushrooms, which goes against nature. I got separated from my group and lost my way. I've been wandering searching for the ocean for almost a year now."
Hearing this, Bulma suddenly understood why the turtle had drunk so desperately. Bulma then pulled out a map from her capsule and began searching, saying,
"The ocean? You're heading in completely the wrong direction. And for a sea turtle, it's a very long distance. Look, the sea is about 120 kilometers to the south." "What? 120 kilometers? That far?"
Hearing this, the turtle was momentarily at a loss. Yuan Chengan comforted the turtle.
"Don't worry. We're on a sweet trip right now, but it's not impossible to make a detour to take you to the coast."
The turtle's face lit up with joy.
"Really? Then I'll be in your care."
Bulma didn't mind at all. Now that she had found a satisfactory boyfriend, finding the Dragon Balls was no longer urgent. Besides, she still had a month before school started, and traveling with Yuan Chengan to deliver the turtle seemed quite romantic. Yuan Chengan's way of putting things was also very tactful, which pleased Bulma greatly. Hearing the turtle's words, Yuan Chengan turned to look at Bulma. She understood his meaning, felt her face flush, and cupped her cheeks with both hands, saying,
"I'll go along with whatever you decide."
Then Bulma searched out another capsule. In the next moment, a hover car appeared before the two humans and the turtle. After putting away the motorcycle and the house, Bulma leaned close to Yuan Chengan and said,
"This hover car requires a driver's license to operate. Let me drive you both to the coast."
She opened the rear door and said,
"Chengan, please carry Mr. Turtle to the back seat."
Yuan Chengan obediently complied. Then Bulma walked to the passenger seat and said,
"Chengan, get in."
After he sat down, she carefully fastened his seatbelt. Yuan Chengan was touched by Bulma's thoughtfulness. Every gesture revealed her affection. Once in the driver's seat, Bulma began teaching Yuan Chengan how to operate the hover car. Yuan Chengan had been fascinated by the hover car ever since Bulma brought it out. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how it managed to float. He listened very attentively, and before long Bulma started the hover car. The turtle in the back was almost dozing off, but when the vehicle began moving, he perked up. For a hover car, the 120-kilometer journey passed quickly. Upon seeing the ocean, the turtle became extremely excited. He slowly waded into the water, turning back to say to the two,
"Thank you. Don't leave. I want to repay you."
With that, he disappeared from their sight. After waiting a while, Bulma grew a bit bored and said,
"Chengan, how about we go back to the room and watch a movie?"
Yuan Chengan gently stroked her head and said,
"Darling, wait a moment. Since the turtle asked us to wait, it probably won't be long."
Hearing him call her
"Darling,"
Bulma blushed and instinctively burrowed her face into his chest. Before long, a black dot appeared on the horizon. Yuan Chengan knew it was the turtle hermit standing on the back of a sea turtle. The black dot grew larger and larger, and finally, as Yuan Chengan had expected, it became a person and a turtle. The sea turtle saw Yuan Chengan and the other and said,
"Sorry to keep you waiting."
Standing on the turtle's back was the turtle hermit with a bald head, a face full of wrinkles, a long white goatee, a pair of red-framed sunglasses, an orange shirt with black patterns, and a brown wooden staff with a rounded top. The turtle hermit saw Yuan Chengan and the other and greeted,
"Hello. Good afternoon."
Seeing the two on the shore staring at him in surprise, he coughed twice and said,
"Sorry.
May I ask if it was you two who saved the sea turtle?"
The sea turtle said,
"Yes, it was these two who saved me." Hearing this, the turtle hermit muttered to himself,
"Since you two saved it, as a reward, I'll give you a gift."
Before the turtle hermit could say anything else, Yuan Chengan interrupted.
"Grandpa, with the turtle shell on your back, we want the bead on your chest. Is that okay?"
The turtle hermit looked down at the 3-star dragon ball on his chest, pointed at it, and said,
"You want this?"
As he spoke, the turtle hermit took off the dragon ball and handed it to Yuan Chengan, saying,
"I picked up this bead a long time ago. If you like it, it's yours.
By the way, there are two of you, so I'll give you another gift."
Yuan Chengan quickly shook his head.
"No need, we'll be fine with just this bead. And saving the sea turtle was just a small effort on our part."
The sea turtle listened, deeply moved. This is a life-saving grace, yet this young man speaks of it as if nothing happened.
Just as the sea turtle was about to say something to the turtle hermit, Yuan Chengan added, "Grandpa Gohan said that learning martial arts is about helping the weak and defeating the strong. As for the reward, we've already received it, so we don't need more." Gohan. You mean Son Gohan from Mount Paozu. Hearing the name of his eldest disciple Son Gohan, the turtle hermit's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, years ago, Gohan did send me a letter saying he had found a hot-tempered child. Could it be this child? With that thought before Yuan Chengan could answer, the turtle hermit continued, "Are you Son Goku?" Yuan Chengan shook his head and denied. "Son Goku is my junior disciple." Actually, by seniority, Son Goku would be his senior, but it didn't matter. Goku was still young then, so he naturally wanted to claim the position of senior disciple. The turtle hermit suddenly realized. So that Gohan didn't just take one disciple. He then looked Yuan Chengan up and down and said, "Not bad. Not bad. You have a fine appearance." Then he suddenly coughed twice, became serious, and said, "Speaking of which, your master is my eldest disciple, so I am your grandmaster." After saying this, the turtle hermit thought to himself, although his appearance and character are good, his talent is quite ordinary. What a pity. Yuan Chengan had no idea of the turtle hermit's inner thoughts, nor did he care what the turtle hermit thought. As it stood, his strength was already above the turtle hermit's beyond a doubt. Thanks to his exquisite control of chi, he appeared only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Assuming the turtle hermit wouldn't be interested in him, upon hearing the turtle hermit's words, Yuan Chengan immediately knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "So you are my grandmaster. Disciple pays respects to grandmaster." The turtle hermit laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. No need for such a grand ceremony. Just call me Grandpa from now on. I'm sure that Gohan hasn't formally accepted you as disciples. But since this is our first meeting as your grandmaster, I can't give nothing. How about this?" With that, the turtle hermit suddenly shouted to the sky, "Phoenix! Phoenix!" The sea turtle interrupted. That Phoenix died of food poisoning. The turtle hermit also recalled. Come to think of it, that's right. Just as the turtle hermit was about to shout something else to the sky, Yuan Chengan gently interrupted. "Grandmaster, if there's nothing else, we have things to take care of, so we'll be going now. As for the gift, it's not necessary. When we have time, the two of us will come visit you, elder." Bulma had been standing quietly by while Yuan Chengan spoke with the turtle hermit. Hearing him say that, she was overjoyed and playfully bumped him, saying, "You're so naughty." Then Bulma cupped her hands in salute, imitating Yuan Chengan, and said, "Paying respects to grandmaster." Seeing that Yuan Chengan seemed to have real business to attend to, the turtle hermit didn't insist and said, "Good, good, good. You two are very thoughtful. You two, when you have time, come visit me together with your master." Yuan Chengan bowed and said, "Yes, grandmaster." The turtle hermit didn't say more and returned the way he came. Bulma was still standing there, dazed and smiling foolishly, her face full of happiness. "Bulma! Bulma!" Yuan Chengan's words brought her back to reality. Bulma gazed at Yuan Chengan with affectionate eyes and said happily, "You're calling me hubby. Hee hee." Yuan Chengan was startled by her calling him that, realizing that their relationship was progressing a bit fast. But isn't that how most couples are? Once hormones surge, they're controlled by them. Whether it's true love or not can only be known after the hormones subside. But Yuan Chengan didn't want to dampen Bulma's spirits, so he played along. "Yes, dear." Bulma's face turned even redder, and she buried it deeply into Yuan Chengan's chest. After a while, Bulma said, "This Dragon Ball on the old man should be the one the radar showed in the south. We are really lucky." To be honest, at this moment, Bulma no longer cared about the Dragon Balls. She cared more about every minute with Yuan Chengan. Actually, Yuan Chengan also liked Bulma. Yuan Chengan had been subtly trying to take leave of the turtle hermit also because he didn't want the turtle hermit to take advantage of Bulma. This was his possessiveness at work. And possessiveness is something both parties in a relationship must have. As for the flying nimbus that the turtle hermit was about to offer, Yuan Chengan thought little of it. He had already mastered the sky dance technique, so the flying nimbus was like a chicken rib to him, useless, and whether he could even ride it was another question. Thinking this, Yuan Chengan stroked Bulma's hair and said with a smile, "Yeah, we are really lucky." Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on September 5th, age 749, Yuan Chengan and the other arrived at a remote village. Bulma asked curiously.
Why is there no one in this village?
Yuan Chengan also looked around carefully. Sensing the fluctuations of human presence in every house, he guessed that the villagers thought they were related to Oolong, and thus dared not come out.
I saw people in these houses from afar. I guess the villagers think we are bad guys, and have hidden away.
Bulma heard this, and thought it made sense, so she nodded and asked,
What do we do now?
Hearing Bulma's question, Yuan Chengan curled his lips into a grin and said,
Naturally, we should first find a house to ask around.
With that he glanced around, then turned to Bulma and said,
Darling, hand me the dragon radar.
Bulma explained in realization.
Right. We can just look for the Dragon Balls directly. Why bother with this village?
Taking the radar, Yuan Chengan followed its guidance to a house. Standing before the door, he shouted to those inside.
Hey! Hello! Please open the door.
We're not bad people, just travelers passing through.
Could you open up?
As expected, after shouting for a long while, there was still no movement from within. Growing a bit impatient, Yuan Chengan gently pointed a finger, and in an instant the door turned to ash scattering on the ground. The moment the door crumbled, Yuan Chengan saw a bald middle-aged man holding an axe, his trousers reeking of filth. The man stood frozen, his face etched with disbelief, as he stared blankly at Yuan Chengan and Bulma. It seemed the man was terrified, Yuan Chengan thought. Suddenly a wave of guilt washed over him. Wasn't this no different from a bandit's actions? Seeing that Yuan Chengan remained silent, his gaze wandering, as if lost in thought, or staring at him, the bald man finally snapped out of his fear and pleaded.
I'm sorry. Great Immortal Oolong. If you want any food, I'll give you as much as I have. Just spare my daughter. My daughter is everything to me.
As he spoke, tears welled up in the bald man's eyes. Soon they overflowed, mingling with a puddle of unknown liquid on the ground. Feeling a twinge of guilt for having destroyed the door first, Yuan Chengan quickly waved his hands and said,
We don't know this Great Immortal Oolong you're talking about.
Holding up the 4-star ball as both explanation and excuse, he added,
Sorry, sir. We called for a long time and thought this place was deserted. We'll pay for the door, double the cost if you like. Have you seen a ball like this? We're looking for these orbs.
Just then an old woman, having overheard the conversation, poked her head out from a room inside. After confirming it was safe, she took a closer look at the dragon ball in Yuan Chengan's hand and said,
I have a ball exactly like that one. But I have a condition.
Without needing to think, Yuan Chengan knew she wanted him to eliminate this so-called oolong. He said,
You want me to get rid of that oolong, right? I agree.
Since he had already consented, the old woman gladly handed over the dragon ball. Yuan Chengan took it and counted the stars carefully.
6 stars.
Bulma took the ball and laughed.
Uh-huh. It's the 6-star ball.
Then she stowed it away in her bag.
When is that guy Oolong coming to the village?
Yuan Chengan asked.
He said he'll come tomorrow.
The bald man replied with some worry.
Tomorrow.
Yuan Chengan pretended to think, then said,
We might not have time to wait that long. I'll go catch this oolong for you right now.
Just as the bald man was puzzling over his words, Yuan Chengan vanished from the spot. The sudden disappearance left the bald man and the others stunned, but after coming to their senses, they felt a bit more at ease. Perhaps this young man really could handle the great immortal oolong. Meanwhile, Yuan Chengan had flown into the sky using the air dance technique, muttering to himself.
There's a lot of energy gathered in the distant mountain peaks. That must be where Oolong and the women he kidnapped are.
With that he flashed away, and in the next instant, he was already standing on that mountain. Oolong was standing in front of a lavishly decorated villa on the mountain, pacing back and forth from time to time, muttering,
These spendthrift women, my money just isn't enough for them. Hope tomorrow goes smoothly. Smoothly at what?
The sudden voice startled Oolong so much that he quickly transformed into a giant boar demon with 2 sharp horns on its head and snarled,
How dare you trespass on the territory of your great immortal Oolong?
Yuan Chengan found it amusing, but he didn't want to waste time. With a faint smile he said,
Oolong, a student of the transformation school, can only maintain a transformation for 5 minutes. I advise you to surrender quietly.
Hearing that the other knew so much about him, Oolong instinctively wanted to flee. But before he could transform again, Yuan Chengan knocked him unconscious, and he reverted back to his piglet form. Yuan Chengan sighed softly.
Why do you always force me to act?
Picking up Oolong, he flew back toward the village. The next moment Oolong slowly awoke to find a crowd of villagers surrounding him. He understood what had happened. Moreover, he hadn't even seen how the guy had struck him down, so escaping seemed impossible. So Oolong stood up, his face full of apology. Someone pointed at him and said,
This kid is the real form of the great immortal Oolong.
Yuan Chengan kicked Oolong and said,
You need to apologize properly to everyone.
Oolong winced in pain, then lowered his head and said,
I'm sorry.
The villagers muttered in annoyance.
Oh dear, this guy is just a little brat. Seeing him like this, we can't even stay angry.
Then someone asked,
You've kept the girls safe and sound right.
Oolong replied nervously.
Why? Yes. They're all fine. All fine.
Bulma said to Oolong.
Take us to your home.
Oolong had no choice but to comply. Yuan Chengan said to him,
Once you release those girls, you leave this village. If I ever find out you're still causing trouble here, it'll be just like this.
As he spoke, a beam of light suddenly appeared in his hand and shot toward a rock.
Boom!
A loud explosion and billowing dust followed. Oolong was so terrified he didn't dare breathe and answered meekly,
Got it. Got it.
Led by Oolong, Yuan Chengan, Bulma, and the villagers stood before the magnificent mansion. Everyone was stunned by the sight. The mansion was richly ornamented with a plaque above the door that read,
Oolong's home.
Bulma was the first to speak, her tone full of disbelief.
You live in such a safe and grand house.
Oolong rubbed his hands smugly and chuckled.
He built entirely with money I swindled.
Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted without mercy.
This house really doesn't suit you at all.
Just then Yuan Chengan, arms crossed, kicked Oolong and frowned.
Don't get too cocky. I think it's better to have you locked up for a few years. Letting you off easy is too cheap.
Oolong immediately begged for mercy.
I know I was wrong. But I'm a minor. I can't go to jail.
Yuan Chengan didn't reply. The girl's parents came running and shouting,
Sis, Daddy's here to pick you up. Higu, it's Mommy. Kiku, don't be afraid anymore.
As they entered the mansion, the scene inside surprised everyone even more. The girls kidnapped by Oolong hadn't suffered at all. Instead, they were all dressed up glamorously, leisurely sipping drinks and enjoying a comfortable life. At that moment, the parents rushed in, and seeing their daughter safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her parents, one of the girls waved her hand and said to everyone,
No need, just leave us alone.
Another kidnapped girl echoed,
Compared to hard labor in the fields, this kind of life doesn't seem so bad.
Oolong watched the reunion scene, his smugness fading. He turned to the villagers and said earnestly,
That's why I wanted a well-behaved girl. Please take them back.
A villager looked at Oolong, then at the girls living in comfort and sighed.
They seem to be doing very well here.
After the girls were rescued, Yuan Chengan escorted Oolong to the police station. He explained the whole story, and after the police promised to send Oolong to a juvenile detention center for proper education, Yuan Chengan and Bulma set off again on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Yuan Chengan asked Bulma beside him,
Honey, which direction is the next Dragon Ball?
Bulma pointed a finger into the distance and said,
It's to the southwest. Then let's go,
Yuan Chengan replied. And so the two of them immediately headed southwest. Yuan Chengan drove a motorcycle carrying Bulma past a desolate stone forest. In a cave within the stone forest, a cat watched the two on the motorcycle, secretly delighted, thinking to itself, It seems I can have another big haul. Watching the departing duo, the cat-like earthling hurried into the cave and said to the young men inside,
Master Yamcha, I've spotted 2 fat sheep.
Yamcha smirked sinisterly.
It's been a long time since I had any prey. Heh heh.
The hot wind swept fine sand, carving irregular patterns across the desert stone forest. Yuan Chengan was relishing the softness behind him. Meanwhile, in a cave not far away, the desert bandit Yamcha was locking onto the two prey, Yuan Chengan and Bulma, through binoculars. He licked his lips and said to his companion, the cat-like earthling, Poir.
A boy and a girl. Probably not rich, but they might have a capsule.
The next second, a rugged sand motorcycle shot out from behind a sand dune like an arrow from a bowstring. Yamcha's long hair streamed in the wind as he controlled the handlebars with one hand, while Puar crouched steadily on the front. The figures of the man and cat appeared particularly fierce amid the swirling yellow sand. The moment Yamcha with his cat appeared, Yuan Chengan had already locked onto them. Facing the aggressive intruder, Yuan Chengan calmly stopped the vehicle and said to Bulma behind him,
"I'll take care of those two. Wait for me here."
Before Bulma could answer, Yuan Chengan remembered something and added,
"Oh dear, take out the flying car first. We'll need it later."
Bulma nodded, then took out a capsule and began browsing through them. In the original story, Yamcha was a notorious desert bandit in the early days, preying on countless people. As for his later reformation, that was a story for another time. Like Oolong, Yuan Chengan believed that Yamcha also needed to face the judgment of the law first, of course, along with his accomplice, the cat-like earthling Puar. In fact, there was another important factor that Yuan Chengan hadn't realized. Deep down, he was afraid that Bulma would be taken away by Yamcha. Yuan Chengan walked over to Yamcha while thinking. At this moment, Yamcha was still a fresh-faced youth, with flowing hair, though his face was fierce. But compared to the current Yuan Chengan, he was far too weak.
"Aren't you afraid of me?"
Yamcha asked, sizing up the young man of similar age with interest. Yamcha naturally believed that this young man was no match for him. He was rarely challenged in this area. Whenever he made a move, he never failed. Yuan Chengan found Yamcha's overconfidence amusing. Even without using chi with just fists and feet, Yamcha would be no match for him. True battles don't require so much nonsense. In the next second, Yuan Chengan moved. Seeing Yuan Chengan move, Yamcha immediately raised his hands, settled into a horse stance, and thrust his right fist straight forward with powerful, precise force, following a disciplined form. Yuan Chengan slightly shifted his body, rolling to deflect the force, moving his shoulder and hip lightly to evade the straight punch, while keeping his center of gravity stable. Yamcha quickly withdrew his fist and launched a series of rapid punches, each one progressively stronger, with standard techniques integrating offense and defense. Yuan Chengan immediately sidestepped and glided his stance, agile, dodging every attack, raising his hand to lightly block Yamcha's forearm and precisely deflecting the impact. Yamcha twisted his waist and swept his palm in a horizontal chop. The palm went fierce, then smoothly transitioned into a forward elbow strike. Yuan Chengan immediately sank his waist to dodge, sidestep to close the distance, his wrist lightly probing to lock Yamcha's elbow joint, then pressing down slightly to break the rhythm of his attack. Yamcha quickly withdrew his elbow and stepped back, rapidly adjusting his footing, then spun and delivered a side kick straight to the center, the kick precise and powerful. Yuan Chengan instantly raised his knee to block his shin, accurately meeting the leg, force bounced back and stepped forward to close in. Yamcha quickly landed and steadied himself, raising his hands in a defensive stance, then immediately reached out to grab Yuan Chengan's shoulder, attempting to immobilize him. Yuan Chengan sidestepped to escape the control, twisted his waist to avoid the grab, quickly pressed his palm out, lightly tapped Yamcha's wrist, and dispersed the grabbing force. Yamcha instantly changed tactics, bending low to sweep at the lower body, the movement precise, and the target tricky. Yuan Chengan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaped up slightly to avoid the low sweep, and upon landing immediately pressed forward to close the combat distance. Yamcha rose and countered, alternating quick punches with a tight rhythm. Yuan Chengan did not directly meet Yamcha's brute force, constantly micro-adjusting his position, precisely filling the gaps between Yamcha's moves. Each dodge and block was extremely concise and efficient, without any unnecessary motion. Yamcha grew more frantic with his attack, shouting, "Langya Fon Fon Quan!" The combo strikes layered upon each other, his punches and kicks full of force, but gradually becoming rigid and sluggish. Taking advantage of a moment when Yamcha was rigid after a turning back fist, Yuan Chengan suddenly burst forward with swift steps, closing in tightly. Yuan Chengan bent his knee and sank his hips, delivering a precise side kick to the blind spot of Yamcha's knee with concentrated force, specifically targeting the center of gravity. Yamcha's lower body instantly lost balance, his body swaying violently, stumbling backward, and all his techniques completely collapsed. Before Yamcha could steady himself, Yuan Chengan followed up, raising his hand to seal off the upper body movements, pressing lightly to lock the space for Yamcha's torso. Yamcha forced himself to regain balance, gritted his teeth, and launched a wild counterattack, his hurried punches chaotic and weak. Yuan Chengan sidestepped the wild punches, blocked his forearm against Yamcha's arm, and with a clever twist completely locked his offensive and defensive posture. Yamcha's entire body's strength suddenly became stagnant, with no room to exert force, completely suppressed and unable to move. Bulma thought she would have to wait a long time, but only 15 minutes had passed when Yuan Chengan returned tying up one man and one cat. Yuan Chengan looked at the astonished Bulma through Yamcha and Puar into the back seat of the car, pointed at Yamcha and laughed.
I exchanged a few blows with this guy just now. These two are notorious bandits here. When we get to the town, we'll send them to the police station.
Hearing that they would be handed over to the police, Yamcha and Puar, bound and gagged, began to writhe frantically. Yuan Chengan paid them no mind and turned to Bulma.
Dear, are you tired? Should I drive?
Bulma shook her head.
No, you don't have a license. Let me drive.
Yuan Chengan had to agree, thinking to himself, I'll find a chance to get a driver's license. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by quickly. During these 3 days, Bulma and the others saw no sign of a town, showing how vast this stone forest desert was. 3 days later, guided by the dragon radar, Yuan Chengan, Bulma and the bound Yamcha and Puar successfully arrived at the territory of the Ox King on Flame Mountain. Bulma wiped her sweat and complained.
What kind of place is this? It's so hot.
At that moment, Yamcha in the back seat began to writhe violently again. Bulma asked curiously.
It seems this guy has something to say.
Yuan Chengan roughly removed the cloth gag from Yamcha's mouth. Yamcha gasped for breath and then complained.
What's wrong with you two? You haven't given us anything to eat for 3 days. It's so hot people will die.
Yuan Chengan immediately stuffed the cloth back into Yamcha's mouth, causing Yamcha to shake violently again. Then Yuan Chengan removed the cloth again, and Yamcha, enraged, shouted,
Damn it! Give me a drink of water first, and then I'll tell you where we are.
Bulma handed water to Yamcha, who gulped it down greedily. After drinking, he said slowly,
Don't go any further. This is the Ox King's territory. The Ox King is one of the disciples of the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. He is extremely powerful. See that palace on the mountain? That's the Ox King's treasure vault, where he stores all the loot he has plundered. It's proof of his strength.
Yuan Chengan glanced around the Flame Mountain. White bones lay scattered everywhere, but from the clothing on these bones, it was clear they belonged to bandits and the like. It seemed the Ox King was also engaged in the business of preying on the prey. Just then, in the nick of time, a huge axe came swinging down from above, aiming straight for Yuan Chengan's head. Bulma's eyes widened in shock, while Yamcha and Puar, bound and terrified, remained silent. If not for days without water, Yamcha would have already wet himself. Yuan Chengan tilted his head slightly, and the huge axe whisked past his head, smashing heavily into a nearby rock and embedding itself deeply. At the moment the giant axe fell, a massive figure also appeared before everyone. Yuan Chengan focused his gaze and saw the man wearing a horned helmet adorned with feathers, a black eye mask, a thick beard, a white cape, and a towering, imposing physique, none other than the Ox King. Yuan Chengan showed no fear, looking up and asking,
Uncle, who are you?
The Ox King was angered by the boy's calmness, and was about to explode, but unexpectedly Yuan Chengan suddenly shouted,
Gui Bai Qigong Bo.
The Ox King's face changed drastically.
Gui Bai Qigong. How do you know Gui Bai Qigong?
Yuan Chengan replied calmly,
Sun Wufan is my grandfather and my master.
Hearing the name,
Sun Wufan,
the Ox King was thunderstruck, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Is senior brother Wufan well?
Yuan Chengan nodded.
He reads beauty magazines every day. He's in great shape.
This fearsome villain of the region actually wiped his tears and laughed.
I still remember the days when we studied under the Turtle Immortal Master Wu Tian. The Turtle Immortal you mentioned, is he the old man carrying a turtle shell?
Bulma asked from the side.
What? You've met Master Wu Tian?
Bulma was surprised that the Ox King excitedly asked.
Do you know where Master Wu Tian lives? How is he now?
Bulma could not understand why this great villain would show such respect to an old man. The Ox King calmed his excitement and explained to Yuan Chengan and Bulma.
Master Wu Tian is my most respected teacher. The reason I'm here is that my castle is besieged by a great fire. If you know where Master Wu Tian is, I hope you can ask him for help. You want to borrow the Baju fan, right?
Yuan Chengan said flatly. The Ox King was startled.
You know about the Baju fan?
Yuan Chengan waved his hand.
Forget about the Baju fan, it's already broken. But I know you wanted to borrow it to extinguish the flames on this mountain. I can help you with that. However, I have one condition.
The Ox King listened quietly, and when Yuan Chengan casually mentioned the condition, he became curious and asked,
What condition?
Yuan Chengan did not answer the Ox Demon King's question. Instead, he asked again,
Uncle Master, where did all the treasures in your castle come from?
The Ox Demon King replied with pride,
Naturally, I seized them from pirates and bandits.
Yuan Chengan continued,
And where did those pirates and bandits get their treasures?
The Ox Demon King thought for a moment before saying,
Naturally, they robbed ordinary folks.
Yuan Chengan said,
If I put out the fire, would you be willing to distribute these treasures to the villagers' Uncle Master? Master often said that Grandmaster taught us that learning martial arts is for punishing evil and promoting good.
These words made the Ox Demon King feel deeply ashamed. He was silent for a long time as if making a difficult sacrifice, then said,
Fine, I agree.
Hearing the Ox Demon King's consent, Yuan Chengan was not surprised at all. After all, without his help in extinguishing the fire, the treasures in the Flame Mountain Castle would have been as good as non-existent. So Yuan Chengan immediately took action and said,
Rest assured, Uncle Master, I'll use the Kamehameha to put out the fire right away. Kamehameha? You actually know Master's Kamehameha?
The Ox Demon King exclaimed excitedly. Yamcha thought to himself, with a grave expression,
The Kamehameha is a technique that releases the latent energy condensed in the abdominal cavity in one burst. This is Master Matato's ultimate move. I never imagined I would witness it with my own eyes.
Yuan Chengan brought his hands together and shouted,
Kamehameha wave!
With a deep roar, he thrust both arms forward with all his might. His expression was tense, his gaze locked firmly ahead, and a blindingly brilliant light suddenly burst from his palms. A vast and powerful energy erupted from his palms, violently tearing and distorting the airflow, and a series of dull ear-splitting sounds echoed all around. Everyone's eyes gathered, their faces showing focused attention. A massive beam of light shot from Yuan Chengan's hands, speeding straight toward the castle. Paying no heed to the reactions of the others, Yuan Chengan gradually increased the power of the Kamehameha in his hands. Soon the great fire ravaging the Ox Demon King's castle was extinguished. Having learned from the Turtle Hermit's mistake, Yuan Chengan did not use the full force of the Kamehameha from the start. By slowly increasing the power, he ensured the entire castle would not be blown apart. Seeing the castle fire extinguished, the Ox Demon King was overjoyed and said happily,
Brother Son Gohan truly taught a fine disciple.
Having weathered the trials of life, Yuan Chengan was well versed in the ways of the world. After helping others accomplish a task, he habitually displayed a state of exhaustion as if he had expended great effort. His brows drooped, his body leaned slightly forward, exuding a heavy sense of fatigue. He spoke wearily.
Please honor your promise, Uncle Master.
Then shifting his tone, he added,
By the way, Uncle Master, we came here searching for a sphere called the Dragon Ball.
The Ox Demon King watched Yuan Chengan's demeanor suddenly transform, the young man becoming spirited and energetic. Frowning slightly, he silently grumbled in his heart, realizing that the appearance of exhaustion had been nothing but a deliberate act. Composing himself, the Ox Demon King took the initiative to ask,
Dragon Ball. What is that?
Yuan Chengan noticed the Ox Demon King's gaze, and sensed that his earlier act might have been too transparent. He immediately restrained his expression, resumed his weary demeanor, and spoke haltingly, describing the shape and appearance of the sphere. After a pause, he continued,
That sphere is inside your castle. We will take the Dragon Ball, Uncle Master. You won't object, will you?
The Ox Demon King grumbled inwardly, fully aware that Yuan Chengan was putting on an act. Given the disparity in their strength, even if he voiced his opposition, it would be futile. He waved his hand lightly, forced a hearty laugh, and said placatingly,
Ha ha! Since my nephew helped extinguish the fire, I naturally have no objection. If you fancy anything, just take it.
Hearing the Ox Demon King's response, Yuan Chengan pretended to muster his energy with difficulty. He turned his head slowly toward Bulma and said,
Bulma, the dragon radar.
Bulma's face showed concern, her heart troubled by Yuan Chengan's condition. She quickly asked,
Chengan, are you all right?
As she spoke, she kept her hands moving slowly, handing the dragon radar to Yuan Chengan, her gaze never leaving his state. Yuan Chengan reached out and took the dragon radar, holding it steadily. He tilted his head slightly, and secretly winked playfully at Bulma. Bulma instantly understood his intention, and discreetly composed herself. She thought to herself that she had always understood the ways of the world, but her excessive worry for Yuan Chengan had momentarily clouded her judgment. Yet Yuan Chengan was her beloved partner, and such genuine concern was only natural. Soon Yuan Chengan flew through the air, and arrived at the eastern area of the Flame Mountain Castle. He surveyed the surrounding architecture, moved slowly, searched carefully, and successfully located the target Dragon Ball. As his eyes swept over the various treasures piled in the castle, he felt a stir in his heart. He pondered silently for a moment, judging that the Ox Demon King would not voluntarily distribute these valuables to the people. An idea formed in his mind. He might as well store all the treasures in a capsule. Later he could personally distribute the wealth to the impoverished villagers in the surrounding area, which would be a more appropriate course of action. Having made up his mind, Yuan Chengan immediately took out his capsule. Without pausing, he stored all kinds of treasures into the capsule one after another. In a short while the treasures stored in the castle were completely collected, leaving the place empty. Not even a single table, chair, pot, or bowl was left behind. Yuan Chengan glanced at the empty treasure chamber, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
He's so clean. Who knew I had a talent for being a janitor? And maybe Uncle Master Ox Demon King will even thank me for cleaning his castle.
With those words, Yuan Chengan moved and flew straight out of the castle. In no time, he was back beside the Ox Demon King. He looked at the Ox Demon King with a puzzled expression and asked,
Uncle Master Ox Demon King, it's strange. Your castle is empty except for the Dragon Ball. What happened to everything?
The Ox Demon King saw that Yuan Chengan was rather cheerful, with none of the sickly demeanor from before. He realized something was wrong and concluded that Yuan Chengan must have used a capsule to take all his accumulated treasures. He himself had often plundered goods, so he was well aware of such tricks. Now that his possessions were all taken by Yuan Chengan, though immensely reluctant, he could not show his dissatisfaction. Yuan Chengan's strength far surpassed his own. In this situation, the Ox Demon King neither could nor would actively provoke a conflict with Yuan Chengan. The Ox Demon King shifted his facial muscles, forcing an awkward smile, and replied to Yuan Chengan.
There were never any treasures inside. Those are all slanders from outsiders.
Yuan Chengan found these words amusing.
I'll believe you if I want to. If it weren't for the fact that the place was full of treasures just now, I might have believed you.
But since the Ox Demon King chose to say, so it seemed, he had tacitly accepted Yuan Chengan's taking of all the treasures. Yuan Chengan played along with the Ox Demon King's words.
Exactly. How could these people be so wicked, spreading rumors about you, Uncle Master? Is being fierce looking a crime?
The Ox Demon King's brow showed a trace of anger, his face stiff. He was utterly helpless in this situation, and only wished to send Yuan Chengan away as soon as possible. Yuan Chengan turned to look at Bulma beside him, his brows relaxed, a bright smile on his face.
Bulma, it's the 7-star Dragon Ball.
Bulma, seeing Yuan Chengan's radiant demeanor, felt relieved. It seemed he had really been pretending. She also said with excitement,
Yeah. Only one more to go.
Since they had successfully obtained the Dragon Ball, and taken all the treasures, Yuan Chengan naturally had no intention of staying any longer. His expression turned serious and grave. He pointed at Yamcha and Puar in the back seat of the car, and said to the Ox Demon King,
Oh, by the way, Uncle Master, these two are bandits who tried to rob us. Please help me escort them to the police station. The two of us still need to search for the next Dragon Ball.
The Ox Demon King grumbled inwardly, Are you kidding me? You want me to go to the police station? That's like sending me to my own doom. Despite his immense reluctance, he still slapped his chest, forced a hearty laugh, and replied loudly,
No problem, leave it to me.
Hearing the Ox Demon King's ready agreement, Yuan Chengan reminded him again, his tone serious.
Uncle Master, you must remember to lock them up. I don't care how many people they robbed before, but they tried to rob me and my wife. You must take them to the police station. I'm counting on you.
The Ox Demon King looked at Yuan Chengan's earnest expression, feeling utterly helpless inside. He thought to himself that after Yuan Chengan left, he would still have to go to the police station personally. He consoled himself that the police wouldn't dare to trouble him. Although he had a fearsome reputation, he usually kept to himself, and never stirred up trouble, so they wouldn't dare to cause him any problems. With that thought, the Ox Demon King nodded heavily in response.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
As he spoke, he bent down, grabbed Yamcha and Puar, and lifted them up. With a flick of his hand, he threw them heavily onto the ground at his feet. Seeing that the Ox Demon King had solemnly accepted the task, Yuan Chengan immediately bowed to bid farewell.
Then I'll see you next time, Uncle Master. My wife and I will come to visit you again when we have time.
The Ox Demon King could hardly wait for these two troublesome people to leave his territory. He showed no displeasure on his face, and still replied,
Sure, come anytime.
After watching Yuan Chengan's figure disappear into the distance, the Ox Demon King kicked Yamcha on the ground twice.
Let's go! We're going to the police station now.
The Ox Demon King brought Yamcha and Puar all the way to the police station. When the officers inside saw the Ox Demon King appear, their bodies tensed involuntarily, their expressions nervous and fearful. The Ox Demon King casually tossed Yamcha and Puar onto the ground. He looked at the officer in front of him and said in a deep voice,
You take good care of these two. If you dare to let them cause trouble, I'll personally come back and catch them again.
None of the officers dared to speak. They all knew that the Ox Demon King had long dominated Flame Mountain, acted aggressively, and had committed many violent acts in the past. A leading officer quickly stepped forward and replied respectfully,
Rest assured, we will handle it fairly.
The Ox Demon King didn't like dealing with these police either. He nodded slightly, and said with a serious expression,
I hope so.
After finishing all the business at the police station, the Ox Demon King returned alone to Flame Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he looked up at the castle surrounded by mountain flames, stood still, and remained motionless. Meanwhile, Yuan Chengan and Bulma formally took their leave of the Ox Demon King and resumed their journey in search of the Dragon Balls. As they drove forward, they stopped frequently to distribute the treasures they had collected to the poor villagers they encountered along the way. Yuan Chengan knew that his actions could not fundamentally change the plight of the poor. But so what? He could help one person at a time. Moreover, these treasures held little value for him. What he wanted most now was the Dragon Balls. They were the true golden key. Thus Yuan Chengan and Bulma continued to assist the needy along the roadside, while rapidly advancing toward the location of the last Dragon Ball. After a short while of fast travel, the surrounding landscape gradually changed. Huge mushroom-like vegetation came into view one after another. They sped forward and eventually entered this giant mushroom forest. In the giant mushroom forest, a black-haired woman stood atop a massive mushroom. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her gaze was cold and sharp. She wore a white high-collared trench coat, and black boots, held a gun with her arms crossed, and exuded a cool and elegant aura. She spoke into a walkie-talkie.
Reporting to the boss in the northern suburbs, section 15, a car is driving past.
A voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie.
That must be him. My start the plan.
The woman named Mai replied.
Got it.
Then, standing on the giant mushroom, Mai confirmed with her partner Shu.
Shu, do you see the car?
Shu, a dog-like earthling wearing a ninja outfit and carrying a katana, sat inside a giant robot and answered.
Yeah, I see it. Those guys are carrying Dragon Balls.
Mai's confident voice came through the communicator. She had already locked onto the two targets, Yuan Chengan and Bulma, from a high vantage point. Hearing Mai's words, Shu immediately operated the robot to launch a missile toward the coordinates Mai had provided. The missiles mounted on the giant robot's back released their locking buckles one by one. A scorching jet of flame erupted from the missile's tail, and the powerful thrust sent it away from the robot's back, the missile soaring into the air. After ascending, it quickly adjusted its flight angle. Its onboard navigation system continuously tracked the target coordinates, and it followed the planned route steadily. The missile maintained a low-altitude cruise, adjusting its altitude according to the terrain, and steadily approached the direction of Yuan Chengan and Bulma. The moment the missile was launched, Yuan Chengan spotted the distant glint of light. To be precise, he had sensed Mai's presence and locked onto her position the moment she appeared. The next instant, Yuan Chengan's gaze swept across the field of vision ahead, and he saw a black dot approaching from afar, its outline rapidly expanding, hurtling straight toward him and Bulma. In an instant, Yuan Chengan stopped the motorcycle in the middle of the road and vanished from his seat the next moment. With a calm demeanor and no hesitation, he leaped into the air. He parted his lips and exhaled, sending a powerful blast of air forward, charging straight at the approaching black dot. The two forces collided violently, and a dazzling fireball erupted in midair. Yuan Chengan's figure flickered in place. The next second, he appeared in front of the robot she was piloting. She was startled by the young man's sudden appearance. With a light kick from the young man, the robot instantly shattered into pieces. Shu stared at the youth in terror, stammering, "Don't come near me!" Yuan Chengan looked at the dog-like earthling before him, his gaze examining him carefully. A flicker of recognition crossed his face, and he felt a sense of familiarity. He thought to himself, isn't this the dog from the Pilaf gang? The woman, the dog, and the midget. Mai, standing on the giant mushroom, saw this, and felt a surge of disbelief. She quickly said into the walkie-talkie, "Boss, the plan failed. Shu has been captured." Yuan Chengan grabbed Shu. The next second, carrying Shu, he appeared in front of Mai, who was still holding the walkie-talkie. Before Mai could react, he knocked her unconscious. Yuan Chengan looked at Mai, studying her quietly. He silently marveled Mai truly had a stunning figure, curvy, a perfect 9-head proportion, and a beauty that could topple kingdoms. No wonder that, after she regained her youthful appearance, she would capture Trunks' heart. But Mai and Trunks together. That's truly a case of an old cow eating tender grass. As these thoughts swirled, a faint blush crept onto Yuan Chengan's cheeks. In truth, wasn't he also an old cow eating tender grass? He had transmigrated at the age of 30. If calculated by actual age, he was now over 40. Compared to that, there was no significant difference between him and Mai. It was better not to dwell on thoughts that were unfavorable to himself. After tying Mai and Shu together, Yuan Chengan carried them to Bulma. Bulma had been curious when Yuan Chengan disappeared, and now that he returned with two people, her curiosity deepened. She looked at Yuan Chengan and asked, "Who are these two?" Yuan Chengan's expression was calm and steady, a reassuring smile on his face. "This gang is also searching for the Dragon Balls. They just fired a missile at us." "What?" Bulma, who had initially felt some sympathy for the two bound and pitiful figures, was instantly angered. She never expected such malice from these people. If it weren't for Yuan Chengan, she, the beautiful and brilliant woman, might now be a cold corpse. At that moment, Pilaf's voice came from the other end of Mai's walkie-talkie. "Don't hurt Mai and Shu. We can negotiate any terms." Seeing Pilaf's panic, Yuan Chengan said with a mischievous tone, "Pilaf, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Mai and Shu, would you?" Pilaf paced back and forth. He had originally thought this would be an easy job. He never expected the opponent to be so powerful. Now he had lost both his pawns and his gains. The matter of the Dragon Balls would have to be reconsidered. The priority was to ransom Mai and Shu. With that in mind, Pilaf replied, "What conditions do you want? Name them." "I want the Dragon Ball in your possession. Don't tell me you don't have it. I know the last Dragon Ball is with you," Yuan Chengan said with full confidence. When there was no response from Pilaf's end, Yuan Chengan added, "If you don't give it, it's fine. I've already locked onto your location. I can come and get it myself." Pilaf didn't believe Yuan Chengan's words, but he would grit his teeth and exchange the Dragon Ball for Mai and Shu. The three of them had lived together for so long they were like siblings, an inseparable family. Just as he was about to respond, Yuan Chengan had somehow appeared right in front of him. Pilaf stared at Yuan Chengan in disbelief, stammering, You? How did you find me? Is it hard to find you?" Yuan Chengan had no intention of explaining. Even if he did, Zoe Fan would still struggle to comprehend the concept of chi. Casually flipping through the Dragon Ball radar, Yuan Chengan quickly located the final Dragon Ball. Seeing Yuan Chengan easily find the Dragon Ball, Zoe Fan's face was filled with disbelief. In a panic, he rushed toward Yuan Chengan, ignoring whether he could even defeat him. Just as he was halfway, Zoe Fan collapsed on the spot. Yuan Chengan appeared behind Zoe Fan, retracting his hand-chopping strike, and said, "It's better to take these people to the police station before making a wish to avoid any further complications." Having tied up Zoe Fan, he carried him to Bulma. "This is their leader," Yuan Chengan said. Bulma looked at Zoe Fan and laughed. "He's so cute. I've also found the last Dragon Ball." With that, Yuan Chengan produced the final Dragon Ball. Bulma said happily, "That's wonderful.
I plan to first take these three to the police station, then find a secluded place to make a wish.
Bulma nodded.
Whatever you say.
2 days after sending Zawi Fan and his group to the police station, Bulma and Yuan Chengan appeared in a desolate stone forest. Yuan Chengan shouted at the 7 dragon balls laid on the ground.
Come forth, Shenlong. Grant my wish.
The 7 spheres instantly erupted with blinding light, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky.
Roar!
With a deafening roar, the sky darkened. A giant dragon covered in scales with sharp claws spiraled out from the light pillar. It was the legendary Shenlong. Its enormous eyes overlooked the earth, and its dragon's might made the entire world tremble. Bulma was trembling with fear. To be honest, Yuan Chengan was also seeing Shenlong for the first time, and was startled, but he forced himself to stay calm and stared at Shenlong. Shenlong's gaze swept over the two. Though expressionless, it seemed to carry a hint of disdain.
Come, make your wish.
Shenlong's voice was deep and majestic, as if carrying an unquestionable power echoing in the void. It tilted its head slightly, and spoke to the 2 figures below, frozen in shock.
I will grant you one wish.
Yuan Chengan organized his thoughts. He had already thought of that wish. Shenlong could not grant wishes more powerful than its creator, but he could exploit a loophole to bypass the creator. Yuan Chengan said,
Shenlong, please grant Bulma and me the same physique as Majin Pu Wu.
Shenlong's eyes emitted a bright red light and said,
Your wish has been granted.
Yuan Chengan checked his own body, and found that his body could indeed deform freely like Majin Pu Wu. He was a bit excited. As he guessed, Majin Pu Wu was a magical creation of the great demon realms, which, the Dragon Balls, as the intelligent crystallization of the Namek planet beings, original inhabitants of the great demon realm and descendants of the dragon god, could indeed achieve the same thing.
Farewell.
With these 2 words, Shenlong turned into a stream of light, and completely disappeared into the night sky. The Dragon Balls also scattered and flew away.
What wish did you just make?
Bulma asked curiously. Yuan Chengan laughed heartily.
Bulma, for a long time to come we two will be the strongest people in the world.
Really? Bulma said in disbelief. In fact, Bulma didn't have much obsession with becoming stronger.
Really, you can now fire a chi blast just like me.
Saying this, Yuan Chengan fired a chi blast at a rock. Bulma also tried to fire one, and sure enough, she could also shoot a chi blast. However, Bulma couldn't control her strength, and blasted a huge crater in the ground. Yuan Chengan was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself that he had been careless, and quickly said,
Bulma, don't you still have more than 20 days before school starts? How about we train together these days? If this power is not controlled properly, it can kill.
Bulma also felt a bit frightened and quickly replied,
Okay. Whatever you say.
On the other side, Sun Wukong was sent directly by Sun Wufan to train under Turtle Hermit. Although Sun Wufan was also a martial arts master, compared to the Master Turtle Hermit, Sun Wufan felt he was not as good. Time passed slowly, and soon 8 months went by. Age 750, May 7th, the opening ceremony of the world's greatest martial arts tournament.
Bulma, are you really not going to participate in the tournament? With your current strength, you can at most lose to me, and taking the runner-up would be a breeze.
Yuan Chengan inquired. Bulma waved her hand.
No. How can a lady engage in fighting and killing?
In these 8 months, under Yuan Chengan's training, Bulma had learned to freely control the chi within her body, and also mastered the sky dance technique. However, rather than flying on her own, Bulma preferred Yuan Chengan carrying her on his back. Under Bulma's guidance, Yuan Chengan also learned to repair the Dragon Ball radar. Now, if he tried to build a Dragon Ball radar from scratch, he could barely manage it. The hot tropical wind mixed with the noisy crowd stirred the venue of the
world's greatest martial arts tournament
into a fervent atmosphere. The host held a red megaphone and announced loudly from a high place,
The preliminary rounds are about to begin. All contestants please enter the martial arts hall.
Turtle Hermit Sun Wukong and Kulin squeezed through the crowd. Sun Wukong and Kulin wore small suits and fedora hats, looking like 2 little adults. Turtle Hermit, dressed in a black suit, red tie, sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed hat, deliberately hid his identity. Kulin asked curiously,
Are we really going to participate?
Turtle Hermit stroked his white beard and pretended to be profound.
Sort of.
The venue was packed with people. Someone exclaimed,
"So many contestants."
Others worried.
"The preliminary venue is so crowded, don't get lost."
Turtle Hermit led his 2 disciples to the registration desk. The staff looked up at them and asked with a smile,
"Are you sure you want to participate?"
Son Wukong, following behind Turtle Hermit, smiled with eyes full of excitement and anticipation.
"No, sort of."
At that moment, Yuan Chengan and Bulma appeared behind the 3. Because they had suppressed their auras, even Turtle Hermit didn't sense them. The sudden appearance of the 2 startled Turtle Hermit. He thought to himself,
"What's with these 2? They seem to not exist."
Seeing that it was Yuan Chengan, Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly,
"Senior brother Yuan Chengan, long time no see. I've missed you so much."
With that, Son Wukong hugged Yuan Chengan's leg. Yuan Chengan laughed, grabbed Son Wukong's tail, and lifted him up. He also laughed.
"You little rascal, you've indeed trained away the weakness of your tail."
At this, Son Wukong became even more excited and laughed heartily.
"Uh-huh. Every time we spar, you always cheat by grabbing my tail. This time you have no chance."
Yuan Chengan smiled faintly.
"Then senior brother will wait and see."
He then flicked his finger across Son Wukong's nose. Yuan Chengan had also met Gixianren once before. Originally, Gixianren had planned to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament under the pseudonym Chung Long, to teach Son Wukong and Kellen the lesson that there is always someone stronger. However, Yuan Chengan's appearance made Gixianren realize that he no longer needed to go to such trouble. The tropical sun blazed down on the thatched roof of the
competition dojo,
and the air was thick with sweat and tension. Gixianren opened his suitcase in a corner of the dojo and pulled out his iconic Guatian-style martial arts uniform. He said to Wukong and Kellen seriously,
"That outfit is not suitable for competition. Put this on."
He paused and added,
"I can only accompany you this far, but you must work hard."
Wukong and Kellen nodded vigorously.
"Yes."
The 2 changed into red martial arts uniforms with black belts embroidered with the character Turtle on the chest. Wukong excitedly struck a fighting pose and Kellen followed suit. Wukong laughed triumphantly.
"How impressive."
Kellen also smiled and said,
"It's quite flashy. If I lose, it'll be really embarrassing."
Yuan Chengan also took out a martial arts uniform embroidered with the character Turtle and said apologetically to Gixianren,
"Grandmaster, do you mind if I wear this?"
Gixianren laughed heartily.
"Very well, very well."
He was very pleased that Yuan Chengan acknowledged the Guatian school. Just then a commotion arose outside the dojo. A burly man stood with his hands on his hips, muttering discontentedly.
"Wow! Are all these people contestants?"
Kellen sighed as he looked at the many towering competitors.
"I am starting to lose confidence."
Wukong and Kellen squeezed through the crowd, observing the diverse opponents around them. Tall humans and animal-type earthlings, like foxes, all exuding formidable presence. Gixianren stood aside looking at his 2 disciples, and said earnestly,
"Only the 8 contestants who prevail in the preliminary rounds will be able to compete in front of the audience. I hope to see you among the audience."
Wukong and Kellen exchanged glances, and replied in unison,
"Yes. We will do our best."
As the dojo gates slowly opened, countless contestants flooded into the arena like a tidal wave. Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary round divided the contestants into 4 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing. Ultimately, only 8 would make it to the finals, making the selection extremely rigorous. On the podium, the white-haired and white-bearded chief referee picked up the microphone and solemnly announced,
"We will now proceed with the drawing of lots 1 by 1. Please take your seats according to your numbers, and go to your respective groups to prepare."
Wukong and Kellen squeezed through the crowd, clutching their number tags. Kellen asked nervously,
"Wukong, what's your number?"
Wukong shook the slip in his hand.
"I'm number 70.
Kellen breathed a sigh of relief.
"I'm number 93. Senior brother, what's your number?"
Son Wukong suddenly asked Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan glanced at his number tag and said,
"I'm number 13, so I'm in a different group from you."
At this, Son Wukong and Kellen went to check the grouping table, and found that Wukong was in Group 3 and Kellen in Group 4. Kellen said disappointedly to Son Wukong,
"I really don't want to fight you."
Wukong patted him on the shoulder and comforted him.
Even though we're in the same group, your number is quite far from mine, so we probably won't meet.
Meanwhile, the chief referee began explaining the rules.
The matches will be conducted one-on-one on the arena. If a contestant is knocked out of the ring, concedes, or if there is no winner after 1 minute, the judges will decide the outcome. The use of weapons and killing opponents are prohibited.
As the drawing of lots concluded, the contestants from each group made their way to the arena. Wukong and Kellen exchanged glances, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Kellen and Wukong were warming up by the arena, looking at the sea of people. Kellen said uneasily,
Master Gixianren never taught us any martial arts techniques.
Wukong grinned.
It's okay. We have already trained according to the master's instructions.
Kellen nodded, immediately silently encouraging himself, then straightened up and said,
It's really good that I don't have to fight you. If I think about it seriously, would it be okay if we got eliminated from the start?
Soon Wukong's match began. The referee announced loudly,
All right. The third group preliminary round begins. Contestants number 70 and 69, please come to the stage.
Wukong leaped onto the ring. Kellen clenched his fists and shouted from below,
Wukong, go for it.
Wukong turned back and gave an, okay, gesture. Among the spectators, a muscular man saw the small Wukong and laughed scornfully.
That little brat actually intends to compete. Damn. That guy number 69 got lucky.
Meanwhile, Wukong's opponent, a burly sumo wrestler, was looking at him contemptuously and sneered.
What is this kid? Winning against such a little runt is nothing to be happy about.
Wukong, however, was unfazed, just assuming his stance with eyes as sharp as an eagle's.
1 minute limit. Begin.
At the referee's command, the sumo wrestler lunged at Wukong, but Wukong dodged like a gust of wind and threw a punch. The sumo wrestler didn't even have a chance to react before being sent flying out of the ring. The surrounding spectators erupted in gasps. No one expected that this seemingly weak child possessed such astonishing power. Below the ring, the burly sumo wrestler was rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach and moaning.
Pain. It hurts so much.
The referee raised his arm and announced loudly,
Number 70 wins.
Wukong won easily, and the crowd erupted in exclamations. The muscular man who had mocked Wukong earlier now turned pale and sneered at the bald martial artist beside him.
This guy is a complete fool. He fell because he lost his balance. How ridiculous.
The bald martial artist frowned and murmured in confusion.
Just now. What exactly happened?
Kellen approached Wukong excitedly.
Hey, great. The opponent fell by himself.
Wukong shook his head and said seriously,
No. If the opponent is not very weak, don't use too much force.
Kellen said confusedly.
What are you talking about, Wukong?
Just then a discordant voice interrupted their conversation.
Isn't this Kellen?
Kellen looked up and saw that it was indeed his nightmare, the senior brothers from Duolin Temple, who had bullied him for years. Seeing Kellen, they teased him with a laugh.
It really is you.
The leading bald martial artist walked up to Kellen, patted his shoulder, and said mockingly,
Long time no see since you left Duolin Temple in tears. You're also here for the world's greatest martial arts tournament.
Kellen scratched his head awkwardly. When the senior brothers saw Kellen's expression and realized that he was indeed participating in the tournament, their faces changed, and they sneered.
You don't mean to enter this world's greatest martial arts tournament, do you?
Kellen clenched his fists and said firmly,
Yes. I am participating.
At this, one of Kellen's senior brothers noticed the number 93 on his tag and asked knowingly,
You're in the third group, right? What number?
Kellen replied timidly.
93.
The man laughed again.
You must be kidding. I advise you to give up early. You have no chance at all.
Kellen's face flushed red, while Wukong clenched his fists on the side. The senior brothers became even more smug and burst into laughter.
That's perfect. You don't know yet. Your opponent is me. How exciting.
After Kellen's senior brothers left, Yuan Chengan walked over to Kellen and Son Wukong. Yuan Chengan affectionately patted Son Wukong's head and asked,
How did the match go?
Son Wukong said excitedly.
I won the first match, senior brother. I find that the people here are even weaker than you.
Yuan Chengan was taken aback by Son Wukong's unexpected remark and felt a bit awkward. Indeed, whenever they sparred, Yuan Chengan always resorted to dirty tricks by grabbing Son Wukong's tail, which left Son Wukong with the impression that he was also weak. At this, Son Wukong asked again,
"Senior brother, how did your match go?"
Yuan Chengan patted his clothes and said,
"I haven't lost yet."
Son Wukong smiled innocently.
"Then keep it up, senior brother."
By the arena, Krillin's senior brother hypocritically shouted to him,
"Please go easy on me."
The surrounding disciples of the Duelin Temple also joined in the jeering, mocking Krillin's harsh attitude. Goku clenched his fists in anger and said to Krillin,
"Go all out against him. He always bullied you back at the temple."
But Krillin hesitated.
"No. That guy is strong. I might as well give up."
He looked at Goku in confusion.
"Didn't you just tell me to give it my all?"
Son Wukong replied confidently.
"Forget it, just try your best."
Soon the referee announced loudly,
"Next contestants number 93 and 94 please step onto the stage."
Krillin's legs trembled.
"It's my turn."
On the arena, Krillin's senior brother, a bald martial artist from Duelin Temple, boasted smugly to the disciples below,
"Hey, he's no match for the top fighter of Duelin Temple. That guy doesn't seem impressive. I can defeat him with one blow. It's been a while. I'll give him a good thrashing."
The disciples laughed along.
"Stop joking. Begin."
With the referee's signal, the bald martial artist lunged at Krillin, his fists whistling through the air. But Krillin didn't retreat as before. He recalled Master Roshi's teachings and Goku's encouragement, sidestepped swiftly, and threw a punch.
"Hiya!"
The bald martial artist didn't even have a chance to react before being blasted off the arena by Krillin's fist. The disciples of Duelin Temple were stunned, never expecting that the Krillin they once bullied so easily had become so powerful. As the tournament progressed, Yuan Chengan and the others smoothly secured their spots in the next round. Leaving the sub-arena, they entered the main venue where the World Martial Arts Tournament's main arena was packed with spectators, the platform gleaming under the sunlight. Krillin and Goku sprinted excitedly toward the arena. Goku shouted,
"Whoopee!"
Krillin, panting but beaming, exclaimed,
"Great, we made it."
Outside the arena, the crowd bustled. Krillin remarked,
"With so many people, it's hard to find Master Roshi."
Son Wukong kept asking passers-by,
"Excuse me, coming through."
Then he spotted a tall old man and approached him.
"Sir, can you help me?"
Though startled, the old man kindly agreed to Goku's request upon seeing the cute child. So Goku climbed onto the old man's shoulders to look around. His sharp eyes instantly spotted Master Roshi with Yuan Chengan and Bulma. Reaching Yuan Chengan, Goku asked curiously,
"Senior brother, how did you find Grandpa Turtle before me?"
Yuan Chengan grinned slyly, patting Goku's head.
"Why else would I be the senior brother, and you the junior?"
Then a loud announcement came over the speakers.
"The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. All 8 contestants please assemble at the main hall of the Martial Arts Temple."
Bulma stood in front of the crowd and called out to Yuan Chengan, Goku, and Krillin,
"You need to gather now."
Yuan Chengan leaped over the wall of the arena, and Goku and Krillin followed suit. After crossing the wall, Goku and Krillin climbed back up. Goku, perched on the wall, waved to Master Roshi.
"Bye, Grandpa Turtle. See you later."
Krillin waved too. Bulma gave a thumbs up and shouted to the three,
"Good luck."
A cat-like earthling appeared before Bulma. She asked curiously,
"Haven't we met before?"
The cat-like earthling Pua replied,
You're the woman with the man who took us to the police station."
Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses and stroking his white beard, pretended to be indifferent as he listened to their conversation. Bulma sighed helplessly.
"My partner is very principled. He believes wrongdoers should face justice. Since you've been released, it means you've atoned. I hope you'll live an honest life from now on."
Pua said flatly,
Got it. My master and I don't do that kind of stuff anymore."
Bulma was curious.
"Your master. So he's also here to compete?"
Pua nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Yuan Chengan, Goku, and Krillin encountered Yamcha on their way to the assembly. Yamcha, hands on his hips, smiled and asked,
"Yuan Chengan, you're here to compete too?"
Seeing Yuan Chengan nod, Yamcha mustered his courage.
"I won't lose to you this time."
Yuan Chengan just smiled without any response. Time had gone back to when Yamcha was first thrown into prison.
"Wasn't I killed by the Cybermen?"
Looking around anxiously, Yamcha asked again,
"What about the silence?"
Perplexed by his panic, Pooh said,
Master Yamcha, what's wrong?
Yamcha looked at Pooh and asked,
Pooh, where are the Scions?
Pooh grew worried.
Master Yamcha, don't scare me.
Sensing something off, Yamcha asked again,
Pooh, what year is it? Where are we?
Pooh quickly replied,
Master Yamcha, have you lost your memory? It's September 8th, age 749. We just got sentenced and locked up.
Then Pooh explained the whole story. Yamcha murmured to himself,
Yuan Chengan. Who is that?
Then he looked at Pooh.
What about Son Gohan and Bulma? Bulma went with that Yuan Chengan to find some Dragon Balls. As for the Son Gohan you mentioned, I don't know him.
Hearing Pooh say this, Yamcha recalled his previous experience. It seemed that the guy named Yuan Chengan had also reincarnated and stolen his opportunity. But now that he was reborn, he had mastered the training method of the Guardian. In this World Martial Arts Tournament, he would definitely win the championship and win back his Bulma. Back to the present, Yamcha stopped talking and stood to the side looking at the people before him. After months of training, Yamcha's combat power had already surpassed his previous life's peak. He believed that no one on Earth could match him now. A lecherous man nearby was harassing a woman, chuckling.
Miss, are you also a contestant?
As soon as he spoke, a foul stench filled the air. Wrinkling his nose, Goku covered his face.
So stinky.
A burly man covered in filth and wearing only underpants pushed through the crowd, laughing.
Ha ha, make way, make way.
Goku grimaced from the stench. Krillin wondered,
how can someone like that even be allowed to compete?
Yuan Chengan smiled and replied,
naturally, it's because his stench makes people avoid him. Yamcha pinched his nose, also complaining with disgust.
This guy's strength is astonishingly huge, and what's more terrifying is that he hasn't taken a bath since birth. That stench is simply super stinky.
Yukon also frowned, vigorously fanning the air.
It's so stinky that one has to pinch their nose. Attack while the opponent is affected by the smell and limited in movement.
The people around also chimed in, and the scene erupted in laughter. The host, wearing sunglasses, forced back his discomfort and shouted,
all right, all contestants, please gather.
Son Gohan, whose sense of smell was as sharp as a dog's, couldn't stand the odor and couldn't help complaining.
I have a sense of smell as sharp as a dog's, I really can't take it.
The burly man emanating stench swaggered in. The host quickly stepped back, covering his nose, and said,
see, can you please stand a little farther away?
The burly man grinned, unconcerned. The draw session officially began. The host announced,
now we will proceed with the draw to determine the match order and opponents. When your name is called, please come out to draw.
The draw sheet clearly listed the quarterfinal matchups. The host began calling names.
Mr. Nanwu.
Nanwu responded.
Present.
The result of the first draw came quickly. This ascetic monk named Nanwu drew number 6. At the quarterfinal draw of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the host held a bracket and announced the match arrangements one by one. The third match is...
He pointed to the picture of the monster Jilin.
Mr. Jilin.
Jilin let out a low growl bearing sharp fangs.
The fourth match, number 8. Mr. Bacterium.
The burly man emanating stench drooled and laughed smugly.
Ho ho ho. The first match, number 2. Mr. Yamcha.
Yamcha stood up in response, his expression serious.
The second match, number 3. Mr. Kellen. Kellen excitedly raised his hand.
Hear, hear. The fourth match is number 7. Next. Mr. Swan Wudong.
The host called a name, but no one answered.
Is Mr. Swan Wudong not here? How strange, the number of people is clearly enough.
Yamcha came over to correct.
Shouldn't it be Son Gohan?
As soon as the host finished speaking, Yukon jumped up, raising his arm high.
Present.
His reaction made the whole audience laugh. Miss Law Fong couldn't help but tease.
Oh, what a lively little fellow.
The host then read,
the first match, number 1. Against Mr. Bacterium.
Kellen couldn't help but complain.
Huh? I have to fight this guy.
The stinky Bacterium let out an unpleasant laugh again. Yuan Chengan. Present.
With the last name called, all quarterfinal matchups were determined. A series of exciting duels were about to unfold on this arena. The quarterfinal matchups of the World Martial Arts Tournament were finally announced. The portraits of 8 martial artists on the poster exuded an imposing aura, with the title proclaiming,
"The competition finally begins."
8 martial artists aiming for the world's greatest.
First round, Kellen vs. Bacterium. The stinky Bacterium grinned viciously, while Kellen clenched his teeth, his eyes full of determination.
Second round, Yuan Chengan vs. Yamcha. Yuan Chengan looked relaxed while Yamcha clenched his fist. Third round, Nanwu vs. Lanfang. Nanwu looked serious while Lanfang wore a sly smile, as if confident. Fourth round, Son Wukong vs. Jilin. Wukong grinned widely, full of fighting spirit, while the monster Jilin bared sharp fangs as if letting out a low growl. The central bracket clearly showed the path to advancement. Upper half, Bacterium vs. Kellen, winner of Yuan Chengan vs. Yamcha. Lower half, Nanwu vs. Lanfang, winner of Son Wukong vs. Jilin. With the announcement of the bracket, the entire venue erupted. Every match was full of suspense, and the ultimate world's greatest would be born among these 8 strong warriors. The host walked onto the stage and announced loudly to the audience below,
"Dear audience who have traveled from afar, thank you for waiting. The first match between contestant Kellen and contestant Bacterium will begin shortly."
Then, holding the microphone, the host said solemnly,
"The winner of this tournament will receive a prize of 500,000. Before the first round begins, please invite the master of this martial arts temple to give a speech for this tournament."
Then the host called to the backstage,
"Please welcome the master." As soon as the words fell, a dog-like human master wearing a martial arts uniform walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and let out a
"Woof." The host, suppressing his embarrassment, bowed and said,
"Thank you."
The audience burst into laughter and applause. With the master's speech concluded, the official matches of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially began.
Now the first match officially begins. Please welcome the 2 contestants.
As soon as the host finished speaking, Kellen took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs leading to the arena, each step feeling particularly heavy. Wukong clenched his fist off stage and cheered loudly for him.
"Kellen, keep it up. You will definitely win." Kellen turned back and reluctantly responded, The audience buzzed with discussion, some covering their noses and complaining,
"Though we're looking forward to the match, it's really stinky."
Seeing Kellen step onto the arena, many spectators were surprised. Quite a few couldn't help but shout,
"What? That little squirt actually made it through."
On the other side, the host, holding a handkerchief to cover his nose, introduced with difficulty,
"This contestant Kellen is the second youngest participant in this tournament, only 13 years old. And this one with body odor is the contestant Bacterium, who has never taken a bath since birth."
Bacterium swayed his massive body onto the stage. An indescribable stench instantly filled the venue. The audience covered their noses and mouths, shouting,
"So stinky."
Kellen stood before his opponent feeling dizzy and finding it hard to breathe. The host again raised the microphone and announced loudly,
"Listen carefully. If you fall off this platform, it counts as a loss. After falling, if you are counted to 10, or if you beg for mercy from your opponent, it also counts as a loss. There is no time limit for the match."
The audience below covered their noses, letting out groans of,
"Ugh."
The stench from Bacterium was almost suffocating.
The host took a deep breath and shouted with all his might,
"First match begin."
The gong sounded loudly, and the match officially started. Bacterium grinned smugly, his stench spreading. Kellen stood opposite, frowning, struggling to breathe, only able to let out a muffled,
"Ugh."
Bacterium pressed forward step by step, each step intensifying the stench. Kellen fought off dizziness and assumed a fighting stance. The next moment, a memory that shouldn't exist appeared in Kellen's mind. He looked at the Bacterium before him in surprise and said,
"Wasn't I killed by Felisa? How did I end up here?"
Looking at everything before him, Kellen felt it all familiar. He murmured to himself,
"Isn't this the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Could it be? I have been reborn."
At that moment, the German let out a triumphant sneer, lunging at Krillin with his fists, reeking of foul odor.
"Hoo-ha!"
Krillin leaped into the air, easily evading the blow, as the arena floor shattered into a cloud of dust. The German licked his lips, drooling.
"Hee-hee, then taste my breath."
He suddenly opened his mouth wide, spewing an even more pungent stench.
"Huh!"
This scene had once been Krillin's nightmare, and even if it were truly a dream now, he had no desire to relive it. The crowd heard Krillin shout loudly, and with sheer force of will he knocked the germ man to the ground. After hitting the ground, the germ man immediately lost consciousness. The announcer, microphone in hand, strode onto the stage and declared loudly,
Krillin is truly formidable. He has successfully advanced from the first round.
Applause erupted from the audience, and someone marveled.
Though I have no idea what happened, it seems that little boy won.
Krillin looked around and spotted young Goku. He smiled at Goku, then whispered knowingly,
Is Master Roshi watching?
Goku and Krillin descended from the arena. Goku glanced around.
Over there, Grandpa Turtle is over there.
Krillin followed Goku's gaze, and indeed saw Master Roshi. Then furrowing his brow, he asked Goku,
Goku, where did that contestant named Jackie Chun go?
Goku sniffed, puzzled.
Huh? Jackie Chun? Who's that?
Krillin sighed helplessly.
Just as I thought, everything here is different from my childhood.
The announcer then addressed them.
Please return to the waiting room for now.
They both nodded.
Okay.
Soon the announcer raised the microphone again and announced to the entire audience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The second match is about to begin.
Microphone in hand, the announcer declared.
For the second match, we have Yuan Chengan versus Yamcha. Let's welcome both contestants.
As the words faded, Yamcha took a deep breath and said to Krillin and Goku beside him,
I'm going.
Though they didn't know him, the kind-hearted duo immediately cheered him on.
Yamcha, go for it.
Then Goku also said to Yuan Chengan,
Senior brother, you too.
Yuan Chengan nodded back.
I will, Goku.
Ever since joining the tournament, Yamcha had been observing Yuan Chengan. He was absolutely certain that in his previous life, there was no such person as Yuan Chengan. Yet in this life, this man had taken the place that should have belonged to Jackie Chun, forcing Yamcha to think more deeply. Moreover, this man was also Goku's senior brother, making him highly suspicious. According to Pur, he and Pur had ended up in prison because of this Yuan Chengan. Everything had shifted because of this man. What infuriated him most was that this detestable Yuan Chengan had also stolen his girlfriend Bulma. This gave Yamcha a compelling reason to defeat him. Lost in thought, Yamcha stepped onto the arena, while Yuan Chengan remained composed, strolling leisurely to the center. Krillin, watching Yuan Chengan's back, muttered,
Who is this guy? Never seen him before.
Below the stage, Pur and the others cheered excitedly for Yamcha.
Master Yamcha, you must win.
Meanwhile, Bulma cheered for Yuan Chengan.
Darling, you have to win. Knock down that scarf-wearing kid.
Having his girlfriend cheer for someone else to defeat him deeply wounded Yamcha. A bitter, unspeakable pain filled him. Yamcha clenched his fists and muttered under his breath,
Don't blame me.
Then the announcer formally introduced,
This is contestant Yamcha.
Yamcha stood on the stage, his expression stern. Next, the announcer pointed to the other contestant.
And this is contestant Yuan Chengan.
Yuan Chengan waved to the audience below. The crowd's murmurs grew louder as they watched the two contestants. With both in position, the second match was about to explode. The announcer, microphone in hand, declared,
The second match officially begins.
Yamcha stared at Yuan Chengan, feeling the release of his energy. He thought to himself,
This man clearly has the strength to compete in the tournament, yet he was completely unknown before. Where did he come from?
Curious about Yuan Chengan's strength, and having trained under the gods, Yamcha remained alert. Yamcha assumed a fighting stance, but Yuan Chengan stood still, making no move. Yamcha's heart tightened.
He's wide open, and I can't sense any fighting spirit. What? No stance.
He recalled a pre-match intelligence.
Word is he knocked out all his opponents in an instant during the preliminaries. But now I have over 1,000 battle power, and I can use the Kamehameha and the energy bullet, boosting my power 2 or even 3 times. I refuse to believe I can't beat you.
Yamcha's eyes sharpened, full of confidence, as he prepared to strike. Yuan Chengan remained calm and composed, as if everything was under control. With the announcer's command, the next second Yamcha was already outside the arena. Yamcha stared at the arena in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. He pondered,
Who is this guy?
Eliminating every candidate from his memory, Yamcha still couldn't figure out who this man was. Though the announcer was stunned, his experience kicked in, and he immediately declared,
Yamcha has fallen out of bounds. The winner of this match is Yuan Chengan.
Inside the arena, a bewildered Krillin asked Goku.
Goku, did you see what happened?
Goku shook his head.
No, I didn't.
Krillin added.
Your senior brother is terrifyingly strong, even stronger than Master Roshi.
Goku shook his head again.
Maybe so.
As he spoke, Goku clenched his fists, a hint of excitement in his voice.
I really want to fight senior brother now.
On the other side, Krillin, whose perception far exceeded that of most contestants, deeply understood Yuan Chengan's unfathomable depth. The burst of energy from Yamcha was abnormally powerful and unfamiliar, chilling to the core. The third match was won by Namu. The announcer, microphone in hand, declared,
Now the fourth match begins. Please welcome contestant Goku and contestant Jiren.
Someone asked curiously,
Who exactly is Jiren?
As the words fell, the monster Jiren burst out of the passage. Huge and rock-skinned, he let out a deafening roar.
Gwa!
The audience turned pale with fear.
My God, that thing is like a monster.
Bulma looked around.
Huh? Where's the other contestant Goku?
Jiren stood on the arena taunting Goku below with a roar. The announcer prompted.
Mr. Goku, are you here?
The monster Jiren sneered disdainfully.
Too scared to come out.
Yuan Chengan naturally knew that Son Wukong was taking a nap. Although he had been training with Son Wufan for so long, the child's carefree nature had not changed. He hoisted Son Wukong onto the stage, a sight that made Klin and Yamcha suspicious. This time both Klin and Yamcha were certain that Yuan Chengan, like themselves, was a reincarnator who knew the future. The host rushed over and urged,
Hurry up.
Wukong jolted awake, remembering he had a match. He sprang up with a quick flip, ran to the center of the ring, bowed to the audience, and smiled.
Sorry. I was just taking a nap. I'm Son Wukong, please look after me.
The audience burst into laughter. The spectators were eagerly anticipating Son Wukong's match. The host held the microphone and shouted with all his might.
Then the fourth match begins now.
The monster Jilan lunged at the just awakened Wukong, snarling,
You little brat, I'll beat you to a pulp.
Wukong effortlessly dodged left and right, chuckling softly. Enraged Jilan yelled,
Hey, look here.
Wukong tilted his head in confusion.
Huh?
Below the stage, someone noticed Wukong's outfit and wondered.
His clothes are just like Yuan Chengan and Klin's. Who are these kids?
Jilan suddenly attacked again, throwing a thunderous punch at Wukong. Wukong was ready, sidestepping swiftly and countering with a punch.
Ouch!
Jilan, caught off guard, stumbled back from the blow. Wukong pressed his advantage, charging forward. Jilan, furious, lunged again with a roaring punch. Wukong dodged effortlessly and delivered a kick.
Boom!
The kick landed squarely, sending Jilan's massive body flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall. The audience was stunned. No one expected such immense power from the seemingly innocent child. Son Wukong could have instantly defeated Jilan with a single kick, but he preferred to first match his opponent's strength before gradually increasing his own. To the spectators, the fight seemed evenly matched, drawing cheers. One audience member laughed.
This was really worth coming.
Jilan, enraged, charged again, swinging both fists like a gale. Wukong sidestepped and delivered a precise, heavy punch to Jilan's abdomen.
Huh?
Jilan's massive body froze, letting out a pained groan. Wukong pressed forward, shouting,
Yeah!
His speed left only a blur, and before Jilan could react, Wukong's head but struck him, sending his massive form crashing to the ground. Jilan struggled to his feet, disbelief in his eyes, while Wukong assumed a fighting stance. Jilan roared and charged again.
Wah!
Wukong leaped up, wrapped his tail around Jilan's arm, flipped, and landed gracefully with a soft
hiss.
Jilan, furious, charged again with powerful punches. Wukong ducked and swept his leg, hitting Jilan's ankle.
Boom!
Jilan's massive body lost balance and crashed to the ground. Wukong followed up with a headbutt to Jilan's abdomen. Jilan groaned in pain. Wukong nimbly circled him, landing rapid punches and kicks, leaving Jilan unable to retaliate. Jilan, dazed, could only moan, while Wukong grew more aggressive, finally grabbing the monster's tail and hurling him.
Wah!
Jilan's massive body flew out of the ring like a broken kite, crashing heavily. The host exclaimed in shock.
Wow! Mr. Son with his tiny frame has thrown Mr. Ji-Lan out of the ring. Mr. Son wins from a losing position.
Ji-Lan, astonished, flapped his wings and sneered.
Hee. I can fly, so leaving the ring doesn't mean I lose.
Yukong tilted his head, puzzled. The host explained.
Though Mr. Ji-Lan left the ring, he hasn't touched the ground, so it's not a loss.
Yukong suddenly understood.
Oh, so that's the rule.
As he pondered, Ji-Lan charged again with a fierce punch. Yukong no longer dodged. He took a deep breath, assumed a stance, and said calmly,
Then I'll have to make you surrender.
As he spoke, he dashed forward, fist raised. Ji-Lan prepared, shot out his long tongue like a snake wrapping around Yukong.
Hee. Boom!
Yukong, caught off guard, was hit hard by the unexpected tongue, stumbling backward. Ji-Lan struck again, this time entangling Yukong's body. Ji-Lan laughed triumphantly.
Ha ha, trapped by my saliva ring.
Yukong struggled but found himself bound tightly, letting out a muffled,
Wah! What is this?
Yukong was both shocked and furious, his body completely immobilized, unable to move a finger. Ji-Lan closed, and a cruel gleam in his eyes.
Can't move, can you?
Just as he approached Son, Yukong suddenly grinned slyly.
Hee. Fooled you.
He easily broke free from Ji-Lan's rubbery tongue and punched him in the stomach. The monster's eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed unconscious.
Referee, count him out.
The referee snapped to attention and began counting.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Son Yukong wins.
The host, microphone in hand, announced excitedly.
Son Yukong wins. Though small, his strength is astonishing.
Yukong proudly placed his hands on his hips, his tail wagging happily, letting out a cheerful
Hee.
Soon the host announced,
Now let's have a brief interview with the three contestants. Please welcome Yuan Chengan, Clen, and Son Yukong to the stage.
The three stepped up, and the host praised.
Congratulations to the semi-finalists. Especially these two young ones, they're truly remarkable. Clen is 13, and Son Yukong, how old are you?
The host handed the microphone to Yukong. He blinked and answered innocently.
I'm 12.
The audience erupted in murmurs. The host looked at Yuan Chengan, Kuririn, and Son Goku, asking with a puzzled expression.
You're all wearing the same Taoist robes. Which training hall exactly are you from?
Kuririn replied calmly.
We weren't trained at any hall Master Roshi taught us.
The host was so startled that his glasses flew off, and he exclaimed,
Master Roshi.
Exclamations erupted from the audience.
So it's Master Roshi. They've received his true teachings. No wonder these little guys are so formidable. And he's still alive after all.
The host, microphone in hand, asked again.
Contestant Kuririn.
Your fifth round is about to begin. Yuan Chengan is a formidable opponent. As fellow disciples of Master Roshi, who do you think will win?
Sorry. I haven't fought Yuan Chengan yet, so I'm not sure.
The host picked up the microphone again, handed it to Yuan Chengan, and said,
Contestant Yuan Chengan, who do you think will win?
Yuan Chengan said quietly,
That can only be determined after the fight. After all, there is always someone stronger, and there are heavens beyond heavens.
The host nodded.
It seems Yuan Chengan is a cautious and humble person.
Then the host turned to Son Goku and said,
Now please leave the ring, contestant Son Goku.
After Goku left the ring, the host announced,
Then the match begins.
As soon as the host finished speaking, Kuririn and Yuan Chengan stood facing each other in the center of the ring. Kuririn assumed a fighting stance, his eyes sharp, while Yuan Chengan stood with his hands behind his back, calm, and composed, his face expressionless.
Ha!
Kuririn made the first move, charging at Yuan Chengan with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Yuan Chengan was slightly surprised. Yamcha had already given him a different feeling earlier. He was prepared, sidestepping swiftly while countering with a punch.
Bang!
Kuririn was hit hard by the punch and sent stumbling backward. Enraged, Kuririn charged again, shouting,
Ya!
His fists and feet rained down on Yuan Chengan like a storm, each strike precise and powerful. Yuan Chengan, however, dodged left and right with ease, occasionally blocking with his arm, letting out a soft
Ha!
Kuririn grew more aggressive, and suddenly a sweeping kick accurately struck Yuan Chengan's ankle. But Yuan Chengan's body turned into a phantom and vanished. Contrary to the expected physical contact, Kieran hit nothing. Although Kieran had been reborn, his body hadn't. His awareness was there, but his body couldn't keep up. Kieran pressed the attack, charging forward again, and ramming his head into Yuan Chengan's abdomen. Yuan Chengan once again disappeared as a phantom. Having exhausted all his moves, Kieran had no choice but to shout, "Kamehameha!" A beam of light shot from Kieran's hands toward Yuan Chengan's face. This sight confirmed to Yuan Chengan that this Kieran was different from the original, and was very likely a reincarnator. Yuan Chengan vanished again. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Kieran. Yuan Chengan whispered softly into Kieran's ear, "Too slow, Kieran." The next moment Kieran was sent flying. Master Roshi, watching from the audience, was astonished. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe Kieran learned the Kamehameha." As Kieran was about to fall off the ring, he suddenly halted midair. Master Roshi was even more shocked. "Kieran even knows the Crane School's Bukujutsu." Son Goku was also stunned, shouting, "Kieran, how can you fly?" Back on the ring, Kieran wiped his sweat, assumed a stance, and said solemnly, "Senior brother Yuan Chengan, I won't hold back from now on." Before he finished, he charged at Yuan Chengan again, his fists whistling through the air. Yuan Chengan no longer dodged. He took a deep breath, spread his stance, and shouted, "Ha!" The next instant, Kieran was knocked unconscious by the overwhelming aura. Goku leaned over the edge of the ring, saying regretfully, "It's over." Meanwhile, the audience and the host counted together, 7, 8, 9. The host immediately announced loudly, 10. Contestant Kieran cannot get up. The winner is Yuan Chengan. The audience erupted in cheers. "What?" Yamcha was also stunned, murmuring, Such incredible control. He knocked Kieran out with just his aura, and without harming him." Bulma watched Yuan Chengan on the ring, her heart fluttering. This guy is even cooler." The host raised the microphone and announced, "The 6th match is about to begin. Please welcome contestant Son Goku and contestant Nam." Goku and Kieran were at the passageway, rubbing their fists. Kieran encouraged Goku. "Goku, you must make it to the finals and avenge me. You can definitely beat him." Goku grinned, full of fighting spirit. "Yeah, I'll do my best." As expected, Son Goku won the match. The host, microphone in hand, excitedly announced to the crowd, "Contestant Son Goku wins." Though small in stature, he put on a spectacular battle. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. "Wow!" Goku stood proudly with his hands on his hips, his tail wagging happily behind him. The host announced again, "And so he will finally face his fellow disciple Yuan Chengan, who has advanced to the finals with overwhelming strength to determine the champion." Master Roshi, watching Goku and Yuan Chengan, had a serious look in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Impressive. These two little ones, I'm no match for them now, not even for Yamcha." Could something major be happening in this world? Yamcha chimed in, Master Roshi, I never expected Yuan Chengan to be that strong. Do you think Goku will win?" Master Roshi shook his head. "I doubt it. Goku has almost no chance against this Yuan Chengan." Then Master Roshi looked at Yamcha and asked, "Who trained you?" "I saw your movements in the preliminaries. They are very similar to our turtle school style." Yamcha was greatly surprised and confessed, "Master Roshi, don't be shocked, but I'm a reincarnator." Meanwhile, the host said to the audience, "It's a pity, but contestant Nam put on a very impressive match." The audience applauded warmly again. Although Nam lost, he was convinced by Goku's skill. He walked up to Goku and sincerely said, "I was completely defeated. Congratulations, I hope you win the championship." Goku smiled back, "Yeah, thanks." Soon the host picked up the microphone again and excitedly announced, "Now, at last we've arrived at the final match that will determine the world's strongest. In 10 minutes, the curtain will rise on the final. The champion of this world martial arts tournament will be either Son Goku or Yuan Chengan." Nanwu was packing his belongings when Yuan Chengan approached and asked, "Aren't you going back to watch the match?" Nanwu shook his head. "I cannot afford to be at ease." Yuan Chengan nodded. "Ah, yes." Nanwu turned toward the villagers, his heart filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. All of you. I cannot live up to your expectations." Interrupting Nanwu's troubled thoughts, Yuan Chengan suddenly pulled a small capsule from his pocket and handed it to Nanwu. "Here. Nanwu took it in confusion.
Huh? What is this?
Yuan Chengan smiled and said,
It's already filled with water. See that button on the side? Press it and the water will come out. Take this back and the crisis in your village will be resolved. If it's not enough, you can come back for more. The water here is free.
Nanwu's eyes widened.
So miraculous.
A sudden realization dawned on Nanwu. He bowed deeply to Yuan Chengan.
I am Nanwu Master Yuan Chengan. Thank you.
Yuan Chengan waved his hand.
Goku, save your village.
Holding the capsule, Nanwu's eyes reignited with hope. He knew that as long as he had water, his village would be saved. 10 minutes passed quickly. The host stood in the center of the arena, microphone in hand, and announced loudly,
The final round of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin.
The crowd erupted into cheers of,
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Wukong and Yuan Chengan stood opposite each other on the arena. Wukong's tail twitched, his gaze sharp, while Yuan Chengan stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. Yuan Chengan looked at Wukong and thought to himself,
Foolish junior brother. Let your senior brother teach you a lesson.
He took a deep breath, suppressed his chi to match Wukong's level, assumed a fighting stance, and said in a low voice,
I won't go easy on you, Wukong.
Wukong also assumed a fighting stance, his eyes resolute.
Neither will I.
The host raised the microphone and shouted with all his might.
The final match begins.
In an instant the arena fell silent. The audience held their breath, watching intently. On the other side, Yuan Chengan let out a loud cry.
Huh?
A mighty aura swept across the venue like a storm, causing the very ground of the arena to tremble slightly. The audience, stunned by this pressure, even their breathing became cautious. The host, microphone in hand, announced excitedly to the crowd.
All right. The final round of the World Martial Arts Tournament has finally begun. Who will win the 500,000 prize? Will it be Yuan Chengan or Son Gohan?
The crowd erupted in cheers of,
Wow! Wow!
Yuan Chengan let out a fierce cry.
Hiya!
He charged at Wukong, his fists whistling through the air. Wukong, ready for the attack, leaped into the air, flipping and twisting with agility. Yuan Chengan's fist grazed past him and slammed into the ground with a loud
crack.
Using the momentum of his descent, Wukong kicked at Yuan Chengan's face. But Yuan Chengan vanished into thin air, and Wukong struck nothing. Yuan Chengan reappeared and threw a heavy punch at Wukong. Wukong leaped again, rolling continuously in midair to evade the deadly strike. After landing, Wukong assumed a fighting stance, his eyes sharp. Yuan Chengan also took a stance and said in a low voice,
It seems I'll have to show you a bit more.
Wukong grinned and shouted,
Ja ya!
He charged at Yuan Chengan again, his speed leaving only after images. Wukong roared,
Wah!
He leaped into the air, flipping and twisting, attempting to wrap his tail around Yuan Chengan's arm. Yuan Chengan was ready. He sidestepped swiftly and countered with a punch.
Bang!
Wukong was hit hard, stumbling backward. Yuan Chengan pressed his advantage, charging at Wukong again with a whistling fist. But Wukong leaped once more, wrapped his tail around Yuan Chengan's arm, used the momentum to flip, and landed steadily. Seeing this, Yuan Chengan lashed out with a whip-like kick, coiling toward Wukong like a venomous snake.
He. Bang!
Caught off guard, Wukong was struck hard by the unexpected kick, staggering backward. Wukong suddenly smirked cunningly and shouted,
Ja ya!
His speed left only after images. Yuan Chengan hurriedly dodged, causing Wukong's attack to miss, and his momentum carried him toward the edge of the arena. Below the arena, Kellen, with a calm expression, said to Yamcha and Gixianren beside him,
Wukong might fall out of the ring and lose.
Yamcha looked at Kellen and said,
Scion.
Kellen stared at Yamcha in shock.
Yamcha, you've been reborn too.
Yamcha nodded.
Let's talk after the match.
Kellen nodded firmly. On the arena, Yuan Chengan grabbed Wukong as he was about to fall out and threw him aside. Wukong slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had always thought his senior brother only knew how to grab his tail, but never imagined his true strength was this formidable. A glint of approval flashed in Yuan Chengan's eyes. He looked at Wukong and said in a low voice,
Not bad, junior brother Wukong. You've improved a lot too.
Wukong, contemplating his next move, assumed a stance and said solemnly,
"Senior brother Yuan Chengan, I won't hold back from now on."
Before his words faded, he charged at Yuan Chengan again, his fists whistling. After a brief exchange, Wukong suddenly smirked slyly and said,
"Senior brother Yuan Chengan, let me show you something interesting."
Seeing Wukong bring his hands together in the Kamehameha stance, Yuan Chengan knew he was about to unleash the technique. Thus Yuan Chengan also pressed his hands together in front of his chest, and said in a low voice,
"Kamehameha."
Yuan Chengan took a deep breath, and the surrounding chi began to surge violently. A mighty aura swept across the venue like a storm. Seeing this, Wukong also brought his hands together, and said in the same low voice,
"Kamehameha." Ha!
Yuan Chengan struck first, thrusting his palms forward. A colossal blue energy wave surged toward Wukong, like a tsunami, distorting the very air in its path. Wukong roared,
"Ha!"
He also thrust his palms forward, and a similarly massive energy wave roared from his hands, colliding violently with Yuan Chengan's Kamehameha.
Boom!
The two energy waves met in the center of the arena, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of power. The entire tournament venue trembled violently. The audience, staggered by the immense energy, retreated in terror, their screams filling the air. Wukong clenched his teeth, pushing his chi to the limit in an attempt to overpower Yuan Chengan's Kamehameha. On the arena, the air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Wukong was knocked backward by the energy blast from Yuan Chengan, tumbling heavily and crashing to the ground. Yuan Chengan struggled to sit up, staring at Wukong in disbelief, muttering,
"How? How is this possible?"
Yamcha and Klin, sitting in the competitor seats, looked at the two and said solemnly,
"This match is without a doubt. Yuan Chengan is certain to win. The only question is how he'll handle it when Wukong turns into a giant ape."
Master Roshi, standing nearby, looked at Yamcha with confusion.
Giant ape?
During the break after the match, Klin had briefly explained what would happen next, but they hadn't mentioned that Silence could transform into giant apes. Klin quickly explained,
Master Roshi, Wukong, and the other Scions can transform into giant apes when they see the full moon, and their combat power increases tenfold.
After saying that, Klin pointed at the sky.
Today is a full moon.
Master Roshi's mind was in turmoil.
Such a bizarre thing exists.
However, Master Roshi had already learned from Klin that Piccolo Daimao was also an alien, so Wukong's situation didn't shock him as much. On the arena, Son Goku took a deep breath, looking at Yuan Chengan, who had casually launched a wave that perfectly neutralized his Kamehameha. His eyes sharpened.
I need to think of a countermeasure.
Meanwhile, the audience, recovering from their shock, erupted in incredulous chatter.
So astonishing. Besides Master Roshi, someone else knows the Kamehameha. It's competitor Yuan Chengan and Son Goku. Amazing. Amazing. These kids are truly remarkable.
The clash of Kamehamehas left Son Goku gasping for breath. Before he could recover, the next moment Yuan Chengan moved. In an instant, he was in front of Son Goku, and before anyone could react, Son Goku was knocked off the arena. This scene left Yamcha and Klin astonished. Unlike their memory of Son Goku transforming into a giant ape and destroying the Tenkaichi Budokai venue in this life, Son Goku had been defeated by this unknown senior brother before even turning into a giant ape. Moreover, he had just chatted with Bulma and discovered that her ki was even greater than his own, which left Klin utterly puzzled.
Win! Competitor Yuan Chengan wins!
The announcer shout made the air tremble. Yuan Chengan stood in the center of the arena, the cloth belt tied around his waist fluttering in the wind. His face was relaxed, bearing almost no trace of having been in a fierce battle. Yuan Chengan looked down at the base of the arena. Little Wukong had just awakened from his faint, sitting slumped on the ground, blinking dazedly, muttering,
Huh? I lost.
With lingering astonishment on his face, Son Goku's mouth still forming the unfinished
Yeah.
word, a look of disbelief frozen on his expression. Yuan Chengan's voice slowly echoed in Son Goku's mind.
Hee. Junior brother, there is always a sky above the sky and people beyond people. But you did well too. You're the first to be able to exchange a few moves with this senior brother of yours.
The reason I won is that I have more experience and train harder than you. In short, if you're weak, just practice more, junior brother. The announcer shouted loudly.
Please give a warm round of applause to the unfortunately defeated competitor, the 12-year-old Son.
The surrounding audience erupted applause, falling like pattering raindrops to the sound of clap, 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 merging into a fervent wave. After the applause subsided, the announcer said,
"For competitor Wukong's performance in this Tenkaichi Budokai was truly impressive. We hope that next time competitor Wukong will become even stronger and bring us more surprises."
Another round of
clap, 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 clap
resounded. The audience's spirits were high.
After a grueling and fierce battle in the Tenkaichi Budokai, the result is that competitor Yuan Chengan has brilliantly claimed the victory laurels.
The announcer raised the microphone and declared loudly to the cheering crowd,
"Everyone please give another thunderous round of applause for the champion Yuan Chengan."
Applause swept in like a tidal wave, the sound of
clap, 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 clap
bursting densely, while exclamations of
wow, wow, wow
rose and fell from the audience, pushing the atmosphere to a new peak. Yuan Chengan stood before the podium, a gentle smile on his face, nodding slightly to the cheering crowd. A staff member hurried over, handing an envelope containing 5,000,000 prize money to Yuan Chengan. He took it and said with a smile,
"Thank you."
On the other side of the arena, little Wukong grabbed Klin's hand, who had just entered the competitor waiting room, and shouted excitedly,
"I will train until I become stronger than my senior brother."
Little Klin looked at Son Goku happily. Unlike Son Goku, he had memories of his previous life. This scene from Klin's perspective was very heartwarming. Klin smiled and said,
"Of course our Wukong is the strongest."
Wukong looked at Klin in surprise, then laughed heartily.
"Klin, you're acting really strange today."
Wukong's stomach growled inappropriately. He grimaced.
"Ah, my stomach and back feel like they're stuck together. Let me eat quickly."
Although he had experienced this in his past life, Klin still paused and muttered involuntarily,
"What's the deal? Is he really that hungry?"
Wukong, however, paid no attention and pulled Klin toward the exit, shouting,
"Let's go to Grandpa Turtle."
Under the shade of a tree outside the arena, Master Roshi was standing with Bulma. Seeing Son Goku and Klin come out, Master Roshi straightened up, put on his sunglasses, and laughed heartily.
"What a great match. These young people are all promising talents. They are rare talents."
Wukong and Klin saw Master Roshi and immediately nodded in unison, grinning.
"Master Roshi. Grandpa Turtle."
Master Roshi looked at the two, praising them with satisfaction.
"You two performed very well. Well done, outstanding."
Son Goku shook his head a bit unwillingly.
"I didn't expect my senior brother to be so strong. Before, he always used dirty tricks when fighting me. I never thought he was this strong. It's just like he said, there is always a sky above the sky and people beyond people."
Master Roshi smiled and said,
"That's right. In this world there is always a sky above the sky and people above people. There are powerful individuals everywhere. You can't be satisfied with just a little skill in martial arts. That's so naive. The real training begins now."
Wukong replied.
I know."
Looking at the two, Master Roshi smiled and said to Wukong and Klin,
"All right. To reward you for being so outstanding, I'll treat you to a hearty dinner."
Wukong's eyes instantly widened, and he shouted excitedly,
"Dinner!"
He was almost drooling.
"This is the first time. I'm so hungry. Let's eat quickly."
Yuan Chengan also walked over, and Bulma, with her hands on her hips, said,
"Why are you so late?"
Yuan Chengan replied,
"I went to collect the prize money."
Then he said to Master Roshi and the others,
"Let me treat everyone to this meal. Otherwise Master Roshi will make us go bankrupt. Ha ha."
At that moment, Yamcha and Puer slowly approached the group. Turtle Hermit and Krillin greeted them.
"Are you coming to eat as well?"
Yamcha and the other naturally did not refuse. Yuan Chengan said nothing more, for compared to Son Wukong, the appetites of Yamcha and Puer were pathetically small. The group walked together toward the restaurant bearing the sign,
"Delicious Restaurant."
The setting sun stretched their shadows long and far. In the night, the glowing sign of Delicious Restaurant emitted a warm light. Around the round table, people were gathered. Wukong, head buried, moved his chopsticks, swiftly slurping noodles with loud, audible sounds. Although they had seen it many times, Krillin and Yamcha were still stunned by his eating manner. Piles of plates and bowls rose like a small mountain. Steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, white rice. Each dish was swept clean by him with the force of a storm. Yuan Chengan watched him, and couldn't help muttering to Turtle Hermit.
Wukong is still the same. His appetite is incredibly vigorous.
Turtle Hermit chuckled softly, saying nothing. Wukong, holding an empty bowl, was still chewing indistinctly, making muffled sounds. He looked up and called to the manager.
I want to order more.
The manager quickly responded.
Right away.
Turtle Hermit stared at Wukong's empty plate and asked Yamcha.
Did he eat the portion of 30 people?
Yamcha waved his hand bitterly.
No. No. It was a full 50 portions.
Bulma, standing nearby, widened her eyes in shock, witnessing a Scion's appetite for the first time. When Wukong finally swallowed the last dish, the restaurant manager bent over and apologized to him.
Unfortunately, all ingredients are used up. There is nothing more to cook. I am truly sorry.
Wukong blinked. He wanted to shout,
Hey, bring 2 more bowls of this.
But seeing the empty kitchen, he had to give up. He leaned back, propped his feet on the table, which creaked, and patted his round belly with a burp.
Forget it. I'll just eat till 80% full.
Bulma was left speechless by his remark. Night enveloped the city, and the sign of delicious restaurant glowed by the roadside. Yuan Chengan leaned over the counter, gasping at the number on the bill. The cashier smiled at him and said,
That will be 470000 yen.
Though he had prepared himself, it was still his own money. Having once been a small business owner, Yuan Chengan couldn't help but feel the pinch. Turtle Hermit looked at Yuan Chengan and put on a smile.
Thank you for the feast.
If Yuan Chengan hadn't insisted on treating, it would have been Turtle Hermit who suffered the loss. Yuan Chengan also smiled.
No. It's nothing. Don't mention it.
On the city streets, vehicles flowed endlessly. Palm trees cast shadows under the streetlights. A small car emitted a sputtering sound as it started. Inside the car, Turtle Hermit spoke to Son Wukong.
I have taught you almost everything I can.
Son Wukong looked at Turtle Hermit, listening quietly. Turtle Hermit continued.
From now on, walk your own paths. Accumulate experience yourselves. You should be fine.
Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up.
Then, I'll go train with senior brother Yuan Chengan.
Bulma exclaimed in surprise.
Ah.
Naturally, Bulma didn't want Wukong to disturb their time alone together. Yuan Chengan also didn't want to train with Wukong, so he said to him,
There is a place called the Korin Tower in this world. Above it lives a powerful Lord Korin. Wukong, you can go seek his guidance and training.
Wukong nodded firmly.
Turtle Hermit patted his shoulder. Go, Wukong. Remember to give my regards to Lord Korin.
Krillin, rubbing his eyes, muttered,
I'll go with you, Wukong.
Wukong's face lit up with a brilliant smile.
Lord Korin must be really strong.
Yuan Chengan replied,
Of course. You'll see when you get there.
Soon the car stopped at the destination. Under the night sky, everyone stood by the roadside. Turtle Hermit looked at Yamcha and asked,
Yamcha, what are your plans?
Yamcha scratched his head.
I haven't decided yet, so for now, I'll go with Wukong to Korin Tower.
Turtle Hermit responded,
I see. Is that so?
Well? He then turned to Yuan Chengan with a teasing tone.
By the way, since you treated us to dinner, I'd like to give you a Nimbus Cloud as a thank you gift.
Yuan Chengan laughed heartily.
No need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, just give the Nimbus to Wukong.
In truth, Yuan Chengan never wanted the Nimbus Cloud, because he feared he wouldn't be able to ride it. Besides, he could fly using the sky dance technique, so he had no need for such a thing. Turtle Hermit looked at Yuan Chengan in surprise. Although he had heard many things from Krillin and the others, he had many doubts about this Yuan Chengan. Yet so far Yuan Chengan had done nothing wrong, which put Turtle Hermit somewhat at ease. Then he called out loudly to the sky,
Nimbus Cloud.
When the Nimbus arrived before him, Turtle Hermit said to Son Wukong,
Wukong, since your senior brother has specifically named you as the recipient, this Nimbus is yours.
Son Wukong looked at the Nimbus curiously.
How do I use this?
Turtle Hermit smiled.
You stand on it, and then you can control it with your mind.
Wukong obeyed, stepped onto it, and flew a lap before exclaiming,
Master, this Nimbus is amazing.
After flying a bit longer, Wukong called to Turtle Hermit and the others.
Goodbye, everyone. I'm leaving on the Nimbus now.
Turtle Hermit handed over a box. Son Wukong took it and asked curiously,
Master, are my things inside this box?
Turtle Hermit replied with a smile.
Yes. Everything is in there.
He then took out a bundle and tossed it to Krillin.
Your things are inside too.
Krillin caught the bundle, bowed to Turtle Hermit and said,
Then we'll take our leave, Master. Take good care of yourself.
Turtle Hermit turned around and waved his hand.
I know.
Yuan Chengan walked over to Bulma, embraced her, and said,
Everyone feel free to chat. We'll be off now.
Without waiting for a reaction, he disappeared with Bulma on the spot. Watching their departing figures, Krillin and Yamcha said in unison,
Indeed, that guy also knows the sky dance technique.
Wukong laughed and shouted,
Hee hee, enough. It's time for us to set off too. Goodbye, Grandpa.
With that, Son Wukong mounted the Nimbus and flew off into the distance. Seeing this, Krillin and Yamcha also waved goodbye to Master Roshi and flew towards Son Wukong using the air dance technique. On the other side, Bulma looked at Yuan Chengan and said,
Chengan, what's our next move?
Yuan Chengan flew while looking thoughtful and said,
I want to learn the technique of making universal capsules. Can you teach me that?
Bulma pondered for a moment and said,
Since you're interested, I'll talk to my dad and let you study under him.
Yuan Chengan was overjoyed at Bulma's reply. He knew that universal capsules were akin to independent spaces. If he could master the art, it would be like he could create multiple independent spaces. Time slowly passed, and soon, it was October 13th of the age. During these days, Yuan Chengan had successfully learned to make universal capsules as he wished.
Beep beep beep.
The sound of the dragon radar rang out. Yuan Chengan looked at Bulma and said,
We can search for the Dragon Balls again. Let's go find them.
Bulma shook her head and said,
I still have school. Perhaps you could go on your own.
Yuan Chengan was not surprised. Apart from the first few months Bulma had never trained, she was more interested in learning new knowledge. However, given Yuan Chengan's current strength, finding the Dragon Balls on his own was a piece of cake. So he pretended to be regretful and said,
All right then.
Seeing his expression, Bulma coaxed,
Don't be upset. I'm really sorry too. Can I give you a kiss?
After a tender moment, Yuan Chengan bid farewell to Bulma and flew off in the direction indicated by the dragon radar. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Yuan Chengan finally stopped before a group of dome-shaped buildings. He took out the dragon radar from his chest, gently pressed it with his fingertip, and with a
click,
the radar showed he had flown past.
Flew too far.
Yuan Chengan wrinkled his nose, flew back a bit, then looked down at the radar screen.
About here.
He reached out and moved aside a stone that was covering a Dragon Ball, and sure enough he found one. Time rewound to an hour ago. A tall young man with red hair stood before a dome-shaped building marked
87.
He wore an open black long coat, a red scarf, and a crop top inside, red trousers and brown boots. He looked about 20-something with a cold and impatient expression. Frowning, he spoke to the gray-haired middle-aged man in front of him.
What time do you think it is? It's already 8 o'clock.
The gray-haired man, wearing a light yellow shirt, suspenders, and a brown belt, hurriedly raised his hand in greeting with a hint of fear upon seeing the tall young man.
Good morning, Mr. Een. If you have time, you'd better start working right away.
The red-haired young man impatiently kicked a small stone at his feet, making a
tisk
sound. The gray-haired man nodded with a grimace.
Yes, yes.
The red-haired young man's tone grew heavier.
Commander Red urged us this morning to find it as soon as possible.
He said the BB troop had already found it yesterday, so you need to step up. Commander Red is hot-tempered. If we keep being slow, we'll be killed. Get it? The gray-haired man quickly nodded.
Yes, yes.
Looking at the people before him, the red-haired young man stood on the wilderness, lost in thought. His eyes were sharp as knives. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and uttered a few words.
Dragon Balls.
Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing a brown cowboy hat and a mustache was crouching on the ground, complaining to two short figures.
It's impossible to find them so easily. Searching for a tiny Dragon Ball in such a vast place. It's been 20 days. Well?
His tone was full of irritation as he complained.
Our lives are truly in danger.
Beside him stood a wolf-headed beastman wearing a khaki jacket and a red scarf with pointed ears. He tilted his head in confusion.
Huh? Hey, what's that?
The wolf-headed beast-man assumed a defensive posture. Not far away, another middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed cowboy hat and a mustache also stared nervously at the newcomer. The wolf-headed beast-man saw the newcomer land and followed him, asking curiously,
Who are you?
Seeing that the newcomer ignored him, he muttered to himself,
Strange kid.
At that moment the man in the cowboy hat rushed over with a gun, shouting at Yuan Chengan.
Hey, get lost. Don't cause trouble. Get out of here. I'll kill you.
The newcomer was Yuan Chengan. Ignoring the werewolf, Yuan Chengan walked straight to the stone and took out the dragon ball.
Is it the 6-star ball?
Yuan Chengan murmured to himself. The man and the beast-man both widened their eyes and shouted in shock.
No. Could it be the dragon ball?
Yuan Chengan asked knowingly.
Uncle, do you also know about dragon balls?
The wolf-headed beast-man looked at Yuan Chengan in disbelief and said,
Kid, who the hell are you?
The man in the cowboy hat didn't care who Yuan Chengan was. He pointed his gun at Yuan Chengan and said viciously,
Hey, give me that ball.
Then he laughed.
But we're lucky. This kid found it for us.
After saying that, he switched to a fierce tone.
Come on, you don't want to die, do you? Give it to Uncle.
Seeing Yuan Chengan unmoved, he immediately reached out to grab the ball, shouting,
Give it to me.
Yuan Chengan wrinkled his nose in disgust.
Where did this fly come from?
The man in the cowboy hat was enraged and roared.
Go to hell.
He pulled the trigger and with a
bang,
a loud sound rang out. The next moment the expected outcome did not occur. Instead, Yuan Chengan agilely sidestepped and kicked the man in the cowboy hat, sending him flying. The man let out a and his hat was sent flying as well. Seeing this, the wolf-headed beast-man also bared his teeth and assumed an attack posture, instantly making the scene tense. The beast-man raised his gun and roared.
This kid.
He pulled the trigger and bullets rattled
Dida
toward Yuan Chengan, but only grazed the corner of his clothes. Yuan Chengan's figure was so fast that only an afterimage remained, with a sha-sha sound of footsteps sweeping across the ground. The beastman's eyes widened in shock. Before the beast-man could speak, Yuan Chengan leaped up and shouted,
Hiya!
His fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, smashed toward the beast-man. The wolf-headed beast-man pointed his gun at Yuan Chengan and let out a startled cry of,
Wah!
But the next moment, his gun fell to the ground. Yuan Chengan sidestepped, raised his leg, and kicked the beast-man. With a dull thud of jaw, the beast-man was sent flying hard and slammed into a rock. After defeating his opponents, Yuan Chengan smiled. He looked at the dragon ball and said softly,
I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your lives.
He then looked up into the distance and said,
Time to find the next dragon ball.
With that, Yuan Chengan lifted off the ground and flew into the distance. Watching Yuan Chengan fly away, the gray-haired middle-aged man scrambled to a car and shouted frantically into the walkie-talkie,
Silver! Mr. Silver!
Something big has happened.
He lay on the ground, his face full of terror, whimpering, Woo! From his mouth.
The red-haired youth sitting in the house leaned out, his brow furrowed.
You? What did you say?
Watching Yuan Chengan flying slowly in the distance, he muttered to himself,
That one.
He immediately grabbed the large gun beside him and set up the heavy artillery. The radar screen clearly showed the target's position and distance. He stared fixedly at the receding figure and pulled the trigger. The shell shot out with a whistling sound. Yuan Chengan looked at the incoming missile, waved his hand casually, and the missile flew back along its original path. The next moment, the confidence of the red-haired youth who had been in control vanished from his face.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, the red-haired youth disappeared on the spot, turning into a puff of smoke. Seeing this, the others were about to scatter in all directions. Yuan Chengan shook his head and muttered expressionlessly,
Keeping you alive will only cause more good people to die.
The next moment, electric currents shot out from Yuan Chengan's hand, turning all the Red Ribbon Army personnel present into candies. After doing this, Yuan Chengan flew off toward the next Dragon Ball. In the distant western mountains, the castle of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters stood quietly, with the RR emblem on the stone wall particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Inside the headquarters command room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. A middle-aged man with one eye sat in the main seat, a cigar in his mouth, his face full of gloom. This was Commander Red. Before him stood a bald, burly man in a black suit and tie wearing a serious expression. Commander Red spoke irritably.
Although our army has exhausted all its forces searching, how long will it take to gather all the Dragon Balls?
Doesn't the radar clearly show it? The bald man quickly responded.
Please be patient for now, because the radar cannot show the exact location.
At that moment a
knock, 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 knock
came from the door. The bald man frowned.
Who is it? Come in.
The door was pushed open, and a bare-headed humanoid beastman burst in wearing a military uniform, with a gun strapped over his shoulder, speaking in a panicked tone.
Sorry to interrupt.
May I presumptuously ask the commander to come to the command room? Colonel Silver, who is in charge of the search the Dragon Ball, is unusual. The bald man's face instantly darkened, and Commander Red nearly bit through his cigar. The air in the entire command room became even more tense due to this sudden news. In the command center of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the atmosphere was as heavy as a block of iron. The one-eyed Commander Red was staring at the radar screen, his expression irritable.
Isn't it moving? Found it right.
The bare-headed beastman beside him pointed at the light spot on the screen and said doubtfully,
This is a bit strange.
After a pause he added,
Please take a look. The Dragon Ball that Colonel Silver is responsible for has been moving north for some reason, and the one that General White is responsible for.
Commander Red suddenly clenched his fist and roared.
WH. What's going on? Contact Silver by radio.
The communicator in the command room emitted a clattering noise. The bald adjutant leaned in and asked,
Did he answer?
The subordinate immediately replied,
No. No. Not yet.
Commander Red's fury almost lifted the roof. He roared into the communicator.
What's going on?
Commander Red snatched the communicator and shouted into the microphone.
What is this?
Since there were no survivors on Colonel Silver's side, no one responded at all. Commander Red trembled with rage and howled into the microphone.
Idiots! You can't even handle communication. I sentence you to death.
Commander Red was still furious. He glared at the bald man and said viciously,
I told you not to stand next to me. It makes me look short. I look like a dwarf.
The bald man quickly lowered his head and apologized repeatedly.
Ah. Yes, yes. I'm sorry.
The bald man bent down. Commander Red shouted into his ear.
Contact General White first. No matter who the opponent is, grab the Dragon Ball first.
The bald man quickly replied,
Understood.
The scene shifted to the interior of the Red Ribbon Army base. A blond burly man sat in front of the command console, his face frighteningly dark. He stared at the communicator and gritted his teeth.
What? Colonel Silver was attacked by an unknown force and lost contact.
The blond man clenched his fists, burning with anger.
Ahem. No matter what force it is, anyone who provokes our Red Ribbon Army will die.
He slammed the table and ordered,
Go find them. They must have escaped.
A towering red watchtower stood on the peak of a snowy mountain. A machine gun was mounted on the tower, glinting coldly in the wind and snow. A soldier in a brown uniform with a bushy beard was standing guard, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Inside the command room of the tower, General White was raging into the communicator.
What do you mean? Found nothing at all.
His roar echoed in the enclosed space, veins bulging. Then General White roared.
As long as we get the Dragon Ball, it's fine to kill them.
He emphasized viciously.
Got it.
The soldier on the other end quickly replied.
Understood.
Just as General White's words faded, Yuan Chengan had already arrived above the tower. Looking at the position shown on the Dragon Ball radar, Yuan Chengan muttered to himself.
The Dragon Ball radar shows that the next Dragon Ball is right here. If I'm not mistaken, this is also Red Ribbon Army territory.
Then Yuan Chengan extended his palm, and in the next moment all the people in the tower flew out. General White floated in the air, looking at Yuan Chengan in terror.
Who are you?
Yuan Chengan did not answer him, but asked expressionlessly.
Are you the person in charge here?
General White quickly denied.
I was captured here by them.
The other floating soldiers with guns also denied.
Yes, yes. We were all captured here.
Yuan Chengan chuckled.
Since you all say so, let me have a look.
The next moment Yuan Chengan began to read people's memories one by one. Whenever he read someone's memory, he turned that person into a candy. Before long only 2 people remained. A tall android covered in stitches all over his body was squatting in the snow, wearing a black trench coat, his expression gentle. Looking at the young man before him, he said seriously, "Go ahead, do it." The young man waved his hand casually. "You're android, no. Ain't right. You're even taller than I imagined." The android, curious at the young man's fearless demeanor, replied, "I am an android. Do you know me?" Yuan Chengan added, "Yeah, I've heard of you. This time first is to find the Dragon Balls, and second is to rescue you." As he spoke, he looked at an old man with white hair leaning on a cane. The old man had been worried that Yuan Chengan would turn him into candy, but upon hearing the conversation between Yuan Chengan and the android, he immediately relaxed. Looking at the android, he showed a grateful smile and said, "Thank you for saving me repeatedly." The android responded with a simple smile to the old man's thanks. Android no. Ape fumbled around on himself, took out a Dragon Ball, and handed it to Yuan Chengan. "This is the bead you want, right?" Yuan Chengan took the Dragon Ball and thanked him. "Then I'll accept it without false modesty." After receiving the Dragon Ball, he said, "I'll be going now." The old man and the android watched Yuan Chengan's retreating figure, then looked at the candies scattered on the ground. The two looked at each other in silence. Deep within the western mountains, the castle of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters stood silently, its stone walls bearing the RR emblem that gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight. Inside the command room, the one-eyed Red Commander clutched a photograph, his knuckles white from the grip. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, his face twisted into a terrifying snarl, his General White completely annihilated. The bald aide dressed in a crisp black suit stood by and replied grimly indeed. A bareheaded beastman officer leaned and staring at the black-haired youth in the photo, his face full of confusion. "This is the photo sent before General White's squad was wiped out. The enemy's appearance has been confirmed." The Red Commander slammed the photo onto the table and roared, "Just this brat. He caused the complete annihilation of both the Silver Squad and the White Squad. He stole the Dragon Balls. No way." He trembled with rage, nearly biting through his cigar. Only one thought remained in his mind: he must grind Yuan Chengan into dust. The Red Commander bellowed at the bareheaded beastman officer, "Transmit his photo to all units. Kill on sight the moment he's found." "Understood." The bareheaded beastman quickly bowed. "As you command." The Red Commander then turned to the bald aide, his tone irritable. "This is infuriating. Even the radar developed with all our Legion's technology is useless. This brat still intends to steal the remaining 4 Dragon Balls we are searching for." The bald aide responded in a low voice, "He must indeed possess a radar with higher performance." The Red Commander clenched his fist and said viciously, "That brat is courting death." Just then, the map showed Yuan Chengan moving again. The Red Commander pointed furiously at the world map on the wall and roared at the bald aide beside him, "That brat's target seems to be the Dragon Ball under General Blue's responsibility. This kid is so fast." He fumed inwardly. "I must get the Dragon Balls before that little brat, and never let him ruin our plans." He then shouted at the bald man, "Transmit that brat's photo. Notify General Blue via telecommunication. Once he's found, go all out to eliminate him." The Red Commander stared at the trajectory of the youth moving swiftly on the map, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "This brat must die. His appearance has ruined too many plans." In General Blue's command room, he stood before the communicator in a khaki military uniform and brown cap, his expression both excited and tense. Having just received the Red Commander's orders, he bellowed, "All incompetent fools. No sign of him yet." The Red Commander is furious. Inwardly, he was both anxious and eager, hoping to achieve the greatest merit in full view of everyone. The tiger-faced beastman beside him, wearing suspender work clothes, with the RR emblem on his chest, dared not breathe loudly. He then stammered, "We have done our utmost, but since it sank to the seabed, the search progress is difficult." General Blue's gaze swept over the idle soldiers, then suddenly pointed at someone crouching in the corner, and barked, "Hold on, you there sitting. Were you picking your nose just now?" The soldier trembled and quickly stammered, "I'm terribly sorry. No, by accident." General Blue's face darkened, and he ordered harshly, "How disgusting. Take him out and shoot him immediately." The soldiers were terrified out of their wits, pleading mercy. Just then a fox-faced beastman rushed into the command room and reported excitedly, "General Blue, A message from headquarters. They say that Brat is heading this way. General Blue's lips curled into a cold smirk, scheming inwardly. Finally he's coming. This time I'll make him taste my power. General Blue held up a photo of Yukong sneering triumphantly to his subordinates daring to come to my turf. I heard that the Silver Squad and White Squad were completely wiped out by that guy. They are a disgrace to the Red Ribbon Army. Hee. Isn't that exciting? The crocodile-headed beastman behind him grinned in agreement, his eyes full of bloodthirsty anticipation. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Yuan Chengan was speeding toward his target. Arriving above the Dragon Ball, he pondered and muttered to himself, it seems this Dragon Ball is in the sea. I remember there's also treasure in the sea. What should I do? I've got it. Yuan Chengan held a capsule in his hand, then his hand transformed into a fleshy ball enveloping the capsule, and he shot down toward the seabed at incredible speed. Before long, Yuan Chengan's hand touched the seabed. The hand that enveloped the capsule grew an eye. After searching for a while, Yuan Chengan indeed found the entrance to the treasure. Upon entering, Yuan Chengan's palm actually detached, turning into a tiny figure. The tiny figure took on Yuan Chengan's appearance, pulled out a capsule, and produced a box of capsules. From one of them, he took out the Dragon Ball radar. Yuan Chengan had decided to implement a scorched earth policy before coming. It wasn't long before he had looted all the treasure and found the Dragon Ball. After the clone merged with the original body, Yuan Chengan flew toward the next Dragon Ball. Back in the command room of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. The one-eyed red commander, wearing a black coat over a striped vest, clenched a pipe in his teeth and roared at the bald aide before him that Brat is indeed heading west. Colonel Huang. In there. The bald aide, dressed in a crisp black suit, looked solemn and quickly replied, yes. But that Colonel Huang. Although he has located the Dragon Ball, he hasn't obtained it yet. The red commander slammed the table, his eyes full of violence, and roared, all worthless. The bald aide said gravely, this Brat still seems very troublesome. The red commander gritted his teeth, only one thought left in his mind, this Brat has ruined our plans time, and again, he must be torn to pieces. The red commander clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He stared at the mountains outside the window, devising a new encirclement plan. No matter where that Brat hides, we must kill him, and bring the Dragon Balls back to headquarters. As Yuan Chengan soared through the skies, a confrontation was erupting within an ancient sacred ground. A fiercely muscular native warrior stood at the forefront, his torso bared, his face adorned with black tribal markings, a necklace of beast fangs hanging around his neck. He gripped a thick wooden staff, his gaze resolute and burning with fury. Behind him stood the ancient tower that symbolized the sacred ground, surrounded by lush trees. A tiger-faced beastman officer clad in a leather jacket and goggles led Red Ribbon soldiers as they advanced with rifles. He snarled viciously, "Hand over the Dragon Ball now. It's useless for you anyway." The warrior tightened his grip on his staff, shielding his people behind him, his voice resolute. "I don't care about this ball. I am the guardian of this sacred ground. You've come to cause trouble, and I will never let you off." One thought alone consumed him. Even if it cost his life, he would protect the sacred ground and never allow the Red Ribbon Army's schemes to succeed. The tension before the sacred ground intensified. The Red Ribbon soldiers surrounded the warrior with their rifles raised, and he roared at them. "Get out!" The Red Ribbon leader sneered. "I'm tired of hearing this line." The warrior's eyes darkened as he spoke calmly to the remaining soldiers. "Your numbers are few. If you do not leave, you will all die." A child peeked out from behind a tent, crying out, "Dad! Behind you!" A Red Ribbon soldier in a white cap ambushed from behind a tree, firing his rifle. Bullets whizzed past the warrior's ear. The warrior agilely sidestepped, his eyes blazing with even greater fury. He tightened his grip on his staff, ready to face the battle that would decide the fate of the sacred ground. On the right flank, the battlefield erupted first. The standoff in the woods instantly turned into a fierce clash. The tiger-faced beastman officer, dressed in a black leather jacket with goggles and a scar, snarled with a twisted face. "Damn it! Shoot him!" He raised his heavy machine gun and pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, roaring with a deafening da-da-da. Bang bang. The warrior guarding the sacred ground stood bare-chested, his muscles bulging like rock, his face painted with black tribal patterns, a beast fang necklace around his neck. He appeared to be around 30 years old. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, and withstood the hail of bullets. Sparks flew as the bullets struck his body, yet he remained utterly immovable. He fixed his gaze on the tiger-faced beastman, and said coldly,
"I told you bullets don't work on me."
Then he swung a heavy punch, sending a red-ribboned soldier in a white cap flying with a scream of wah. The soldier crashed into a tree trunk with a dull thud. His body embedded deep into the wood. Another soldier opened fire wildly, but the warrior sidestepped with agility. Bullets tore through the tree bark, sending splinters flying with a crack. He lunged, like a beast, grabbed the tiger-faced beastman's wrist, and slammed the heavy machine gun onto the ground with a thunderous boom. Enraged and humiliated, the tiger-faced beastman drew a pistol and continued firing. The warrior swung his fist to block, and the bullets ricocheted off his hardened muscles. He kicked a nearby soldier who flew backward and crashed into an airplane with a muffled "G-H." The red-ribbon soldiers panicked, some screaming thwack and dong crash as they collapsed one by one. The tiger-faced beastman watched his men fall in defeat, a mix of shock and anger rising within him. He cursed inwardly, "This monster's body is not human. If this continues, we'll all die here." The warrior panted heavily, his body covered in bullet marks, yet he stood as firm as a mountain. He stared at the remaining red-ribbon soldiers, his gaze growing sharper.
"I told you not to trespass on the sacred ground."
The battle in the woods of the sacred ground came to an end. The bare-chested warrior hoisted the limp tiger-faced beastman officer with one hand. The officer was foaming at the mouth, completely incapacitated. The roar of aircraft engines echoed overhead as a red-ribbon plane fled in panic. The warrior surveyed the fallen soldiers and muttered to himself,
"They fled."
He felt a wave of relief. He had defended the sacred ground, but he knew the red-ribbon army would not give up so easily. He turned and walked toward the tent, gently picking up the child hiding inside.
"I'll go bury these men. Wait for me."
The child threw himself into his arms, crying,
"Dad!"
The atmosphere in the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters was stifling. Colonel Huang, piloting a plane marked with RR insignia, reported weakly into the communicator.
"This is Colonel Huang. Headquarters, please respond."
A bareheaded beastman officer burst into the communications room, panicked.
"Staff Officer Black. I've received a transmission from Colonel Huang."
At headquarters, the bald adjutant dressed in a crisp black suit shouted into the phone.
"Everyone except you has been wiped out."
"What?" He was stunned, unable to believe that Colonel Huang's entire unit had been annihilated. Commander Red snatched the phone, his one-eyed face twisted with fury. He roared into the receiver.
"Is this what the world-famous Red Ribbon Army has come to?
First that brat, and now some random savage. His forces couldn't handle them." The rage burned within him. After a pause, Commander Red's face contorted further, as he bellowed into the phone.
"Colonel Huang, listen carefully. I'll give you only 1 more hour. If you still fail to obtain the Dragon Ball, I'll send Tao Pai Pai to you."
His knuckles whitened from the grip. One thought consumed him: no matter the cost, he would retrieve the Dragon Ball. Wearing his headset, the tiger-faced beastman trembled at the mention of Tao Pai Pai, unable to speak clearly.
Tao Pai Pai.
He knew that Tao Pai Pai was the world's #1 assassin. Failure in this mission meant certain death. The bald adjutant, still in his black suit, quickly tried to intervene.
Don't you think that's going too far? Tao Pai Pai, he's an assassin."
Commander Red cut him off, his eyes wild with madness.
"I'll take care of that brat and this savage at once. And if you fail, you'll be Tao Pai Pai's sacrifice."
The tiger-faced beastman stammered in response.
"You understood."
Finally, Commander Red screamed into the phone.
That savage has a son. Take him hostage and get the Dragon Ball."
Danger crept silently through the woods of the sacred land of the pair. Colonel Huang's plane marked with the RR insignia emitted a soft whoosh. Whoosh as he adjusted the engine.
Good. I'll cut the engine noise and fly low."
The plane hummed with a faint beep, sneaking toward the sacred ground. In the clearing of the sacred ground, the warrior's son squatted on the ground, holding a small fish, his eyes full of admiration.
"I want to become as strong as Dad."
He was completely unaware of the danger closing in. Colonel Huang's plane swooped down abruptly, and he reached out, grabbing the unsuspecting little boy. The boy screamed in terror.
"Ah!"
Colonel Huang grinned maliciously, thinking, just capture this kid, and now blackmailed that savage into handing over the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, the warrior was still burying the fallen soldiers, completely unaware that his son had been taken by the Red Ribbon Army. The tiger-faced beastman piloted the Red Ribbon plane, holding the warrior's son in his arms. The boy cried out in fear.
"Wah! Dad!"
Only then did the warrior realize his son had been kidnapped. He sprinted toward the plane, roaring,
"Rohar! Ruby! What are you going to do to my son?"
The tiger-faced beastman leaned out of the cockpit, plotting to use the hostage to force the warrior to hand over the Dragon Ball, completely unaware of a figure rapidly approaching in the distance. At the Red Ribbon headquarters, the bald adjutant reported into the phone.
"This time it seems to be going smoothly."
Commander Red, smoking a pipe, gave a cold snort.
"It better be."
The tiger-faced beastman shouted into the microphone.
"Listen carefully. If you don't want your son killed, hand over the Dragon Ball. Throw it onto the plane. Do you understand?"
Flying near Karen Tower, Yuan Chengan muttered to himself.
"It should be around here."
The warrior yelled back at the tiger-faced beastman.
"I'll give it to you. Come down here."
The tiger-faced beastman sneered.
"Do you take me for a fool? Throw it up now, and don't make me say it again."
The little boy continued to cry for help from the plane.
"Save me, Dad!"
Before the exchange could finish, Yuan Chengan had already appeared before the tiger-faced beastman, snatched the boy Ruby, and blasted the beastman into oblivion with a single energy wave. The warrior stared at the scene in disbelief, silent for a long moment. The burly man came to his senses only after Yuan Chengan had caught Luby. Yuan Chengan gently handed Luby over to the burly man, who reached out and took his son, hoisting him onto his shoulder. He gently stroked the child's head and said to the dark-haired youth before him,
"Thank you for saving my son."
Yuan Chengan scratched the back of his head, a smile tugging at his lips, and replied,
"I just happened to save him while dealing with the Red Ribbon Army. No need to thank me."
Luby lay on his father's shoulder, his round eyes wide open, curiously examining Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan's gaze suddenly fell on the bead in the burly man's hand. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at the bead, exclaiming,
"Found it! Uncle, you're holding a Dragon Ball."
The burly man was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, and fished out the bead with star patterns from his hand, offering it to Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan took the bead and said with a smile,
"Great! It's the 4-star ball."
The burly man, seeing Yuan Chengan's delight, furrowed his brow and asked,
"What's going on? Are you also looking for this kind of bead? What exactly is this bead?"
Yuan Chengan held the bead and explained,
"This bead is called a Dragon Ball. If you gather all 7, you can make a wish."
The burly man nodded thoughtfully and said,
"I see. No wonder those guys were so frantic in searching for these things."
He looked Yuan Chengan up and down, his eyes filled with scrutiny, and thought to himself,
"Is this guy also a bad guy?"
In the reception room of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Red Commander and the bald strongman were meeting a middle-aged man with a long black braid, a bald forehead, and sharp eyebrows. He wore a pencil mustache and a red Chinese-style coat embroidered with the character
"Kill."
His hands were clasped behind his back, and his expression was cold and arrogant. The visitor was the world-famous assassin Tao Bai Bai. Red Commander looked at him and said,
"You're here, Tao Bai Bai."
Tao Bai Bai glanced at Red Commander and said in a flat tone,
"Let me make it clear. My fees are extremely high."
Red Commander put on a smile and said,
"As long as you get the job done, money is no object."
Hearing Red Commander's confident reply, Tao Bai Bai continued,
"To eliminate one person, I charge 100 million.
The bald strongman beside him, upon hearing the price of 100 million, widened his eyes and opened his mouth, stunned, speechless. He couldn't fathom how formidable this man really was. Tao Bai Bai added,
"However, you're in luck. This year I'm celebrating the 20th anniversary of my assassin career with a special half-price promotion. To eliminate one person, the discounted price is only 50 million.
This speech left Red Commander momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth and stammered,
Thank you."
The bald strongman frowned and said skeptically,
"Are you really Mr. Tao Bai Bai?"
Tao Bai Bai's eyes turned cold, and he said disdainfully,
"Why not give it a try?"
Hearing this, the bald strongman was terrified and quickly waved his hand, saying,
No need."
At that moment, he picked up a photo of Yuan Chengan and handed it to Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai took the photo and looked at the boy in the picture saying,
"This youth has sharp brows and bright eyes. He looks quite strong. But as far as I'm concerned, as long as there's money, anyone can be eliminated."
Hearing Tao Bai Bai say this, the bald strongman breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"That's good."
Red Commander added,
"By the way, the guy Yuan Chengan seems to have 4 Dragon Balls. Retrieve them as well." "What? Dragon Balls?"
Tao Bai Bai frowned, puzzled. At that moment, the bald strongman picked up a 5-star ball and showed it to Tao Bai Bai saying,
"This kind of bead."
Red Commander added,
"If anyone gets in the way, no matter who, you can kill them all. I'll pay for each one."
Tao Bai Bai looked up at Red Commander and said,
"I understand. The location is about 2300 kilometers northeast of here, a place called Huali with a tall tower right."
The bald strongman quickly nodded and said,
"Yes, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, that's the place. We've prepared a jet. This way, please."
Tao Bai Bai waved his hand dismissively and said,
"No need. Taking a plane wastes too much time."
The bald strongman was taken aback, and before he could react, Tao Bai Bai suddenly said,
"Can I have a pillar?" "Pillar? What pillar?"
Red Commander asked in confusion. Tao Bai Bai turned and walked toward the round load-bearing pillar supporting the reception room. He lightly touched the pillar with his finger, then landed and touched the base with his toe. In an instant, the sturdy pillar was effortlessly removed by Tao Bai Bai. He faced the distance and said,
2300 kilometers northeast. Then I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
With that, Tao Bai Bai hurled the pillar, which shot into the distance like a rocket. He let out a loud shout.
"Huh?"
Then he leaped fiercely, catching up to the pillar he had thrown, and in the next instant, he was standing steadily on top of it. The bald strongman watched this scene, his eyes wide as saucers, and said incredulously,
Incredible guy."
Red Commander burst into laughter at the sight, overjoyed in his heart.
"This means we've already got the Dragon Balls."
In the Kalen Holy Land, after Yuan Chengan finished explaining about the Dragon Balls, the native strongman, who guarded the Kalen Holy Land, said,
"I see. So those beads have such a secret. No wonder they were so determined to snatch them."
Yuan Chengan stroked the 4-star ball in his hand and said,
"I'm a worldly person, I still have wishes to fulfill. But you can rest assured. Although I'm not exactly a good person, I'm certainly not a bad one either. I won't use the Dragon Balls to do evil. By the way, have you seen a boy with a tail riding a cloud-like vehicle recently?"
The native strongman who guarded the Holy Land thought for a moment and said,
"Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall. A few months ago, a group of people indeed came to this Holy Land. I saw them climb up and never come down. I suppose they've reached the top of the tower."
Yuan Chengan smiled with relief and said,
"Good. I imagine Son Gohan and the others have already reached the top and are training with the Kalen Sage. I wonder how much they will have grown by the next time I see them. I'm quite looking forward to it."
The strongman was about to continue the conversation, but at that moment, his son Libby raised his hand and pointed at the sky, shouting,
"Dad, what's that? Something is flying over." "What?"
Yuan Chengan looked up, casually spotting a figure rapidly approaching in the sky. In fact, he had been chatting with the native to wait for Tao Bai Bai's arrival. The strongman guarding the Holy Land was brutally killed by Tao Bai Bai in the original story. He wanted to change this tragedy. This was also the reason why he didn't immediately go to collect the remaining Dragon Balls after his first wish. As Yuan Chengan pondered, the pillar in the sky slammed into the ground, with a thunderous crash, sending mud splattering everywhere. The guardian of the sacred land barely managed to dodge, shouting,
"Danger!"
The assassin Tao Bai Bai leaped down from the top of the pillar, landing firmly on the ground, and sneered,
"How do you do?"
His arrogant demeanor instantly put the guardian on high alert. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, the guardian stared at Tao Bai Bai and stammered,
Who are you?"
With his hands behind his back, Tao Bai Bai maintained his disdainful posture and said,
"I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai."
The guardian's eyes widened in shock, then he asked in confusion,
"What business does an assassin have at Karen Sanctuary?"
Surprisingly patient, Tao Bai Bai tilted his head toward Yuan Chengan and explained,
"I have no business here. The one who does is that young man over there." "What?"
The guardian was about to press further, when Yuan Chengan stepped out from behind him, a smile on his face.
So you're the assassin Tao Bai.
Tao Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise at Yuan Chengan's demeanor.
You know me.
As Yuan Chengan moved to approach Tao Bai, the guardian quickly stepped forward, spreading his arms to block him.
Don't go over there. It's dangerous.
Yuan Chengan waved his hand dismissively and said calmly,
Don't worry, big brother. He's no match for me.
Enraged, Tao Bai's brows knitted together as he roared.
What did you say, brat?
With that, Tao Bai lunged forward, his right leg shooting up toward Yuan Chengan's vital point. But instead of landing solidly on his face, the kick met empty air, connecting with nothing. Having missed, Tao Bai stared incredulously at the afterimage before him.
Afterimage technique.
Yuan Chengan chuckled, standing behind Tao Bai.
Yo! You know the afterimage technique. I'm over here.
Startled by the voice, Tao Bai spun around. But Yuan Chengan, mimicking his move, delivered a high kick that struck Tao Bai's vital point squarely. With a grunt, Tao Bai's body flipped through the air, hurtling toward Karen Tower. With a deafening boom, he slammed heavily into the tower, the sound echoing across Karen's sanctuary. Yuan Chengan held back from killing him. He believed someone like Tao Bai deserved 1,000 cuts, not an easy death. Tao Bai struggled to his feet at the base of the tower, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
How outrageous! Take this, Dodonpa.
As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward, and a beam of light shot from his fingertip, racing toward Yuan Chengan's vital point. The Dodonpa was swift, but instead of the explosive blast, Tao Bai expected the beam pass through Yuan Chengan's afterimage. Gnashing his teeth, Tao Bai cursed.
Another afterimage technique. Damn it!
Suddenly, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. He crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his eyes wild. Staring at Yuan Chengan, he asked,
Where am I? Didn't I die at the hands of Majin Buu? And who are you?
He looked at his own hands, muttering,
Where's my mechanical arm? Could it be? I've been reborn. Ha 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 ha, I've been reborn.
This scene was all too familiar to Tao Bai. It was where he had been defeated by Sun Wukong. This time, he wouldn't repeat his past mistakes. He would kill Sun Wukong in one blow and finish him off for good. But as he looked around, there was no sign of Sun Wukong. Instead, he saw only a young man he didn't recognize. Hearing Tao Bai's mutterings, Yuan Chengan realized what was happening. He grinned coldly.
Tao Bai, why should scum like you live long enough to see the era of Majin Buu?
Tao Bai's head snapped up, his eyes filled with terror.
You know Majin Buu too.
Yuan Chengan thought to himself, so I'm not the only special one. This Tao Bai has also been reborn. Why can a villain be reborn? He's killed so many people. Then Yuan Chengan shrugged it off. It seemed fate had arranged for him to torture this man to death right after his own transmigration. A chilling smile crept across Yuan Chengan's face. The smile made the assassin Tao Bai fearful. Stepping back, he mustered his courage and asked,
You haven't answered me. Who are you? How do you know about Majin Buu? Are you also a reincarnator?
Instead of answering, Yuan Chengan moved instantly. In the next moment, one of Tao Bai's thumbs vanished. Clutching his severed finger, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, he cried out,
How can you also use Dodonpa?
To be honest, Yuan Chengan hadn't known Dodonpa before. But once he saw Tao Bai use it, he understood it instantly. All techniques were connected. In Yuan Chengan's eyes, Dodonpa and Kamehameha were no longer profound skills. Without answering Tao Bai, he fired another Dodonpa. In the blink of an eye, another of Tao Bai's fingers disappeared. Though the searing pain tormented his nerves, as the world's top assassin, he could still endure it. Gritting his teeth, he snarled,
Whoever you are, you're dying here today.
Fumbling in his pocket, he pulled out a special grenade.
This is my trump card, you're dead.
With that, he pulled the pin and hurled the grenade at Yuan Chengan. A precise Dodonpa from Yuan Chengan caused the grenade to explode in midair. But after the explosion, Tao Bai was nowhere to be seen. The grenade had been a feint. His real aim was to escape. Yuan Chengan found it amusing the assassin, who had killed countless people, turned out to be a coward. As long as Tao Bai revealed even a trace of his ki, Yuan Chengan could sense it. Following Tao Bai's ki, Yuan Chengan appeared before him again in an instant. Tao Bai stared at Yuan Chengan in disbelief, his face pale.
I don't even know you. Why are you targeting me? Don't remember me. Have I killed you before?
Yuan Chengan smiled.
Did those people you killed also kill you in a past life? Or did they murder your family and steal your wife?
The question left Tao Bai stunned. Before he could recover another finger, then another was severed. After his fingers, his toes met the same fate, and his bones were shattered inch by inch. What horrified Tao Bai was that whenever he passed out from the pain, the young man would revive him with some foul-smelling water, then crush his bones all over again. In no time Tao Bai had been reduced to a human stump. The guardian of the sacred land covered his son Lubi's eyes, shielding him from the sight. His opinion of the young man had completely changed. The words Yuan Chengan had spoken earlier now made sense to him. Though he felt a trace of sympathy for Tao Bai, he could not pity him. He knew his own strength. If not for this young man, it would be him and his son lying dead on the ground. The Red Ribbon Army, a group of criminals, indeed needed someone like Yuan Chengan to subdue them with overwhelming force. Looking at the broken Tao Bai, Yuan Chengan said coldly,
Tao Bai, if you get reborn again, don't fall into my hands.
Suddenly a thought struck him, and he murmured to himself,
Rebirth requires a soul. What if I erase your soul entirely?
At that moment, he knew what his next wish should be. At that moment, the guardian of the sacred ground stepped forward. Yuan Chengan pointed at the barely alive Tao Bai and said, take care of this guy for a while. I'm going to destroy the Red Ribbon Army first, then I'll come back to deal with him. Oh, and don't be fooled by his appearance. Neither of you should get too close. Even his tongue can kill. Yuan Chengan recalled the white general, who was killed by Tao Bai's tongue in the original story. He was about to leave, but after a moment's thought, he said, forget it, cut off his tongue. That'll be safer. Hearing this, the guardian quickly covered his son Ruby's eyes again. The next moment, with Tao Bai's tongue severed, he passed out completely from the pain. Only then did Yuan Chengan nod in relief. Now I can rest easy. He turned to the guardian and added, just keep an eye on him from a distance. Don't let the beasts drag him away. The guardian nodded hastily, acknowledging the order. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Just as he gathered the courage to speak, Yuan Chengan had already vanished from sight. Using the Bukujutsu technique and holding the dragon radar, Yuan Chengan sped toward the Red Ribbon Army headquarters at top speed. Inside the headquarters, the bald adjutant stood before the command console, reporting to Commander Red. Commander, the radar shows that the boys' 4 Dragon Balls are heading straight for us. Overjoyed, Commander Red slammed the table and stood up, laughing. Excellent. Tao Bai must have succeeded. Wonderful. Soon I'll achieve my great dream. Meanwhile, in the defense department, a soldier stared at the monitor and shouted, intruder. Another soldier leaned in and said, could it be Mr. Tao Bai? A third soldier agreed, maybe it could be him. While they were chatting, the intruder had already reached them. When the 2 soldiers saw who it was, the one in sunglasses exclaimed in shock, no. It's not Tao Bai. The soldier in sunglasses was about to raise his gun to shoot back, but a loud explosion erupted. The aircraft he was piloting was instantly blown to pieces by Yuan Chengan's Dodonpa. In the command room, the commander shouted into the communicator, Unit 74 respond. Unit 74 respond. Was it destroyed? What's going on? Switch to the monitor. The commander's assistant quickly operated the console and replied on it. At that moment, a disheveled soldier stumbled into Commander Red's office, panting, Commander. The one with the 4 Dragon Balls isn't Tao Bai. It's that kid Yuan Chengan. What did you say? Commander Red's eyes widened in disbelief. The bald adjutant was also stunned. Commander Red roared, why is that brat here? The bald adjutant's face grew serious. Could it be that Tao Bai was defeated by him? Hearing this, Commander Red flew into a rage, slamming the table. Listen up. Don't let him set foot inside. A soldier rushed in with a grave expression. He's already inside in the 12th sector corridor. What? Impossible. Commander Red screamed. Get the surveillance feed. Find him. Mobilize the garrison. When the surveillance footage of Yuan Chengan appeared, the commander said grimly, he's heading straight for Building 8. Commander Red gritted his teeth. He's after the Dragon Balls as expected. The bald adjutant stepped forward hesitantly. Commander, for safety, please take shelter underground for now. Commander Red snarled, don't be ridiculous. Why should I have to hide from a brat? The adjutant frowned, but he defeated Tao Pai Pai. Commander Red, losing his composure, waved his arms, and shouted, "The Red Ribbon Army is invincible! The Red Ribbon Army is invincible!" Yuan Chengan glanced at the dragon radar, and said casually, "The Dragon Balls are there." Suddenly a sniper appeared aiming at him. But before the bullet could be fired, a Dodonpa shot straight into the sniper's barrel, blowing his head and the gun to pieces. A lookout soldier shouted, "He's entered Building 8. The command room relayed the order, he's in Building 8. Nearly half of our soldiers are dead." Commander Red leapt to his feet and roared into the communicator, "What? Is this the strongest army in the world? Get to Building 8 immediately." By the time the bald adjutant and Commander Red reached Building 8, Yuan Chengan had already blasted a hole through the floor with a Dodonpa and floated up lightly. Seeing Yuan Chengan, Commander Red ground his teeth. How can the Red Ribbon Army be defeated by someone who doesn't even know how to use an elevator? More than half of the Red Ribbon Army's forces were dead. The remaining soldiers had lost all will to fight, fleeing in all directions, like scattered birds. The ground was littered with guns, torn uniforms, and soldiers' corpses. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of blood. The headquarters building had collapsed in many places, with rubble and debris everywhere. Yuan Chengan stood in the midst of the wreckage, watching the panicked crowd flee. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "After all the evil you've done, did you think I'd let you escape so easily?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand toward the sky, fingers slightly parted, a faint glow emanating from his palm. An incredible thing happened. Every living person within the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, whether running or hiding, was involuntarily lifted off the ground, rising slowly into the air. All those floating in the air were stiff, their hands flailing uselessly, trying to grab hold of something. They stared at each other in terror and confusion. Many soldiers trembled uncontrollably, their legs weak. Some even wet themselves in sheer fright, urine trickling down their legs, forming tiny streams in the air. Every soldier who had appeared before Yuan Chengan had been instantly killed with a single blow to the head, leaving no chance to resist. This had planted a deep seed of fear in the soldiers' hearts, so when Yuan Chengan lifted them into the sky, they completely lost their minds, overcome with terror. Commander Red, floating in the air, and unable to move, his face pale, turned to the equally floating, panicked bald adjutant. "What's going on? Why are we floating like this?" The bald adjutant frowned, his fists clenched, shaking his head in confusion. "I don't know either." No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Chengan instantly teleported in front of Commander Red. A faint smile on his face, he said, "Let me see your memories." Yuan Chengan extended a finger, gently touching Commander Red's forehead. After a moment, he withdrew it. "I've read them. You're useless now, Commander Red." The next instant, every remaining member of the Red Ribbon Army floating in the air felt an immense, invisible pressure bearing down on their skin, crushing their breath, making their bones creak and crack. With a dull, heavy boom, all the floating Red Ribbon soldiers exploded into a mist of blood that scattered through the air. Yuan Chengan looked up at the rain of blood falling from the sky. A drop landed on his cheek, he wiped it away with a cold tone. "You got off easy. If I had more time, I wouldn't have let you die so easily." With that, he turned and used the Bukujutsu to fly swiftly toward the location of the Dragon Balls inside the headquarters. He moved quickly, soon retrieving the Dragon Ball and carefully placing it inside his pocket. Yuan Chengan took out the Dragon Radar again, tapping the screen gently. He stared at the blinking dot and murmured to himself, "Is the next one here?" On the desolate plain, the wind swept fine gravel across the ground. Colonel Zilluolan, with her neat purple hair, stood at the front of the troops, her eyes sharp and cold. The Red Ribbon Army's RR emblem on her dark green tactical vest gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight. She frowned and spoke to the soldier beside her, who also wore the Red Ribbon insignia. "Speed up. Commander Red is growing impatient. If we don't find the Dragon Balls, we'll all be in deep trouble." As soon as she finished, a soldier staggered up to her, pale-faced, and gasped, "It's bad, Colonel Zilluolan." Colonel Zilluolan's brows knitted tighter, her tone cold and hard. "What's the meaning of this panic?" Before the words had died away, she raised her foot and kicked the soldier hard in the abdomen. The soldier grunted, sliding half a meter backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his stomach, he struggled to prop himself up and shouted with all his might, "Headquarters just reported.
Headquarters is under attack. What?
Colonel Zilluolan's pupils contracted sharply, her voice rising abruptly.
How is that possible? Who would dare to attack our Red Ribbon Army headquarters? It was me.
Suddenly a calm reply came from the sky, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Colonel Zilluolan jerked her head up following the sound, and saw a young man hovering in midair, his robes gently lifted by the wind. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock.
What? Someone can actually float in midair.
After a brief moment of astonishment, Colonel Zilluolan quickly clenched her fists, and forced herself to calm down. She looked up at the man in the sky, her voice cold and sharp.
Who exactly are you?
The newcomer was none other than Yuan Chengan. He paid no heed to Colonel Zilluolan's interrogation. Holding the Dragon Ball radar, he calmly turned his gaze toward a withered tree not far away, slowly retracted his aura, and descended to the ground. He landed steadily beneath the withered tree, leisurely reaching into a rotten hole at the base to retrieve a Dragon Ball. Colonel Zilluolan's expression shifted upon seeing this. They had searched this area for over a month without finding any trace of a Dragon Ball, yet this man, with a single strange device, had easily located the orb that Commander Red so desperately wanted. An uneasy feeling spread wildly in her heart, but she bit her lip and forced a composed tone.
Put down that orb and the device in your hand, and you may leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
The surrounding Red Ribbon Army soldiers had already drawn their weapons. The moment Yuan Chengan appeared, their guns trained on him, fingers on the triggers ready to fire at any moment. Yuan Chengan glanced at Colonel Zilluolan, his eyes full of disdain, and uttered lightly,
"You're really ugly."
The next second a muffled explosion sounded in the air. All the Red Ribbon Army soldiers present instantly turned into a mist of blood dissipating in the wind. Yuan Chengan looked at the blood mist spreading at his feet, then lowered his gaze to the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, muttering to himself.
As expected, the last Dragon Ball doesn't show up on the radar. According to the original story, the Dragon Ball is now with the Pilaf gang. I've already sent them to the police station. Given their crimes, they've probably been released by now. Still, even if their ki is extremely weak, I can sense it.
With that he closed his eyes, and carefully perceived the fluctuations of chi around him. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes.
Got it. Found them.
On the other side of the earth, a small car was driving along an empty road. The Pilaf gang sat inside the car, the atmosphere notably excited. Pilaf straightened up and spoke solemnly.
You've all heard the plan, right?
My sitting in the driver's seat glanced sideways while driving and replied confidently.
Understood. As expected of King Pilaf.
Pilaf clenched his little fists and chuckled.
As long as we guard this Dragon Ball, sooner or later, when they let their guard down, we'll steal theirs too. Then we'll gather all 7 and make a wish in secret.
After saying that, Pilaf raised his hand abruptly and shouted excitedly.
This time I'll make sure and grant my wish. I want to rule this world. Make everyone obey my orders.
Ashio, the dog-headed man, tilted his head and asked seriously.
After you get the world, what do you plan to do?
Pilaf was momentarily stunned, clearly never having thought about that. He frowned, pretending to think.
Well, just handle it as it comes.
Pilaf felt a bit embarrassed. It was all Ashio's fault for asking such a pointless question. The next second his expression changed, and he snapped at Ashio.
Shut up. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed.
While the three were arguing in the car, Yuan Chengan had already flown to a position above the small vehicle. Yuan Chengan slowly lowered his head, pressing his face against the front windshield, and stared at the three inside.
Hey, give me the Dragon Ball.
Seeing the man who had sent them to the police station before the Pilaf gang, all gasped, their eyes nearly popping out. Mai's face changed instantly. She stomped on the accelerator and screamed.
Run!
Ashio, covered in cold sweat, echoed in a trembling voice.
It's that guy.
Pilaf's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief.
How is that possible? I put the Dragon Ball in that box that blocks electromagnetic waves. How could he have found us?
Just then a loud bang echoed. The car driven by the Pilaf gang came to an abrupt halt, completely immobilized. Pilaf's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his face pale. He turned abruptly to Mai in the driver's seat and barked.
What's wrong with you? How are you driving? How are you driving?
Xiaowu stared wide-eyed, pointing at the front of the car with a rigid finger. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. Her face was pale, her eyes frantic, and her breathing grew rapid. Zhao Huifan followed Xiao Wu's gaze, his body stiffening abruptly. He was also taken aback, and said in disbelief, "Where the hell is the engine of this car?" Left with no choice, the three of them reluctantly stepped out of the car, and stood by the roadside, their expressions tense, as they stared at the Yuan Chengan before them. Zhao Huifan slowly raised his hand, pulled a sealed metal box from his pocket, opened it, and carefully took out a Dragon Ball. Clutching the ball, he feigned calmness, and said, "Let's have a contest. If you win, I'll give you this Dragon Ball. But if we win, you must hand over all the Dragon Balls you have." Yuan Chengan cast a glance at him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. He let out a frigid laugh, and said goodbye. His reaction left Zhao Huifan and his companion stunned, frozen in place. After a long moment, Zhao Huifan instinctively looked down at his own hand, and found that the Dragon Ball had already vanished. He jerked his head up, staring at Yuan Chengan's retreating figure. His teeth ground audibly, and his face flushed crimson, as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it." He snatched the Dragon Ball. "What do we do? What do we do, great King Zhao Huifan?" Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her voice trembling, as she looked at Zhao Huifan in a fluster. "How the hell should I know?" Zhao Huifan roared in frustration, and kicked a small pebble by the roadside. On the other side, Yuan Chengan looked at the one-star Dragon Ball in his hand. His brows relaxed, and a rare smile graced his face. He murmured, "Excellent. I've finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. I can make a wish again. I need to find a secluded place to avoid any mishaps." Soon Yuan Chengan flew to a desolate valley overgrown with weeds, where only the rustling of wind through the grass broke the silence. He closed his eyes, letting his aura slowly spread out, and carefully sensed the surroundings. Confirming there was no one's presence, he relaxed, and slowly opened his eyes. He took out the 7 Dragon Balls from his chest, and arranged them neatly on the ground. The next moment a golden light burst forth, and the divine dragon Shenlong emerged from the Dragon Balls, its colossal body blotting out the sky. Yuan Chengan looked up at Shenlong and stated his wish firmly, "Shenlong, I want to learn all the skills of the God of Destruction, Beerus." Hearing Yuan Chengan's words, Shenlong's eyes faltered. The usually majestic dragon looked at him in disbelief, and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, please make another wish. With my current power, I cannot grant that wish." Yuan Chengan frowned thought for a moment, then looked up at Shenlong and said in a milder tone, "All right, then how about this? Give me the training methods for all of Beerus's skills. That should be possible, right?" Shenlong's eyes flashed with red light, his body trembled slightly, and he said slowly, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." In an instant, countless unfamiliar knowledge flooded into Yuan Chengan's mind. He squinted slightly, his brows relaxing, as an expression of sudden enlightenment dawned on his face. He murmured to himself, "So that's how it is." Yuan Chengan looked up at the sky. Shenlong had already transformed into 7 Dragon Balls floating in midair. Just as the balls were about to scatter, he quickly raised his hand, and caught the 4-star ball. He looked down at the Dragon Ball in his hand, his expression calm, and murmured to himself, "This way, it shouldn't affect the storyline of this timeline too much." With that, he pulled a universal capsule from his pocket, pressed the switch, carefully placed the petrified Dragon Ball inside, and then put away the capsule. Yuan Chengan glanced toward the direction of the Tianshan Temple, and said, "It's time to find a chance to visit the Spirit Time Chamber. But first, I should let Bulma know." Soon Yuan Chengan flew to Bulma's residence. At that moment, Bulma was sitting on a bench in the yard holding an instrument. When she saw Yuan Chengan land, she immediately put down the instrument, stood up, and walked quickly toward him with a surprised expression. "The sky suddenly darkened just now. You've already gathered all the Dragon Balls, haven't you?" she asked. Yuan Chengan nodded, a faint smile on his face. "Yes, I've made a wish. But let's set that aside for now. There's something I want to talk to you about." Bulma waved her hand, her face softening into a gentle smile. "We've been married for so long, and you're still speaking in such a halting manner, leaving things half said." Yuan Chengan furrowed his brow slightly as if in thought. After a pause, he said slowly, "It's like this. There's a magical room in the Tianshan Temple called the Spirit Time Chamber. A year inside, and only a day passes outside. And then..." Bulma tilted her head, a puzzled look on her face, curious. Yuan Chengan continued, "I've acquired several extraordinary cultivation techniques, and I want to delve into them inside the chamber. Bulma smiled and said lightly, then go ahead and study them. Why do you need to tell me? Yuan Chengan looked at Bulma, his expression growing complex, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Don't you want to come inside with me? He said slowly. Bulma suddenly realized, slapping her forehead. Oh right. I was just thinking that if you went in, at most a day or two would pass outside, and we'd see each other again soon. I've been so busy lately. Yuan Chengan shook his head, and said seriously, these techniques with my current level, I'm just groping in the dark. I don't know how long it will take me to master them. If possible, I'd really like you to come with me. Yuan Chengan's words puzzled Bulma. She frowned, staring at him with a look of confusion. How long do you plan to stay in there? She asked. Yuan Chengan held up 3 fingers, and said calmly, 3 years. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile on her face. 3 years, that's nothing. Didn't you say 1 year inside is just 1 day outside? We'll see each other again in 3 days. Yuan Chengan shook his head, and said gravely, I mean to cultivate for 3 years. 3 years outside. What? Bulma's face changed abruptly. She took a step back, instinctively thinking to herself, if Yuan Chengan enters the spirit time chamber for 3 years, she would have to wait for him for 3 years. That's fine. But if he stays inside, it would be over 1,000 years. She couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't change his heart over such a long period. But if she really went into the spirit time chamber with Yuan Chengan, what would become of her academic conferences outside? She was truly torn. Bulma frowned, deeply lost in thought, her expression tangled with distress. Yuan Chengan watched her agonized expression, and said softly, actually, Bulma, you could bring your instruments into the spirit time chamber. You might not know, but the space inside the spirit time chamber is almost as vast as the entire universe, practically infinite. You can conduct almost any experiment you want there. Really? Bulma's eyes lit up as she looked at Yuan Chengan in disbelief. If what he said was true, she would have no worries about entering the spirit time chamber. However, another question occurred to her. She frowned and asked Yuan Chengan, if we really stay in there for over 1,000 years, won't we die? Can we live that long? A lifetime is but 100 years. Can we really live for over 1,000? Yuan Chengan looked at Bulma with a sly grin, and said mysteriously, Bulma, don't you find it strange? You suddenly gain the ability to use chi. Bulma looked at him in confusion. Didn't you make that wish for me? Yuan Chengan nodded seriously. Yes, I made that wish. But what you don't know is that both of our bodies can now live for tens of millions of years. What? Is that true? Bulma's eyes widened in shock. A lifetime is but a fleeting 100 years. Tens of millions of years was something she had never imagined. Bulma was momentarily stunned, her mouth opening and closing, unable to find words. Her eyes were dazed, lost in a trance. If she could really live that long, many of her research ideas might finally be realized. After a long while, she slowly came back to her senses, and looked at Yuan Chengan with firm eyes. Darling, when do we go in? If there's no rush, let me pack up my experimental instruments first. Yuan Chengan breathed a secret sigh of relief. If Bulma didn't go with him, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent to spar with right now. He spread his hand, smiled, and said lightly, any time. Even with the convenience of the capsule device, Bulma was still busy for an entire day packing up her experimental instruments and other belongings. She sorted through various instruments and parts one by one, carefully placing them into capsule containers, and then neatly arranging them into the capsule case. By the next morning, Bulma had finally finished packing everything. Clutching a silver capsule case, she approached Yuan Chengan, tilting her head slightly, with a hint of confusion on her face, and asked, by the way, you mentioned the other day the hyperbolic time chamber. It's on the Kami's lookout. What is the Kami's lookout anyway? Yuan Chengan looked at her bewildered expression, gently tapped her forehead, with a hint of affection, and said the Kami's lookout is naturally the dwelling place of the god. Don't ask for now, I'll take you up there, and you'll see when we arrive. Without waiting for Bulma to ask another question, Yuan Chengan extended his arm, wrapped it around her waist, and lifted her up, holding her steady. Immediately after, faint energy emanated from beneath his feet, as he flew swiftly toward the high-altitude Kami's lookout, carrying Bulma. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. She raised her hand, and lightly tapped Yuan Chengan's chest, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Put me down. I can fly on my own." Even as she said this, her arms involuntarily wrapped around Yuan Chengan's neck, holding him tighter, and her cheeks pressed gently against his chest. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Yuan Chengan tightened his arms to hold her more securely. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he teased softly, saying one thing, but meaning another. Their figures dashed through the clouds at tremendous speed, and before long, they arrived at the surface of the Kami's lookout. The Kami's lookout floated high in the sky, surrounded by swirling clouds, with white stone slabs paving the ground, exuding an aura of solemn sanctity. Kami stood at the edge of the lookout, gazing into the distance. Seeing the two strangers suddenly appear, he showed no panic, maintaining his composure, as he slowly asked Yuan Chengan, "Bulma, what are you two doing here?" Yuan Chengan gently landed with Bulma in his arms, released his arms to let her stand, then stepped forward and slightly bowed in a respectful but not servile manner. "Honorable Kami, you must have observed my actions in the lower world from the lookout. I believe you are also aware of our purpose. We came to request your permission to use the hyperbolic time chamber." In truth, for Kami, allowing Yuan Chengan to use the hyperbolic time chamber was not a difficult matter. However, Yuan Chengan had killed many in the lower world, and in Kami's eyes, he was a bloodthirsty, violent, and ruthless individual. Kami frowned slightly, his gaze complex, as he looked at Yuan Chengan, his expression clearly hesitant. Yuan Chengan observed Kami's expression, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, as he roughly guessed what Kami was thinking. He stepped forward again, and said firmly, "Kami, those I destroyed were all people who deserved death. Every one of them had countless bloodstains on their hands. They deserved to die." After he spoke, the two stared at each other, and the air fell silent, with only the faint sound of wind brushing against the lookout stone slabs. After a long moment, Kami finally spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. "But you should not have disposed of them so easily." "Should not have?" Yuan Chengan raised his eyes, and retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Kami, you are familiar with Piccolo Daimao, aren't you?" Upon hearing the name Piccolo Daimao, Kami's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes instantly became complex. He stared at Yuan Chengan with a heavy gaze, his expression carrying a mix of evasiveness and helplessness. Yuan Chengan caught the change in his expression, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as he said scornfully, "In the end, Piccolo Daimao is your own split form. Fundamentally, you are the same person. You allowed your own evil thoughts to run rampant in the lower world, committing atrocities, murder, and arson. Countless lives have been lost because of you. I merely killed some villains, yet in your eyes it seems like a grave crime. By your standard, Kami, shouldn't you be the one to atone even more?" Kami was momentarily struck speechless by Yuan Chengan's words. He opened his mouth, but couldn't muster a single rebuttal. He knew in his heart that everything Yuan Chengan said was true, and given Yuan Chengan's strength, he himself was no match. The fact that the man before him was willing to exchange a few words was surely out of regard for the Dragon Balls. If not for the fact that he was the creator of the Dragon Balls, he would likely have already lost his head. Realizing this, Kami slowly shook his head, and let out a helpless sigh. With a weary tone, he said, "Fine enough. You may enter. Mr. Popo, take them inside." As Kami's voice faded, a pitch-black figure emerged from a room on the side of the lookout, expressionless, and said, "Follow me." Bulma stood beside Yuan Chengan, listening to his entire exchange with Kami. Cold sweat silently formed on her palms, and her heart suddenly grew anxious. She had originally thought that Yuan Chengan and Kami were old acquaintances, and that he had already obtained permission to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. She never expected him to come unprepared, and simply asked outright, with a hint of forcefulness underlying his words. Sensing Bulma's tension, Yuan Chengan quietly took her hand, the warmth of his fingertips conveying comfort. He too couldn't afford to overthink things. His current strength, though seemingly formidable, was far from sufficient. He knew clearly that countless crises awaited them in the future. Only by rapidly enhancing their power could they face them with composure. The moment she stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, Bulma was captivated by her surroundings, a look of curiosity instantly lighting up her face. The space here was even more vast than Yuan Chengan had described, a gray boundless expanse with no visible end. The floor was a smooth, pristine white, made of some unknown material. A faint current of air drifted through the chamber, and distant blurred light and shadow flickered in the haze. There was no cycle of day and night, no change of seasons, only an eternal silent emptiness. True to her fearless nature, she couldn't help but release Yuan Chengan's hand, stride forward, bend down, to touch the floor, then lift her head to survey the surroundings. Her eyes brimmed with exploration, as she moved ceaselessly, pausing now and then to observe her every breath carrying a hint of exhilaration. Yuan Chengan watched Bulma in silence, not disturbing her. The temperature inside the hyperbolic time chamber was at its most pleasant at that moment, and there was no immediate danger.
"Darling, this place is absolutely amazing!"
Bulma suddenly exclaimed to Yuan Chengan.
"I'm glad you like it."
Yuan Chengan had actually been a little worried that Bulma might not enjoy the place, but seeing her reaction, he felt relieved. He supposed it made sense. Though Bulma occasionally acted like a lovesick girl, that was just a normal reaction from a young woman. As someone who could single-handedly invent a time machine in a future world, and who appeared in nearly every pivotal event, her abilities and mental fortitude were beyond doubt. Thinking this, Yuan Chengan looked at Bulma. Having satisfied her curiosity about the environment, she took out a capsule case from her pocket, and began pressing the switches on the capsules one by one. With a series of loud sounds, various experimental instruments, parts, and tools appeared on the ground. Precision detectors, a small reactor, mountains of materials, and a folding lab table. She rolled up her sleeves, her gaze focused, and methodically arranged the instruments, wiping them clean. Soon, she had set up a simple yet fully equipped workstation, immersing herself completely in her inventive work. On the other side, Yuan Chengan found an open area, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let his aura slowly emanate outward. He raised his hands, and formed a seal, following the cultivation method of the god of destruction Beerus, that was etched in his mind. He guided the chi within his body to circulate through his meridians, his expression solemn, and focused, his brows slightly furrowed, with occasional beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Day after day, year after year, he remained immersed in cultivation without a moment's slack. Yet he still couldn't grasp the key to the practice, failing to achieve any substantial progress. Whenever he paused, a trace of barely perceptible impatience flickered in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed inside the hyperbolic time chamber. During those 2 years, Bulma had devoted herself entirely to experiments, repeatedly researching and fine-tuning until she finally succeeded in inventing starch synthesis technology. She looked at the pure white starch produced on the lab table, a relieved smile spreading across her face, as she let out a long sigh, the fatigue of many days dissipating instantly. But after the joy faded, she frowned, propped her chin on her hands, and stared blankly at the table, a troubled expression on her face. She murmured to herself, pondering her next research project, yet no inspiration came. Yuan Chengan happened to finish a round of cultivation, and saw Bulma's dejected look. He walked over, gently patted her shoulder, and suggested in a warm tone,
"What's wrong, darling?"
Bulma gave a radiant smile.
"Though I'm a beautiful genius, even geniuses have their worries. I have so many things I want to invent. What should I invent next?"
Yuan Chengan had already had an idea in mind. He said,
"Why not try developing a time machine? It might lead to a breakthrough."
At this, Bulma's eyes lit up slightly. She looked up at Yuan Chengan, most of the worry on her face fading away. Just as she was about to respond, a faint ripple emanated from behind them. They both turned instinctively. The room that had connected to the temple and served as their entrance was gradually becoming transparent, then vanished completely into the air, leaving not a trace behind. Bulma's expression changed instantly. The tool in her hand clattered to the floor. She grabbed Yuan Chengan's arm tightly, her fingertips pressing hard, her voice trembling with panic.
What's happening? The room connecting to the temple is gone. Are we trapped?"
Yuan Chengan quickly clasped her hand, gently patted her back, and spoke in a calm, soothing voice.
"Don't panic, don't be afraid. This is just a normal phenomenon of the hyperbolic time chamber. It can only accommodate 2 people at a time, and each person can stay for a maximum of 2 years. Since we've been here for 2 full years, the room naturally disappears. But don't worry, I'll use my chi to open a dimensional passage, and we can lead through it. We won't be trapped here."
Hearing Yuan Chengan's words, Bulma's tense body gradually relaxed, and the panic on her face slowly receded. She sniffled, nodded, and leaned close against Yuan Chengan's shoulder, whispering softly,
"Okay, I trust you."
After calming down, she took out all the usable items she had. Previously, while living in the room at the temple's connection point, the drastic temperature difference between day and night hadn't been a concern. Now that the room was gone, they naturally had to be fully prepared. Thus time passed slowly, and soon Bulma and Yuan Chengan had spent over 1,000 years inside.
Darling, come quick! I've made it!
Bulma suddenly shouted in excitement. Yuan Chengan had experienced this scene many times before. Whenever Bulma invented something, she would call him immediately. After all, there were only the two of them here. And Yuan Chengan always responded enthusiastically, stopping his cultivation at once, giving her full emotional support. Many of Bulma's inventions were truly impressive, and Yuan Chengan genuinely admired her.
Darling, what have you invented this time?
He asked, peeking over her shoulder.
Ha! This time I've invented the Dimension Gate,
Bulma said excitedly. She paused, then added,
Let me demonstrate.
She picked up a remote control and pressed a button. Instantly a small sphere split into 4 parts, forming a frame about 3 meters on each side. Yuan Chengan asked in confusion.
Darling, isn't this just an ordinary frame?
Bulma gave a sly smile.
Hee hee.
After laughing, she picked up a small object and tossed it toward the frame. An astonishing sight unfolded. The object appeared behind him. Yuan Chengan's body instinctively dodged it. Then he looked behind him and saw another small sphere forming a frame there. Yuan Chengan gazed at the astonishing scene before him, his eyes filled with admiration. He quickly straightened up, reached out, and ruffled Bulma's hair, his voice brimming with praise and affection.
Darling, you are simply incredible.
This dimensional gate is truly miraculous. No wonder you are my genius, Bulma. Praised by Yuan Chengan, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She lifted her chin, her tone tinged with pride.
Of course.
This dimensional gate is something I have poured my heart into developing. As long as it remains closed most of the time, and is only opened occasionally along with a dedicated protective device, it can last 1,000 years without any damage. No need to worry about wear and tear. Hearing,
last 1,000 years.
Yuan Chengan's eyes instantly lit up. The joy on his face was impossible to conceal. He nearly jumped up, gripping Bulma's shoulders tightly, his voice excited.
Really?
That's fantastic. This way I can freely pass through this dimensional gate and come to the spiritual time chamber to train anytime. After the excitement, Yuan Chengan remembered something else, raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone expectant.
By the way, darling, can this dimensional gate be mass-produced?
If we could make a few more sets, it would be much more convenient for entering and leaving the spiritual time chamber or going to other places. Bulma shook her head gently, a look of helplessness on her face. She spread her hands and said,
It can't be mass-produced.
This set of dimensional gate took me a full 500 years to develop from start to finish. Even with the experience I have now, making another set would probably take about a year. Yuan Chengan felt a bit puzzled. Over the years, Bulma had successfully built a time machine, and this dimensional gate was merely a byproduct of the time machine, requiring much less energy. Yet it took such a long time to manufacture, truly perplexing. However, after staring at the dimensional gate for a moment, he quickly understood. The dimensional gate was a technology related to space. Although the time machine was technically more difficult, the dimensional gate, seemingly a byproduct, actually held infinite potential. It might play an even greater role in the future, so it was reasonable to take longer to build. Having figured this out, Yuan Chengan stopped dwelling on it. He took Bulma's hand and led her to the experiment table, gently patting her hand to change the subject. His tone carried a hint of doubt and reflection.
Let's not talk about the dimensional gate. Darling, we've been in the spiritual time chamber for so long, always together, but why haven't we had a child?
This is too strange. Bulma also showed a confused expression, tilting her head and frowning slightly.
Yes, I find it strange too. Logically, we've been together for so long and have done it plenty of times. We should have had a child by now, but there's been no sign.
Yuan Chengan lowered his head in thought for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming understanding. He said softly,
I think it might be due to our physical conditions.
Our current bodies, like Majin Buu's, are magical bodies. Perhaps this type of body inherently makes it difficult to have children.
Who is Majin Buu?
Bulma asked in confusion.
You wouldn't know him even if I told you. You'll find out later.
Yuan Chengan changed the subject. Bulma's eyes lit up slightly, and she quickly said,
Right. The divine dragon should be available now, right? We can ask the Divine Dragon to help us solve this problem, so we can have a child of our own.
Yuan Chengan shook his head gently, and said in a gentle tone,
We'll deal with it later.
After all, even though we've spent over 1,000 years in the spiritual time chamber, which feels like a long time in the real world, only a few years have passed. There's no rush. Bulma thought for a moment, found Yuan Chengan's reasoning reasonable, and nodded happily in agreement.
Okay, I'll listen to you. When we return to the real world, we'll find a chance to ask the Divine Dragon.
Changing the subject, the two talked about their plans after returning to the real world. Bulma leaned on Yuan Chengan's shoulder, her eyes full of anticipation, and said softly,
I haven't been back to the real world for a long time. I wonder if there have been any new technological updates in these years. I really want to go back and see.
Hearing Bulma's words, Yuan Chengan also became excited and said,
Hee. I want to go back and see too. By the way, we can test whether this dimensional gate can enter the spiritual time chamber.
Bulma heard that Yuan Chengan wanted to go out and quickly said,
Wait, darling, let me pack up these equipment and instruments first.
If we can't get back in, it would be a waste. These are all Bulma's hard work, and she couldn't bear to lose them. Yuan Chengan nodded. Thanks to the universal capsule, Bulma quickly packed up everything, leaving only a dimensional gate. Seeing Bulma finish packing, Yuan Chengan took a deep breath, channeled the chi within his body, and shouted loudly at the space in front of him. With a thunderous boom, the space was instantly torn open, revealing a passage to the outside world. Without time to think, he grabbed Bulma beside him, held her tightly in his arms, and strode quickly toward the shattered space passage. Stepping quickly out of the shattered space passage, he landed steadily on the white stone floor of the God of Heaven's temple. Bulma instinctively let go of her arms around his neck, stood up straight, and looked around. Her eyes held a hint of daze from just having left the spiritual time chamber, but the sight of the temple quickly snapped her back to reality. The God of Heaven still stood at the edge of the temple, calm and composed, while his attendant Popo stood solemnly beside him, still pitch black all over, expressionless. The God of Heaven saw the two appear, suddenly straightened up, slightly raised an eyebrow, and moved his lips, as if to ask why they had left the spiritual time chamber so abruptly. Popo also leaned forward slightly, a flicker of barely noticeable doubt in his eyes, his lips parting but no sound coming out yet. Yuan Chengan, however, gave them no chance to ask. He tugged Bulma's hand and said,
Bulma, quickly open the dimensional gate.
Bulma immediately did as told and opened it. Yuan Chengan pointed to the dimensional gate floating in the air not far away, his tone a bit excited.
Darling, let's try the dimensional gate again, and see if we can truly come and go freely.
Bulma smiled and nodded lightly.
Okay, I want to know too.
As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Yuan Chengan took her hand and walked quickly toward the dimensional gate. Their figures instantly vanished into the frame, leaving only the floating dimensional gate. The God of Heaven and Popo stood frozen in place, seeing astonishment on each other's faces. The questions that had been on the tip of their tongues were swallowed hard. They could only stare at each other, and then at the dimensional gate. In just a moment, the dimensional gate shimmered again. Yuan Chengan, holding Bulma's hand, slowly walked out of the gate, and landed steadily on the stone floor. This time the two did not hurry to leave. Yuan Chengan bowed slightly to the God of Heaven, his expression calm, and initiated a greeting.
Lord God of Heaven, it's been many years. Are you well?
Bulma also suppressed her excitement, showed a polite smile to the God of Heaven, and nodded lightly. The God of Heaven finally regained his composure, put away his astonishment, and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He nodded slightly and replied,
I am quite well.
I just didn't expect that, after going in for so long, you two could still come out. Well, are you planning to return to the lower realm?
Exactly.
Yuan Chengan replied with a smile, his tone gentle, completely ignoring the God of Heaven's sarcasm.
We've been in the spiritual time chamber for a long time, and should return to the lower realm to have a look. Thank you for your care and accommodation over the years, Lord God of Heaven.
Popo remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly, as a greeting without any extra words. The God of Heaven waved his hand. Seeing that Yuan Chengan ignored his sarcasm, he felt a bit ashamed. He said flatly,
Never mind. Since you've achieved your goal, you may go back. No need for formalities.
After feigning thanks to the God of Heaven, Yuan Chengan did not linger. He once again lifted Bulma, by the waist channeled the chi in his body, and soared into the air, flying rapidly toward the western capital in the lower realm. Before long the two arrived at Bulma's home in the western capital. Yuan Chengan gently landed with Bulma in his arms, then released his hold to let her stand. Bulma stretched a lazy smile on her face. She was about to invite Yuan Chengan inside, when she saw him frown, his smile gradually fading, as if he had suddenly remembered something important. He turned to face Bulma, his tone serious and earnest.
Darling, I suddenly remembered something. The matter with Tao Pai Pai hasn't been dealt with yet.
I left him severely injured at the Karen Holy Land, entrusting him to the care of the muscular guardian of the Holy Land. I've been busy training and spending time with you, so I forgot about it. Now that we're back, I need to go to the Karen Holy Land and deal with him thoroughly to avoid any future trouble. Bulma's smile faded as she heard this. She nodded, gently stepped forward, and patted his arm softly, her tone filled with concern.
Okay, go ahead. Be careful and come back soon after you're done.
Yuan Chengan nodded, reached out, and ruffled her hair, speaking gently.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll be back soon.
With that, he wasted no time. He activated his skywalking technique, turned around, and flew toward the Karen Holy Land. His figure gradually shrank, and finally disappeared into the distant sky. Bulma stood in the yard watching the direction he had gone. She sighed softly, then turned and walked into the house. Yuan Chengan activated his flight technique, speeding swiftly, and soon arrived at Karen's lookout. The burly man guarding the entrance stood there, tall and sturdy, alert and vigilant, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Seeing Yuan Chengan descending from the sky, the burly man quickly dropped his guard, stepped forward, briskly bowed respectfully, and said in a deferential tone,
Lord Yuan Chengan, you have arrived.
These past few years, I have been watching over Tao Pai Pai. Unable to bear seeing him exposed to the sun and rain, I moved him to a stone chamber. His injuries have improved somewhat, but he remains immobile, and has shown no signs of activity all these years.
Yuan Chengan nodded slightly, his expression calm and tone indifferent.
Take me to him.
The burly man did not dare to delay, quickly turned and led the way, guiding Yuan Chengan along a path upward, soon arriving at a hidden stone chamber.
The stone chamber was dark and damp. Tao Pai Pai, who had been reduced to a mutilated state, was bound to the stone wall with iron chains. His face was pale, his breath weak, and some of his wounds still oozed blood. A hint of sinister resentment and unwillingness lingered in his eyes. Seeing Yuan Chengan enter, he suddenly raised his eyes, a flash of venom in his gaze, but due to his utter weakness, he could only glare at him viciously, unable to utter a word. Yuan Chengan walked up to him, looking down at him from above. Without any superfluous words, his gaze instantly turned icy. He slowly raised his right hand. This was the first time, since he began cultivating the Destruction God technique, that he truly used the power of the Destruction God against an enemy.
Destruction! Yuan Chengan shouted loudly. With his shout, an invisible force instantly swept out straight toward Tao Pai Pai's brow.
Tao Pai Pai's entire body stiffened, and the venom in his eyes was instantly replaced by utter terror. He wanted to scream, to struggle, but could not make a sound nor move a muscle. He could only watch helplessly, as the force surged into his brow. His soul was torn and crushed by an invisible hand, and excruciating pain sweeping through his body. Finally his eyes gradually dimmed, his breath ceased entirely, and both his soul and body were annihilated. The burly man standing by witnessed the entire scene, frozen with fear. His legs trembled slightly, his mouth wide open, but unable to make a sound, his face filled with shock. He had trained for many years, and was stronger than most, yet he had never seen such a bizarre and formidable power, effortlessly annihilating a person. This power exceeded his comprehension, filling him with awe and dread from the depths of his heart, making even his breathing cautious. Yuan Chengan lowered his right hand, his expression still calm, and thought to himself, now Tao Pai Pai cannot be reborn, can he? He then turned to look at the stiff burly man, and said in a flat tone,
he is utterly annihilated in body and soul. Thank you for watching over him all these years. The burly man snapped back to reality, nodded vigorously, and said with a trembling voice, it was my duty. This is all what I should have done.
Yuan Chengan smiled and said, then I'll take my leave.
Without waiting for the burly man's reply, Yuan Chengan said no more, turned and walked out of the stone chamber, activated his flight technique, and flew toward Bulma's residence in West City.
Before long, Yuan Chengan returned to Bulma's home. In the yard, Bulma was sitting on a bench tinkering with experimental parts. Seeing him return, she immediately put down her things, stood up, broke into a delighted smile, and walked quickly over.
"You're back. Is everything handled? Are you hurt?" Yuan Chengan reached out and pulled her into his arms, gently ruffling her hair, and said in a tender tone,
"Don't worry, everything is taken care of. I'm not hurt. On this earth, who else could be stronger than the two of us?"
Bulma leaned against his shoulder, nodded gently, and a relieved smile appeared on her face.
In the days that followed, Yuan Chengan did not train again, nor did he mention anything about battles. He simply stayed quietly by Bulma's side. He accompanied Bulma in tinkering with experimental instruments, watched her develop new technologies, and listened to her complain about difficulties in experiments. Bulma would also put down her work to bask in the sun with him in the yard, chatting about amusing incidents in the spirit time room. The two spent time together, their days peaceful and warm, and before they knew it, they had been together for a long while. During this time, the outside world was also changing quietly. News of the World Martial Arts Tournament gradually spread across the entire Earth. Powerhouses from all over were eager to participate in this grand event, vying for the title of the world's strongest. For a moment, the whole Earth was filled with a tense and fervent atmosphere. At this moment, the official start of the World Martial Arts Tournament was not far off. Yuan Chengan and Bulma also arrived at the venue. Just after finishing the registration, Yuan Chengan caught sight of the unhurriedly approaching Master Roshi and Son Goku. Spotting Yuan Chengan, Goku immediately dashed over, with excitement, wrapping his arms around his senior brother's leg, and exclaiming with joy, "I've missed you so much, senior brother." Yuan Chengan gently patted Goku's head, speaking in a tone used to soothe a child. "Junior brother, I've missed you too. Have you grown stronger over the years?" Goku's expression turned serious, then he looked at Yuan Chengan with a grin. "Senior brother, you might not be a match for me now." Yuan Chengan chuckled as well. "Then I truly look forward to seeing that." He then exchanged greetings with Master Roshi and the others. Just then a discordant voice rang out, "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this Master Roshi?" Following the sound, Yuan Chengan spotted an old man wearing a crane-shaped headpiece. This must be Master Shen. Beside him stood a young man with 3 eyes, undoubtedly Tien Shinhan. Master Roshi immediately replied in a casual tone, "Oh, so it's you, Master Shen. Why aren't you dead yet?" Hearing this, Master Shen lashed out angrily, "You're still as obnoxious as ever, you bald-headed turtle." Master Roshi retorted without backing down, "Shut up, you anticlimactic crane." Master Shen then turned and led his disciple away, saying disdainfully, "Let's go. Arguing with such a fool is beneath my dignity." Tien Shinhan immediately followed Master Shen, then glanced back with a light snort and said contemptuously, "See you on the arena." Krillin leaned slightly toward Yamcha, cupping his hand around his mouth, his voice barely above a whisper, almost melting into the faint breathing around them, and murmured, "This Tien Shinhan. He probably hasn't been reborn, has he?" Yamcha slowly nodded at this, his gaze unconsciously flickering toward Tien Shinhan in the distance, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Yeah, it seems Tien Shinhan hasn't been reborn. And we've been training all these years, but even though we've become stronger than in our previous lives under the guidance of the Guardian, we still can't see through that mysterious senior brother of Goku's." Krillin followed Yamcha's gaze, then looked away, nodding lightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his bald head, his tone filled with bewilderment. "Yeah, my power level should now surpass the average member of the Jinyu Force, yet I still can't see through the senior brother of Goku's. But thankfully this senior brother is an ally, not an enemy. If he were our foe, that would be quite troublesome. From what I can sense of his energy, it's just slightly higher than ours. And what's more, I often fail to detect his energy at all." Yamcha's expression instantly grew grave, his hands unconsciously clenching the fabric of his closed fingertips, turning pale, his voice deepening, "And his energy is even lower than the last time we saw him. He must be deliberately suppressing it." Krillin quickly nodded in agreement, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and said with a touch of frustration, "Yet even Bulma is stronger than us now. I have no idea what's going on. Everything is different from our past lives." At that moment Yamcha suddenly clenched his fist, the knuckles turning white with effort, his nails almost digging into his palm, his voice full of resentment, and he raised his tone slightly before quickly lowering it. "What frustrates me most is that Bulma didn't become my girlfriend, and I ended up being sent to prison by the two of them." Seeing this, Krillin reached out and gently patted Yamcha on the shoulder, his movements slow, his tone carrying a hint of consolation, trying to calm him down. "Bulma hasn't regained her memories yet. Once she does, she'll definitely dump that senior brother. Don't worry." Hearing this, Yamcha's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He raised a hand to scratch his head, a silly grin spreading across his lips, the bitterness in his eyes gradually fading, his tone lightening. "Yeah, you're right." His smile vanished instantly, his expression turning serious again. He turned slightly to look at Krillin and asked with a solemn tone, "Last time you said that after you defeated those two Silents who attacked you went to planet Namek. Is Frieza really that powerful?" Krillin's face also grew somber, a flicker of lingering fear in his eyes. After all, his rebirth was due to this cosmic emperor. He furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "Yes, Frieza is incredibly powerful, and he has 4 transformations. I still don't know if Goku managed to defeat him in the end." As he spoke, Krillin's hand clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, his teeth biting hard on his lower lip, a determined glint igniting in his eyes. His voice was heavy but resolute this time. "I will train hard and avenge my own death with my own hands." Yamcha thought to himself that this time it was his turn to comfort Krillin. With that, he said, "Don't worry. We've been reborn with all these years to train. We'll definitely surpass Frieza." Suddenly an announcement echoed through the air. "The preliminary rounds are about to begin. All contestants please proceed in an orderly fashion." Krillin glanced back at the arena and said, "Let's go. The preliminaries are starting." The preliminaries concluded swiftly, and 8 fighters advanced to the finals: Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Yuan Chengan, Xiao Bawang, Krillin, Babute, Son Goku, and Kaiotsu. Yuan Chengan scrutinized Xiao Bawang, a robust martial artist around 30 years old with deep brown skin and afro, a goatee, clad in a white martial arts gi with a black belt, barefoot, and a red dot adorning his forehead. Yuan Chengan had a vague impression of this fellow. He had also dispatched his opponent swiftly in the preliminaries. The other contestant, Babute, was a slightly younger, handsome man, far weaker than Xiao Bawang, though Yuan Chengan couldn't be sure if he was holding back. Ever since Yuan Chengan discovered that Krillin and Yamcha had been reborn, he no longer dared to underestimate anyone. They could very well be the ultimate villain in disguise. The contestants filed into the draw area one by one. Though the spectators outside the venue could not see the draw, they murmured among themselves. A massive dark cloud slowly drifted over the crowd, and only when sunlight once again fell upon the stone floor of the arena did the tension in the air ease slightly. The referee stood before the tournament bracket, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "All right, contestants, please gather." Son Goku stepped forward, briskly waved cheerfully at the referee, and said with a smile, "Hey?" The referee recognized Goku and smiled back, remarking, "Oh, it's you. You've made it again. Congratulations." With that, the referee turned away from Goku, and the others walked to the table holding the lottery box and the bracket, and said sternly, "First, we will determine the matchups by drawing lots. When your name is called, please come forward to draw. We begin with contestant Yuan Chengan." Yuan Chengan stepped out of the line. Tien Shinhan fixed his gaze on Yuan Chengan, leaned toward Kaiotsu, and whispered, "He seems to be the previous champion. Let's find him a suitable opponent." Kaiotsu nodded slightly, murmuring Meanwhile, Xiao Bawang glared at Yuan Chengan with undisguised contempt. Tien Shinhan caught that expression, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "What's up? You have a grudge against that Yuan Chengan?" Xiao Bawang spun around, his voice fierce. "None of your damn business." "Shut up." Tien, amused, turned to Kaiotsu and said, "Interesting. Hey, Kaiotsu, let him fight the guy." Kaiotsu nodded expressionlessly, replying in a low voice, Yuan Chengan was the first to draw. He reached into the box, pulled out a slip, glanced at it, and said, "Oh, number 4. The referee immediately picked up his pen, wrote Yuan Chengan's name next to the number 4 on the bracket, and announced second match. Pausing, the referee continued, "Next, Mr. Yamcha." Yamcha looked at the familiar procedure and replied calmly, "Present." Tien Shinhan glanced at Yamcha with disdain. "I'll take him down myself." Kaiotsu again responded without expression, As the words fell, Kaiotsu silently activated his psychic powers. Soon Yamcha smoothly drew the number 1. Having drawn the number 1, Yamcha laughed inwardly. That Tien would never guess he was reborn. This time he would beat him to a pulp. The more Yamcha thought about it, the more pleased he became, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, even letting out a soft chuckle. Tien, seeing Yamcha's idiotic grin, taunted, "You look like a complete fool. Are all you Turtle School disciples like this?" Yamcha was about to retort, when the referee's voice cut him off. "Mr. Babuta." Babuta responded promptly, "Present." Kaiotsu used his powers again, arranging Babuta to number 7. Babuta gripped the slip, paused for a moment, and said, "I'm number 7. The referee recorded Babuta's name on the bracket, and continued, "Mr. Tien Shinhan." Tien answered confidently, "Present." As he spoke, he strode toward the drawing box, and said to Kaiotsu, "I'm counting on you." Kaiotsu, still expressionless, replied softly, "Mm." Under Kaiotsu's psychic manipulation, Tien got the number 2 as desired. The referee looked at the slip, and said gravely to Tien, "You will compete against Mr. Yamcha in the first match." Tien nodded lightly to the referee, then turned to gauge Yamcha's reaction, but Yamcha remained motionless, standing still. Yamcha thought to himself, "This time, I'll let you taste defeat, Tien. After all, you broke my leg in the previous life." The referee's voice rang out again, interrupting Yamcha's musings. He called loudly, "Mr. Krillin." Krillin answered expressionlessly, "Present." With Kaiotsu's covert intervention, Krillin drew number 6. The referee carefully recorded Krillin's position, noting, as he wrote, "All right, that's the third match." After writing, the referee looked up at the contestants, and said, "Next is Xiao Bawang." Xiao Bawang stepped forward with his chest puffed out, shooting a provocative glance at Yuan Chengan. "What are you staring at? The championship is mine this time." With that, he reached into the box, and pulled out a slip. Seeing the number, he exclaimed excitedly, "Number 3. I'm number 3. He then sneered at Yuan Chengan, "Never expected to meet me in the first round. Your luck stinks." Before he could continue, the referee interrupted, "Then, you will fight Mr. Yuan Chengan in the second match." Yuan Chengan stared at Xiao Bawang in disbelief, pondering, in the original story, it should have been that werewolf who entered the tournament. Because of my interference, Master Roshi didn't disguise himself as Jackie Chun, and since I didn't destroy the moon, that werewolf couldn't compete. Instead, Xiao Bawang, who should have been eliminated by Goku in the preliminaries, had advanced to the finals. As Yuan Chengan was mulling this over, the referee suddenly asked, "Is this name Shui Jiao?" Kaiotsu stepped forward, correcting him yet again, with a deadpan face, "No, it's Jiuzi." The referee suddenly realized, nodding, "Oh, Jiuzi." Kaiotsu picked up the slip, and said to the referee, "I'm number 5. The referee recorded while speaking, "Is that so? Then you will face Mr. Krillin in the third match." Krillin looked at Kaiotsu, thinking his psychic powers should be useless against me now. The referee glanced at his list, and continued, "Then the remaining contestant, Mr. Son Goku, is number 8, and will compete against Mr. Babuta in the fourth match." Although Son Goku's combat power had increased greatly, his simple-minded nature remained unchanged. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you already knew I was number 8. Let me draw and see if you're right." Saying this, Goku reached into the box, pulled out a slip, and laughed heartily, "Amazing. You're really right. You are incredible." The referee looked utterly speechless, and said awkwardly, "Thanks." Tien burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha. Did the Turtle Hermit teach you how to be funny?" Though Yamcha and Krillin had experienced this before, they still felt mortified by Goku's words. They both clamped their mouths shut, and walked aside in silence. At that moment, Kaiotsu, oblivious to the awkwardness, asked Tien what was so funny about that. Now it was Tien's turn to be embarrassed, and he quickly told Kaiotsu, "Just shut up." Just then the referee's voice rang out again solemnly, "The pairings are set. There is no time limit for the matches. A loss is declared if a contestant is knocked out of the ring, fails to get up within a 10 count, or willingly surrenders. When the arena announcer calls your name, please proceed to the fighting platform." After hearing the referee's explanation, Tien looked around at everyone with a confident gleam in his eyes, and turned to Kaiotsu. "This lineup is quite exciting, Kaiotsu." The host arrived at the finals venue, and shouted to the audience below, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long enough. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. These 8 fighters are the cream of the crop, selected from 182 martial artists, who registered with great confidence in their skills. They will compete in a knockout format. Who will claim the title of the world's strongest, and who will take home the prize of 500,000 zeni. Pausing, the host added, "Alright, the first round begins immediately. Let's welcome contestant Tian Xinhan and contestant Yamcha." As Yamcha stepped onto the platform, the announcer declared with great enthusiasm, "Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be amazed to hear this. Contestant Yamcha is a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. And among the 8 finalists, 4 are students of the Turtle School." Pausing again, the announcer continued, "Contestant Tian Xinhan is no less impressive. His master is the Crane Hermit, who is equally renowned as the Turtle Hermit. Now let us witness the clash of these 2 masters." Yamcha, facing Tian, who had also stepped onto the stage, said gravely, "I am Yamcha. I'm here to give you a real fight." Tian looked at him, as if he were an idiot, replying flatly, "Are you an idiot? Everyone knows you're Yamcha." Below the stage, Krillin watched Tian with a serious expression. That Tian definitely hasn't been reborn, or at least hasn't awakened his past life memories. Just as Krillin finished, many spectators in the crowd grew impatient, seeing the 2 men just standing there moving their lips. Someone shouted, "Hey! What's the matter with you two? Are you going to fight or not?" Hearing the audience, Tian replied with a knowing look, "All that talk. Are you scared?" Yamcha was not afraid at all. He was simply thinking about how to suppress his ki to match Tian's level. After all, in the previous life, Tian had made him suffer tremendously. Now that he was far stronger, he naturally wanted to savor his revenge. So Yamcha assumed a fighting stance and said, "I'm not scared. I'm just thinking about how to make sure you don't lose too quickly." Tian laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke, sneering, "Ha ha. Interesting. Then I'll let you attack first. Go ahead, do your best." Yamcha found it amusing and replied with a smile, "Are you underestimating me?" Tian answered disdainfully, "Don't misunderstand. It's not underestimation, it's giving you a chance. If you can hurt me, you'll have earned my respect." Since things had come to this, Yamcha wasted no more words. Light flickered in his hand, and a spherical energy bullet materialized. Before Tian could react, Yamcha swung his arm, and in an instant, the energy bullet veered away from Tian, flying toward the area behind him. Tian burst out laughing at the sight. "I admit that move was fast, but your aim seems off." Despite his words, Tian was a martial arts prodigy. He marveled inwardly, "The guy's ki blast is incredibly fast. I'll have to go all out from the start." Yamcha ignored Tian's taunt, and simply curled his fingers slightly. Tian immediately sensed something ominous. Just as Tian turned around, boom! The energy bullet Yamcha had fired earlier curved midair, and slammed squarely into Tian's back. The massive shockwave collapsed the walls of the arena. Apart from the few powerful fighters, the spectators below were thrown around, stumbling and falling. The Crane Hermit stared in disbelief, muttering incredulously, "I never imagined that old Turtle's disciple could be so formidable." As the dust cleared, Tian emerged, spitting blood from his mouth. Tian glared at Yamcha, who stood not far away watching him, and said angrily, "I never expected you to use such a cheap trick from the start." Yamcha thought to himself, "It seems because I controlled my ki, the damage to Tian was limited, and he still thinks he can beat me. Looks like my ki control is quite refined." With that thought, Yamcha turned his attention back to Tian. Without answering, he immediately launched an attack. Wolfang Fist. Tian quickly countered. The two were soon locked in close combat. But Yamcha was no longer the fighter he once was. How could the current Tian withstand him? Soon Tian was overwhelmed, taking a heavy punch to the face that sent him flying to the edge of the ring. Struggling to his feet, Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with effort. After a moment to recover, he looked at Yamcha and murmured to himself, "Looks like I have no choice but to use that technique." With that resolve, Tian's defiant eyes returned as he stared at Yamcha. "Blame your own bad luck. Hope you get a better life next time." As he spoke, Tian's feet left the ground, and he slowly began to rise into the air. Yuan Chengan watched as Tianjin Fan soared into the sky, musing inwardly, "From the looks of it, that's the Kikaho, isn't it? I never expected Tianjin Fan to use this move at this moment." In the original story, he only unleashed it after being repeatedly admonished by Gui Xianren, finally finding his true self, and thus desperately wanting to win the championship to prove himself. But now, because of me, Gui Xianren didn't even participate. Without Gui Xianren's guidance, it's truly odd that Tianjin Fan would resort to this technique. Moreover, this move couldn't even hit young Sun Wukong back then, so how could it possibly land on the current Yamcha? Tianjin Fan is behaving far too strangely now, and his words are equally peculiar. In other words, Tianjin Fan might have undergone rebirth as well. But then again, if Tianjin Fan hasn't been reborn, and he ends up demolishing the tournament arena, it will cause immense trouble for the rest of us in the subsequent matches. I hope Yamcha can intercept every one of Tianjin Fan's Kikaho blasts. At this moment, Juzi, witnessing Tianjin Fan ascending, understood his intention. His usually impassive face suddenly contorted with panic as he shouted loudly,
"Tian, you can't use that move."
Tianjin Fan turned to Jiazi, his expression once again brimming with confidence, and reassured him.
"Don't worry, I won't die."
Gui Xianren, seeing Tianjin Fan about to employ the Kikaho, was furious at Xianren for teaching his disciples such a suicidal technique. He simultaneously shouted to Tianjin Fan,
"Kid, it's just a match. No need to risk your life. Stop it now."
Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, now suspended in the sky, had already retrieved the memories of his past life. As he flew, he murmured to himself,
"I never imagined I'd be reborn after being slain by that scion.
And judging by Yamcha's demeanor, it seems he was reborn before me. I'll use my strongest technique now to gauge the gap between us, but I need to conserve some energy to avoid collapsing from exhaustion." Yamcha, radiating confidence, looked up at Tianjin Fan without assuming any defensive stance. Tianjin Fan extended his arms forward, crossing his thumbs and index fingers to form a triangle, aiming at Yamcha in the center of the ring, and bellowed,
"Kikaho!"
In an instant, a terrifying pillar of chi accompanied by the sound of tearing air hurtled toward Yamcha. Yamcha roared back,
"Huh?"
Tianjin Fan stared at the scene in disbelief, incredulously saying,
"What? My attack? Completely ineffective."
Yamcha looked at Tianjin Fan in the sky and smiled.
"It's simple. The gap in chi is too vast. Your all-out effort is no match for my casually released aura. Your attack is no different from a tickle."
After saying this, Yamcha thought to himself, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Tianjin Fan thought to himself in that instant, this guy's chi unnaturally potent. Yamcha looked at Tianjin Fan, who was dazed in the sky, and said,
"What's the matter? Already out of steam after one move. Fly down and keep going."
Tianjin Fan gave a bitter smile and said,
"I concede you win. That last attack drained almost all of my chi."
With that, Tianjin Fan slowly flew toward Jiazi's direction. The referee, seeing Tianjin Fan land, immediately announced,
"Out of bounds. Contestant Tianjin Fan has exited the ring, so the winner of this match is contestant Yamcha."
Yuan Chengan looked at Tianjin Fan, secretly lamenting, "I never expected Tianjin Fan to only use the Kikaho. I was hoping to learn his other techniques." "Forget it, I'll ask him personally when I get the chance. It seems he's also been reborn." Kulin and Yamcha aren't fools either. If Tianjin Fan hadn't been reborn, he would never have conceded so easily. At this moment, Xianren, seeing Tianjin Fan approach, said with displeasure,
"Worthless. You can't even defeat a disciple of the Turtle School."
Xianren had been secretly disgruntled ever since hearing that a Turtle School disciple won the previous tournament's championship. He had intended to have his prize pupil Tianjin Fan brutally crush the Turtle School disciples, then humiliate that old fool Gui Xianren. But he never expected Tianjin Fan to voluntarily concede in the very first match. Tianjin Fan was slightly taken aback by Xianren's words, then looked at him, and said,
"Master, long time no see."
This left Xianren completely bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, he shouted angrily,
"Have you lost your mind?"
Although Tianjin Fan knew Xianren was a scoundrel, he still held deep respect for him, because Xianren had imparted all his skills. Even after he left the sect, he never joined the Turtle School. Tianjin Fan quietly endured Xianren's curses. When Xianren stopped, Tianjin Fan said,
"Master, your younger brother might be dead."
This made Xianren freeze again, and he immediately pressed,
"What exactly happened?"
Tianjin Fan, relying on the memories of his past life, slowly said,
"Your younger brother was killed by that brat named Son Gohan."
At this moment, Son Gohan, who was watching Tianjin Fan, clearly heard his words. He quickly denied,
"What is your master's younger brother's name?"
Tianjin Fan looked at Son Gohan. Seeing him again evoked a sense of familiarity, and he even smiled.
"His name is Tao Bai Bai."
The naive Son Gohan scratched his head and said,
"I don't know him. I've been training with Kulin and Yamcha these past few years." I've never heard of this Tao Bai Bai you're talking about.
Tianjin Fan was stunned by Sun Wukong's words, thinking to himself, how is this different from the memories of my past life? Then Tianjin Fan looked at the two unfamiliar contestants on the field, Xia Ba Wang and Yuan Chengan, and pondered, I don't recall seeing these two in my past life. Yuan Chengan dusted off his sleeve, stepped forward and said,
That Tao Bai Bai, was he an assassin?
He has already been killed by me. If you want revenge, come at me. Tianjin Fan looked at Yuan Chengan with disbelief, while Xianren suddenly realized.
No wonder, I haven't been able to contact Tao Bai Bai for 3 years. So it was you.
Gui Xianren on the sidelines said in disbelief.
I never expected that Yuan Chengan actually killed Xianren's younger brother Tao Bai Bai.
As he spoke, Xianren clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drops of red blood slowly dripping to the ground. He pointed at Yuan Chengan and viciously ordered Tianjin Fan.
Go! Kill him now!
Tianjin Fan would never obey Xianren's command. Instead, he said slowly,
Your younger brother deserved his death. Engaging in that profession, he was bound to die sooner or later. You?
Xianren was choked with rage, unable to find any words to refute. He changed the subject.
Have you forgotten his teachings?
Tianjin Fan did not follow Xianren's lead, but instead said,
Master, there's another piece of bad news. Do you know about Baek Daimao?
Xianren was startled by Tianjin Fan's words. He looked at him in disbelief, grabbing his collar and shouting,
How do you know that name?
Xianren looked at Gui Xianren, thinking to himself, did that old turtle tell him? Impossible, that old turtle respects the master the most. How could he have said it? Could it be? With this thought, Xianren shook Tianjin Fan again.
Tell me quickly.
Tianjin Fan nodded and said,
Master, your guess is correct. The seal on Baek Daimao has been broken.
Upon hearing this news, Xianren no longer had the heart to think about Tao Bai Bai, his mind flooded with turmoil. Gui Xianren also recalled the days when he and Xianren followed their master Wu Taidu to battle against Baek Daimao. Gui Xianren looked at Yuan Chengan, Sun Wukong, Kelin, and Yamu Cha, and secretly felt gratified. I suppose Baek Daimao never imagined that his disciples would now be beings capable of overwhelming him. But indeed there is always someone better. I heard from Kelin that there is also a so-called Universe Emperor named Frisia. I'm really getting old. Soon Xianren sneered. I suppose you won't live much longer. Tianjin Fan, Jiazi, let's go. It seemed Xianren intended to take Tianjin Fan and Jiazi and hide. Tianjin Fan didn't budge and said, Master, you hide first. I want to confront Baek Daimao. Xianren looked at Tianjin Fan with an incredulous expression. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know where you got this information, but if what you say is true, none of us can withstand even a single blow from that monster. Seeing Tianjin Fan still unmoved, Xianren said angrily, Fine. If you won't leave, I will. Having said that, Xianren looked at Jiazi, who shook his head and hid behind Tianjin Fan. Xianren gritted his teeth. Fine. Even you defy me. Fine. Let the two of you fend for yourselves. After saying this, Xianren flew straight into the distance. Watching Xianren fly away, Tianjin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yamu Cha shouted, Tianjin Fan, catch! Tianjin Fan turned and caught the object thrown by Yamu Cha. Looking closely, it was indeed a senzu bean. He murmured to himself, A senzu bean. So Yamu Cha and the others have also been reborn. It seems there will be many unknown variables ahead. The referee interrupted. Contestant Yamu Cha, please don't monopolize the ring. There are still contestants waiting to compete. Yamu Cha smiled sheepishly and said, Sorry, I got distracted. With that, he immediately jumped off the stage and walked aside. Seeing Yamu Cha leave the stage, the referee said, Now please welcome our contestants Xia Ba Wang and Yuan Chengan. Contestant Yuan Chengan is the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. I'm sure everyone knows him. And Xia Ba Wang is the champion from 2 tournaments ago. I'm sure you all know him too. Let's see who is stronger, the champion from 2 tournaments ago or the champion from the last one. After a pause, the referee looked at Xia Ba Wang and Yuan Chengan, who were now stepping onto the stage, and said, Then the match begins now. The moment the referee finished speaking, a crisp collision sound was heard. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Bawang had already appeared in the audience, stands knocked unconscious. Tianjin Fan looked at Yuan Chengan with an incredulous gaze, muttering to himself,
What happened? I didn't even see him move.
Gui Xianren also exclaimed in surprise.
This kid just blew a puff of air from his mouth and knocked his opponent unconscious.
Yamu Cha and Kulin exchanged bewildered glances. Kulin said,
Yamu Cha, what are your chances of beating him?
Yamu Cha shook his head.
40%. I can also blow Xiao Bawang unconscious, but not as effortlessly as he did.
Kulin shook his head and said,
No. This guy definitely isn't as simple as he appears. I can't wait to have a match with him.
Yamu Cha laughed.
Then you'll have to get past Son Wukong first.
Kulin looked at Son Wukong, who was happily cheering for Yuan Chengan, and said,
Yeah. I might not even be a match for that kid Son Wukong. But since Son Wukong doesn't have the memories of a past life, he might not necessarily beat me.
Meanwhile, the referee stammered.
Well, I never expected contestant Xiao Bawang to be eliminated so quickly. Then the winner of this match is the previous champion contestant Yuan Chengan. Contestant Yuan Chengan truly lives up to his title as the previous champion. Let's give him a round of applause.
In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. When the applause died down, the referee said,
Now please welcome contestant Kulin and contestant Juzi to the stage. I hope they will give us a wonderful match.
Kulin stepped onto the stage, looked at Juzi, and gave a sly smile.
Use all your moves, Juzi.
Juzi looked at Tianjin Fan, who was off the stage. Tianjin Fan nodded and said,
Do as he says, Jiazi.
Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Jiazi immediately launched an attack, shouting loudly,
Dadonpa.
A direct hit, and dust billowed. When the dust cleared, sure enough, Kulin stood unharmed, looking at Jiazi and saying,
Too slow. Too weak. You can't win like that.
Without another word, Jiazi immediately activated his psychic powers. Kulin felt a slight tickle, then laughed.
Just as I thought. In the face of absolute power, psychic powers are nothing but a tickle.
Watching Jiazi give it his all, Kulin smiled again.
Sorry, Jiazi, I don't have time to play with you anymore.
As soon as he said that, Jiazi lost his balance, fell off the edge of the ring, and crashed heavily onto the ground outside, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. Seeing this, the referee raised his hand and announced loudly,
Out of bounds. Contestant Kulin wins.
Tianjin Fan stood on the stage, his gaze fixed on Jiazi, who had fallen out of the ring. Without any expression on his face, he slowly walked over to Jiazi, bent down, and gently picked him up. He patted Jiazi on the back, softening his tone, and comforted him.
It's okay, Jiazi. As long as we train hard, we'll definitely beat him next time.
Jiazi leaned against Tianjin Fan's chest, nodded gently, and replied softly, From the audience stands Gui Xianren watched Kulin on the stage, his face filled with a gratified smile, and remarked,
That kid Kulin has really improved a lot. It seems my disciples have all surpassed me. As a master, I am truly gratified.
Just then the announcer's voice rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The announcer holding the microphone said enthusiastically to the audience,
Now the fourth round match is about to begin. So far, all 8 quarterfinalists have made their appearances. First, please welcome contestant Babuda. Contestant Babuda has won championships in 2 other World Martial Arts tournaments besides the World Martial Arts Tournament. His goal is to win this tournament and completely dominate the world.
Son Wukong stood in the contestants' area, his gaze on Babuda as he stepped onto the stage. With a hint of confusion, he asked,
Is that guy really that strong?
Kulin looked at Son Wukong with envy, patted his shoulder, and said,
Son Wukong, you're really lucky to have a chance to fight a guy like that.
Master Gui Xianren nodded in the audience, suddenly enlightened, and said,
So that's it. I thought I had heard that name somewhere before. It turns out he's the legendary super genius fighter.
Seeing Wukong's naive expression, Kulin teased,
Wukong, you need to give it your all.
Wukong laughed heartily, clenched his fists, and said earnestly,
I'll do my best and won't underestimate my opponent.
Then the referee's voice rang out again.
Now please welcome contestant Son Wukong. Contestant Son Wukong is also one of Master Gui Xianren's disciples, and he was the runner-up in the last tournament.
In this tournament 3 years later, what kind of match will he show us? Both are powerhouses, confident in their abilities. This match is sure to be spectacular. Then the match begins.
As soon as the referee announcer finished speaking, Son Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ba Butte also took a stance and taunted.
Little runt, you can still surrender, and spare yourself the pain. Son Wukong said seriously.
You don't look that strong to me.
Seeing that this little kid looked down on him, Ba Butte found it amusing and said,
Looks like your previous opponents were all weaklings.
You've lost sight of your own strength. Don't blame me when I go all out.
Son Wukong asked with his usual seriousness.
Are you going to fight or not? If you don't attack, I will.
Without waiting for Ba Butte's reply, Son Wukong moved. The next moment, Ba Butte was struck in the chest and collapsed unconscious.
Kulin, watching from below, sighed inwardly. Truly, the weaker one is the more arrogant they become. I must take this as a lesson. Yuan Chengan muttered to himself.
Wukong really doesn't know his own strength. He landed 100 elbow strikes in that instant. Looks like Ba Butte won't be getting out of bed for months.
Tianjin Fan also saw this and murmured.
Just as I thought, Son Wukong is different from his past life. I wonder if he has also been reborn.
Right now, the weakest one is actually me. But this is also good news. It seems I don't have to worry about Baek Demong for now. The referee's eyes were fixed on the fallen Ba Butte. He quickly stepped forward to check, confirmed that he was unconscious, raised his right hand, and announced loudly,
He's out cold.
Contested Son Wukong wins.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the referee's face showed undisguised astonishment, and his voice was full of wonder.
This is truly amazing. Who could have predicted the match would go like this? With a single blow, a single instant blow, he actually knocked down contestant Ba Butte. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lasting continuously, and echoing throughout the entire martial arts arena. The lights around the arena illuminated excited faces, as the audience rose to their feet, clapping and cheering. No wonder Son Wukong's usual appearance was just too adorable. The audience's patience and affection for him far exceeded what they felt for the adult fighters, like Yamcha and Tianjin Fan. The applause gradually subsided. Son Wukong raised his hand to scratch his head, bowed slightly to the audience, then watched as the staff carried Ba Butte off. He turned and slowly walked down from the ring. The referee raised the microphone again, his voice booming across the venue.
Now the 5th round semifinals are about to begin.
The winner of the first round, contestant Yamcha, will face the winner of the second round, contestant Yuan Chengan. Please welcome both fighters. Hearing the referee call his name, Yamcha straightened his back abruptly, his expression instantly turning serious. He furrowed his brows slightly, and muttered softly,
Finally, I'm going to face Son Wukong's senior brother.
This guy is unfathomable. I have to go all out from the start, or else I might be defeated in an instant. With that thought, Yamcha took a deep breath, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and walked steadily toward the center of the ring. On the other side, Yuan Chengan also slowly stepped forward, walking calmly to the center of the ring. His gaze fell on Yamcha with no extra expression. The announcer took the microphone from the referee and said with enthusiasm,
All right, this is an interesting matchup.
On one side, we have last tournament's champion Yuan Chengan, on the other Yamcha, who has shown overwhelming power. Both belong to the Turtle Hermit School. This Master Discipline showdown is sure to be a highly anticipated battle. Then let the match begin. At that moment, Kulin on the contestant bench reached out and gently patted the solemn-faced Son Wukong on the shoulder. Leaning forward slightly, he asked softly,
Wukong, who do you think will win, Yamcha or your senior brother?
Son Wukong slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the two on the stage, and said gravely and sincerely,
I don't know, but I think my senior brother is stronger.
Although Yamcha is also strong now, I feel he's about my level, and I'm not sure I can beat my senior brother either. Kulin nodded slightly, and said in agreement,
Exactly my thoughts.
On the stage, Yamcha stared intently at Yuan Chengan, his gaze sharp, and said solemnly,
I've heard about you from Wukong and also from Cammy.
Hearing this, Yuan Chengan raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. He let out a soft,
Oh,
then curled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently,
Is that so?
That's a bit unexpected.
Yamcha immediately assumed a fighting stance, feet shoulder width apart, fists clenched in front of his chest, and said firmly,
I hope you won't hold back. Let's have a good fight. Yuan Chengan also slowly assumed a fighting stance, lowering his body slightly, and said earnestly, "As you wish." As soon as the words were spoken, Yamcha pushed off the ground, vanishing from the spot in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage. The next second, Yamcha's loud shout echoed from the void. "Wolf Fang Fist!" In an instant, both fighters disappeared from the audience's sight, and the air around the arena seemed to tense up. The referee announcer, despite wearing sunglasses, could not hide the shock on his face. He exclaimed loudly, "Incredible! As soon as the fight began, both Yamcha and Yuan Chengan have disappeared. What is happening on the stage? We can clearly hear the sonic booms of fists colliding." At that moment, Bulma quickly walked up to the referee announcer holding a pair of special glasses, and said cheerfully, "I have a high-speed camera glasses here. I hope it can help you." The referee announcer looked at Bulma and surprised, a glint of delight in his eyes. He quickly reached out to take the glasses, and said, "Oh, that's a huge help. Thank you so much." With that, the referee announcer did not hesitate. He immediately took off his own sunglasses and put on the high-speed camera glasses. Bulma waved her hand and said, It's nothing, just a little invention I made when I was bored." As soon as the referee announcer put on the glasses, the previously empty radar indeed showed the afterimages of the two fighters. He immediately shouted excitedly, I can see! Fighters Yuan Chengan and Yamcha are fiercely exchanging blows. As expected of Yamcha and Yuan Chengan, even with such powerful equipment, I can only see their afterimages. Tianjin fans sitting in the audience leaned forward slightly, arms crossed, his three eyes fixed on the stage. Watching the intense exchange, he murmured to himself, "Too fast. Even with my third eye, I can barely see their afterimages." He turned to glance at Kulin and Son Gohan beside him. Both had calm expressions, their eyes closely following the figures on the stage, clearly able to keep up with their speed. Seeing this, although a little unwilling, Tianjin fan's tense mouth relaxed slightly, and he felt more at ease. After all, unless something unexpected happened, Baek Demoang was already unsealed now. With Son Gohan and the others who were much stronger than in their past lives, Baek Demoang could no longer cause any trouble. After a fierce exchange, Yamcha slowly stopped, resting his hands on his knees and panting heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat, his chest heaved violently, and his face had turned pale. Yuan Chengan, on the other hand, stood tall and composed opposite him, his breath steady, his face showing no sign of fatigue. If anyone looked closely, they would notice that even his hair had not moved. Yamcha lowered his head, his chest heaving, and marveled inwardly. Kulin said, "I was even stronger than the members of Frisia's Jinyu force, but I never expected that Goku's senior brother could block all my punches, and he seems much more relaxed than I am. Damn, is this guy even human?" Yamcha's expression grew even more serious. He furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze darkened, and his eyes slowly shifted to Son Gohan. He unconsciously clutched the hem of his clothes and said hesitantly, "Gohan, I want to use that technique. You won't blame me, will you?" Son Gohan was taken aback, blinked his eyes, and looked bewildered. It took him a moment to snap out of it. He scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Yamcha looked at Son Gohan's confused expression, sighed inwardly, and thought to himself, why did I ask that naive Gohan such a question? He withdrew his gaze, his expression turning serious again. His eyes fixed intently on Yuan Chengan, and his brows knitted even tighter. Kulin in the audience looked at Yamcha and wondered silently, is he going to use that technique? So soon? Is Yamcha going to use that technique? Yuan Chengan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze on Yamcha, and a flicker of barely perceptible doubt passed through his eyes. Then Yamcha clenched his fists fiercely, the veins on his neck bulging slightly, and let out a thunderous roar from his throat. "Kaioken!" As the words fell, a faint red light instantly enveloped Yamcha's body. At first it merely lingered around him, but then it rapidly expanded, growing brighter, until it almost completely engulfed him. As the red light bloomed, his aura surged, doubling in an instant. The ground of the ring even trembled slightly from the force, and tiny cracks spread along the edges. Next, Yamcha raised his head again, his eyes fixed on Yuan Chengan. He extended both arms, palms facing upward, and shouted once more, "Spirit Ball!" With that, streams of chi surged from his palms. Dense clusters of spherical energy bullets burst forth continuously from his hands, rapidly ascending into the sky. In just a short moment, hundreds of them gathered, hovering in midair. Yuan Chengan stood still watching the scene calmly. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he said in a flat tone, "Interesting. So it's the Kaioken. I've learned another technique. I see. So this is how the Kaioken works. It seems I don't need to go out of my way to learn it from that old geezer King Kai." On the contestant bench, Gulin leaned forward slightly, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes fixed on Yamcha on the stage. He moved his lips and muttered, "This is just a match. Isn't Yamcha going a bit too far?" He paused, shifted his gaze to Yuan Chengan, and added, "But judging by the expression on Wukong's senior brother, it seems he hasn't even gone all out." Master Xianren, standing in the front row, had lost his smile, his brows knotted tightly. He glanced back and forth between Yamcha and Yuan Chengan and muttered, "What's going on?" "That Yamcha's chi has doubled in an instant. What kind of technique is this? And Son Wukong's senior brother's chi has also increased by the same amount at the same time." His eyes were full of confusion as he continuously observed the changes in their auras. Yamcha's hands hanging at his sides were clenched tightly, his knuckles white. His eyes were locked on Yuan Chengan. When he sensed that Yuan Chengan's chi had also doubled along with his pupils constricted sharply, and his eyes were filled with shock. He carefully observed Yuan Chengan's movements. Yuan Chengan still stood in place, his expression calm with no trace of red light around him, clearly not using the Kaioken. Yamcha's heart sank. He instantly understood that Yuan Chengan had not been using his full strength at all during the fight, he had merely been toying with him. Yamcha slowly lowered his head, biting his lower lip, until he tasted blood, then released it. A flicker of venom flashed in his eyes, and he thought, "Damn you, you stole Bu Air Ma from me, and still dare to look down on me. Damn. It would be impossible for Yamcha to hold no grudge against Yuan Chengan. As the saying goes, killing a father and stealing a wife are the gravest grievances." Unaware of future developments, Yamcha did not know that later there would be a Beiji Ta who would take Bu Air Ma from him. It was only natural for him to feel this way at this moment. He raised his head, his gaze turning serious again, and the red light around him grew even denser. At that moment, the ever-still Yuan Chengan finally moved slightly. He lifted his chin a little, looked at Yamcha, and said in the same calm tone, "With your current combat power, the attacks you're unleashing could injure the audience. I suggest." With that, Yuan Chengan raised a finger and pointed to the sky above the venue, continuing, "Let's take the fight to the sky. That way you can go all out." Yamcha's eyes flickered. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head, nodded at Yuan Chengan, and said in a low voice, "Fine." With that, Yamcha's body instantly shot into the air, skillfully performing the flying technique, and sped toward the sky. The red aura around him left a faint trail in the air. Yuan Chengan turned his head, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the Bulma beside him, and spoke in a steady tone, calling out, "Bulma, use that." Bulma immediately lifted her head, meeting Yuan Chengan's gaze, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Without any further inquiry, she swiftly pressed a button on the capsule case she carried with her. Several human-sized devices ejected from the capsule and landed beside her. She strode quickly to the perimeter of the martial arts arena, deftly and efficiently fixing the devices onto the four corners of the platform. The moment the devices activated, a pale blue semi-transparent energy barrier rose from them, interweaving and spreading in an instant, completely enveloping the entire martial arts arena. Ripples of subtle energy shimmered across the surface of the barrier, extending infinitely into the sky. Yamcha, who had just soared into the sky, saw this, and his brow shot up sharply, his body instinctively halting. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and after a full 2 seconds of stunned silence, he called out, "What is this?" Yuan Chengan withdrew his gaze from Bulma and turned to Yamcha, explaining calmly, "This is an energy barrier invented by Bulma. It can isolate the aftermath of our battle, preventing it from affecting the audience here. Come on, Yamcha, show me all your strength and fight me to your heart's content." Hearing this, Yamcha's pupils contracted slightly, his heart jolting violently, and his fingers unconsciously clenched tightly. He glanced down at the arena covered by the energy barrier, then cast a sidelong look at Bulma, who stood still, a wave of confusion surging in his heart. Such incredible technology exists! Could it be that the current Bulma is also a reincarnated person? It seems that Bulma's choice of this man has unknown reasons behind it. He shook his head violently, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. His gaze gradually turned solemn, and he raised his head again, locking his eyes on the opponent before him, scrutinizing him closely. With a tone of unyielding defiance, he said,
"If you're only at this level, you can't possibly beat me."
As his words fell, Yamcha took a deep breath, his chest heaving fiercely, and his aura began to climb rapidly.
20 times Kaioken.
He roared the name of the technique, and around him a blazing red aura erupted, even more intensely, swelling with the surge of his energy. Waves of terrifying power spread rapidly within the energy barrier, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. The audience below exchanged bewildered glances, most of them wearing blank expressions. When the young woman in stylish attire had been busy at the edge of the arena, they hadn't understood what she was doing. Now, seeing the terrifying aura exploding from Yamcha, and the pale blue barrier enveloping the platform, their confusion gradually faded, and they vaguely grasped the intent. They craned their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. At this moment, the referee announcer raised the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced loudly,
"I'm sure everyone is familiar with this beautiful lady. She is none other than the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, Miss Bulma. We thank her for providing this energy-isolating device, allowing everyone to watch the match in peace."
Hearing the referee's explanation, the audience showed expressions of sudden realization, murmuring among themselves. Their gazes toward Bulma were filled with admiration, and some even broke into applause. Among the crowd, Krillin frowned, his body leaning slightly forward, his eyes locked on the energy barrier around the arena. His lips moved as he muttered to himself,
"What? How could Bulma create something so powerful? Could she have also been reincarnated?"
Doubt tangled in his mind, like a knot, making him restless, as if countless ants were crawling over his chest. He couldn't sit still, and his fingers unconsciously picked at the corner of his clothes. Not far away, Tien Shinhan straightened his body, his gaze fixed fiercely on Yamcha in the arena, his eyes brimming with shock. Now reincarnated, Tien Shinhan's perception far exceeded his former self. He could clearly sense how terrifying the aura radiating from Yamcha was, fierce and violent. Even a mere wisp of it made his entire body tense, as if in the next second he would be thrown back injured or even killed by that force. He then glanced at the pale blue energy barrier, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he felt an overwhelming incredulity.
Bulma's technological device can actually block all of Yamcha's energy. This is utterly unbelievable.
Yuan Chengan stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over the shocked expressions of the crowd below. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he chuckled inwardly.
If things had followed the original timeline, Bulma wouldn't have developed this energy barrier until the appearance of the God of Destruction. You know, this device can withstand the energy collision of both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta at the same time. Blocking Yamcha's attacks now is child's play. But given the current understanding of these people, no wonder they're so shocked. It seems that the reincarnation points of Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin are earlier than I expected.
Though he had made a judgment in his mind, the strength of Yamcha still exceeded Yuan Chengan's expectations. At this moment, after unleashing the 20 times Kaioken, Yamcha's combat power had skyrocketed to a terrifying 1 million. Such power was already enough to easily defeat the first form of Frieza. But even with such a Yamcha, seeing the calm and composed Yuan Chengan standing before him, completely unaffected by his aura, waves of shock surged again within him. His eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, and he stared at Yuan Chengan in disbelief, his voice hoarse.
"What's going on? Your aura is back to the same level as mine."
Yuan Chengan looked Yamcha up and down, a smile spreading across his lips.
"Not bad, I admit you are strong. So let us fight to our heart's content."
With that, Yuan Chengan made the first move. He stomped his feet against the ground, a faint crack echoing from the arena floor, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. At the same time, he let out a roar, clenched his right fist tightly, the muscles in his arm bulging slightly, and delivered a powerful straight right punch aimed directly at Yamcha's chest in the sky. Yamcha's expression changed. Without time to think, he immediately raised his left arm, muscles tensed, and braced it against his chest. With a dull thud, Yuan Chengan's fist slammed into Yamcha's arm. A sharp, piercing pain instantly shot through Yamcha's arm, traveling along the bones to his entire body. Yamcha's brow furrowed into a knot, his face instantly turning pale. He bit his lower lip tightly, shock flooding his heart.
"Damn it, this punch has cracked my bones."
Knowing that the current Yamcha possessed a combat power of 1 million, and the higher the intensity of his energy, the stronger his body became. Yet even so, he couldn't protect his arm. Yamcha realized the gap between himself and Yuan Chengan. But before Yamcha could recover, Yuan Chengan pressed the attack. He lifted his left foot, slightly bending his knee, then kicked out, with explosive force, his toe shooting toward the top of Yamcha's head. Yamcha's pupils shrank, and he instinctively ducked downward, his body dropping rapidly, barely dodging the kick. Yuan Chengan's toe grazed past the top of Yamcha's head, stirring up a gust of wind. The wind turned into a blade, crashing into the energy barrier with a loud bang. After stabilizing himself from the rapid descent, Yamcha immediately looked up toward the sky where Yuan Chengan was. Not daring to be careless, Yamcha quickly raised his hands, his fingers aimed at Yuan Chengan, his face solemn as he shouted, "Spirit Ball!" In fact, even before Yuan Chengan launched his attack, Yamcha had quietly set up his spirit balls around Yuan Chengan. However, he hadn't anticipated Yuan Chengan's speed. Despite that, Yuan Chengan had now entered the encirclement of hundreds of his spirit balls. The moment was ripe, and countless pale spirit balls instantly converged on Yuan Chengan. A smug smile curled at the corner of Yamcha's mouth as he thought to himself, "Let's see how you dodge this." But he never expected that in the next second Yuan Chengan's figure would appear right in front of him, moving so fast that only a blur remained. Yuan Chengan extended his right hand, grabbing Yamcha's arm, and with a powerful pull, he hurled Yamcha back toward the spot where he had just been standing. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as Yamcha's body collided with the spirit balls. The resulting shockwave raged within the energy barrier, shaking the entire venue. The audience below covered their ears, their faces etched with astonishment. As the dust gradually settled, Yamcha floated in midair, his clothes tattered, torn by the shockwave, revealing wounds on his body. His hair was disheveled, his face as pale as paper, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Even though the energy barrier had blocked most of the impact, the sound of the energy clash within the barrier still left the audience dumbfounded. For a moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The referee announcer was also stunned for a moment. After snapping back to reality, he immediately raised the microphone and announced excitedly, "Can everyone see that? Yamcha has been hit by his own special move. This is truly an extraordinary match, absolutely spectacular." Most of the audience had only heard the loud noise, unable to see the specifics of what had happened on the arena. Now, hearing the referee's explanation, they began to murmur among themselves. After a while, a young man pointed at Yamcha and Yuan Chengan in the sky and shouted excitedly, "Look! There's someone up in the sky!" Another audience member followed his gaze, and suddenly realized quickly, saying, "Oh, they're up there! No wonder I couldn't see them!" Yet another audience member couldn't help but tease, "Didn't they just fly up? Were you asleep just now?" The audience erupted into lively chatter, voices overlapping. Yamcha hovered in midair, covered in blood, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had given it his all, even unleashing his ultimate trump card, the 20 times Kaioken. Yet he never imagined that even with this move he hadn't managed to harm Yuan Chengan in the slightest. The referee announcer, seeing the two motionless figures on the arena, seized the opportunity to continue commenting, "Players Yuan Chengan and Yamcha have just engaged in an extremely fierce battle. Their strength is evenly matched, making it truly difficult to predict who will emerge victorious." Hearing the referee's words, Yamcha's gaze grew even more determined. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "No, I can't give up yet. Right, I've got it. Use that move." The next second, Yamcha took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and flashed in front of Yuan Chengan, shouting at him, "Solar Flare!" As the words left his mouth, his body instantly erupted with blinding white light, transforming him into a dazzling sun. The piercing light penetrated the energy barrier, flooding the entire martial arts arena. Everyone present instinctively closed their eyes, unable to open them. Seizing this opportunity, Yamcha shot toward Yuan Chengan, his right fist clenched tightly, aiming a vicious blow at the back of Yuan Chengan's head. But in the next second, the impact he anticipated did not occur. His fist was firmly caught in Yuan Chengan's grip, unmoving. The referee announcer immediately shouted, "What a fierce attack! First a blinding flash to dazzle the opponent, then a powerful punch to the back of the head. A very clever technique." However, regrettably, player Yuan Chengan, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, easily caught player Yamcha's attack. Below the arena, Goku rubbed his eyes, barely managing to open them a slit to see the situation on the platform. He couldn't help but complain.
When did Yamcha learn that move? And he kept it hidden from me.
Yamcha stared at his trapped fist, his face turning deathly pale, despair flooding his heart. He had no more tricks left. But he still refused to give up. He lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Yuan Chengan, and said in a hoarse but resolute voice,
"One last move. If you dare to take my last move head-on, I'll surrender."
At Yamcha's words, the smile on Yuan Chengan's face paused slightly, a flicker of obvious curiosity appearing in his eyes. At this moment Yamcha was in disarray, covered in wounds, his combat power already severely diminished. In Yuan Chengan's mind, he posed no threat whatsoever. But he knew well that even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Such an unreasonable request was impossible for him to agree to. What if he made a careless mistake and capsized in a ditch? Wouldn't that be a loss outweighing the gain? With this thought, the curiosity in Yuan Chengan's eyes faded, replaced by a trace of coldness. The next second, a terrifying aura slowly emanated from Yuan Chengan. It was even more fierce and violent than Yamcha's full power burst. The air within the energy barrier trembled violently, and the ripples on the surface of the barrier became more pronounced. The audience below once again covered their ears, expressions of fear on their faces. Before Yamcha could react, Yuan Chengan's figure had already turned into a blur, instantly appearing behind Yamcha. He leaned slightly, his lips close to Yamcha's ear, and said in a flat, emotionless tone,
"It's time to end this, Yamcha."
As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Chengan's palm gently landed on the back of Yamcha's neck, applying a slight pressure. Yamcha's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes fading instantly. Then his eyes closed, and he lost consciousness completely, his body falling limply downward. The referee announcer, seeing this, was stunned for a second before quickly recovering. He raised the microphone, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, and began the countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the countdown ended, the referee announcer swung his arm down and shouted with all his might,
"The winner is player Yuan Chengan."
As the words fell, the energy barrier on the arena slowly dissipated. Yuan Chengan stood upright on the platform, his aura gradually receding, returning to calm. The audience below was stunned for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Voices of discussion and acclaim intertwined, resounding throughout the entire martial arts venue. The referee took a half step forward, his voice even louder than before, and announced,
"Now the 6th round match. Both contestants are distinguished disciples of Master Roshi, Son Gohan versus Goku."
Goku tilted his head slightly, darting a quick glance at Son Gohan before retracting his gaze. His brow furrowed as he stared at the ground, pondering inwardly.
"Last time I fought against Son Gohan, I couldn't defeat him. But this time is different. Even if my current combat power is not yet on par with Son Gohan's, the gap is narrow. Moreover, my battle experience surpasses his. Who will win or lose remains uncertain."
Son Gohan straightened his back, a radiant smile curving his lips, his eyes sparkling, as he fixed his gaze on Goku. His voice brimmed with anticipation.
"Goku, though we've always trained together, this is our first real confrontation. I'm thrilled. I'll give it my all, and you must do your best too."
At that moment, the referee's resonant voice once again reverberated across the entire martial arts arena, drowning out the faint murmurs from the audience.
"Please welcome the two contestants."
Goku looked straight into Son Gohan's eyes and said,
"Son Gohan, I also want to test the fruits of my training. If you hold back, I will resent you for the rest of my life."
Son Gohan nodded firmly, his face brimming with confidence, and chuckled.
"Yes, of course."
As the words fell, each of them slowly extended a fist and gently tapped them together. The spectators in the stands leaned forward, their gazes locked onto the two small, endearing figures. Some waved while others raised their voices.
"The match is getting interesting. Both of you give it your all."
Applause and cheers drifted on the wind, softly wafting near the arena. Just then Goku, who had already stepped onto the platform, suddenly halted as if recalling something. He spun around and waved toward Bulma in the audience, shouting,
"Bulma, please activate that protective barrier from earlier."
Hearing the call, Bulma looked at Goku with a dubious expression. Though she knew he was a disciple of Roshi, when she wasn't particularly familiar with him. Perceiving the issue, Kulin turned to Yuan Chengan for assistance. Yuan Chengan nodded to Bu-Er Ma, who promptly straightened up, snatched the remote control, and pressed the red button with her fingertip. The next second, the transparent protective shield that had previously enveloped Yuan Chengan and Yamcha slowly rose once more, completely encasing the arena, its edges tinged with a faint glimmer. Kulin glanced at the shield and felt much more at ease. He knew that fighting in such a crowded venue without restraint could cost many lives, but holding back would make the battle unsatisfying. He turned to Son Wukong and said with confidence,
"Now, Son Wukong, we can go all out."
Son Wukong lifted his head, his gaze sweeping slowly over the barrier, until he confirmed it fully enclosed the arena. He nodded gently, his tone earnest.
"Yes, I will."
The two stepped into the center of the platform, facing each other. They bent their knees slightly, assuming combat stances, their bodies taut, their eyes locked. The referee stood beside them, took a deep breath, and declared loudly,
"Then the 6th round officially begins."
With that, he promptly strode off the platform. The moment the referee's voice faded, Kulin clenched his fist and let out a low yell.
20-fold Kaioken.
Before the words had even settled, his figure blurred into a streak too fast for the eye to track. The next instant, Kulin appeared behind Son Wukong. He turned slightly, bent his right elbow, and with all his might struck a heavy elbow blow to the back of Son Wukong's neck, producing a dull thud. In the blink of an eye, something utterly unexpected happened. Son Wukong's body stiffened, then collapsed onto the platform, as if all strength had drained from him. Limbs played motionless, eyes tightly shut. Kulin quickly turned, hurried to the referee's side, and tugged at his sleeve, urging impatiently,
"Uncle Referee, start the count."
The referee snapped out of his shock. He had barely stepped off the platform when the round began, and now it seemed the match was already over. He hastily bent down to look at Son Wukong on the platform, and began counting.
3, 2, 1. The winner is Kulin.
A sly grin spread across Kulin's face. He walked over to Son Wukong, crouched down, and patted his shoulder lightly, saying,
"Son Wukong, consider this a lesson from me. You Scions always like to probe your opponent's strength first before escalating. I hope this battle teaches you that even a lion must use its full strength against a rabbit."
The referee's voice rang out again, announcing to the entire venue,
"Therefore, the victor of this match is Kulin."
The referee paused, cleared his throat, and continued with a hint of excitement.
"Next up is the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to decide who is the world's greatest martial artist. The finals are here. Will it be Kulin or Yuan Chengan who claims the title of world's #1 and the prize of 5,000,000? This will be the most anticipated match of the century."
The referee's impassioned voice ignited the crowd's fervor. Cheers, applause, and shouts intertwined, echoing through the arena without end. At that moment, Son Wukong, lying in the contestants' rest area, slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still hazy, and he turned his head slightly to look at Yamcha sitting beside him. His voice was hoarse as he whispered,
"Yamcha, what happened?"
Yamcha leaned closer to Son Wukong, lowering his voice, and recounted every detail of the match on the platform. After listening, Son Wukong furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, until his nails nearly dug into his palms, his face filled with regret. He gritted his teeth.
"Damn it! That Kulin, he actually... Never mind. Next time, I will definitely surpass him."
On the other side, Yuan Chengan adjusted his martial arts uniform, stepped forward, and strode steadily toward the platform, pondering quietly as he walked. Yuan Chengan frowned slightly, marveling inwardly.
"I never expected that Kulin of this world possesses combat power even greater than Yamcha's."
He concentrated on sensing the chi of both sides. He could clearly perceive that Son Wukong's chi was slightly superior to Kulin's, but before Son Wukong could adjust his state, Kulin had already activated his energy. A thick red aura surged around him. He had directly unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. Son Wukong's pupils contracted, his body tensing instinctively, but he was a step too slow to mount any defense. Yuan Chengan shook his head slightly, thinking,
"It seems Son Wukong still lacks experience in combat. The reason, I suspect, is that I intervened early and defeated the Red Ribbon Army and Tao Pai Pai, whom Son Wukong was supposed to handle himself. This deprived him of valuable training opportunities, setting off this butterfly effect."
Yuan Chengan withdrew his thoughts, his expression turning serious. His fingers curled slightly.
I'll have to be cautious when facing Kulin. That fellow is always meticulous and full of tricks. Who knows if he has developed new techniques? I must be extremely vigilant.
Just as he was pondering countermeasures, a thought flashed through his mind, and he felt a surge of delight.
All that move.
Before he could dwell on it, the referee's voice echoed across the arena, interrupting his thoughts. The stands around the platform were alive with noise, cheers and shouts rising and falling.
The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament gathered 182 masters from around the world.
The referee stood with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, his gaze sweeping over the excited crowd before returning to the center of the platform.
Only 8 emerged from the grueling preliminaries. After fierce rounds of competition, 2 contestants now stand on the finals platform.
He paused, his voice rising sharply, carrying clearly to every corner of the arena.
They are Kulin and Yuan Chengan. Who will reach the pinnacle of world martial arts and become the new champion? The answer is about to be revealed. Now the final round of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Ready, start.
The moment the referee uttered start, Kulin lowered his stance, his feet planted firmly on the platform. He pressed down slightly, leaving fine cracks in the stone slabs. He looked up at Yuan Chengan, his gaze sharp, his lips pressed into a thin line. Then he shouted,
20-fold Kaioken. Solar Flare. Destructo Disc.
Before the words faded, the aura around Kulin intensified, a faint white halo mingling with the red. The blinding light of the solar flare erupted, forcing the audience to shield their eyes. Immediately, razor-sharp energy discs shot from his palms, whistling through the air, as they hurtled toward Yuan Chengan. But Yuan Chengan was no longer in his original position. What remained was a humanoid mass of chi he had created using his energy, indistinguishable from the real thing without careful scrutiny. Fighters of Kulin's caliber no longer needed their eyes to locate an opponent, they relied on sensing chi. This gave Yuan Chengan the perfect opening. Concealing his presence high in the sky, Yuan Chengan watched the Destructo discs flying toward the chi decoy. He frowned, grumbling inwardly.
It's just a match. Yamucha was my rival in love, which I could understand. But Kulin has no grudge against me, yet he uses such lethal moves. Is he trying to kill me?
He turned slightly, his gaze fixed on Kulin, his expression growing more wary. Meanwhile, Kulin observed his own Destructo discs, thinking,
I hope Yuan Chengan recognizes the power of the Destructo disc and backs down rather than persisting stubbornly.
With that thought, he refrained from launching further attacks, standing still, his eyes locked on the chi decoy of Yuan Chengan. Yet the Destructo discs in his hands did not cease. In an instant, the discs filled the entire arena. Sharp blades of energy carved deep grooves into the stone, emitting a grating screech, and the air around the platform seemed to warp. When Kulin finally realized through his eyes that the figure before him was merely condensed chi, indignation surged within him. He immediately directed the Destructo discs to slice into the chi decoy. But strangely, those seemingly unstoppable discs upon passing through the chi decoy vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a bottomless void. Kulin's expression froze. His pupils contracted, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes wide with shock. He took an involuntary step forward, muttering inwardly,
What's going on? How did my Destructo discs vanish into thin air?
He concentrated his senses, but could detect no fluctuation in Yuan Chengan's chi, as if the attack had never landed. At that moment, Yuan Chengan was thinking,
so this fellow can already manipulate the Destructo disc as freely as a controlled energy sphere. So that's how it works. Unexpectedly simple. I've stolen another technique.
Yuan Chengan's original intention was to see how many tricks Kulin could pull. He wanted to witness all his skills, so he could learn them by observation. But after hovering in midair for a long while, staring intently at Kulin, he noticed that aside from the Destructo discs, Kulin used no other novel techniques. He merely stood on the platform looking around in confusion, trying to locate Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He thought to himself,
well, it seems he has no new moves. Time to end this match.
As the thought crossed his mind, his figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Kulin. He curled his fingers slightly and struck Kulin's neck precisely with his knuckles, a swift light blow carrying just enough force. In the next instant, Kulin's body stiffened, his face expressionless, as he lost consciousness, collapsing limply onto the platform. Having witnessed several rounds, the referee was already accustomed to such swift conclusions. Without a hint of surprise, he quickly strode to Kulin, bent down to check on him, then straightened up, raised his right hand, and began to count in a steady, powerful voice.
10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The count finished. The referee swung his right hand down, his voice ringing throughout the venue.
The victor is Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan wins and becomes the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. The world's #1 is Yuan Chengan.
With the match officially concluded, Yuan Chengan stepped down from the platform, and under the guidance of staff received the champion's prize and certificate of honor. Soon Sun Wukong, Kulin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha gathered around him, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. Tianjin Fan spoke first, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression tense, his hands unconsciously clenched. His voice carried a note of gravity.
I assume you've all heard of Piccolo Daimao.
Tianjin Fan spoke first, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression tense, his hands unconsciously clenched. His voice carried a note of gravity.
I assume you've all heard of Piccolo Daimao.
Wukong scratched his head, his face full of confusion, blinked his eyes, and asked with a puzzled expression.
What is bike damoing? Is it something delicious?
Tianjin Fan, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief on his face. He widened his eyes abruptly, took a step forward, and said with astonishment,
What? You don't know bike damoing? Could it be that you haven't been reborn?
Wukong became even more bewildered. He tilted his head, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and asked again,
Reborn? What is rebirth? Can it be eaten?
At that moment Kulin slowly came to. He rubbed his neck, a hint of embarrassment on his face, reached out, and gently tugged at Wukong's sleeve, and said in a low voice,
Yes, we have all been reborn. Tianjin Fan, the point of my rebirth is when I was crushed by the Cosmic Emperor Frieza.
Yamcha scratched his head, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, laughed awkwardly, and said,
The point of my rebirth is when I was injured by the explosion of the Cyberman.
Tianjin Fan also felt a bit abashed. He scratched his cheek, and said with a somewhat vague tone,
The point of my rebirth is slightly later than Yamcha's.
Upon hearing this, Yamcha immediately laughed heartily, patted Tianjin Fan on the shoulder, and said in a lighter tone,
I heard from Kulin a few years ago that you had also been reborn. I was quite surprised at the time. But I just don't know, Kulin, what happened after you died.
As he said this, Yamcha's voice gradually grew somber, and the smile on his face disappeared. Everyone present stopped talking, their gazes simultaneously fixed on Yuan Chengan, their eyes full of curiosity and confusion, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere in the air instantly became heavy. The audience beside the martial arts tournament arena had gradually dispersed, leaving only a few people in the distance discussing the previous match. A gentle breeze passed by, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground, which slowly drifted down at the feet of the group. Yuan Chengan looked at the varied expressions of the people before him, slowly shook his head, and spoke in a calm tone tinged with a hint of confusion.
What are you all talking about? I don't understand.
As he spoke, he gently shrugged his hands, his gaze sweeping over Tianjin Fan, Kulin, and Wukong. Seeing this, the solemn expression on Tianjin Fan's face eased slightly. He let out a soft sigh, raised his hand to rub the eye in the center of his forehead, deliberately avoided the previous topic, and changed the subject, saying,
Forget it.
He paused, looked up into the distance, his expression turning serious again, his fingertips slightly clenched, and continued.
If the timeline is correct, bike damoing subordinates are now heading towards us.
After speaking, he withdrew his gaze, and swept it over Wukong, Kulin, Yamcha, and Yuan Chengan, in turn asking with a note of urgency,
Who among you has brought the Dragon Balls?
As soon as the words fell, Yuan Chengan immediately raised his right hand, and said in a crisp tone,
I have them.
He paused, withdrew his hand, and fumbled at his waist to take out a capsule corp box, continuing,
I put the Dragon Balls inside the capsules. Logically, the Dragon Radar should not be able to detect them.
At that moment, Bulma also immediately took out the Dragon Radar and said,
Currently no Dragon Balls are moving.
Kame Sennin said with a grave expression,
According to what you said, you are all reborn. It's not impossible that bike damoing is also a reborn one. We must be extremely cautious.
Tianjin Fan recalled his experience of searching for the Dragon Balls with Kame Sennin in his previous life, then said,
I think we need to head to the nearest Dragon Ball location first. If Bike Damoang's radar doesn't show the Dragon Balls here, he will definitely go to the nearest one to us.
After speaking, Tianjin Fan looked at Bulma. Bulma pressed the Dragon radar and said,
The nearest Dragon Ball is not far from here. Should we go now?
Tianjin Fan said anxiously.
There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over. Otherwise an innocent person will die.
After speaking, Tianjin Fan looked at the others. Naturally no one objected, and then they all looked at Bulma in unison. Bulma felt embarrassed by the stares, so she tossed the Dragon radar to Yuan Chengan and said,
You lead the way.
Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth an airship was flying slowly. Clouds churned outside the portholes. The black AF airship cut through the sky, and the roar of the engine reverberated dully at high altitude. Inside the cockpit, Bike Damoang sat upright on a throne adorned with skulls and horns. His black robe hung down, and the ferocious character, M.O., demon on his chest gleamed coldly in the dim light. His withered fingers rested on the armrests, his eyes sunken, his gaze filled with surging hatred and ambition that had lain dormant for centuries. On either side of the throne, bizarrely shaped skeleton guards stood still like statues, their hollow eye sockets facing forward. Standing beside the throne was his trusted subordinate, a henchman with a long beak-like nose. He bowed slightly, his eyes full of fawning. Bike Damoang slowly spoke, his hoarse voice echoing in the cabin.
Gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and any wish can be granted. Hee hee hee.
There was no warmth in his laughter, sending a chill down the spines of the Pilaf gang. The beak-nosed subordinate responded respectfully, his eyes gleaming with the same greed. Pilaf, the leader of the Pilaf trio, had cold sweat on his forehead, yet he forced himself to bow and flatter, his voice trembling but tinged with urgency.
Great King, I went through great hardships to find the rice cooker that sealed you, Great King, and resurrected you on this airship, and also revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls to you.
Beside him I clutched her clothes, and Shu hung his head. The 3 of them were waiting for the Demon King's response. Pilaf rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile on his face, and without waiting for Bike Damoang's response, he continued on his own.
Then about that matter. Your wish, Great King, is naturally to conquer the world, right? Hee, that's exactly it.
Bike Damoang gave Pilaf a meaningful look and said,
Even without the power of the Dragon Balls, conquering the world is a piece of cake.
Pilaf shuddered at Bike Damoang's words. Then his voice lowered with a cautious, tentative tone.
I know it's nothing big. I just want you to give me half the world. Hee.
Seeing Bike's expression grow colder, he hastily changed his tune, his voice trembling so much it was barely audible.
Then, if not a third of the world, I know a quarter will do.
Mai was so anxious at the sight that she stomped her feet, but dared not interrupt. Shu clenched the knife at his waist, not daring to breathe. The pressure in the cabin suddenly dropped. Pilaf and his 2 companions almost knelt on the ground, their breathing becoming difficult. Bike slowly sat up straight, and the oppressive aura emanating from him almost solidified the air. He raised his hand, his bony fingers lifting slightly, and spoke each word with undeniable authority.
What I, the Great King, desire is immortality.
His gaze swept over the churning clouds outside the window, and fell upon the 6 Dragon Balls scattered across the world.
If successful, this world will forever be under my control.
Pilaf froze instantly, his flattering smile solidifying into a pale, sickly grin. He had considered the possibility that Bike Damoang would not be under his control, but relying on their own strength alone, they could never gather the Dragon Balls. Now that they had awakened Bike Damoang, not only could they not fulfill their wish, but they had also become criminals. Shu's body trembled slightly, and Mai covered her mouth, both their eyes filled with terror. Bike Damoang might take their lives at any moment. Bike no longer looked at these 3 insignificant ants, leaned back into his throne, tapped his fingers on the armrest, and said,
Speed it up. Hurry and fly towards the Dragon Ball location where Tambourine went.
The Pilaf trio quickly nodded. The next moment, Bike Damoang suddenly widened his eyes and said,
Impossible. Tambourine has been eliminated.
At that moment, a surge of memories flooded into Bike Damoang's mind. Bike Damoang suddenly looked around in panic and said,
Where is this place?
After taking in his surroundings, Bike Damoang muttered to himself,
I've been reborn. Was it Tambourine, who was just killed?
Then Bike Damawang looked at the Pilaf trio and said,
Quick, accelerate towards the Dragon Ball's direction.
The Pilaf trio dared not resist, and immediately began operating the airship. Bike Damawang rejoiced inwardly. Heaven is indeed on my side. This time, I must make sure to finish him off, and not let that Son Wukong survive. On the other side, a chubby man carrying a samurai sword, and wearing a Dragon Ball pendant, was roasting a humanoid monster. As he roasted it, he said,
I didn't expect to find a beast that can speak human language here. I wonder if it tastes good. Let me cut a slice and try.
Then Yajirobe cut a slice of Tambourine's meat, put it in his mouth, chewed, and said,
Not bad.
At that moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened. Yajirobe looked up and said,
What is this?
Yajirobe's eyesight was excellent, and he immediately recognized Bike Damawang's appearance. He said incredulously,
Wasn't it said that Bike Damawang had been sealed? Could it be that he broke the seal? Oh no! I need to get out of here quickly.
The next moment Yajirobe immediately sprang into action, dashing swiftly into the distance. Bike Damawang glanced at Yajirobe and said in surprise,
Not Son Wukong. Who is this guy?
After a pause, Bike Damawang added,
Never mind him. He has a Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, and he managed to kill Tambourine. I'll kill him first.
In a flash, Bike Damawang appeared in front of Yajirobe. As soon as Yajirobe saw the figure before him, he forcibly stopped himself and said,
Hello. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? If not, I'll be off.
Bike Damawang laughed and said,
It seems you possess quite impressive martial arts to have defeated my warrior Tambourine.
Yajirobe laughed awkwardly and said,
You must have mistaken me for someone else. I just passed by here.
Bike Damawang said in a sinister tone,
Hee. Whether you killed Tambourine or not, I want to kill any martial artist I see, no matter what you've done.
Yajirobe said helplessly.
Damn it. I just came out to hunt and have a picnic, and I end up running into Bike Damawang.
Yajirobe's words surprised Bike Damawang, who looked at him and said,
You know me.
Seeing that Bike Damawang did not immediately attack and kill him, Yajirobe quickly buttered him up.
Who doesn't know your deeds, great King Bike? My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the mighty river, and like the unstoppable flood of the Yellow River.
Everyone feels a bit pleased when flattered, and Bike Damawang was no exception. He smiled and pointed at the Dragon Ball around Yajirobe's neck. Yajirobe was still a bit scared seeing Bike Damawang smile, but he pointed at the Dragon Ball around his own neck in confusion. Bike Damawang nodded slightly. Yajirobe quickly took off the Dragon Ball and said,
Here you go.
As soon as he got the Dragon Ball, a fierce light flashed across Bike Damawang's face. He pointed a finger at Yajirobe, releasing a terrifying aura, and said,
Die. Boom!
A huge explosion sounded. As the smoke cleared, the scene Bike Damawang had expected did not appear. Instead, several people had appeared before him. They were Yuan Chengan and the others. Yajirobe, who had closed his eyes and prepared to die during Bike Damawang's attack, waited for a while and found himself unharmed. He slowly opened his eyes, was startled to see the group before him, and asked,
Who are you people?
Klin said confidently to Yajirobe.
You're safe.
Then Klin surveyed the group and said,
Who among us will take him on?
Yajirobe said incredulously.
That's Bike Damawang. Do you have a death wish?
While Klin was surveying the group, Bike Damawang was also scanning them. When he saw Son Wukong, his emotions suddenly fluctuated. It was no wonder Bike Damawang's emotions fluctuated. Anyone would react the same way upon seeing the enemy, who killed them in their past life. Before the group could discuss, Bike Damawang had already launched his attack. The aged Bike Damawang frenziedly fired energy blasts, bombarding the group. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked at him curiously. Son Wukong said innocently,
Old Kami, why are you here? And why have you become so weak?
Bike Damawang was startled by this, thinking to himself, what's going on? This is different from my past life. How have they become so strong? And they have already met that old Kami.
Damn it! I won't accept this. Could it be that old Kami has also been reborn? Boom!
Suddenly a loud explosion sounded. Bike Damawang looked in disbelief at a handsome young man in the crowd, who had fired a one-handed Kamehameha at him, then looked at the large hole in his own chest, and said resentfully,
Damn it!
Then Bike Damowang looked at the group and said,
"But don't think that we Demon Clan will disappear just like that."
With that he gathered all his strength and memories, spat out an egg, and sent it flying into the distance. Exhausted, Bike Damowang grinned wickedly and said,
"My son, one day you will avenge your father. The root of evil must never be cut off."
With that Bike Damowang went
poof
and turned to ashes. Clan then said irritably to Yuan Chengan,
"What were you doing just now?"
In the dead silence of a desolate mountain wilderness, a pitch-black eggshell cracked with fine lines. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, a slender hand covered in green patterns broke through the shell, propping against the rough stone ground as it slowly rose. Bike Daimao too stood up from the broken eggshell, his youthful face still bearing traces of unripe innocence. The moment he landed, a vast and chaotic flood of memories surged into his mind like a raging tide. The entire life memory of the old Bike Daimao, along with the memory of Son Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He looked down at his still weak body, feeling the meager power within, and his gaze swept across the unfamiliar mountains and rivers around him. His heart tightened abruptly. As expected, he had been reborn. This world was clearly the world of his youth. However, what surprised him was that from old Bike's memories, he could clearly sense that Son Wukong's energy was even higher than that of an ordinary member of the Jinyu force on planet Namek. At this timeline, what a terrifying power that was. Not even old Bike Daimao at his peak could withstand such a figure, let alone himself, who had just been reborn with negligible strength.
Too weak. My current power is utterly inadequate.
Bike Daimao too clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain.
Training, I must train immediately.
I wonder if Son Wukong and the others have been reborn. Although their combat power is exceptionally high now, if they haven't been reborn, it would be very dangerous for me to go there now. Forget it. To be safe, I'll follow my past life's training experience first. Without any hesitation, he turned and walked deeper into the desolate mountains, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense jungle, beginning his secret arduous training. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the atmosphere at the World Martial Arts Tournament venue was entirely different. Yuan Chengan stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, his gaze level with Tianjin Fan ahead. He spoke in a steady tone.
"Tianjin Fan, I have something I wish to ask you."
Tianjin Fan, who was focused on planning his next move, sensed the commotion beside him, and turned around. Seeing Yuan Chengan's youthful yet strikingly handsome and composed face, he was momentarily startled before asking,
"What is it?"
Yuan Chengan leaned forward slightly, looking at him, and said slowly,
"I've heard that you have a unique technique called the four-body fist."
"I am very interested in it, and would like to learn from you." Tianjin Fan's eyes instantly sharpened. He looked the young man up and down, his tone tinged with inquiry and wariness.
"This technique is rarely mentioned to outsiders. How do you know about it?"
He had to be cautious of this mysterious young man, who suddenly appeared and seemed to know everything about his special skill. Yuan Chengan sensed Tianjin Fan's wariness, adjusted his breath slightly, and made his tone more earnest.
"I have heard of your reputation from elsewhere, and know that this technique can split the body into 4 entities. It is truly exquisite. I would like to experience it firsthand. May I ask if you would be willing to instruct me? Of course, you can rest assured that I will strictly suppress my energy to the same level as yours. We will only compete in technique, and I will never harm you."
Hearing Yuan Chengan's promise, Tianjin Fan's tense expression relaxed slightly. He had always regretted not having fought against Yuan Chengan in the tournament. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to propose a sparring match, a glint of battle intent flickered in his eyes. He nodded slowly.
"All right."
A flicker of joy passed through Yuan Chengan's eyes. He immediately stepped back a few paces, getting ready.
"Then let's not waste time, let's begin now."
Tianjin Fan didn't hesitate. He gently pushed off the ground, his body soaring into the air like an arrow. Yuan Chengan followed closely, and in an instant both were in midair. Kellen Yamcha and the others had been standing not far away, clearly hearing their entire conversation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kellen turned to look at the others, frowning slightly with doubt in his tone.
"Did any of you tell Yuan Chengan that Tianjin Fan knows the four-body fist?"
Everyone exchanged puzzled looks and shook their heads. Yamcha scratched his head, looking bewildered.
"I didn't say anything."
Son Wukong also shook his head.
"I don't know either."
Receiving unanimous denials, Kellen's suspicion deepened. He stared intently at the two figures in the air, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. High above, the battle erupted instantly. Tianjin Fan's eyes hardened, and with a low shout his energy surged, his body instantly splitting into 4 identical clones attacking Yuan Chengan from 4 different directions simultaneously. Each clone moved with precision and speed perfectly coordinated. However, the flaw of the 4-body fist soon became apparent. Dividing one person's power into 4 parts greatly reduced the strength and speed of each clone, making it difficult to deliver a decisive blow. Yuan Chengan was well prepared. He moved nimbly among the 4 clones, easily evading all attacks, while occasionally probing, quickly identifying the technique's weakness. After several exchanges, Tianjin Fan's 4 clones began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing an opening, Yuan Chengan flashed behind one clone and lightly tapped each clone's shoulder in turn. That clone instantly fell, followed by the other 3 collapsing onto the first. Tianjin Fan reconsolidated into one person and took a long while to stand up. The battle ended. Yuan Chengan also landed softly. He exhaled gently, a satisfied look in his eyes. He had finally learned the 4-body fist. The sparring had given him a thorough understanding of the essence of the 4-body fist. Tianjin Fan stepped forward and patted Yuan Chengan on the shoulder, a rare smile appearing on his face, his eyes full of admiration.
I never expected you to be so strong. Admirable.
Yuan Chengan bowed slightly and replied politely.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Tianjin Fan. I have benefited greatly.
Kellen, who had been unable to contain himself, quickly stepped forward. He looked at Yuan Chengan with bright eyes, a determined expression on his face, clenched his fists, and said loudly,
Yuan Chengan, remember this. 3 years from now, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, we won't lose to you again. Tianjin Fan Yamcha and I will train hard and surpass you to win the championship.
Yamcha nodded in agreement. Although Yuan Chengan was his rival in love, there was no denying his martial arts skill. The usually silent Tianjin Fan also gave a slight nod, his meaning clear. The exchange among the youths contained no jealousy or malice, only a desire to become stronger and mutual recognition of each other's abilities. Yuan Chengan laughed heartily, warmth surging in his heart. He recalled the days of preparing for the college entrance exam with his classmates. Looking at these spirited youths, his gaze softened.
All right, I'll be waiting for you. Let's meet again at the tournament in 3 years.
The turtle hermit also felt gratified seeing this, as his disciples were all walking their own martial paths, exactly what he had always pursued. Everyone made their pledges, and waved goodbye to Yuan Chengan. Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha naturally planned to train together. After parting with Yuan Chengan, they flew toward Kame House. On the other hand, after bidding farewell to his companions, Yuan Chengan wasted no time, and immediately set off with Bulma to collect the Dragon Balls again. Using the Dragon Radar, he headed straight for the balls' locations. In just a few dozen minutes, he gathered all 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world. On a sunny grassy plain, a gentle breeze blew. 7 crystalline Dragon Balls were carefully placed on the ground by Yuan Chengan, each emitting a warm and mysterious glow. Yuan Chengan stood before the Dragon Balls and called out softly,
Appear, Shenlong. Grant my wish.
The moment the words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls burst into dazzling golden light, shooting straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky rapidly gathered, lightning flashed, and a deep dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. A massive Shenlong coiled out from the golden light. Its colossal body blotted out the sun, its scales gleaming under the lightning. It slowly opened its eyes, and spoke in a majestic resonant voice echoing across the world.
State your wish. Whatever it is, I can grant it.
Without any hesitation, Yuan Chengan said clearly,
I wish to obtain all the training methods of the Angel Wasi.
Shenlong's eyes flashed red, and then it said,
Your wish has been granted.
Its figure gradually became transparent, and finally dissipated. An immense amount of profound yet exquisitely refined training knowledge, like a brand, instantly flooded into Yuan Chengan's mind. Having obtained the coveted training methods, he immediately went to discuss with Bulma. He had originally planned to enter the spiritual time chamber again with her through the dimensional gate for intensive training. But Bulma gently shook her head, a resigned yet lazy smile on her face. She crossed her arms and said,
Last time, I spent over 1,000 years inside. Although you were with me, that place was still too monotonous and boring. I'll wait for you outside. The dimensional gate can be opened anytime, so if I want to accompany you, I can do so whenever I like.
Seeing Bulma's slightly languid expression, Yuan Chengan instantly understood her thoughts. Bulma was lively by nature, and loved novel interesting things, while the spiritual time chamber was empty and monotonous, truly unsuitable for her to stay long. As for himself, he was solely focused on immersing and training. The two had inherently different personalities, so there was no need to force it. At worst, couples who appear harmonious on the surface, but are estranged at heart, are common in reality. But Yuan Chengan believed their love, when they were together, was real. One can only control oneself. Controlling someone else's feelings is impossible even for a god. Though he consoled himself this way, it was impossible not to feel sad or unwilling. After all, love comes with possessiveness.
All right, I'll go train alone.
Yuan Chengan smiled gently, not insisting. He looked at Bulma and said earnestly,
Be careful outside. If you miss me, open the dimensional gate anytime to find me.
Bulma nodded with a bright smile.
Don't worry, I will.
She activated the dimensional gate device in her hand. A glowing dimensional gate slowly unfolded before them, revealing the familiar empty void-like space of the spiritual time chamber. Yuan Chengan took a deep breath, steadying his mood. Feeling the endless training methods of Wei in his mind, his gaze became resolute. It was time to strengthen himself first. He waved to Bulma, turned, and stepped slowly into the dimensional gate. The gate closed behind him, completely isolating the outside world. Inside the spiritual time chamber, all was silent. Only endless white existed. As soon as Yuan Chengan entered, he took out a capsule and transformed it into a house. After all, he would be training here for another 1,000 years. He closed his eyes, slowly calmed his mind, and began to sift through the vast training knowledge he had just obtained from Shenlong. In the spiritual time chamber, Yuan Chengan stood at the center of the space, feet shoulder-width apart, eyes closed. First, he regulated his internal energy and used the four-body fist. The four-body fist allowed him to split into 4 bodies, naturally granting 4 times the training experience. He took a deep breath, and his energy began to rise steadily, without any ferocity, all contained within an inch of his body's surface. Then, with a slight movement of his brow, he evenly split his own energy, according to the training knowledge from Shenlong, while simultaneously urging the energy within his body to flow rapidly through his meridians. The next second, 3 pale green energy bursts shot out from his body. 3 clones identical in form and appearance landed steadily around him, front, back, left, and right, forming a 2-against-2 formation. All 4 Yuan Chengan's wore the same clothes, had the same calm and steady expression, identical energy, and even the subtle rhythm of their breathing was indistinguishable. Only their stances differed slightly, appearing as 4 independent but homologous combat forces. Without any superfluous words, the confrontation began instantly. The clone on the left moved first, stepping into the void, lowering its body, and lunging straight at the central original. Its fist extended directly, a simple move without any flourishes, just a basic straight punch with even force and steady speed. The original shifted his feet slightly, sidestepping the punch, while raising his right arm and thrusting his elbow horizontally toward the clone's shoulder and neck. The move combined offense and defense, showcasing his familiarity with his own techniques. Seeing this, the clone on the right immediately stepped forward, both hands forming palms, slashing diagonally at the original's arm to block his attack. The move was precise, perfectly timed in the gap of the original's motion. The clone at the rear did not rush forward. It stood firmly, its energy slightly condensed, eyes locked on the other 3 figures, ready to fill any gap in the 4-body fist formation. The 4 figures moved back and forth in the empty space, making no sound of breaking air, only the subtle fluctuations of energy flow. Between the original and the clones, there was no holding back. Every move targeted the opponent's openings, straight punches, swings, kicks, blocks, all basic combat techniques, yet executed with fluid grace. The clones replicated the original's moves, and also countered his attacks. Sometimes they coordinated in pairs, sometimes they attacked alone to probe, perfectly embodying the 4-body fist's characteristic of dividing combat power and coordinated warfare. While dealing with the clones' attacks, Yuan Chengan's original carefully sensed the control. After splitting his energy, felt the state of each portion of power within the clones, and noted the changes in strength and speed due to the dispersion of the 4-body fist. During the ongoing battle, the left clone executed a side kick. The original crouched to avoid it, while launching a double punch at the clone's lower body. The rear clone immediately stepped forward, reaching out to restrain the original's arm, while the right clone took the opportunity to deliver a straight punch at the original's back. The original remained calm, twisting his wrist to break free from the restraint, then turned and raised his arm to block the back attack. His feet moved quickly, instantly creating distance from the three clones. The four figures faced off again, their energy still steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Yuan Chengan's original focused his gaze, sweeping over the three clones, sensing the linkage of the four energy streams within him, and slowly adjusted the distribution of energy, trying to compensate for the weakness of the four-body fist's power dispersion. After a brief pause, the battle resumed. This time the original took the initiative, charging at the right clone with even faster moves. The three clones reacted simultaneously, encircling him from all sides, the transitions between offense and defense becoming smoother. In the space, the four figures crisscrossed and intertwined. As techniques collided, ripples of energy spread gently, quickly swallowed by the void. There was no sound, only pure technique sparring and the refinement of self-training. After an unknown amount of time, the original withdrew his techniques, his energy retracting. The energy of the three clones gradually dissipated, merging back into the original's body. Yuan Chengan slowly exhaled, standing still, feeling his energy reunite as one. He raised a hand and flexed his wrist. The previous session was just a warm-up. As he had guessed, the four-body fist could consolidate the training experience of four bodies into one, but it was exceptionally tiring. Yuan Chengan rejoiced inwardly. The real training was about to begin. Meanwhile, on a nameless planet in a distant corner of the universe, Raditz was locked in battle with an opponent of similar strength, when a sudden torrent of memories flooded his mind. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, he muttered inwardly, "Am I reborn? Ha! I am truly the chosen one. Kakarot, you dared to join forces with that green degenerate to kill your own elder brother. This time, I will make sure you die a miserable death." But the moment Raditz's attention wavered, a blast of energy pierced through his chest from the enemy before him. With tears of frustration, he gasped, "Damn it! He murmured before his eyes closed and consciousness slipped away. Fortunately, a medical soldier from the Frisia force was nearby and quickly rushed Raditz into a medical pod. From a distance, Nappa watched Raditz and remarked, "What a waste, defeated by such a small fry." Vegeta cast a cold glance in his direction, then silently resumed eliminating the planet's inhabitants. The Frisia force medical pod was a dull silver, its surface covered in fine scratches, with faint rust at the seams, clearly an outdated model. Inside the pod, the murky nutrient fluid tinged with a pale gray enveloped Raditz's body. Raditz lay in that old-style pod for an entire month. Finally, the pod's hum ceased, and with a soft hiss, the hatch slowly slid open, letting in a stream of cool air. He slowly opened his eyes, blinking to adjust to the light outside the pod. He raised his arm, fingers curling slightly, feeling the strength gradually returning to his body. He was fully recovered at last. Raditz gripped the edge of the pod and sat up slowly, his body still a little stiff. He raised a hand to rub his shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the medical bay. Then, with a blast of energy, he blew the medical pod to pieces. A common practice among high-ranking members of the Frisia force intended to assert dominance over the medical staff. After destroying the pod, Raditz surveyed the room. The medical bay was cramped with cold metallic walls, likely still aboard the ship. In the corner lay a pile of decrepit medical equipment left by the Frisia force logistics unit that had accompanied them. The faint scent of disinfectant still lingered in the air. Raditz walked out of the medical bay completely naked, looking around, but he saw no sign of Vegeta or Nappa. He frowned, a shallow crease forming between his brows, a flicker of confusion in his eyes quickly replaced by understanding. He murmured to himself, "It seems Vegeta and Nappa have already moved on to the second planet without waiting for me to recover." Raditz let his hands fall, his fingers curling into fists, knuckles whitening as resentment churned within him. He bit his lip, the corners of his mouth turning downward, a trace of self-mockery flashing in his eyes as he lowered his head. He muttered again, "There's no helping it. Though I am a genius elite warrior, I was a fool to be killed by Kakarot and that worthless Namekian. But now I'm reborn. It must be that Vegeta and the others wished upon the Shinron that Kakarot
and his lot spoke of.
At that thought Raditz took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, suppressing the bitterness and self-mockery within him. Just then a Frisia Force medical soldier, who had been slacking off, rushed back at the sound. Seeing Raditz naked, his eyes lit up. He straightened his posture at once, a respectful smile spreading across his face, as he hurried over, his voice filled with genuine delight.
Lord Raditz, you are fully recovered.
Though Raditz's combat power was comparable to that of a common Frisia Force soldier, in the eyes of this medical soldier Raditz was a scion elite warrior who could transform into a giant ape boasting a battle power of 15,000. Raditz glanced sideways at the soldier, his gaze flat and indifferent, his eyelids slightly raised. Despite his usual animosity toward the Frisia Force troops, this medical soldier had stayed behind instead of leaving with Vegeta and the others, which moved him slightly. He gave a slow nod. Pausing, he opened his mouth, his voice still a little hoarse from disuse, and ordered in a flat tone,
"Bring me my battle suit."
Hearing the command, the medical soldier's smile widened. He bowed and scraped, leaning forward slightly, his tone both respectful and eager.
"At once, my lord. It has been prepared for you."
With that he turned and hurried to a storage locker in the corner, deftly retrieving a neatly folded battle suit, then quickly returned to Raditz, holding it out, with both hands maintaining a respectful posture. While Raditz was changing, the medical soldier activated his scouter, and was astonished to find that Raditz's battle power had reached 10,000. Thinking he had misread, he switched to another scouter, and saw the same number, 10,000. The medical soldier exclaimed excitedly,
"Lord Raditz, congratulations! Your battle power has reached 10,000.
Raditz, who was adjusting his battle suit, heard this, and was stunned. He snatched the scouter from the soldier's face, and sure enough the number displayed was 10,000.
Uh-huh. I never thought Lord Raditz would have a battle power of 10,000.
At that moment a legend among the scions surfaced in his mind. He whispered to himself, barely audible.
The legend says that a scion who nearly dies and revives becomes stronger. So the legend is true. Then, could the legendary Super Scion also be real? Yes, it must be.
Raditz clenched his fists. He had always avoided pain, and thus never fought properly, leaving his battle power stagnant for years, and earning him nothing but contempt. But now, he could finally hold his head high. Suddenly a terrifying thought struck him. He thought to himself,
if these legends are true, then the legend of Lord Frisia, no Frisia destroying planet Vegeta, must also be true. Damn it! If Frisia finds out I've suddenly become this strong, he will kill me without warning. Wait, the scouter is still on. Everyone using a scouter can hear our conversation.
A wave of fear washed over Raditz. He quickly covered the medical soldier's mouth, and exchanged a meaningful glance before saying,
Damn you! You're messing with me. It clearly shows 1,000.
The medical soldier understood the message in Raditz's eyes. When Raditz released him, the soldier said,
My lord, I was just joking with you.
Raditz then spoke in a sinister tone.
Then you shall die.
2 deafening explosions roared in succession, sending scorching waves of heat billowing outward. The air instantly filled with a faint smell of burning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 power-level detectors were completely reduced to fine ashes under the intense heat scattering across the cold ground, leaving no trace behind. Law Dizzy's tense shoulders slowly relaxed, and his furrowed brow eased slightly. He raised a hand to wipe the dust off his cheek, then let out a long breath.
This should be fine now,
he said. As his words fell, he slowly turned around, his gaze fixed directly on the medic beside him. His eyes darkened as he spoke.
From now on you'll follow me. You know well that Fu Lisa is always cruel and bloodthirsty. Any of his subordinates who slip up even slightly will end up dead. If you're not afraid of his suspicion, go ahead and return.
The medic's face showed complete confusion, his brows deeply furrowed. He unconsciously took a small step forward and asked,
Suspicion? What suspicion?
Law Dizzy glanced around once again, confirming there was no one else, then lowered his voice.
If I go back and report to Fu Lisa that you deliberately stayed here just to join me in rebelling against him, do you think he would kill you without a second thought?
The medic's body stiffened slightly, and his confusion instantly turned to panic. Yes. How many insignificant figures like him had Fu Lisa killed without a second thought? After a long silence, the medic's lips moved and his voice carried a hint of helplessness.
Then I have no choice.
Law Dizzy crossed his arms over his chest, a faint smile of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone brooking no argument.
What else?
The medic was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering, then he looked up at Law Dizzy.
I can help you, but what do I get out of it?
A glimmer of light flashed in Law Dizzy's eyes. He leaned forward, slightly staring at the medic, and slowly asked,
Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan?
The medic's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face showed shock. His voice involuntarily rose a few notches.
What? You can become a Super Saiyan?
Law Dizzy straightened his back, a look of confidence spreading across his face, his tone resolute.
Of course. I already know the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan. It won't be long before I successfully transform.
Hearing this, the medic quickly calculated in his mind. With no way out now, he could only grit his teeth and treat this as a last resort. There was no other choice. Seeing that the medic remained silent, Law Dizzy turned sideways and pointed at the badly damaged medical pod nearby.
If you don't agree, I'll take it as a yes. Also, that medical pod I just destroyed, can you repair it? I still need it.
The medic withdrew his thoughts, still not answering Law Dizzy's question. He walked over to the damaged medical pod, bent down to carefully inspect the extent of the damage, and after a moment's deliberation replied,
I'll give it a try.
After a bit of tinkering, the medic straightened up, brushed the mechanical debris off his hands, and looked at the fully restored medical pod. He spoke to Law Dizzy with a note of helpless admonition.
I fixed it. Don't go breaking things randomly in the future.
Law Dizzy's gaze fell on the now functioning medical pod, and he nodded immediately, saying with a smile,
Of course not.
The medic took a step closer, his eyes full of urgency staring at Law Dizzy.
Can you tell me your plan now?
Law Dizzy did not answer directly. Instead, he looked around, first frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice,
There's no one else on this planet, right?
The medic shook his head, firmly raised a hand to pat his chest, and said with absolute certainty,
No one. It's perfectly safe.
After confirming there was nothing unusual, Law Dizzy spoke again.
When will Fu Lisa's army come to take over this planet?
Hearing this, the medic unconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingertips, thinking as he replied,
I'll have to check the logs. But according to usual practice, it'll be at least a dozen years.
At these words, Law Dizzy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile, letting out a low laugh.
A dozen years. Ha. That's enough.
The medic, seeing Law Dizzy's delighted expression, leaned in with a puzzled look and asked again,
Then what do we do now?
Law Dizzy's smile faded, his expression turning serious. He looked directly at the medic and asked,
Do you have any weapons that can hurt me?
Without hesitation, the medic replied,
There are laser guns in the armory, but your power level is now 10,000. They can't harm you.
Hearing this, Law Dizzy's hand at his side clenched slightly, a flicker of thought in his eyes, as he calculated inwardly.
Those Dichio people and Ka Kaluya can control their power levels. If I could lower my power level to the point where weapons can hurt me, that would be great.
After a moment, Law Dizzy snapped back to reality, looked at the medic, and said with a serious tone,
I have some things to take care of for a few days. Wait for me here.
The medic stood at attention and replied respectfully,
Understood.
As days passed, the empty planet remained silent, with only the occasional gust of wind echoing through the air. Before long, Law Dizzy's figure appeared at the entrance of the planet's spaceship. When the medic saw him, he immediately hurried over, his tone respectful and joyful.
Lord Law Dizzy, you're back.
Law Dizzy stood still, his gaze calm, but inside he thought,
I really am a genius. I learned to control my power level in just a few days. Now I can even sense that this medic's power level is very low without a detector. But then again, if I hadn't had no other choice, I wouldn't have used this method to increase my power. But last time this medic saved me once. It seems that abandoning me wouldn't do him any good. On the other hand, I used to be afraid of pain and didn't dare to fight. I never thought that after dying once I'd realize death isn't so scary after all.
Seeing that Law Dizzy had been standing there lost in thought for a long time without responding, the medic tilted his head slightly and asked softly,
Lord Law Dizzy, why aren't you saying anything?
Law Dizzy slowly came back to his senses, withdrawing his wandering thoughts, and said in a flat tone directly to the medic,
I was just thinking. Just shoot me in the heart with your gun. I'm ready. Fire.
The medic's face instantly showed shock, his mouth slightly open, and he let out an involuntary exclamation of surprise.
Huh?
Law Dizzy's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, his tone unwavering as he urged again.
Fire!
The medic looked flustered, his hands and feet at a loss, and hesitantly said,
Then I'll fire.
Law Dizzy stood firm, straightened his back, and looked at the medic, with a steady gaze, reiterating solemnly,
Fire! Aim at my heart, and as soon as I'm shot, put me into the medical pod immediately.
The medic nodded vigorously, trying to calm his nerves, and replied in a low voice,
I remember.
As his words fell, he raised the laser gun aimed at Law Dizzy's heart, and pulled the trigger with his finger. A crisp gunshot rang out in the silent base, shattering the surrounding stillness. A month later, the medic was standing guard beside the medical pod. As the hatch slowly opened, he immediately stepped forward, a joyful smile on his face, and said,
Lord Law Dizzy, you've recovered.
Law Dizzy slowly stepped out of the medical pod, stretched his body, then turned to the medic, and asked in a low voice,
How long has it been?
The medic answered truthfully,
A month.
Raditz raised his eyes toward the gray, hazy sky. He had grown accustomed to this. On the planets they had conquered, if the natives' battle power was roughly equal to theirs, the vegetation and animals would remain slow to recover, leaving a sky choked with dust. He spoke in a deep voice.
It seems we'll need to stay here for many more years.
The medical soldier stood at attention, his posture rigid, his gaze respectful, as he looked at Raditz. Their status was unequal, and he could only respond immediately.
Understood.
Raditz turned his head to look at the medical soldier beside him, thinking to himself, this time after entering the medical pod my battle power has increased tenfold again. It seems this method is indeed effective. Now my battle power is 150000. I've heard that the captain of the Ginyu Force Ginyu has a battle power of only 120000. Now my battle power has surpassed his. With that thought, Raditz pulled his mind back, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and said slowly,
Rest assured, I won't forget to reward you in the future.
Hearing this, the medical soldier's eyes flickered with a trace of hidden wariness, his brow slightly furrowed. He thought to himself, why is Raditz emphasizing this? It seems he has thoughts of eliminating me. Pursing his lips, the medical soldier spoke cautiously.
Just don't kill the donkey once the grinding is done.
Raditz waved his hand, his expression casual, a hint of indifference in his eyes. He continued to soothe.
You can rest easy. Come on. Shoot me with the laser weapon again.
The medical soldier nodded, reached for the energy weapon, lying nearby, his fingers gripping the barrel, and replied,
All right. Got it.
A beam of energy shot out, abruptly striking Raditz's body with precision. Since Raditz had lowered his battle power, the laser pierced through his body effortlessly. Raditz winced in pain, not expecting the medical soldier to miss this time. He staggered, his face turning pale, and shouted urgently,
Quick! Get me into the medical pod.
The medical soldier immediately stepped forward, swiftly placing the limp Raditz into the nearby pod. As he did so, he said,
All right.
The medical soldier operated the pod's controls, while secretly watching Raditz, who had fallen unconscious. He mused, judging by Raditz's reaction, his battle power must have skyrocketed again. In truth, Scions, like Frieza, are cruel and bloodthirsty. If anything, Frieza values talent more. Right now I'm still useful to Raditz, so he won't kill me. But what if I become useless? No. I can't gamble everything on Raditz not deciding to kill me. I've got it. There's a bomb in the warehouse, I can plant it inside him while he's unconscious. Meanwhile, on the open ground in front of Kame House, the air still carried the acrid smell of burnt trees from the earlier battle. Son Goku and his companions had just been fully immersed in training, exchanging moves. Although sweat beaded on their foreheads, their breathing was steady and even. Krillin paused his training, wiped the sweat from his face, and looked at Goku, who was still preparing to continue sparring with Yamcha. He asked seriously,
Goku, do you know how strong your senior brother really is?
Goku slowly retracted his stance, stood upright, and shook his head with a blank expression. His eyes mirrored Krillin's curiosity. He replied,
I'm not sure. Ever since I can remember, my senior brother has always been stronger than me.
Krillin frowned slightly, his tone full of curiosity.
In our past life at this time, we couldn't even defeat old Piccolo.
Goku tilted his head, his confusion deepening. He pressed,
You keep talking about a past life, a past life. What exactly is a past life?
Yamcha stood still, interjected flatly.
A past life is your previous life.
Krillin nodded and added.
Actually, only Sharon or Bulma can help us verify this. To be precise, only Sharon can answer this question.
Tien Shinhan, standing at the edge of the group, also spoke, his eyes full of curiosity.
Yeah, I'm really curious too. Why did we all get reborn?
As they were talking, Goku suddenly became very still, making no movement at all. The others noticed the change, and turned to look at him. His originally clear eyes shifted abruptly, becoming distant and unfamiliar, then cleared again. In an instant his entire aura transformed. The next moment Goku looked around with puzzled eyes. After a moment, he spoke softly, his voice filled with bewilderment.
Is this heaven?
He saw Krillin, Yamcha, and the others staring at him with strange expressions. His confusion grew and he asked,
Krillin, Yamcha, what are you doing here? What's the situation with Cell?
Krillin looked surprised, frowning.
Cell? What Cell?
Yamcha chimed in, equally bewildered.
Yeah, Goku, what is Cell?
Tien Shinhan stood still, watching Goku intently, his face also full of confusion. Kaiotsu hovered motionless in the air, staring at Goku with the same curious expression. Goku smiled at their reactions, thinking they were joking. He said,
Stop messing around. We were just fighting Cell a moment ago.
As he spoke, Goku suddenly looked down at his own hands. His pupils contracted slightly, and he asked with alarm,
What's going on? Why are my hands so small?
He quickly looked down at his feet, his body swaying slightly, and his voice grew more urgent.
What's happening? My feet are small too.
Then Goku shrugged it off.
Oh well, small is fine.
He muttered to himself.
So your body shrinks when you go to heaven. But last time I died my body didn't shrink. I even crawled along Snake Way. How strange.
Krillin sensed something was off. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Goku, and asked cautiously,
Goku, have you been reborn?
As he spoke, Tien Shinhan stared intently at Goku, and Yamcha's gaze was also fixed. Everyone's attention was on Goku, and the atmosphere fell silent. Goku blinked, utterly confused.
Reborn? What's that?
Krillin's expression grew more serious, and he guided gently.
You should have memories of the Tenkaichi Budokai from a few days ago. Try to recall them.
Goku closed his eyes, tried to think for a moment, then opened them, his brow deeply furrowed.
What's going on? It doesn't match what I remember. When did I ever have a senior brother?
Krillin took a deep breath, looking at Goku, thinking, so it's finally Goku's turn to be reborn. I wonder if Goku will be reborn at this moment. I can ask him, did he defeat Frieza? What happened after Frieza? He said word by word.
Goku, let me tell you something. Right now you've been reborn into your childhood.
Goku's eyes widened, his face full of shock.
What? Reborn?
Krillin stepped forward, looking at Son Wukong's bewildered expression, and said in a firm tone,
Yes, you have been reborn. And not just you, all of us have been reborn as well. Yamcha stood by, nodding in agreement. Son Wukong blinked, a look of astonishment crossing his face, and murmured softly,
How incredible that such a thing could happen.
Krillin looked at Son Wukong, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation, and asked,
Right, Wukong, after I was killed by Fu Li Sa, did you defeat him?
Son Wukong was slightly taken aback, then recalled his own rebirth and realized Krillin seemed unaware of Fu Li Sa's defeat. He replied earnestly,
I transformed into a Super Saiyan and beat him.
What? You really became that Super Saiyan that Vegeta always talks about?
Krillin's face was filled with shock. After a pause, his expression softened with relief, and he said,
That's wonderful. Son Wukong continued,
Later Bu-Er Ma used the Dragon Balls of Namekushing to revive you all.
Krillin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said slowly,
It seems that souls in this world are not unique.
I only have memories up to the point before Fu Li Sa killed me.
Yamcha spread his hands and added,
I only remember being blown up by the Cybermen. Tianjin Fan gazed calmly and spoke.
My memories stop at the moment I exhausted myself firing the Kikaho to blast that bald Cylon.
Krillin turned to Son Wukong and pressed further.
Wukong, what is this Shalu you mentioned just now?
Son Wukong gathered his thoughts and said slowly,
A year after I defeated Fu Li Sa, I returned to Earth. At that time, a young man named Talon Kusi appeared on Earth. He is the child of Bu-Er Ma and Vegeta.
Krillin's eyes widened, his face full of shock.
What? Bu-erma actually had a child with that scion Beiji Ta.
Son Wukong scratched his head and grinned.
When I first heard it, I was just as surprised as you, but that's how it is.
Yamcha's face changed, and he spoke urgently.
What? In a world without your senior brother Bu-erma didn't end up with me either.
Son Wukong looked at Yamcha and answered truthfully.
I heard Bu-erma broke up with you, because you were too flirtatious, Yamcha.
Yamcha stood frozen, thinking to himself how ridiculous. Then what was the point of my recent rivalry with Yuan Chengan over her? I never imagined the original future would have such an outcome. Kulin paid no attention to Yamcha's reaction and continued to ask.
Then what did that young man come out for?
Son Wukong pondered for a moment and said,
He came to deliver a message. He said that 3 years later a man named Guluo Boshir would create several androids. Those androids would wreak havoc in the future, causing immense disaster.
Seeing Son Wukong pause, Kulin quickly asked,
And then, Wukong?
Son Wukong swallowed hard and continued,
Then we trained for 3 years. As you saw, I died in battle.
Kulin frowned, puzzled.
Didn't you say there were several androids? Is this Sha Lu the most powerful one?
Son Wukong nodded.
I saw a total of 6 androids. This Sha Lu becomes the ultimate android after absorbing No. 17 and No. 18.
He is extremely powerful. Apart from Wu Fan, none of us combined could stand against him. Kulin murmured to himself, repeating over and over, No.
18.
Yamcha noticed Kulin's unusual demeanor, stepped forward and asked,
Kulin, what's wrong?
Kulin looked up, his eyes slightly dazed, and said,
I think I remember more. I recall everything Yukon just said.
To be precise, many memories suddenly appeared in my mind.
As soon as he finished, Yamcha noticed a change in Tianjin Fan's expression, and quickly turned to ask,
Tianjin Fan, what's the matter with you? Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear. He said,
Many memories have also appeared in my mind.
I know who Sha Lu is.
Yamcha looked between the two, his face showing anxiety, and said,
What's going on? Why am I the only one who hasn't awakened more memories?
Jiaozi stood at the edge of the crowd, his face awkward, head bowed, silent. Son Wukong straightened up, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and asked,
By the way, what year is it now? What time? Kulin stopped his absent-minded fidgeting, looked at Son Wukong, and replied,
It's just after the World Martial Arts Tournament ended, right before you defeated the old demon king Baiku when we were kids.
Son Wukong's eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise on his face.
What? That early?
In true Son Wukong didn't need to ask, he could tell the time from his own memories.
But he still couldn't fully believe everything that had happened. He looked down at his own body and continued,
No wonder I'm still so small. Kulin scratched his head and grinned.
Isn't it better to be early? We can train for a few more years.
Son Wukong nodded with approval.
That's true.
I know many training methods, and we can learn from each other then.
Kulin's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully,
Really? That would be great. Son Wukong's expression turned slightly serious as he asked,
Right, since you killed the old demon king Baiku, did he spit out an egg?
Kulin nodded.
He did.
Hearing Kulin's answer, Son Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this world was vastly different from his own.
Everything felt so unreal. Son Wukong frowned slightly and continued,
I wonder if Baiku has been reborn too.
Kulin thought for a moment and replied,
Hard to say. Maybe he also reincarnated. Son Wukong raised his hand to touch his hair, a puzzled look on his face.
Why do I have an extra senior brother in my memories?
And we're already this strong now, yet we're still no match for him.
Kulin sighed helplessly.
I don't know either. This world is too different from the one in our previous lives. Son Wukong's lips curled up, a fierce fighting spirit blazing in his eyes, and he said with a smile,
But this senior brother of mine seems really strong. I wish I could have a thrilling battle with him right now. After a brief pause, Son Wukong spoke.
Let's go train in the Spirit and Time Room.
Yamcha frowned, puzzled, and asked,
The Spirit and Time Room?
What is that?
Kled explained.
The Spirit and Time Room is a mysterious chamber above the temple. Training there for a year means only a day passes outside. Moreover, each person can only stay for 2 days at most. Exceeding the time limit will cause the temple's entrance to vanish. Also, only 2 people can enter at a time.
Yamcha's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in astonishment.
Is it really that miraculous?
Son Wukong nodded, a hint of urgency in his voice.
There's no time to lose. Let's hurry and train there.
Clint responded.
All right.
Clint turned to Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu asking,
Tien Shin and Kaiotsu, what do you say?
Tien Shinhan's expression turned serious and he nodded.
Fine, I'll go too. I have many martial arts questions I'd like to discuss and spar with you all.
Kaiotsu clung closely to Tien Shinhan, murmuring softly,
Wherever Tien goes, I go.
Yamcha straightened up, smiling.
Of course I must go.
With that, the group wasted no time and flew swiftly toward the temple. Upon reaching the temple, the guardian god walked over slowly, looking at them.
Wukong Clin, and this must be Tien Shinhan.
Tien Shinhan was taken aback, asking,
You know me?
The guardian god said calmly.
From the temple, I can observe everything on the ground below. I am aware of the purpose of your visit. Let Mr. Popo guide you.
Son Wukong quickly thanked him.
Thank you, guardian god. Then Son Wukong looked at the others, asking,
Who should go in first?
Clin pondered and said,
It doesn't really matter who goes first, does it? Tien Shinhan waved his hand.
You two go ahead. I want to enter with Kaiotsu.
Clint glanced at Yamcha, a look of reluctance on his face.
Sorry, Yamcha. I want to train with Wukong. Can you go in alone?
Yamcha lowered his head, fell silent for a moment, then said softly,
Forget it, I won't go in. If I go in alone, I'll just be training blindly. Besides, I haven't awakened my subsequent memories, so the training effect would be minimal anyway.
Clint looked guilty, quickly apologizing.
I'm sorry, Yamcha. Honestly, I would like to train with you, but that guy named Frieza is just too strong. I really want to push myself harder to become stronger, so that my contribution in every battle isn't so negligible.
Yamcha looked up, forcing a faint smile, and waved his hand.
You don't need to apologize, Clin. It's fine. I don't want to hold you back either. Let me keep the eligibility to enter the spirit and time room for now. We'll decide later.
The guardian god looked at Yamcha and said gently,
Yamcha, if you don't mind, I could accompany you inside for training.
Yamcha's head shot up, his eyes brimming with surprise and excitement.
Really? Guardian god, you would be willing to go in with me to train?
Although Yamcha claimed he didn't care, deep down he certainly did. The guardian god nodded.
Yes.
Clint, seeing this, also brightened up.
That's wonderful.
The guardian god looked at Yamcha, sighed softly, and said slowly,
To be honest, I have also reincarnated. Hearing this, everyone turned to the guardian god with questioning eyes, waiting for him to continue. After a pause, the guardian god added,
A while ago, many memories appeared in my mind. I believe I have reincarnated as well.
Clin stepped forward, eagerly pressing.
Guardian god, what memories did you gain? The guardian god's eyes grew complex, and he said slowly,
Memories of Piccolo being killed by a Saiyan to protect a boy named Gohan. I think I have reincarnated. Clin looked solemn, realizing that even the guardian god found it hard to believe that he had reincarnated, having repeated the phrase 3 times. Then Clin said earnestly,
Guardian god, though you haven't truly experienced these memories I have, I can guarantee that you have indeed reincarnated.
The guardian god was momentarily stunned, murmuring,
I never imagined Piccolo would do such a thing.
Clin smiled.
Yes, Piccolo is more upright and kind-hearted than many people on Earth.
Son Wukong couldn't help interrupting.
Guardian god, sorry to interrupt.
You all chat here. I want to go to the spirit and time room first. I want to break through the limits of Super Saiyan as soon as possible.
Clin chuckled.
A Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan. Let's call him Super Saiyan 2, shall we? Son Wukong's eyes lit up, and he laughed.
Super Saiyan 2. Great name.
Then Clin turned to the guardian god and quickly said,
All right, guardian god, I'll stop chatting for now. Let's talk again after Wukong and I come out.
The guardian god nodded.
Go ahead then.
Clin looked at Tien Shinhan, who immediately said,
You two go in first. We'll train at the temple for 2 days.
Then Clin looked at Yamcha, who was also looking at Wukong and Clin. Their eyes met, and Yamcha said softly,
Go ahead.
After that, Clin and Wukong, guided by Mr. Popo, entered the spirit and time room. Clint looked around, a hint of awe in his voice.
I never imagined the interior of the spirit and time room would look like this.
Son Wukong stood still, a nostalgic look in his eyes.
I never thought I'd get to enter the spirit and time room again. Clint, let's start now.
Clint clenched his fists, his expression brimming with determination.
Yeah, let's go, Wukong. It's been a long time since we sparred together.
Son Wukong scratched his head, laughing.
Didn't you just defeat me at the tournament not long ago?
Clint rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly grinning.
That was only because you hadn't awakened your reincarnation memories yet. If it were the current you, there's no way I could win.
Son Wukong assumed a fighting stance, his gaze serious.
That's not certain. You've reminded me. I'll go all out from the start.
Clint's expression grew serious as he also took a stance, nodding.
Yeah, I've always watched you fight. You always start by probing the enemy, then gradually increase your ki.
While you enjoyed the battle, it also put Earth in danger. Son Wukong looked directly at Clint and said flatly,
Sorry, Clint, but for me fighting is the priority. Protecting Earth is just a side benefit.
Clint nodded slightly.
You don't need to apologize. Actions speak louder than words. You've protected Earth, that's a fact. But speaking of which, it seems your senior brother is more like a true ally of justice.
Son Wukong lowered his stance, raised his arm, and stretched his muscles.
I have no idea how strong my senior brother really is.
I really want to fight him right now.
Clint stepped forward, his tone confident.
Don't worry. We agreed to have a rematch at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now. We'll have our chance then. But Wukong, I don't think your senior brother is from Earth either.
Son Wukong frowned, thought for a moment, then said softly,
I'm not sure. Suddenly Clint grinned slyly and shouted,
Enough talk, Wukong. Check this out.
Clint's aura surged as he yelled,
20-fold fist of the World King.
Then Clint brought his hands together at his waist, gathered his energy, and roared,
Turtle School Energy Wave.
Son Wukong thought to himself that Clint pulling another sneak attack. Son Wukong then bellowed,
20-fold fist of the World King.
Adopting the same stance, he shouted,
Turtle School Energy Wave.
In an instant, two immense energy columns collided. In the end, Son Wukong proved superior. After a long while, Clint panted,
Wukong, I admit you're strong, but I won't give up.
Son Wukong's lips curled into a smile, his eyes full of anticipation.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Age 753, November 1st. The medical pods hatch slowly opened, and the nutrient fluid inside trickled down the walls. A medical soldier stepped forward, looking at the figure emerging from the pod, Raditz, with some anxiety.
Lord Raditz, you're finally out. I have bad news.
There isn't enough nutrient fluid left for subsequent treatments. If we repeat the same procedure, it might not be able to revive you next time. Raditz stretched his limbs, releasing a terrifying aura. He cracked his neck, speaking with absolute confidence.
No matter. I feel that I am now stronger than anyone I've ever seen. There's no need to repeat the procedure.
As he spoke, Raditz raised his hand and casually released a burst of energy, instantly obliterating the medical pod and the attached spaceship. The medical soldier stared at the wreckage of the equipment and ship, his face pale with worry.
Lord Raditz, we have no communicator now, and you've destroyed the ship. What do we do?
Raditz's face showed a trace of embarrassment.
What? None. Sorry. I got carried away.
The medical soldier sighed. Though he hadn't expected an apology from Raditz, he dared not speak harshly. The current Raditz could kill him with ease. Pulling himself together, he said,
Luckily, I know a bit about spaceship repair.
Raditz looked at the medical soldier in surprise.
You can repair spaceships.
He thought to himself, this medical soldier is quite versatile. The medical soldier said,
We non-combatants usually pick up a few of these skills.
Raditz nodded.
I suppose.
Raditz looked at the destroyed ship and asked,
About how long will it take to fix?
The medical soldier inspected the damage carefully, shaking his head.
Not sure. Given the extent of destruction, it'll take quite a while.
On a distant planet, the surface was covered with barren rocks, howling winds sweeping fine sand across the landscape, black smoke rising from a volcanic crater in the distance. Everywhere were scattered limbs and broken bodies. Vegeta stood beside a large boulder, chewing on an alien arm, his brow furrowed with irritation, speaking to the Nappa beside him.
What's going on?
That useless Raditz has been gone for so long. Now we're short-handed. It's so annoying. Nappa crossed his arms, chin lifted, sneering contemptuously.
Why bother with that waste? If he couldn't transform into a great ape, he'd be no different from a Cyberman.
Vegeta agreed.
Exactly.
Hearing Vegeta's agreement, Nappa felt a pang of resentment. Not long ago, Nappa had reincarnated, and he clearly remembered how Vegeta had killed him. Glancing at Vegeta, he scratched his clothes, nervously muttering in defense.
Even Cybermen need good soil to yield high combat power.
Vegeta abruptly turned to Nappa, his eyes sharp, his voice icy.
How dare you talk back?
Nappa, intimidated by Vegeta's pressure, trembled slightly, stammering.
And no, that's not what I meant. I was just thinking that maybe Raditz ran into trouble. I'd like to go check on him.
Vegeta frowned displeased, and waved his hand impatiently.
Then go.
Nappa's hand at his side clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white, thinking to himself, one day I'll kill you with my own hands. Just wait, Vegeta. Nappa said no more, turned and strode quickly to his spaceship parked nearby. He pressed the hatch switch, the door slid open, and he bent to enter. Moments later, the spaceship launched, breaking through the planet's atmosphere, and speeding toward the planet where Raditz was located. The ship landed near a pile of ruins on Raditz's planet, right next to the wreckage Raditz had caused. The hatch opened and Nappa leaped down, striding toward Raditz. Raditz, standing beside the destroyed ship talking to the medical soldier, heard footsteps and turned. Seeing Nappa, he looked surprised.
Nappa, what are you doing here?
Nappa stopped, wiped some dust off his face, and said with a gruff tone that barely concealed his concern.
You were gone so long, so I came.
Ever since being killed by Vegeta and reincarnated, Nappa had felt a sense of shared fate with Raditz. His contempt was real, but so was his concern. Raditz's eyes flickered with warmth, a smile spreading across his face, his voice touched.
I never thought you actually cared about me.
Nappa looked away slightly, avoiding Raditz's gaze, thinking to himself, I'm not that bastard Vegeta. Soon he turned back, his expression serious as he stepped forward.
Are you alright, Raditz?
Raditz nodded, then told Nappa everything about his repair in the medical pod, his reckless destruction of the pod and ship, and the shortage of nutrient fluid. Nappa listened, eyes widening in shock, his voice filled with disbelief.
So those legends are all true?
Raditz nodded firmly.
All true.
Nappa immediately raised his hand, pulled out the scouter from his belt, aimed it at Raditz, and said urgently,
Let me see your battle power.
The scouter screen lit up instantly, numbers skyrocketing wildly. After a moment, it emitted a series of frantic beeps, then the screen went black and exploded. Nappa stood frozen, slowly lowering the scouter, his face a mask of shock.
Raditz, how are you so strong?
Ladizzi looked up at Nappa and said calmly,
Train with me, and you can do it too.
Nappa blurted out immediately,
Really?
But as soon as the words left his mouth, Nappa came to his senses, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Even though they were both Scions, and he had been killed by Vegeta in his past life, he simply could not fully trust Ladizzi's words, and his gaze toward Ladizzi always concealed lingering suspicion and lingering fear. Ladizzi caught the doubt in Nappa's eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as he asked slowly,
You don't believe me?
Nappa's heart tightened, and he instantly forced an awkward smile, hurriedly replying,
Of course I believe you.
He knew very well that Ladizzi's combat power was far above his own. If he said the wrong thing and angered the other, he might be killed with a casual ki blast. With that thought, Nappa instinctively tensed his body, even his breathing became softer. Ladizzi watched Nappa's cautious demeanor, a satisfied expression on his face, and uttered two words in a deep voice.
Not bad.
After a brief pause, Ladizzi spoke again, directly saying,
Nappa, I'll borrow your spaceship for now. You don't mind, do you?
Nappa's face changed dramatically. His scouter had just been destroyed, and Ladizzi's own spaceship was also severely damaged. If the only remaining spaceship was taken by Ladizzi, he had no idea when he would be able to leave this planet. But despite his reluctance, with the disparity in power, he had no confidence to resist. He could only suppress his frustration, and put on a smile, saying,
No problem, feel free to take it.
Ladizzi thought to himself that this Nappa had always been impulsive and irritable, had often caused trouble for him, but overall treated him decently. Otherwise, he would have killed him on sight. Nappa's temper only dared to flare up against those weaker than himself. Now that he was stronger than him, Naba became so cautious and submissive, treating him with the same deference he usually showed Vegeta. With that thought, Ladizzi said no more and spoke.
Then I'll head to Earth first.
As his words fell, Ladizzi ignored Naba, a feeling of glee rising in his heart, as he secretly calculated, now that my power has greatly increased, and I'm heading to Earth a few years early, I wonder what kind of expressions Kakarot and that despicable green-skinned person will have when they see me. The thought of their shocked and flustered expressions only made his delight even stronger. With that thought, Ladizzi no longer bothered to look at Naba beside him. He turned and walked straight toward Naba's spaceship, boarded it, set the coordinates for Earth, and muttered to himself,
I will repay the debt of my past life's murder with interest. And those Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, I'll get my hands on them too.
Then Ladizzi entered a state of hibernation. Watching the spaceship carrying Ladizzi shoot straight into the sky and disappear from sight, Naba clenched his fists, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. But having grown up in the Scion law of the jungle, he knew well the consequences of resistance, so he could only forcibly suppress the anger in his heart. After a moment of silence, Naba slowly turned around and looked at the medical soldier standing nearby, immediately reverting to his usual arrogant demeanor, and asked in a deep voice,
How long will it take to repair the damaged spaceship?
The medical soldier's face showed a bitter expression. He admitted that he had boasted to Ladizzi earlier. After carefully inspecting the spaceship, it was no longer a question of whether it could be repaired. The spaceship was damaged to such an extent that repairing it would be as difficult as building a new one from scratch. He shook his head helplessly and replied honestly,
The spaceship is too badly damaged. I've been doing my best to repair it.
Naba's face darkened, and he said coldly,
I'll give you 1 month. If you can't fix it, you won't live.
The medical soldier stood still, his fingertips slightly clenched, bitterness surging in his heart. Before Naba came, he had already been repairing the spaceship for a month. If Ladizzi were still here, he could at least try to threaten Ladizzi into helping him by using the bomb installed in his body. But now Ladizzi was long gone. Naba would not care about Ladizzi's life or death. Not only in the Frieza Force, but even in their recent conversation, he had already seen this clearly. If Ladizzi died out there, Naba would only be more than happy. The medical soldier gulped, suppressing his panic, and steeled himself to reply,
I cannot repair this spaceship within a month, but I can completely make a new communicator.
Upon hearing this, Naba's hand by his side twitched, and a flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes. He calculated in his mind, if he could make a new communicator, he could contact the Frieza Force to come for extraction. This was a feasible method for me. Besides that, Naba also wanted to use this opportunity to verify whether what Ladizzi said was true by using the medical pods brought by the Force members. During this time, Ladizzi's changes were too obvious. His strength was incredibly powerful, and without a doubt, he had surpassed Vegeta and even Frieza. This made him believe it. Having thought this through, Naba slowly nodded and urged,
All right, then start making it immediately.
Meanwhile, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Yuan Chengan had been training here for over 700 years. Over these years, he had already mastered all the skills that Shenlong had taught him from Weizi, except for the 2 abilities of time reversal and ultra instinct. No matter how hard he studied and tried, he made no progress, plunging him into deep helplessness. Yuan Chengan frowned deeply, clenching and unclenching his hands by his sides, murmuring to himself,
Forget it. After all, ultra instinct is a skill that even Bai Lucy cannot fully master.
He sighed lightly, his expression softening, and continued,
Let's go out and relax. Staying cooped up won't work. Maybe finding some inspiration outside will lead to a breakthrough.
Having made up his mind, Yuan Chengan raised his hand and opened a dimensional portal. Through the portal, the original world appeared. He stepped through and returned to his original world. As if by some mysterious impulse, Yuan Chengan did not immediately go to find Bulma. His footsteps wandered aimlessly, finally stopping beside a boozy shop. The wind by the roadside swept up fine dust, while steam rose continuously from the boozy shop entrance, carrying the rich aroma of flour and meat dispersing into the air. At that moment, Yuan Chengan's stomach suddenly let out a clear rumbling sound. Although he often ate inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the lively atmosphere of the boozy shop still drew him in. He looked up at the shopkeeper behind the counter and said,
Boss, give me 2 of your signature black pork boozy.
The shopkeeper acknowledged and turned to work. In no time he placed 2 hot fragrant black pork baozi in a clean paper bag, gently setting them on the table in front of Yuan Chengan. The baozi skins were soft and fluffy, still emitting warm white steam. Yuan Chengan reached out, about to pick up a baozi and take a bite. At that moment, a weak, feeble female voice came from beside him.
Sir, could you let me eat this baozi?
You give me the baozi and I'll sleep with you once. Yuan Chengan turned to look, seeing a disheveled woman, with hair plastered messily against her cheeks, dust clinging to her face. Her eyes were brimming with tears, clouded and dim, her body slightly hunched, appearing utterly frail. Seeing her like this, a pang of compassion stirred in Yuan Chengan's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently pushed the 2 steamed buns before him toward her and said, "Eat." The woman's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy at Yuan Chengan's words. Her eyes brightened, and the tears, welling in them, spilled over as she rushed forward without any delay, grabbed the buns, and began devouring them ravenously, her throat bobbing rapidly. Her movements were frantic and desperate, as if she feared someone might snatch the buns away from her. Yuan Chengan frowned deeply at her wolfish eating. Without saying much, he turned to the bun shop owner, and said, "Boss, give me another 20 baskets of buns." The woman, who had been engrossed in her meal, paused abruptly at Yuan Chengan's words. Her eyes widened, first flickering with panic, her expression growing uneasy. Then the panic faded, replaced by a surge of intense secret delight, and her grip on the buns tightened. Soon the woman finished the 2 buns, even licking the crumbs from her fingertips. She lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on the 20 baskets of buns the owner was bringing out one after another, before swiftly turning to look at Yuan Chengan. Seeing this, Yuan Chengan reached out and moved 3 baskets of buns onto the table in front of her. He said calmly, "You must have been hungry for a long time. But after such a long fast, you can't eat too much at once. Take your time. If you're still hungry after finishing, you can pack these up and take them with you." The woman nodded mechanically. The 2 buns had restored a bit of her strength. She spoke in a timid voice, "I haven't eaten in 4 days. But don't worry, I'll let you sleep with me once, since you gave me those 2 buns." After saying this, her hunger overwhelmed all reason. She completely forgot Yuan Chengan's earlier advice, grabbed the buns, and resumed her ravenous eating without slowing down. Yuan Chengan watched all this, a strange chord struck in his heart. He shook his head gently, then turned to the bun shop owner, and said, "Boss, pack up the remaining 17 baskets of buns, and give them to this lady." The bun shop owner swiftly began packing the remaining buns. As the owner was busy with the task, the woman had already finished all 3 baskets of buns. She looked up at Yuan Chengan and said, "Thank you, sir. Come with me, I'll sleep with you now." Just then, the bun shop owner finished packing, handed the bundled buns to the woman, shook his head, and then turned to Yuan Chengan. With tears in his eyes, he leaned close to Yuan Chengan's ear, and whispered, "Sir, this young lady is unwell." Curiosity sparked in Yuan Chengan's heart. He asked, "How do you know?" The bun shop owner sighed softly, as if recalling something, and said, "Alas, this young lady has no parents, she's an orphan. To fill her stomach she... At the owner's words, the woman's face drained of color. Overwhelmed with shame and disgrace, she felt she couldn't face anyone. She covered her face with her hands, stumbled frantically to a corner, curled up, and burst into sobs. Yuan Chengan walked slowly to stand beside her. Sensing footsteps nearby, the woman slowly lifted her head and turned around. When she saw it was Yuan Chengan, her voice choked with guilt and remorse. Crying, she said, "I didn't mean to deceive you. I was just so hungry." Yuan Chengan reached into his pockets and fumbled slowly, then let out a soft sigh. "Take this," he said. The woman looked up and saw a box of universal capsules in his hand. Though her face was streaked with tears, deep confusion flickered in her eyes as she stared at Yuan Chengan. Yuan Chengan explained slowly, "These are universal capsules. Inside are houses and food. You can sell the capsule with the house to get some money to treat your illness. Use the food sparingly. If you don't waste it, it will last a lifetime." At these words, the woman's shoulders shook uncontrollably, and she wept even more bitterly. No one had ever been so kind to her. A strange feeling welled up in her heart, making her want to refuse Yuan Chengan, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She reached out and took the box of universal capsules he offered her, voice hoarse as she asked, "Sir, why are you helping me?" Yuan Chengan sighed softly. "Consider it the world's debt to you." He paused, then looked directly into her eyes, and said, "Go on." The woman clutched the box of universal capsules tightly, slowly backing away, her gaze fixed on Yuan Chengan. Finally gathering her courage, she asked, "What is your name?" At that moment a breeze stirred, carrying a dandelion seed floating before Yuan Chengan. He reached out, and the dandelion drifted into his hand. Yuan Chengan gently held the dandelion by its stem, walked slowly toward the woman, and gave a sunny smile. "All the kind-hearted in the world are nameless," he said. "You can call me Dandelion." The woman murmured to herself, "Dandelion. Dandelion." As she spoke, she walked step by step deeper into the alley, pausing every few steps to look back. Yuan Chengan sighed inwardly. After all this, he was still hungry. So he called out, "Boss, 2 more pork buns." "Coming right up." The owner, now knowing Yuan Chengan was a good man, replied with a tone full of cheer. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than gunshots rang out from the alley. The woman ran to the mouth of the alley and shouted, "Sir, run. The local gang is here." The bun shop owner was also terrified, abandoning his shop and disappearing without a trace. The woman collapsed at the alley's entrance after shouting. Behind her 7 or 8 men and women, all carrying guns and dressed in varied attire, appeared. The seductive woman at the lead cursed, "You bitch, when the Frostblade gang tells you to stop, you stop." The man in black behind her spat contemptuously and said, "Boss Nightingale, why waste words on her? Let me cut her down, then we'll deal with that fool." As he spoke, he pointed at Yuan Chengan. At this moment a young man beside the man stepped forward half a pace, his face adorned with a fawning expression, as he spoke flatteringly. "Chief Black Panther, you are renowned as the #1 fast blade in the Western capital. Could you please go up and bestow a single slash upon this fellow, allowing us to witness your prowess?" A triumphant expression spread across the face of the man called Black Panther, and he chuckled lightly, saying, "Then allow me to show you what it means to be the #1 fast blade of the Western capital." Just as Black Panther raised his hand to touch the blade at his waist, he suddenly realized that his waist was empty. At almost the same instant a silver light flashed swiftly before Black Panther's eyes. Black Panther's heart tightened with a sudden surge of alarm. Yet moments later there was no trace of abnormality throughout his entire body. Suppressing the fright he had just felt, a hint of luckiness colored his face as he looked at Yuan Chengan, who now held his blade and mustered a slow, trembling smile. "That is the slowest blade I have ever seen." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Black Panther and the crowd of men and women behind him all had their heads slide from their necks, every single one of them decapitated. As their heads hit the ground, a faint flicker of awareness lingered in their minds. But when they tried to open their mouths to produce a sound, they found that no matter how hard they strained, they could no longer utter a single syllable. Having dispatched these gangsters, Yuan Chengan sprinted swiftly to the side of the orphan girl. By now, the woman's breath was already faint, and she was on the verge of death. She looked up at Yuan Chengan, a trace of relief spreading across her face as she smiled with contentment. "It's good that you're safe." As her voice faded, she slowly released the dandelion that she had been clutching tightly in her hand. The wind swept through the alley, and the dandelion drifted away on the breeze into the distance. A faint smile lingered on her lips as she whispered, "This is the most beautiful dandelion I have ever seen in my life." After speaking, her hand fully opened, and all signs of life departed. "She came to warn me to be careful." Yuan Chengan's heart jolted violently. He had never imagined that this woman who endured such suffering herself would think of his safety first when encountering these ruffians. Just then Yuan Chengan recalled that he possessed the physique of Majin Buu, but in the heat of the moment, he had completely forgotten about his own healing and regeneration abilities inherited from Majin Buu. Yuan Chengan hastily tried to employ the healing and regeneration power of Majin Buu, yet, no matter how he exerted it, the woman showed no sign of revival. Yuan Chengan was filled with self-reproach. Why hadn't he thought to heal the woman immediately? By the time he remembered and attempted to use his ability, she had already lost all signs of life. No matter how he channeled his restorative power, it was all to no avail. "Damn it! It's all my fault!" Yuan Chengan was deeply remorseful. If he had not let this frail woman carry so many valuables, she would not have been targeted by these gangsters. He had wanted to help her, yet she had died because of him. "That's right, I can use the Dragon Balls." Yuan Chengan suddenly thought of the Dragon Balls, which were almost like a cheat code in this world, and murmured to himself again, "Yes, I can use the Dragon Balls." He reached into his wanting capsule, rummaged through it for a long while, and took out a cryogenic freezer. In the original story, this cryogenic freezer was meant to store the bodies of Gue Shinranjiazi and Klin, who had died in the battle against the resurrected Piccolo Daimao. However, due to his transmigration and his interference, Gue Xianren and the others were safe. Moreover, in the hyperbolic time chamber, at his request, Bulma had set up a production line and manufactured countless cryogenic freezers. Pulling his thoughts back, Yuan Chengan moved with gentle care, slowly placing the woman's body into the freezer. Then, with a wave of his hand, he shouted loudly at the corpses on the ground. Destruction! The next moment, destructive energy emerged from Yuan Chengan's hand, enveloping the bodies of the gangsters. In an instant, their corpses vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Immediately afterward, Yuan Chengan took out the dragon radar, activated his movement, and rushed to various locations at top speed. Within half an hour, he had gathered all the scattered dragon balls. Yuan Chengan found a secluded empty spot, and called out loudly, "Come forth, Shilong, and grant my wish." Everything unfolded in a familiar scene. Shilong's form soon appeared, and it spoke the classic line, "State your wish, and I can grant you any one wish." Yuan Chengan carefully took out the wanting capsule containing the cryogenic freezer, expanded the freezer to reveal the woman's body fully before Shilong, and said to Shilong, "I wish to revive this woman. Can you do it?" Shilong's eyes glowed red, and a faint current of air stirred around its body. After a moment, Shilong spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, I cannot do that. This woman does not wish to be revived." "What?" Yuan Chengan was shocked, unable to help exclaiming, and then his expression froze. After a moment, he slowly came to terms with it. Indeed, if one's life had been as bitter and agonizing as this orphan girl's, one would surely not wish to be revived either. For some reason, standing there with his thoughts stirring, the image of Nan Wu suddenly came to Yuan Chengan's mind. He recalled how Nan Wu back then had traveled a great distance to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament precisely because his native village had suffered from a long drought and harsh living conditions, hoping to win the championship, and by some water, to improve the people's livelihood. Yuan Chengan began to question himself. All this relentless training, I did it to avoid becoming a mere lackey or appendage of those so-called gods. Once, I had harbored the hope that everyone could just eat, sleep, and eat again, living happily every day, eating and drinking, chatting and laughing. Now, despite having reached such a level of power, I could not even protect a solitary helpless woman. If you cannot sweep one house, how can you sweep the world? After a deep sigh, Yuan Chengan stood with his head bowed, sinking into a long meditation. 1 day passed, then 2 days passed. During this time, Shilong urged Yuan Chengan to make a wish every now and then, and the people on earth were also curious as to why the sky remained dark for so long. Meanwhile, Klin and the others at the heavenly temple were also wondering who had summoned Shilong. The god of Earth said, "It is Son Wukong's senior brother Yuan Chengan, who summoned Shilong to revive a woman. Could something have happened to Bulma?" Son Wukong, now with a head of golden hair, could not help interjecting upon hearing the god's words, but then shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible, Bulma's ki is now stronger than mine." Klin also gave an awkward smile and said, "Yeah. I wonder how your senior brother and Bulma managed to train." Son Wukong shook his head. "I don't know either. I'll ask him when I have the chance. Let's continue training. I look forward to having a splendid match with my senior brother at the World Martial Arts Tournament a year from now." Klin grinned awkwardly. "If you use that cheap trick of Super Saiyan, how can we ever beat you?" Son Wukong put on a thoughtful expression, then smiled. "Then I won't use it. We'll just compete in techniques." Hearing Son Wukong say that, hope of victory reignited in Klin's heart, and he said, "Then you might not be a match for me, kid." Son Wukong laughed heartily. "Then I'll be waiting with great anticipation." Time passed to the 3rd day. Yuan Chengan suddenly lifted his head, his expression resolute, and inexplicably spoke loudly. "No, I cannot wallow in despair any longer. I will unify the world, eliminate poverty, so that no one has to worry about tomorrow or separation, so that all pitiful children no longer feel fear, and so that all evil people no longer hold the power of speech." Shilong looked awkward and said, "I can only grant one wish." Looking at the divine dragon suspended in the air, Yuan Cheng's brows tightly furrowed, a crease forming between his eyebrows. Silent thoughts surfaced in his mind.
Bulma, and I now have nearly immortal lives, yet how selfish, I am only caring for myself.
Since I have this opportunity now, I must first achieve immortality, and then lead others to it. Yuan Chengan composed himself, his expression calm, and spoke in a steady tone, his clear voice reaching the divine dragon in the air.
Let all good people on earth be immortal.
The red light in the dragon's pupils flickered briefly, and a deep, low voice slowly spread throughout the area.
Your wish has been granted. Farewell.
As the words fell, the dragon's massive body suddenly gathered lightning, and its form began to dissipate. The 7 dragon balls wrapped in lightning rose into the air, about to scatter in all directions. Yuan Chengan's eyes sharpened, precisely seizing the moment. He pushed off the ground with all his strength, leaping into the air, simultaneously raising and extending his right arm, aiming his fingertips at the scattered floating dragon balls. In an instant, the 7 dragon balls lost all their luster, turning into ordinary stones. The 7 stone spheres, guided by an invisible pull, all flew toward Yuan Chengan and landed securely in his palm. Yuan Chengan looked down at the damaged traces left on the ground, his expression darkening. He lightly touched the capsule switch storing the 7 petrified dragon balls, and the sealed freezer containing the orphan girl into the universal capsule one by one. Without any pause, he lightly tapped the air with his feet toward the direction of the World King's palace, his figure suddenly accelerating. The air ahead was compressed to the extreme, forming a dense, solid, gaseous barrier. Successive shockwaves stacked continuously, the air around him heating intensely, with dull, powerful explosions erupting repeatedly. At the same time, in the deep space of the universe, a planet's surface was desolate and lifeless. The ground was covered with broken rocks and debris, with no signs of vegetation or life. Vegeta had just finished his cleanup of the entire planet, his battle suit torn and worn in many places, with fine dust clinging to its surface. Abruptly, a flood of fragmented memories uncontrollably invaded his consciousness. Various future encounters, fierce battles, and oppressive humiliations flashed rapidly through his mind. Vegeta slowly raised his hands, his gaze falling on his palms, then turned his neck to look around at the familiar yet unfamiliar terrain. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself,
"Where is Frieza? Where is this?"
The surrounding environment brought a strong sense of familiarity, and long-buried past memories surged up from the depths of his consciousness. After a brief silence, the confusion in Vegeta's eyes completely faded, and his expression returned to its usual cold, hard composure. He raised his hand, pinched the scouter on his ear, and squeezed hard with his fingertips. The rigid device shattered instantly, fragments scattering to the ground. He threw his head back and laughed loudly.
"Ha ha, I am indeed the child of destiny. I have been reborn, ha ha ha."
The laughter gradually subsided. Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly, the smile on his face fading as a hint of doubt arose in his heart.
"But some memories are different from my past life. Those 2 Nappa and Raditz should be by my side at this time. Could they have been reborn too?"
He pressed his lips downward, showing contempt, and continued muttering to himself.
"Forget it, I won't bother with those 2 wastes. I'll focus on improving my strength first. Damn Frieza this time, I will make you pay with blood, and damn Kakarot next time, I will definitely defeat you completely."
Muttering under his breath, Vegeta strode steadily toward the nearby parked spaceship. His palm pressed against the ship's outer wall, his fingers applying slight pressure. He leaned down to enter the cockpit, but a new thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His forward motion abruptly halted, his body remaining still. He stood still for a moment, half closing his eyes to sort out his thoughts, then spoke again.
"Maybe that bastard Frieza has also been reborn. No, I can't take risks. I've got it. I can steal a few large spaceships, keep away from Frieza, and have the intelligent robots assist me in using the healing pods to grind Saiyan passive abilities. Ha ha, I'm a genius. Yes, that's the plan."
With the decision made, Vegeta turned and sat in the pilot's seat, quickly tapping the control panel keys. He entered the coordinates of the nearest planet under Frieza's army's jurisdiction, and then activated the full hibernation mode. The spaceship steadily lifted off, entered the dark universe, and sped toward the predetermined course. At the same time, at the core of the ice planet, the palace was perpetually shrouded in low temperatures, with cold air flowing slowly. Frieza's pupils suddenly dilated, his body stiffened, and his face showed obvious shock.
"Wasn't I killed by that Saiyan brat?"
He shifted his gaze to the Ginyu Force members standing in formation below his eyes, sweeping over each of them. Then he quickly looked down at his hands, and turned to examine the familiar layout of the palace. The shock on his face gradually faded, and intense emotion surged across his features. He lifted his head high and burst into prolonged laughter.
Ha 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 ha! This great king has been reborn.
The laughter faded. Frieza composed himself, looked at Ginyu at the front of the line, and asked,
Ginyu, have you been reborn too?
Ginyu looked dazed, staring blankly at Frieza for a few seconds, then bowed respectfully.
Lord Frieza, do you have any orders? It seems you haven't been reborn.
Frieza's tone carried a hint of disappointment, but then his expression turned conceited, his sense of superiority rising, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. After a brief thought, he raised his eyes to fix on Ginyu and continued.
Where is that bastard Vegeta?
Dodoria stepped forward upon hearing this, lowered his head, and scrolled through the electronic record terminal in his hand. After a few seconds, he looked up and bowed to report.
Reporting to Lord Frieza, the team consisting of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz is currently carrying out a planetary cleanup mission on an alien planet.
Frieza nodded slowly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and said in a flat tone,
Nappa and Raditz are still alive. Interesting.
All the subordinates around him looked puzzled upon hearing this, none understanding the meaning of his words, and they all lowered their heads in silence. Frieza's gaze slowly swept across the room, his cold expression intensifying, his look growing more vicious, and his icy eyes fixed on Ginyu. Jisoo's back tensed, his muscles unconsciously tightened, and a strong sense of oppression arose in his mind.
Captain Ginyu, I now give your team a mission. The Vegeta team has rebelled. Your Ginyu Force will immediately pursue them and execute them on the spot.
Frieza's tone was icy, with no room for compromise, and his voice echoed through the empty palace. Ginyu had originally stepped forward to report the team's new training formation, but the fierce aura in the surrounding air suddenly changed. All team members simultaneously withdrew their relaxed state, their demeanor becoming tense and constrained. Ginyu bowed deeply, his tone extremely respectful.
Yes, Lord Frieza, we will complete the mission.
With the reply, the entire Ginyu Force turned and quickly left the palace, rushed to the landing area, boarded the ship, and departed immediately. Watching the fleet leave, Frieza again looked around at the remaining subordinates, and pointed at Dodoria, his tone firm and unyielding.
Dodoria, Zarbon, Shui, all of you will immediately go to a planet called Earth, and kill all the natives there without leaving a single one.
Frieza was usually restrained and calm in his actions, but today's orders and demeanor were unusually abnormal. All the subordinates were filled with fear, and dared not raise any objections. They bowed in unison and replied,
Yes, Lord Frieza.
After receiving the orders, they turned and quickly left the palace, one by one heading to their respective combat ships to assemble and depart. The palace was left with only Frieza, the cold air swirling around him. He stared at the empty doorway and muttered to himself,
I wonder if that Super Saiyan brat is on Earth. Forget it, it doesn't matter. 4 months. As long as I train for 4 months, I will surely be able to slaughter all those Saiyan monkeys.
As the words fell, Frieza completely released his restraints, his body transforming into his final form. With a slight push off his feet, he soared into the air, broke through the palace dome, and flew straight toward the dark universe at full speed. A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded across the heavens, and the violent shockwaves scattered the surrounding dust. When the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Yuan Chengan stood alone in midair, one hand gripping the World King by the scruff of his neck, holding him directly before him. On the ground, the Royal Guard Major General, who had always stood tall and maintained a stern, cold expression, completely lost his composure upon witnessing this scene. His steady demeanor crumbled, and clear panic showed on his face. The magnitude of the situation had long exceeded his capacity to handle, yet all armed forces on site were under his command, and he was the highest-ranking officer present. Seeing the ruler taken hostage, he immediately raised his hand to signal all soldiers below to cease fire. A cold, sinister grin curled at the corner of Yuan Chengan's lips, revealing a wicked smile. He tightened his grip on the World King, his form suddenly accelerating, and dashed straight toward the World Broadcasting Television station. In the process of extreme speed, the fierce wind battered his body. The World King could not withstand the pressure of the extreme speed, his mind swimming in a dazed, consciousness blank. When he finally steadied his thoughts, and saw Yuan Chengan's face beside him, countless thoughts surged wildly in his mind. He desperately searched through all his memories, since his rebirth, comparing and eliminating, trying to find any clue about this unfamiliar powerhouse. But no matter how hard he recalled, there was not a single piece of information related to Yuan Chengan in his memory. Overwhelmed by panic, the World King's lips trembled slightly, and he murmured in a very low voice,
"Not Piccolo Daimao, not Cell, not Majin Buu either. Who the hell is this guy?"
These faint fragmented words fell without exception into Yuan Chengan's ears. Yuan Chengan held the World King with one hand, his gaze coldly lowered, and asked,
Are you a reincarnator?"
The World King's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of shock, his eyes fixed on Yuan Chengan, his voice filled with disbelief.
"You are also a reincarnator."
Hearing this counter-question, Yuan Chengan burst into laughter, his laughter gradually becoming unrestrained and arrogant. He looked at the trembling World King in his hand, and anger surged within him. Having the same memories of rebirth, and knowing all the future calamities, this man sat in the highest seat of power, yet only wasted his days neglecting his duties. The common principle of the world has always been that greater power comes with greater responsibility. The World King held the rule of the entire earth, yet his actions were cowardly and selfish, occupying a position without fulfilling its duties. He silently compared himself and his comrades, including Kellen and the others. None of them had ever held high power, yet they did their utmost to protect Earth within their capabilities. The more he thought, the more contempt he felt, and the idea of seizing the World King's throne became increasingly firm in his heart. In an instant, the two arrived above the World Broadcasting Television station. Yuan Chengan immediately severed one of his own hands, transforming it into another version of himself, then quietly slipped into the World Broadcasting Television station. The next moment, Yuan Chengan's severed hand grew back.
"Majin Buu's cloning ability is really convenient."
After saying this, Yuan Chengan's aura vibrated, and his formidable power directly blasted through the thick wall, forcing open a huge gap. Inside the studio, a female news anchor in a high-slit dress stood before the camera, calmly reporting real-time news. The shattered wall and the sudden intrusion of the two plunged the scene into dead silence. Yuan Chengan, clutching the World King's collar with one hand, walked slowly to the live microphone facing the nationwide live broadcast camera and solemnly read out a manifesto. "It is said that the world belongs to all people, not to one family or one individual. Now the Lord of Earth, who calls himself the World King, has usurped the throne, occupying a position without fulfilling its duties. He has failed the heavens above and the hopes of the people below with crimes so great that both gods and men are outraged. He is but a commoner of the canine race, without virtue or talent, without courage or strategy. He seized the royal power merely by the treacherous force of the Dragon Ball, sitting in a golden palace enjoying supreme honor, yet he never thinks of comforting the people or alleviating the suffering of the world. He allows the Red Ribbon Army to wreak havoc, permits bandits and villains to run rampant, and lets the common people sink into danger and misery. He sees the streets filled with corpses, the refugees displaced, yet he still indulges in luxury, shutting his eyes and ears, doing nothing. He cannot even maintain the status quo, bearing only the empty name of a king, truly a burden to the people. We fought in blood to nip the evil in the bud. This villain, knowing the imminent calamity and the earth on the brink of collapse, still only cares for himself, devising no defensive strategies, performing no acts to protect the people. He only cares about preserving his own power and position, disregarding the lives of all living beings. The majestic palace cannot hide his inner cowardice. The fine clothes and rich food cannot conceal his own incompetence. Such a ruler is unworthy of the throne, and has no qualification to govern the people. Now I, Yuan Chengan, with the people in my heart, witnessing the suffering of the world, pitying the orphaned and the dead, enraged by the injustice of the throne, and grieving for the plight of all beings. Therefore I raise the banner of justice, launch an expedition, march straight to the royal city, and depose the incompetent sovereign. This action conforms to the will of heaven, and accords with the hearts of the people. I do not seek sole power, nor do I pursue personal gain. I only seek justice for the wrongfully dead, secure a chance for survival for the common people of Earth, remove the incompetent ruler, and restore order to the world. Let the good people live in peace, and the weak no longer suffer oppression. Let the whole land escape the shackles of incompetent rule, and avoid the erosion of apocalyptic disasters. All people of justice in the world can recognize the truth and unite. The unjust false king will surely fall, and the righteous way of the world will surely endure. This revolt follows the trend of the times, and the path ahead is unimpeded. When the dust settles, I will restore to the entire world a state of peace and tranquility. Yuan Chengan spoke at a steady pace, word by word, completing the entire manifesto. As his voice fell, a figure stepped out slowly from behind the crowd, a burly man with a thick beard. The man held an exquisite crown on both hands, stepped forward, steadily approached Yuan Chengan, and gently raised his hand to place the crown upon Yuan Chengan's head. Yuan Chengan slowly turned aside to avoid it, raised both hands to make a blocking gesture, his face solemn, and quickly refused.
No, no.
As he spoke, the crown in the burly man's hands had already been placed on Yuan Chengan's head. After placing it, the burly man paused, then immediately bent his knees, heavily fell to the ground, leaned forward, slightly bowed his head, and prostrated himself, while shouting loudly,
My name is Ouyang. You may not imagine, but my homeland's land has long been parched, and it is not uncommon for months to pass without rain. I once set foot in the most prosperous western capital, where the locals looked down on me and called me a bumpkin.
The man's voice was nervous, his breathing slightly rapid. After a brief pause, he continued,
My name is Ouyang, but I cannot even revitalize my homeland's territory, so I have no right to speak of revitalizing the nation. Now that this rare opportunity has come, only you can save the countless people from suffering. I beg you, sir, not to abandon the masses, but to accept the crown and take charge of the great cause of the world.
Yuan Chengan looked down at the kneeling Ouyang, let out a long sigh from his chest, slowly raised his fingertips, and gently stroked the surface of the crown atop his head. His brow was filled with helplessness, and he shouted loudly,
Ouyang, you have troubled me, you have troubled me.
The other people in the studio watched the whole process, and everyone understood clearly. Everyone had witnessed Yuan Chengan's superhuman abilities earlier, and if anyone openly contradicted him now, they would risk death at any moment. Among the crowd, the female anchor closest to Yuan Chengan was the first to bend her knees and prostrate herself on the ground. Following her, the staff in the studio knelt one after another, bowing in unison and shouting in unison,
Please, sir, ascend to the throne of the world king.
At the same moment, Yuan Chengan seized power in the mortal realm. The temple of the gods floated silently atop the churning sea of clouds at the summit of Karen Tower, 2,500 kilometers away. Sun Wukong, Kulin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha all stood before the Tianjin, their feet firmly planted on the ground, their gazes fixed unblinkingly on the square television screen the Tianjin had just produced, witnessing the breathtaking regime change in the mortal world. Within the temple, a momentary silence fell, as each person's expression varied. In the next second, a cacophony of heated discussions erupted, shattering the temple's usual harmony. Kulin's brow furrowed tightly, deep creases forming on his forehead, a clear wariness flickering in his eyes. He turned his head slightly towards Sun Wukong and lowered his voice.
Wukong, your senior brother, he doesn't seem like a good person.
Sun Wukong gave no response. His eyes remained locked on the television screen, his pupils slightly contracting, his aura calm and restrained. His fingers hung naturally at his sides, knuckles faintly tense, as he sank into deep thought. Perhaps I could use this as an excuse to spar with my senior brother first. But I? Tianjin Fan's face remained stern, jawline taut, brow furrowed with gravity. He stared sharply at the screen, and said in a low voice,
Your senior brother's actions are no different from those of the great demon king back then.
Yamcha nodded lightly, his lips pressed into a thin line, his tone full of agreement with Tianjin Fan's words.
Yes, compared to the great demon king he only caused fewer casualties.
The Tianjin lowered his eyelids, one hand holding a staff, the other clasped behind his back. He pondered in silence for a long time. All along, the Tianjin had witnessed Yuan Chengan's every deed. To be honest, Yuan Chengan had always acted to defend the weak and safeguard the world's peace. Even this seizure of power was rooted in the tragic fate of that orphan girl. Upon careful reflection, compared to himself, a born deity, this young man seemed more like a true guardian dedicated to protecting Earth. With that thought, the Tianjin slowly raised his eyes, his gaze calm and serene. He spoke slowly.
This may not be a bad thing. Let us see what Sun Wukong's senior brother does next.
When everyone's voices finally faded, Sun Wukong slowly emerged from his contemplation. He thought to himself, right now, I might not be a match for my senior brother. I need to intensify my training so that I can have a fierce battle with him at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. He blinked, slowly straightened his back slightly, and spoke with a serious expression.
I think the Tianshan is right. My senior brother has always been mysterious in his actions. He has never done anything evil or harmful in the past. Even now his actions are reasonable and orderly. He must have his own reasons for making this choice. Let's wait and see how things develop before we make a judgment. For now, that's all we can do.
Kulin sighed softly, his shoulders slumping slightly, his tone resigned. After the sigh, he spoke slowly. Hearing Kulin's words, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha both lowered their eyes and fell into silence. Indeed, although everyone present was far stronger than before facing Yukong's senior brother, they all felt a helpless sense of powerlessness. Unable to do anything else, what choice did they have? On the other hand, Son Wukong, even after breaking through and transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, still had no absolute confidence that he could defeat Yuan Chengan. To Wukong, this was not merely a difference in power, but a chasm in realm. The mystery emanating from Yuan Chengan had always eluded his understanding. A long silence enveloped the temple. A gust of wind blew, and the sea of clouds outside the temple flowed slowly, producing faint, almost imperceptible sounds. Finally, Kulin broke the silence. He clenched his fists, looked up at everyone present, and spoke with an encouraging tone.
Everyone, don't be discouraged. Let's focus on training hard and strive to defeat Wukong's senior brother at the World Martial Arts Tournament 1 year from now.
Tianjin Fan found Kulin's words reasonable. They had no choice but to grow stronger. He nodded solemnly, his eyes firm.
That's right, let's just focus on training.
Son Wukong, who had always looked forward to fighting his senior brother, naturally chimed in.
Yes, we only have 1 year. We must immediately increase the intensity of our training to have a chance of defeating my senior brother.
The Tianshan stood by, lost in thought, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He did not speak again. Son Wukong continued.
We shouldn't pay too much attention to what's happening in the lower world. Too much distraction will greatly hinder our training progress.
At these words, the Tianshan's face instantly showed a hint of embarrassment, his ears reddening slightly. After all, it was he who had just brought out the television, broadcasting the news from the mortal world. The Tianshan stepped forward quietly, quickly tapped the television with his staff, and put it away. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, then said,
Very well then. Everyone train diligently. I look forward to seeing you take the top prize at the tournament in 1 year.
Everyone nodded in agreement, then dispersed, adjusted their breathing, and once again threw themselves into even more grueling training. Meanwhile, in West City, 10,000 kilometers from the central capital, Bu-Er Ma sat alone in her laboratory filled with instruments. Her elbows rested on the desk, her hands cupped her chin, and her eyes stared fixedly at the electronic screen before her. She watched Yuan Chengan's troubled expression on the screen, utterly entranced, not moving for a long time, unaware even that the pen had slipped from her fingers to the floor. She was filled with doubt. When did Yuan Chengan return to the real world? Why didn't he come to me first? A taut string in her heart snapped, and an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, plunging her into deep anxiety. Also, 10,000 kilometers from the central capital at Kame House, the waves pounded the sandy beach in front of the house, producing a rhythmic crashing sound. Inside the house, Gui Xian Ren held the remote control, staring at Yuan Chengan on the screen. He couldn't help squinting and muttered,
What is this kid up to?
It must be noted that the Turtle School's philosophy had always been to strengthen the body and defend the weak, rarely involving the pursuit of power. Now that Yuan Chengan had openly usurped the throne and seized control of the world, in Gui Xian Ren's view, this breached the Turtle School's original intent. His brow furrowed deeply, his grip on the remote tightened, and his unease grew. He thought to himself, it seems this young man has never been on the same path as us from the very beginning.
I hope things don't spiral out of control.
Gui Xian Ren muttered to himself, frowning. But then, recalling the immense threat of Fu Li, saw that Kulin and the others had mentioned, Gui Xian Ren waved his hand, sighed lightly, and relaxed his grip on the remote.
Forget it. Compared to the apocalyptic threat of Fu Li, these matters are nothing major.
No longer dwelling on the issue, Gui Xian Ren pressed the remote switch channels and fixed his gaze on his favorite aerobics program. At that moment, Yuan Chengan stood before the microphone in the center of the live broadcast studio of the World Broadcasting Corporation. His posture was upright, exuding a calm and commanding presence. He knew well that he was only the nominal ruler of the world. To gain the power to truly change the world, he had to firmly control the various government departments. To achieve this, mere brute force would not suffice. He needed to employ conciliatory measures as well. With this in mind, he slowly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing the live camera, looking toward his doppelganger Ouyang Jingguo on the other side of the lens. His tone was steady, and carried an undeniable authority, as he spoke word by word.
If you wish me to take the throne, it is not impossible. But after I ascend, will you all obey my commands without question? If you refuse to obey, then I would rather not take the throne.
The live broadcast reached every corner of the globe. People in front of their televisions buzzed with discussion, many sneering and muttering.
He already calls himself this king, yet he still pretends.
In the studio, Yuan Chengan's eyes darkened. He gestured toward the side of Ouyang Jingguo. The doppelganger's doppelganger standing behind Ouyang Jingguo immediately stepped forward with both hands, holding a royal seal engraved with majestic patterns. He approached Yuan Chengan, respectfully raising the seal high in a gesture of utmost reverence. The doppelganger Ouyang Jingguo then spoke loudly, taking the lead.
The world has no master, the people long for peace. We offer the royal seal, and implore Lord Yuan Chengan to ascend the throne and take power. We will obey your every command.
Yuan Chengan pretended to decline, waving his hand slightly, and not immediately accepting the seal. The staff on site were all overwhelmed by his imposing aura, their minds flustered. They bowed in unison and shouted,
"We will obey your every command. We implore you to accept the seal and rule the world."
Among the crowd, a few who harbored objections and wished to speak out found their throats sealed by an invisible force the moment they opened their mouths. No matter how they struggled, they could not utter a sound, frozen in place, as they watched the grand ceremony of offering the seal and urging the throne. Seeing that everyone in the venue had bowed and pleaded, Yuan Chengan no longer deliberately refused. He slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers firmly grasping the heavy cold royal seal, and calmly accepted it. The moment his palm touched the seal, an immensely heavy aura radiated from his body, an oppressive force silently sweeping through the entire studio. The air in the studio suddenly froze. All the staff shuddered, instinctively bowing their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Yuan Chengan held the seal aloft with one hand, his expression cold and solemn. His eyes through the camera surveyed the entire world. His steady, authoritative voice, amplified by the microphone, reached every corner of the earth.
Since all of you insist on offering the seal and pledging your allegiance, I shall follow the tide of destiny and ascend the throne. From this day forth the order of the world shall be re-established by me. All matters shall be under my command. Those who submit shall live in peace. Those with treacherous hearts shall face severe punishment.
His words fell without superfluous elaboration, carrying an absolute deterrent force. The voices of mockery and discontent around the globe fell silent. Countless people staring at the screens felt a chill in their hearts, and dared no longer to speak carelessly. Beside him, the doppelganger Ouyang Jingguo bowed in salute, his expression respectful. The secondary doppelganger, who had held the seal, stepped forward slowly, awaiting orders. Yuan Chengan casually handed the seal back to the secondary doppelganger, instructing him to store it properly. Yuan Chengan swept his gaze across the venue once more, and spoke into the live microphone in an unyielding tone.
Effective immediately, the Royal Guard shall be completely disbanded. All guard units shall be abolished.
The doppelganger Ouyang Jingguo was standing by his side, had long known that this armed entry was precisely carried out under Yuan Chengan's instructions, specifically to display force and intimidate the venue. He stepped forward at the right moment, bowed, and feigned confusion, speaking in a persuasive tone.
Your Majesty, the Royal Guard is the core protective force of the royal family. To disband them would leave you unprotected. The weapons of this world are dangerous. I implore you to reconsider.
Yuan Chengan looked down at Ouyang Jingguo, his tone flat.
Protect me. There is nothing in this world that can harm me in the slightest. The Royal Guard is nothing but a superfluous decoration.
As he finished speaking, Yuan Chengan's left hand suddenly shot out, reaching straight for Ouyang Jingguo beside him. The doppelganger Ouyang Jingguo deliberately loosened the holster on his waist, allowing the original Yuan Chengan to effortlessly snatch the pistol he had specially brought. A flawless coordination. Before anyone in the venue could react, Yuan Chengan directly turned the gun around, aimed it at his own forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation.
Bang!
The gunshot reverberated through the World Broadcasting Corporation studio. The entire venue fell into dead silence. All the staff turned pale, not daring to breathe. The global live broadcast also paused for a moment. The high-speed bullet hurtled toward his forehead. Yuan Chengan did not even lift his eyelids. He casually raised 2 fingers, and precisely caught the scorching bullet between them, his movements utterly composed. He displayed the bullet before the global camera. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the bullet was instantly crushed into fine iron filings that fell to the ground with a rustle. Yuan Chengan's cold voice spread across the world.
You see, even if I willingly take a bullet, it cannot harm a single hair on me.
He paused, then added,
Not just bullets, even planes and cannons cannot get near me.
After speaking, Yuan Chengan levitated into the air.
Look, I can fly! And I can tell everyone here and watching on television, this is not an illusion. With training you can do it too. But that aside, the Royal Guard only drains the national treasury. From now on, my own power shall be the most unbreakable shield in this world. I need no guards.
Ouyang Jinghua immediately bowed deeply and answered loudly.
We obey. Orders will be issued at once to disband all Royal Guards.
In the Royal Guard camp near the Central Palace, soldiers were on duty as usual. The public television in the camp was simultaneously broadcasting the global live feed from the World Broadcasting Corporation. Initially, the soldiers only watched casually, not paying much attention. But when Yuan Chengan's words,
effective immediately, the Royal Guard shall be completely disbanded. All guard units shall be abolished,
came through clearly from the television screen, the entire camp fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into an uproar.
What? Disband the Royal Guard? Are we hearing this right? This new king has just ascended the throne, and he wants to disband all of our guards.
The soldiers crowded around the television, their eyes fixed on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief. Some clenched their fists, pacing back and forth in agitation, while others slumped to the ground, utterly bewildered.
Without our military pay, how am I supposed to support my family? To lose our post so suddenly, now we have no means of livelihood at all. On what grounds? We have guarded the royal family for generations. How can we be dismissed with a single word?
The murmurs of discontent grew louder. Many soldiers, their faces flushed with indignation, clamored to seek an explanation from their superiors. The camp's order was on the verge of collapsing into chaos. But then the live broadcast showed Yuan Chengan snatching a gun, shooting himself in the forehead, catching a bullet with his bare hand, and crushing the warhead. A shocking spectacle, coupled with the superhuman strength he had displayed when he broke through the wall of a building during his power seizure. The previously restless guards instantly fell silent. They stood frozen, their indignation and dissatisfaction replaced by sheer terror and awe. Gazing at the figure on the screen, who had silenced the entire scene with his own might, they finally understood before this new king's absolute power, their guard corps had never been necessary. No matter how much resentment or complaint they harbored, they had no right to resist. No one dared to shout anymore. No one dared to propose a protest. The men lowered their heads in silence, and some even turned away, beginning to remove their armor and discard their weapons in despair, completely accepting the sudden unemployment. Dejected, they prepared to leave the camp they had guarded. In the World Broadcasting Television studio, the iron filings from Yuan Chengan's palm slowly fell to the ground. His eyes swept indifferently over the global live camera, and his vast aura had already spread silently, instantly covering 1,000 miles of territory, thoroughly detecting the distant snow-capped mountain that was perpetually covered in snow. The entire mountain was a frozen expanse of ice and snow, devoid of any human presence, without any trace of life. Not even birds or beasts had ever set foot there. It was a completely barren, uninhabited snowfield. Having confirmed that there was not a single person or any living creature within the mountain, Yuan Chengan brought his fingers together, raised his hand, and aimed his palm at the distant white snow mountain outside the window. With a casual gesture, he unleashed an energy wave. A slender yet devastatingly powerful beam of white light shot through the air, moving so fast that it was merely a streak of light, striking the peak of the snow mountain 1,000 miles away.
Boom!
The deafening roar echoed through the broadcast. The aerial camera switched instantly, showing the majestic snow mountain thickly covered with snow being pierced and blasted apart. Ice shattered, snow collapsed, and the mountain itself, along with the frozen rock layers, was annihilated by the energy. In an instant the entire mountain disintegrated into a flat plain, leaving not even a wisp of dust behind. This terrifying power, casually unleashing a wave that obliterated an entire mountain, sent tremors through everyone in the studio. All viewers around the world, who were watching the broadcast, stood frozen, their hearts filled with nothing but utter reverence and fear. Yuan Chengan slowly withdrew his hand, his expression completely unruffled. His deep authoritative voice resounded through the camera, reaching the entire world, as he formally issued his second royal decree. In addition to the guards effective immediately, the National Central Army and all local defense forces are to be disbanded. All military establishments are to be abolished. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The guards, already burdened with complex emotions, stood there utterly stunned. Those who had been about to leave abruptly halted their steps, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. In military camps across the country, all soldiers crowded around televisions watching this terrifying scene. The last shreds of dissatisfaction and restlessness in their hearts completely dissipated, and they dared not even breathe loudly. Inside the guard camp, not a single soldier moved. They remained gathered around the television, their expressions complex as they stared at the live broadcast, their minds churning with 100 thoughts, waiting intently for the new king's next arrangement. They were not only concerned for themselves, but also for all the soldiers across the country who had been disbanded. Though they resented losing their jobs and their means of survival facing Yuan Chengan's earth-shattering absolute power, they could not even muster the thought of resistance. They could only remain silently in place, waiting for subsequent placement orders, hoping that the new king would grant them, the former troops, a way out, and to see if there was any room for a turnaround in this sweeping military dissolution. No one spoke a word, their expressions anxious. All held their breath, staring at the television screen, not daring to leave on their own, their hearts tangled as they watched the subsequent developments. In the World Broadcasting Television studio, the crushed bullet iron filings from Yuan Chengan's palm slowly fell to the ground. The residual power of the Dongdong wave that had annihilated the snow mountain 1,000 miles away still reverberated through the heavens and earth. In military camps, on the streets, in countless households around the world, everyone staring at the live broadcast screen remained frozen, wrapped in the utmost reverence and fear, their breathing becoming cautious. Inside the guard camp, the soldiers, who had been filled with indignation and anxiety just moments ago, now all lowered their heads in silence, cold sweat streaming down their backs. They looked at the new king with his indifferent expression on the screen. No longer did they harbor any dissatisfaction or complaint, only trepidation and submission. They waited quietly for the next royal decree, lacking even the courage to leave on their own. Yuan Chengan's eyes swept calmly over the live camera. His immense unmatched aura was not withdrawn, but instead spread out silently once more like an impenetrable heavenly net, piercing through the walls of the studio, covering every inch of the planet, precisely capturing every fluctuation of chi. Yuan Chengan mused inwardly. My order to disband the entire army was never about abandoning the people of the world, nor was it about letting calamities breed unchecked. The old military system was bloated and sluggish and inefficient, with countless remote corners always remaining blind spots in control. Most importantly, it required enormous military expenditure. The world had already been unified, and the Red Ribbon Army had been wiped out by me. Maintaining an army was a pure waste of resources. As for disaster relief, I alone am sufficient. Many tragedies occur when police and military forces can never arrive in time. From now on, I will single-handedly bear the burden of protecting the people, using my absolute power to shield every ordinary person, ensuring that the weak do not perish in dark corners for nothing. Yuan Chengan's disbandment of the army was not an abandonment of protection, but rather a determination to become the one and only absolute barrier in the world, allowing no evil to harm the innocent. Just then, an extremely faint breath, yet carrying the utmost despair and a desperate will to survive, broke through his energy net, transmitting directly from the northern capital over 2,000 kilometers away into his perception. It was the breath of a young girl about 18 or 19 years old. The girl trembled, tears streaming down as she whispered in despair, "Am I going to die again, just after being reborn?" The girl's name was Ding Dashin. She was timid due to poverty. Just having been granted the fortune of rebirth, she was once again plunged into the abyss of death, her heart filled with nothing but the desire to live. Through his chi, Yuan Chengan instantly saw the entire scene. In a street pavilion in the northern capital, rain was pouring down. Two thugs were robbing two women with knives. The older woman was Ding Dashin, who had emitted that desperate emotion. The moment he heard the girl's words, Yuan Chengan knew that Ding Dashin was a reincarnator. She had only 126 yuan in living expenses. After refusing the thugs, they had swung a knife at her and her life was about to end in an instant. Upon learning this, the coldness in his heart deepened and his calm thoughts began to stir. If Bulma hadn't entered the hyperbolic time chamber, she would be about the same age as Ding Dashin. These two thugs for just a small amount of money would use a knife to harm someone treating human life with such contempt. If I stood by and let this tragedy happen, it would be a failure of my duty as king. This girl was diligently studying, struggling to make a living alone away from home, and only took shelter from the rain temporarily, only to suffer such an undeserved calamity. I must protect every innocent person on earth, and never allow evil intentions to run rampant. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, a faint purple light flickered at his fingertips, a psychic technique similar to Babiti's, which directly broadcast into the minds of all earthlings, who had their eyes closed, forcibly projecting the live scene into the minds of everyone who closed their eyes. Soldiers in camps, studios, staff, pedestrians on the streets, people at home. Everyone clearly saw the rainstorm scene at the Northern Capital Pavilion in their minds, as if they were there, every detail visible. The torrential rain pounded the tiles of the pavilion. 19-year-old Ding Dashin was soaked through her thin clothes, clinging to her body, her face as pale as paper. She had just been reborn to the last moment before her death, the agony of having her chest pierced by a knife in her previous life, still lingering, the images of her horrific death surging wildly in her mind. She recalled how she had traveled to the northern capital to study on a scholarship, scrimping and saving, only wanting to repay her hard-working parents after graduation. She had only gone out to buy groceries with her cousin and taken shelter from the rain, only to encounter these vicious thugs.
"Hand over the money now, or I'll stab you to death,"
the thug snarled, swinging the knife at Ding Dashin's chest. The thug's roar echoed clearly in everyone's mind. The sharp tip of the knife aimed directly at Ding Dashin's heart, only a hair's breadth away from piercing her chest and taking her innocent life. Ding Dashin trembled uncontrollably, tears mingling with the rain as she slid down her face. She closed her eyes in despair, exactly as in her previous life, when she had been stabbed twice in the chest with one fatal blow to the left side. After being stabbed twice, she had lingered in the world for the last 3 hours, hearing the countless agonizing cries of her family. She overheard her family talking about how the two thugs could not be sentenced to death for some reason. She had died with deep resentment. She thought her rebirth was a blessing from heaven, but still, she could not escape the fate of death, and could only let death come.
"Heaven has played a cruel joke on me."
Ding Dashin let out a bitter laugh. The whole world watching through the mental broadcast felt their hearts clenched. The soldiers in the camps held their breath, staring intently at the scene in their minds. Yuan Chengan watched the girl's desperate and helpless expression, his heart slightly stirred. In her past life, she had been alone and helpless, dying with injustice, and no one had paid for her blood. Now that I govern this land wielding supreme power, I will never allow the same tragedy to repeat. No matter how far the distance, no matter how rampant the perpetrators, I will arrive, instantly suppress evil, and protect every fragile life. Though countless thoughts raced through the minds of the people, less than 2 seconds had passed. Just as the knife tip was about to pierce the girl's skin. In the studio, Yuan Chengan's figure vanished instantly from before the live camera. The distance of over 2,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers was but a single moment for him. In less than a second, his tall figure traversed more than 2,500 kilometers, appearing out of thin air in the rain-soaked pavilion of the northern capital right beside Ding Dashin.
Instant transmission. My senior brother knows instant transmission.
Yukong, with his eyes closed, exclaimed excitedly. The others also kept their eyes closed, watching the unfolding events, saying nothing. Yuan Chengan's eyes were cold as he raised his hand and lightly grasped the thug's wrist, holding the knife.
Crack!
The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in everyone's mind. The thug's wrist snapped instantly, the knife clattering to the ground, and his agonized scream rang through the pavilion. The other thug, panicking, lunged forward with a machete, but before he could even touch the hem of Yuan Chengan's clothes, he was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing heavily into a stone pillar of the pavilion, knocked unconscious, powerless to cause any more harm. The entire process took only a few seconds, a swift decisive strike without a single unnecessary motion. Yuan Chengan thought to himself. In the past, I only trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, while Krillin and the others also minded their own business. How many similar tragedies have occurred in this world, where kind hard-working people like Ding Dashin died innocently and unjustly, and where some criminals for various reasons never paid with their blood. Although Yuan Chengan had made a wish that all good people would never age or die, it was still not enough. Not enough. I can do more. With a single thought, I can destroy a towering snow mountain. With a raise of my hand, I can blow up a planet. Ordinary armies and police have long lost their irreplaceable value. Disband all military forces, let the soldiers take off their uniforms, and return to ordinary life. Live happily. The responsibility of protecting the people is enough for me to bear alone. Rescuing this girl today in front of the whole world is a declaration to the world that disbanding the army is not abandoning protection, but using stronger power to guard every person in the world. All the people of the world through the mental broadcast witness this redemption in its entirety. In the guard camp, and in military camps across the country, all the soldiers stood frozen. The last remnants of their reluctance, confusion, and resentment toward the military disbandment vanished completely, replaced by profound awe and heartfelt submission. They finally understood completely. The new king's disbandment of the entire army was never an abandonment of the people but a declaration. From now on there is no need for an army, no need for a single soldier. He alone is the strongest shield in the world. He could casually destroy a snow mountain 1,000 miles away, intimidating all the villains in the world. He could also traverse over 2,000 kilometers in a single second, rushing to save a completely unknown poor ordinary girl. Protecting the weak, punishing evil deeds, he alone is enough. In the pavilion, Ding Dashin stared blankly at the figure before her. The relief of escaping death, gratitude, and grievance surged within her, tears streaming uncontrollably. The chill in her body was completely dispelled by a gentle aura. Yuan Chengan casually raised his hand. Destruction. The two thugs instantly vanished into nothingness under the destructive energy. Then his low, majestic voice, transmitted through the psychic technique, resounded in the minds of everyone across the globe, completely soothing the last ripple in the hearts of the soldiers. Today I abolished the entire army. Henceforth, while I am king, no innocent shall be bullied, and no evildoer shall escape. Within my territory, every blade of grass, every tree, every person, everything, shall be protected by me. After speaking, Yuan Chengan thought to himself, I have already made plans for the soldiers' future livelihoods, and they will be properly settled one by one. This land no longer needs weapons and warfare. I will maintain order with my own strength, keep stability, and create a long-lasting, peaceful world. As his voice faded, the psychic technique was withdrawn, and the mental broadcast ended. Yuan Chengan's chi stirred slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly, returning to the World Broadcasting Television studio in the central capital in a single second, standing once again before the live camera, as if he had never left. The screen returned to normal, showing his tall, composed figure with an indifferent expression, as if saving someone across 1,000 miles and obliterating a snow mountain were mere trifles. Military camps around the world fell into complete silence. Then countless soldiers slowly bowed, saluting the live camera with the most solemn military courtesy. There was no dissatisfaction, no complaint, only awe and submission. Inside the guard camp, all the soldiers stood with their heads bowed, no longer tormented or anxious, fully accepting the royal decree of disbandment. They knew that with such a king, even without an army, the world would be peaceful and stable, and they too would eventually find a new path in life. In the northern capital pavilion, the rainstorm gradually stopped. Ding Dashin gazed at the empty space before her, clenched her hands, and tears slid down her cheeks. With her eyes closed, she had also seen the scene of her own attack. After a long while, the survivor whispered to the void, "Thank you." In the global live broadcast, Yuan Chengan stood tall and upright in the center of the studio, the faint lingering aura of force around him still exuding an unquestionable majesty. The divine feat of crossing 1,000 miles to save lives and obliterating evil with a flick of his finger was still deeply etched in the hearts of every earthling, as if his resolute vow of protection still echoed in the heavens and the earth. To the common people, he was more a god than a king. The once turbulent world was now enveloped in utter silence. In the streets, in countless homes, in military camps, everywhere, every gaze was fixed on the screen. The earlier panic, doubt, and indignation had long been replaced by profound awe and a sense of security. Yuan Chengan swept his gaze calmly across the camera, his voice deep and steady, once again transmitting through the broadcast to every corner of the world. The coldness of just moments ago, when punishing the villains, was gone, leaving only a resolute certainty. I know the doubts in your hearts, my subjects. Abolishing the entire military is not about abandoning the warriors of the realm, nor is it about leaving the nation defenseless. He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the lens, looking toward the soldiers across the country, who had shed their armor filled with confusion. His tone grew more solemn. You have served in the military for generations, guarding the borders and protecting the people, dedicating half your lives to military service. This merit I have never forgotten. The collapse of the old military system is not your fault. Rather, this world no longer requires a mode of defense that relies on blades and weapons. In the Imperial Guard camp, the soldiers, who had been standing with their heads bowed, looked up, a flicker of emotion in their eyes, their tense expressions gradually softening. In military camps across the nation, countless soldiers in uniform clenched their fists, holding their breath, waiting for what came next. The anxious hearts slowly settled. From this day forward, all soldiers whose units have been disbanded, whether from the Central Army or local forces, will be resettled by the royal family. Yuan Chengan's tone was resolute, each word clear and distinct. Cities and towns will establish new public service positions: urban security, order maintenance, infrastructure, agricultural supervision, student protection. All these posts will prioritize retired soldiers. Their salaries will far exceed their previous military pay. I will take full responsibility for your livelihoods. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire military erupted. But this time it was not a restless dissatisfaction, but an overwhelming, almost unbelievable joy and gratitude. Those soldiers who had lain awake at night worrying about their families' livelihoods felt their eyes redden. Their clenched fists slowly relaxed, and the last shred of worry in their hearts vanished completely. Some of them had been soldiers for generations, knowing no other trade besides marching to war and defending their homes. The new king had already paved a way for them, removing all their future anxieties. For those who do not wish to take public office, you may, based on your military status, receive agricultural land or business capital from the royal family. Whether you choose farming or commerce, you will be exempt from all taxes for 3 years. I guarantee you will be fed and clothed and live in peace. Yuan Chengan's voice continued, smoothing out every last wrinkle of worry in the soldiers' hearts. He was not taking away their means of survival. Instead, he was allowing these people who had once protected the world to lay down their arms, to no longer face the flash of blades, and to spend the rest of their lives in peace. This was his plan: to abolish military armaments, to end warfare, and to let the former guardians become ordinary people in a time of great peace, sharing in the long-lasting stability and prosperity. Outside the broadcast, the global populace was moved. Cheers rang out in the streets. The people who had been uneasy about the disarmament finally felt a sense of relief. They finally understood that this new king possessed both the absolute power to overturn mountains and rivers, and a tender heart for the common people. He was relentless in punishing evil, yet he dedicated his heart and soul to caring for his subjects. In the northern capital's pavilion, the torrential rain had completely stopped. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the wet ground. Ding Dashin slowly straightened up, raising a hand to wipe the tears from her face. She looked down at her chest unharmed. The excruciating pain that had pierced her heart and lungs in her past life was gone. The despair of her rebirth had been completely dispelled by this sudden salvation. She looked toward where Yuan Chengan had stood, her eyes filled with reverence and resolve. She whispered again softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Having experienced life and death, she knew better than anyone that this new king was a true deity who could protect the innocent of the world. From now on she would no longer fear the evil lurking in the shadows, nor worry about being harmed unjustly. She could study in peace, live in peace, truly live, repay her parents, and cherish this hard-won new life. Inside the broadcast studio, Yuan Chengan watched the gradually relaxing expressions of the global populace, and the cold aura around him softened somewhat. He had abolished the entire military, shouldering the burden of protection alone. Firstly, he was weary of the bloated and inefficient armies of the old era, and no longer wished for innocents to suffer harm due to delayed rescue. Secondly, he no longer wanted the world to be filled with weapons and war, and wished for an end to all conflict and evil. Thirdly, after making the wish that good people would never age or die, he had to maintain order in the world so that all the kind-hearted could enjoy eternal life in peace and tranquility. From now on the world may have no military, but it has me. Yuan Chengan's gaze was sharp, his voice carrying a power that pierced the soul. No matter when or where, as long as evil arises, as long as the innocent are bullied, there is no need to call for help, no need to wait. I can be there in an instant. Good and evil have their rewards, and the celestial way is clear. Those who do evil will be punished, and no one will be an exception. Those who do good will be protected, and no one will be let down. He raised his hand and waved. The broadcast screen instantly switched to show the plans for the global welfare of the people he had drawn in the spiritual time-space chamber. Dilapidated streets would be repaired, remote villages would be connected by roads, the poor would receive aid, students would be well cared for, and there would be no more ungoverned areas or places for evil to roam freely. Perhaps some of you have experienced a fate that should have been fatal, yet you are alive. That is because I made a wish to the divine dragon that all good people in the world would never age or die. As long as you have never done evil and are a good person, you will be immortal. All of this is to grant you an eternal peace. No need for weapons, no need for war. I will be your shield, blocking all the world's storms. I will be your blade, cutting down all the world's evil. As his voice fell, a sudden unified sound rose from military camps across the globe. Countless retired soldiers removed their armor, and facing the broadcast camera bowed deeply. There was no reluctance, only sincere submission and respect. They had been soldiers who guarded their homes and country. Now they understood that with this new king they no longer needed to take up arms. They only needed to live their lives in peace, and that was the best way to fulfill their duty to the world. In the streets, people, having verified Yuan Chengan's words through their own experiences, stopped to bow towards the camera. Cheers and praises rose and fell, and the anxiety and gloom that had shrouded the world dispersed completely. Yuan Chengan stood silently before the camera. His immense aura once again spread out gently, no longer probing for danger, but tenderly enveloping the entire planet, protecting every inch of land and every kind-hearted being. Sunlight streamed through the studio window, casting a golden halo upon him. From then on there would be no more military formations in the world, no more wars or battles. He alone was order, he alone was protection, he alone was the eternal age of peace. Far away in the northern capital, Deng Dashan, bathed in the sunlight, clutched the 126 coins for her living expenses, her eyes filled with hope for the future. She knew that as long as this king was here, she could study in peace and live a good life. All kind people would be able to spend their eternal years safely under this unique protection. In the global broadcast feed, Yuan Chengan's aura was heavy and condensed. The words of pacifying the military and promising livelihood arrangements had just settled, and the resonance still lingered in the world. Hundreds of millions of people were still listening intently. All the former soldiers who had laid down their arms and were awaiting resettlement, the commoners in the streets and alleys, and the farmers in the villages, all held their breath waiting for his next decree. Yuan Chengan's indifferent tone carried no ripple, yet it bore the oppressive weight of kingly authority, echoing across the globe through the broadcast. Now that the military is abolished and the order of people's livelihoods is established, I hereby issue the third royal decree. Effective immediately, all land within the entire territory of Earth, including mountains, rivers, plains, forests, arable land, towns, residential foundations, and wilderness territories, shall be fully nationalized under the royal family. The moment these words landed, the world was stunned. In the countryside, countless farmers, who had relied on their fields for generations, shivered, their faces showing panic. In the cities, powerful nobles and wealthy individuals, who owned vast estates and private mansions, changed color, a strong sense of crisis rising in their hearts. Even ordinary people felt a tightening in their chests, unable to understand the purpose of this decree. Many local magnates clenched their fists in secret. Their privately held land deeds seemed to become worthless paper in an instant, and the landed estates their families had monopolized for generations were about to change hands. The retired soldiers across the country, who had just begun to settle down, were also shaken. They had never expected that the disarmament would be followed so quickly by the nationalization of all land. Countless thoughts of doubt, fear, and unease spread among the people, yet no one dared to openly defy or resist. Everyone remembered that this new king could shatter 1,000-mile snow mountain with a flick of his finger, kill murderers, with a single thought cross 10,000 miles in an instant to save people, and wield earth-shattering power. Any resistance would only lead to self-destruction. Yuan Chengan took in the myriad reactions of the world. His vast network of chi covered the globe, sensing every fluctuation in people's hearts. He then slowly spoke, steadying everyone's minds. Land nationalization is not about plundering the people's livelihoods, nor is it about forcibly seizing the people's homes. The private residences of the common people, and the fertile fields they cultivate for their daily needs will continue to be used by them permanently, and without compensation passed down through generations. They will not be reclaimed, not be forcibly expropriated, and not be annexed by the powerful. Combined with the earlier wish of the divine dragon, that good people never age or die, your homes and farmlands will be permanently and securely yours to use. His tone shifted, suddenly becoming cold and severe for any powerful figure who has privately hoarded tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, monopolized land for profit, forcibly occupied civilian land to oppress the people, or stockpiled residential land to inflate prices, all illegally, and privately occupied land will be reclaimed without compensation and redistributed for the unified planning of the world. From now on there will be no more land annexation, no more landlord exploitation, and no more evils of land monopoly in the world. All mountains, forests, seas, mineral deposits, wastelands, waters, mudflats, and suburban planned land will be incorporated under unified royal control for the construction of people's livelihoods, disaster reserves, ecological conservation, public facilities, and resource sharing benefiting all people. From now on, land will no longer be a bargaining chip for the few to amass wealth, but the common foundation for all people under heaven. All who are diligent in their work and harbor kind thoughts shall have fields to cultivate, houses to live in, and land to settle on. There will be no more landless refugees, no more homeless people. With this explanation, the world's restlessness subsided by half. Ordinary farmers and common people breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as their own homes and farmlands were unaffected, and their daily livelihoods were not disrupted, whether the land was publicly owned or not made no difference. On the other hand, the powerful interests, who had long oppressed the lower classes and profited from land exploitation, were all pale-faced, their arrogance completely gone. In the Imperial Guard camp, the soldiers suddenly understood the new king's step-by-step plan, abolishing the army, securing stability, and nationalizing land, was aimed at completely eradicating the old ills of the world and cutting off all roots that bred oppression and evil. With no more private land monopolies, no more powerful separatist forces coupled with his absolute power to govern the world alone, and the divine dragon's wish for the immortality of the good, this planet would only become increasingly stable and just. Yuan Chengan swept his cold gaze across the world, and laid down the final, unyielding law. The land nationalization law is to be implemented immediately, taking effect across the entire territory simultaneously, with no exceptions and no exemptions. Anyone who dares to secretly keep land deeds, resist the decree, or secretly oppress and occupy land shall be considered an evil thought in the world. I will personally suppress them and punish them without leniency. His chi and intention rippled slightly, and the earth trembled faintly, as if the entire land was responding to this king's decree. From then on, every inch of the vast territory of earth was owned by the state. The system was reshaped, and the foundation was recast. After Yuan Chengan issued the decree for land nationalization, the global murmurs of discussion had not yet fully subsided, when his indifferent voice echoed once more through the global broadcast, reaching every corner of the land, delivering the fourth unprecedented royal decree. With land unified and order established, from now on the entire domain will implement a unified system of state-owned enterprises for the whole people. As his voice fell, countless hearts trembled, and they listened quietly for what was to come. All industries, industry, agriculture, manufacturing, resource extraction, material processing, and the entire chain of clothing, food, housing, and transportation will be integrated and placed under the unified jurisdiction of the central state-owned enterprises for the whole people. All factories, workshops, production lines, energy bases, and material storage facilities will be upgraded and renovated. Manual labor will be completely eliminated, and the entire process will be controlled by advanced AI and fully automated mechanical production. With his thoughts, a boundless landscape of plans was projected into everyone's vision, vast fully automated farmlands where machinery cultivated and harvested, giant dust-free factories where robotic arms operated in an orderly fashion, all essential materials, energy, textiles, food, building materials, medicine, daily necessities, produced continuously by AI assembly lines requiring no human sweat or overtime, providing a stable supply. 247. Yuan Chengan's tone was calm, yet he established the new rules of survival for the entire civilization: food, clothing, housing, drinking water, medicine, and basic daily necessities. All the necessities of life will be distributed adequately and without charge by the state-owned enterprises, allocated according to need, and will never be in short supply. From that day forth, people will no longer need to struggle for food and clothing, nor will they need to work for a living. From the moment a person is born, even if they never work, never earn a living, or never make money, they will have sufficient food, a stable home, and a complete set of basic necessities. They will never go hungry, cold, or be homeless. The world fell into an absolute silence. For generations everyone had worked to survive, toiling for the necessities of life. For the first time, they heard of such a rule, one that overturned all common sense. The shock permeated their hearts and minds. He continued to explain the new regulations: all heavy labor, dangerous jobs, and repetitive assembly line work will be completely taken over by AI and machinery, fully liberating all human labor. Mortals no longer need to be forced to make a living, no longer be bound by the need to survive, and no longer need to compete and exploit each other for fame and fortune. The remaining life of all beings will be solely about freedom. For those who wish to study, the state-owned academies, libraries, and research institutions will be fully open. Astronomy, geography, martial arts, secrets, artistic skills, all kinds of knowledge. You can study them freely, as you wish, with no thresholds or restrictions. For those who wish to travel and enjoy the scenery, the mountains, rivers, and lands are free to traverse, and secret realms and wilderness are open for exploration. For those who enjoy research, creation, play, or self-cultivation, as long as you act with propriety, do not harm others, and do not violate the good laws of the world, you may follow your heart and live as you please. The old era's rat race, survival pressures, class exploitation, and the hardships of labor were all uprooted by the single decree. Ordinary people who had toiled day and night in factories, worked hard in the fields, and ran around to make a living, felt their eyes grow warm. For the first time, people who had been crushed by the need to survive were entering an era where they could live peacefully without having to work. The remaining capitalist forces across the world were completely silenced. Having lost their industrial chains and the basis for profit, they had no room to resist against absolute power and a new system. The AI state-owned enterprises coordinated all material production capacity. Resources were recycled and goods were produced in an endless stream. Supply and demand were permanently balanced, with no shortages and no monopolies. Yuan Chengan looked at the entire land under his protection, his gaze indifferent. I use my martial power to suppress the evil thoughts of the world, use the land system to eradicate annexation, use the divine wish of immortality to treat the good, and then use fully automated state-owned enterprises for the whole people to end the anxiety of survival. Humanity no longer needs to consume itself just to live. Living itself will be pure freedom and enjoyment. Hold kindness as your foundation. Do not harm others. Then you can spend your entire life loving, exploring, experiencing, and becoming whatever you wish to be. The next moment Yuan Chengan executed the four-body fist. The air rippled with light and shadow, and four doppelgangers identical in aura and appearance to the original stood firmly in place. Without pause, the four doppelgangers each performed the four-body fist. 1 became 4, 4 became 16, and the 16 continued to split layer upon layer, multiplying infinitely. All doppelgangers activated instantaneous movement, layers of light and shadow radiating from the original, spreading from near to far, filling the entire earth in an instant. All doppelgangers shared a comprehensive global construction blueprint, working in efficient collaboration, synchronizing their efforts with flawless precision. Of course, there were some obstacles. For instance, when some doppelgangers teleported to a corner of Nandu to handle dilapidated old buildings. Among the buildings, one structure echoed with the song, "Only Mom is good in the world." This was an orphanage. Inside, only a few children could be seen. As Yuan Chengan's doppelganger approached, a little girl in a blue floral dress looked up at him and said with a smile, "It's the king." Yuan Chengan's expression softened. He reached out and took the girl's hand, speaking gently.
Little one, you're not mistaken. I am the newly appointed king.
He took out a candy and handed it to the girl, asking,
Are you the only ones here?
The little girl nodded, holding the candy, her eyes visibly dimming.
Every year many new big brothers, big sisters, younger brothers, and younger sisters come. But soon the nun aunt takes them out to play. We're not healthy, we have serious illnesses, so we have to stay here.
The girl lowered her eyes, looking forlorn. Yuan Chengan raised his hand and gently patted her head, his tongue warm.
Uncle King will take you to live in a big house, okay? And Uncle can even cure your illnesses.
The children's eyes widened. Some of the bolder ones even shouted,
Really? I'll go.
Yuan Chengan looked at the children, his eyes filled with affection. At that moment, he understood how his grandfather Son Gohan must have felt when he saw him. So he spoke in the gentlest tone.
Uncle King can fly. Shall I take you flying in the sky?
A boy struggled to look up and asked,
Like a bird?
Yuan Chengan quickly bent down and nodded.
Yes, like a bird flying in the sky. Are you scared?
No, the children answered in unison.
Good, good. Come hold Uncle's hand, and I'll take you flying right now.
So saying, one of Yuan Chengan's doppelgangers picked up a child and flew into the sky. Though weak and timid, the children became remarkably excited once they adapted. After flying for a short while, he settled them in a safe and suitable place. Meanwhile, Yuan Chengan dispatched thousands of doppelgangers to surround the orphanage courtyard. He first had the doppelgangers clear the debris inside the courtyard, then proceeded with demolition. Just as they were about to start, a middle-aged nun in plain clothes rushed out of the courtyard, spreading her arms to block the way, her face full of grief and indignation. She screamed,
What are you doing? Don't touch our home. This is the children's place.
Yuan Chengan scrutinized the nun. She was a middle-aged foreign nun dressed in a neat black habit, a plain headscarf, with deep-set eyes, and a high nose bridge, her features distinctly Western. Outwardly she appeared dignified and solemn, like a devout practitioner of the faith. Yet there was an unshakable gloom lurking between her brows. A hint of worldly coldness hid in her eyes. Her expression was calm, but utterly devoid of compassion, and her whole demeanor was oppressive and distant. This struck Yuan Chengan as strange. Her fierce resistance aroused his suspicion. The children, through mental arts, had already known of his presence. As an adult, the nun could not possibly be ignorant of him. But since she knew who he was, why would she desperately block him? It made no sense. Yuan Chengan halted, raised his eyes to meet the nun's gaze, his stare calm. The next second, he channeled his chi, and an invisible force invaded the nun's mind. At first, he only probed casually, but the images that surfaced in his consciousness made the temperature around him plummet. Scene after scene of atrocity unfolded. This nun, using the orphanage as a cover, had been cruelly harming newborn babies and young children for years. In her memory, countless broken bodies of murdered children were buried beneath the orphanage. These atrocities continued year after year, never ceasing. The gentle compassion the nun showed to outsiders was all a disguise.
No wonder she played that song, utterly indifferent to the orphans who had lost their mothers. She never cared about these children.
Yuan Chengan murmured to himself. The last trace of emotion in his heart dissipated, leaving only bone-chilling cold. Without hesitation, he raised his hand indifferently.
Destruction.
As the word fell, the nun vanished instantly, as if she had never existed.
Demolish.
At that single word, thousands of doppelgangers acted simultaneously. Some doppelgangers opened dimensional gates. Others moved construction materials into the room of spirit and time for processing. There was no roar of machinery, only the explosive force of raw physical power. In the blink of an eye, the orphanage and the surrounding buildings were completely leveled, leaving not a trace of debris. As the courtyard collapsed, Yuan Chengan's doppelganger raised a hand in midair, channeling immense power through the earth, seizing the hidden underground space. The next second, the ground split open with a thunderous crack. Layer upon layer of infant and toddler bones were flung out, piling up like a mountain of white. With Yuan Chengan's current mastery of Qi, a single sweep revealed roughly over 100,000 skeletons in the pit. Among them, dozens had been buried just a few days ago. The oldest dated back several decades. Yuan Chengan's doppelganger stood before the bones, his eyes icy cold, a sign of extreme fury. From the nun's memories, such atrocities against children were not limited to this place alone. The number of powerful figures involved was countless. But from now on such evils would never happen again. Those who harmed children, he would find them one by one and make them pay with blood. Following the traces left in the nun's memories, Yuan Chengan locked onto a distant ocean island. This island, once called Pirate Harbor, had been privately occupied and renamed Love Baby Island. Many desperate parents unable to raise their children had sent them here for care. According to the nun's memories, many of the children's remains were transported from this island to the orphanage for burial. As for why they were taken so far to bury rather than dumped into the sea, even the nun did not know. By now, the earth was densely covered with Yuan Chengan's doppelgangers, and Love Baby Island was no exception. Yuan Chengan planned to take control of everyone there, then demolish it, and rebuild it into an AI factory, bringing the island under royal management. Thousands of doppelgangers had just landed, and were about to clear the area and start demolition, when a group of bodyguards and butlers hurried out escorting an elderly man. He was withered, wrinkled, with a long white beard, and his eyes were sinister, filled with madness and obsession. Yuan Chengan looked at the old man's face, and found it very familiar. But before he could recall who it was, the old man bellowed,
"Who are you? Do you know this is private property? How dare you trespass on private grounds?"
The old man had seen Yuan Chengan's face as he rushed out, and his heart was pounding with fear. He knew from the images in his mind that Yuan Chengan was a merciless killer. But now, he was like an arrow already shot. He had no choice but to suppress his panic, and shouted sternly,
"This island is protected by many factions. Leave immediately with your people, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise you'll face the consequences."
Seeing that Yuan Chengan's doppelganger remained unmoved, the old man added,
"We have the backing of the global elite circle. You can't afford to provoke us. Leave now."
Yuan Chengan couldn't be bothered to waste words. He simply used his chi to invade the old man's mind and search his entire memory. In an instant, over 40 years of the island's crimes unfolded. The old man had lured underage girls and boys to the island with promises of scholarships and high wages. To helpless parents, he used the pretext of helping to raise their children or finding them adoptive families, tricking them into sending their children to the island. Occasionally someone noticed something amiss, but they were either silenced or eliminated. These rumors had become urban legends. The old man didn't do this without reason. He was colluding with the powerful. How? By providing these girls and boys for the wealthy to rape, abuse, and enjoy. It was common for resisting girls and boys to be tortured to death. Some victims still breathing were buried alive. Instances of eating human flesh were countless. Then he recorded the crimes of these powerful figures, turning their leverage into protection for himself. As for why the skeletons of these young victims were transported to the orphanage, it was because the underground of the island was already filled with bones, and there was no more room. Moreover, these skeletons still had residual value. Besides being sold as specimens, they could be crushed into bone powder. In his memories, there were also records of the former world kings secretly visiting the island multiple times to participate in these atrocities. Seeing this, Yuan Chengan could no longer bear it. This darkness hidden in broad daylight was the most terrifying. He decided to let the world know about it. With doppelgangers deployed everywhere, it didn't take long to gather the old man's evidence on the island. At the same time, his chi covered the globe, revealing everything on the island to the minds of all Earth's inhabitants. For a moment, most people around the world were filled with righteous indignation, wanting to tear the old man apart. From the old man's memories, Yuan Chengan also learned his name. He was none other than Dr. Gulu, the scientist he had failed to eliminate during his purge of the Red Ribbon Army years ago. Yuan Chengan suddenly realized.
No wonder the Red Ribbon Army could never be wiped out. The World King acted as their umbrella.
At that moment, Dr. Gulu saw Yuan Chengan's doppelganger withdraw his hand, and immediately signaled the bodyguards to step forward, thinking to himself, let these bodyguards hold them off, while I escape through the secret passage. He stepped back while keeping his eyes on Yuan Chengan's doppelganger, but unexpectedly bumped into something. Turning around, he saw another of Yuan Chengan's doppelgangers. Yuan Chengan said nothing. Thousands of doppelgangers acted simultaneously. Soon the survivors on the island were rescued. Then the entire island was leveled to the ground. Yuan Chengan raised his hand in midair, sending power through the earth, and with a fierce heave the ground cracked open, and hundreds of thousands of skeletons were unearthed. This scene was simultaneously projected into the minds of all humans on Earth. Dr. Guluo collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. At that moment a helicopter approached from afar, rapidly closing in on the island. The helicopter hovered in midair, above the former helipad, not landing. Yuan Chengan raised a finger, and destroyed the rotor blades. The pilot, along with a boy and a girl, who looked similar, were instantly teleported to the ground by Yuan Chengan. The pilot had a stern expression, a tall and straight posture, wearing a flight uniform. His eyes were calm and sharp. After a moment of panic, he regained his composure. Seeing Yuan Chengan, he was slightly surprised.
New king.
Then he looked at the crowd around him.
So many new kings. What are you bringing these two children here for?
Yuan Chengan demanded, then shook his head, and muttered to himself.
Forget it. I'll just search your memory directly.
A moment later, all the helicopter pilot's memories were imprinted into Yuan Chengan's mind. He roared in fury.
You aided the wicked, you deserve to die. Destruction.
Having dealt with the pilot, Yuan Chengan's doppelganger looked at the two children. A black-haired boy, slender, with smooth black hair falling to his shoulders, sharp and narrow eyes, a clear cold blue, fair skin, and handsome features. The golden-haired girl was delicate, with soft golden hair reaching her shoulders, fine and delicate features, gentle and lively eyes, bright pupils, and a face that was both three-dimensional and tender. Yuan Chengan felt a sense of familiarity with them. He crouched down, forcing a kind smile.
What's your name, little one?
The black-haired boy, still a child, was startled by Yuan Chengan's voice. Trembling, he said,
My name is Lapis, and she's my sister Lazuli.
As he spoke, tears welled up in Lapis's eyes. Lazuli lowered her head blankly, saying nothing. Yuan Chengan was shocked. Lapis and Lazuli. That would mean the famous Android 17 and Android 18. And weren't they supposed to be taken by Dr. Guluo for modification when they were 19? Why were they brought to this love baby island at this time? Looking at Lapis's appearance, Yuan Chengan's brows relaxed, his eyes filled with pity. He slowly sat down beside Lapis, leaning slightly, and softened his tone. Gently stroking Lapis's back, he said warmly,
Silly child, don't keep it bottled up. Tell uncle whatever grievances you have, and I'll make it right for you.
Only then did Lapis look up timidly, whispering,
I know you. You're the new king. That's right, I am the new king. You're a very smart little one.
Patting Lapis's head, Yuan Chengan asked with a smile,
How old are you, sweetie? We are both 8.
As he said this, Lapis raised his little hand and made a figure 8.
8 years old, huh? There are too many bad people here. How about Uncle King takes you to a safe place with good food? Okay. And you?
The golden-haired Lazuli, seeing Yuan Chengan asking her, also nodded timidly.
I'll go too.
Yuan Chengan looked at Lazuli, Android 18, and thought to himself that Guy Krillin is really a beast, having a 12-year age gap with Android 18. Now that Dr. Guluo was captured, and the two were rescued, they would never be turned into Android 17 and 18. They would have a happy and fulfilling life. Yuan Chengan hoped these two children would live a joyful life. However, the timing of their capture seemed a bit early. He believed this was also closely related to his own time travel. For him, it was a small episode, but for Lazuli and Lapis, it was a turning point that changed their destiny. Next, Yuan Chengan sent the surviving victims along with the siblings Lazuli and Lapis away from the island. Given Dr. Guluo's extraordinary technical abilities, in principle, he should be killed immediately. But as long as he lived, he could push Earth's technology to an unimaginable level, so Yuan Chengan temporarily spared his life. As for the remaining bodyguards, who had aided the evil, Yuan Chengan probed their memories one by one. For those who had committed heinous crimes, he walked up to them and shouted, Destruction! Of course, among these bodyguards there were those who had been coerced or threatened. Their crimes did not warrant death, so Yuan Chengan sent them off the island as well. The reckoning here was over, but similar purges were raging across the world. With the ability to read memories, all evil was exposed, and no injustice remained hidden. Those who had committed the most heinous crimes were all erased from the world by Yuan Chengan, using the God of Destruction's technique. Before the day was over, the purges were complete. Yuan Chengan then directed billions of doppelgangers to focus on global reconstruction. First, he replicated the infinite energy furnace from Dr. Guluo's memories. From then on, the global energy problem was no longer an issue. Using their superhuman strength and speed combined with dimensional gates, and the room of spirit, and time for support, the doppelgangers rapidly advanced. The dilapidated buildings were demolished in an instant. Chaotic terrain was quickly leveled. Giant state-owned AI industrial factories were built rapidly using prefabricated parts transported through resource gates. Fully automated assembly lines were set up in a flash. Rows of livable apartment buildings, public schools, and ecological farms were constructed simultaneously, complete with all necessary facilities. For large-scale projects, doppelgangers split again on the spot, working in parallel for maximum efficiency. Some doppelgangers, exhausted, would dissolve on the spot, and their positions would be immediately taken over by new doppelgangers. Meanwhile, the original Yuan Chengan kept eating sins of beans to replenish his rapidly depleting energy. Day and night passed, and within a single day billions of doppelgangers completed the construction according to the blueprint. Outdated facilities and twisted urban planning from the old era were completely eradicated. The global state-owned AI production system, universal welfare facilities, and ecological projects were all completed. As the final project was finished, doppelgangers worldwide withdrew their auras and stopped multiplying. Thousands of beams of light converged back to the capital, merging into Yuan Chengan's original body. Though he had only participated in the construction, Yuan Chengan was not without gains. He gained a deeper understanding of the methods and practices of various industries. After all, the experiences of each doppelganger, when fed back to his original, were real and authentic. Yuan Chengan's consciousness swept across the transformed earth again through his chi. In a single day, the old world was renewed. The state-owned AI industrial chain was fully operational. Goods could now be automatically synthesized by AI factories, fully automated production. If someone wanted a new house, they could apply and have it built from prefabricated materials within a day. For transportation, there were various unmanned vehicles. In Yuan Chengan's vision, these unmanned vehicles would eventually be phased out. In the future, dimensional gates would be installed at various locations. Then the era of nationwide connectivity would arrive. With unlimited supply of clothing, food, and transportation, and basic housing needs, meta world, where everyone could live in peace, have enough to eat, freely pursue education, and enjoy life, had truly taken shape. It must be said, Bulma's invention of the dimensional gate was truly a great treasure for humanity. At that moment, Yuan Chengan thought of Bulma again, wondering what she was doing now. In just 2 days, global unity had been achieved, with everything provided on demand, people living in peace and prosperity, and no more strife or hunger. The earth was temporarily at peace. Yuan Chengan stood high above the royal capital once again, using his spiritual secret technique to address all of humanity. Though earth is now peaceful, you must not become complacent. This vast universe is not empty. Intelligent civilizations are scattered across the stars. Outside, powerful beings abound, and many terrifying entities can destroy stars with a wave of their hand and stride across galaxies. There are even those who call themselves gods, wielding bizarre powers and governing laws, able to reverse time with a thought and annihilate countless races in a snap, their methods far beyond worldly understanding. Among these cosmic enemies, one of the relatively weaker ones is already approaching Earth and will arrive within half a year. When he comes, he can annihilate Earth with a wave, reducing it to cosmic dust. Among the crowd on Earth, someone shouted up to the sky, "How can we resist? With our current peaceful life, if there really is such a powerful enemy, as you say, we have no means to fight back." Yuan Chengan nodded, as if hearing the people's call. "I have appeared today to resolve this matter." He raised his hand, and numerous energy spheres and energy blades floated around him. "As you can see, this is chi. Every person's body contains chi, and through cultivation you can extract and strengthen it, making it more powerful." As he spoke, Yuan Chengan flew up. "By precisely controlling chi, you can shape it as I just did, or use it to lift yourself and fly. My earlier feat of blowing up the snow mountain was also achieved through chi. Once you cultivate, you too can accomplish such feats." Yuan Chengan descended to the ground. "Now I will publicly release the complete cultivation method of chi. From now on, all earthlings, young and old, can cultivate chi. I hope everyone can transcend the limits of ordinary people
and gain the power to fight and protect themselves.
As his voice faded, clones appeared, each holding a device that opened dimensional portals. In an instant, dimensional portals opened simultaneously across the globe.
Yuan Chengan continued. These portals all lead to the spirit time chamber. A year of training inside is equivalent to a single day outside.
Another person asked.
Cultivation is tedious without guidance, and progress will be slow. No problem. I have considered this as well.
Yuan Chengan replied calmly.
We all know that going from 0 to 1 is extremely difficult, but from 1 to 100 is simple. Anyone who enters the spirit time chamber to cultivate will have a dedicated clone accompany them. They will provide full-time sparring, practical combat training, guidance on using chi and correction of flaws in cultivation. As long as you are willing to cultivate, I will support you all the way.
These words shook the entire world. A middle-aged man exclaimed loudly.
If this succeeds, every person on Earth will possess the power to destroy the world. That's right.
Yuan Chengan replied.
I am your new king now, but I believe that in the near future Earth will not need a king. Earth belongs to its people. I hope that in the days to come everyone will be like a dragon, capable of self-defense. Universal cultivation and collective strengthening are the only ways to defend Earth and preserve our current way of life in the coming cosmic catastrophe.
The remaining people on Earth had already been purged by Yuan Chengan. Though not all were good, most were ordinary, neither good nor bad. Yuan Chengan had achieved such feats in just a few days that they had already deified him. Now, hearing that Yuan Chengan was willing to teach them cultivation and grant them powers as formidable as his few could resist such a temptation. Without much hesitation, guided by Yuan Chengan's clones, a multitude of Earthlings stepped forward and entered the dimensional portals. Youths, adults, and the elderly streamed in one after another to train in the spirit time chamber. A single day outside passed in an instant, while a whole year had elapsed inside the chamber. With clone sparring partners and guidance, everyone progressed rapidly. Mastering chi, tempering their bodies, and honing combat skills, everyone's strength soared. In just a few days, Earth's overall combat power skyrocketed layer by layer, with universal cultivation taking hold. As time passed, the once weak Earthlings began to possess the confidence to face the universe's formidable enemies. Meanwhile, Vegeta landed on a planet of the Frieza Force, and the station's soldiers immediately surrounded him.
Vegeta, how dare you trespass on Lord Frieza's territory?
Vegeta swept his cold gaze over them.
Stand in my way and you die.
He raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, annihilating the soldiers. No one remained alive. Vegeta strode straight into the command center, fixing his eyes on the central communication console. He thought to himself, I must not let the Frieza Force know this was my doing. He raised his hand and fired a key blast, directly destroying the communication hub. Disconnected from communication hub, AI global communications interrupted, breaking away from force control. He turned and walked to the landing pad, where a row of AI robots turned their heads toward him.
Report your ownership. Affiliated with the Frieza Force, executing the Force's highest commands. From now on you will obey only me. Frieza's orders are void. Command conflict, unable to execute.
Vegeta's aura sank.
I destroyed the communicator. You can't contact the Force. Either obey my orders, or I'll dismantle you right now.
The AI robot systems processed for a moment.
Command updated, highest authority Vegeta. All aboard. Launch all large spacecraft immediately and leave this planet. Command confirmed. Initiating ship launch, preparing to depart.
Several ships ignited simultaneously, their hatches opened, and Vegeta led the way into the main vessel with all AI robots boarding. The ship sailed into space, and Vegeta turned to the AI robot beside him.
Go to the ship's medical bay and activate the medical pod. Command confirmed, activating medical pod.
Vegeta stood before the medical pod.
Now attack me. Wound me severely, but don't kill me. Command conflict core program prohibits harming the master. I'm modifying the program now. Prioritize the injury. Command leave me with only one breath. Disobey, and you'll be destroyed. Command confirmed, executing severe injury attack.
Mechanical arms and energy beams struck Vegeta simultaneously. He collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds. Gritting his teeth, he said,
Put me in the medical pod.
The AI robots lifted him into the medical pod, and repair rays immediately covered his body. A day later the pod opened and Vegeta stepped out, his aura noticeably stronger.
Continue. Attack.
The AI robot struck again and Vegeta was once again severely wounded.
Lift him in. Repair.
The cycle repeated. Vegeta kept going through the same process. After a few days, sensing his ever-surging power, Vegeta's eyes turned cold.
Frieza, soon I will surpass you, transform into a Super Saiyan, and crush you utterly.
He repeated the process once more. A day later, as Vegeta was being lifted out of the medical pod by the AI robots, his aura surged another notch. His eyes cold and voice impatient, he said,
Continue. Attack.
The AI robot stood still, not moving, as a mechanical voice sounded.
Command cannot be executed.
Vegeta frowned, his aura instantly tightening.
Worthless. How dare you defy my orders? Medical pod treatment fluid is insufficient to initiate repair. Continuing the attack will result in the Master's death.
Vegeta's face darkened. He strode quickly to the medical pod and stared at the nearly empty energy panel.
When did it run out? All treatment reserves are depleted, no supplies remain. Isn't there backup treatment fluid in the ship's storage? All backup reserves have been exhausted, no relevant materials remain on board.
Vegeta clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. He had finally been able to grow stronger through self-injury and repair, but now he was forced to stop. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath.
Damn it!
Then he coldly ordered,
Cease the attack program. All units stand by. Command confirmed. Terminating the severe injury and repair cycle.
Vegeta gazed into the cold void of space, his expression grim.
I'll have to stop for now. Once I find a new supply point, I'll resume training. Frieza, my power will eventually crush you.
With that, he steered the spaceship toward the nearest colony planet to replenish medical supplies. Meanwhile, Frieza remained alone on a barren planet devoid of any life. For 4 months, he trained entirely by himself, with no subordinates or sparring partners. Frieza slowly withdrew his power.
4 months of hard training.
He sensed the changes within his body.
My power hasn't increased much, but it's enough to deal with that Saiyan monkey Son Gohan. But that brat on Earth, I don't know his strength. No, I need to keep training.
Yet after the calm, a vague unease lingered in his heart. Frieza frowned and muttered,
Strange. My power has grown significantly, but I feel restless.
He looked up at the desolate wilderness.
Such a sense of crisis shouldn't appear.
He lowered his voice.
Is it because the Saiyans are still growing? Or has a new variable emerged on Earth?
He couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease, but he was acutely aware of his situation.
My current power alone is not safe.
Frieza clenched his fists and said coldly,
Without a sparring partner or real combat, training is indeed slow. But this unease will not disappear. To feel completely at ease, there is only one way. Continue to increase my power.
With that, Frieza rekindled his aura and began another round of arduous training on this barren planet. On the other side, Raditz' spaceship finally arrived at Earth, crashing into the wilderness. The hatch popped open. His body erupted in a golden aura, his hair stood on end, and he stepped out as a Super Saiyan. He was a reincarnated being, his past life's memories etched into his bones, convinced that this planet was full of weaklings. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a straw hat walked slowly, dressed plainly, looking utterly ordinary. Raditz flashed in front of him, his face full of disdain, and shouted,
Hey, you straw hat waste! Stop!
The middle-aged man halted, took off his straw hat to wipe it, then put it back on, looking up at him calmly.
So it's that worthless fighter from my past life. I didn't expect to meet you again, even though I've come many years earlier. In that case,
Raditz revealed a sinister expression.
Today I'll kill you first, then destroy this pathetic planet.
The middle-aged man remained calm and said slowly,
You don't seem all that strong to me.
Raditz exploded with rage.
You dare lecture me? I'll crush you.
He clenched his fist, but before he could strike, the middle-aged man casually raised his hand and lightly slapped out a wave of energy. With a bang, Raditz's golden aura shattered instantly, his hair turned black, and he was slammed into the ground, writhing in agony, unable to get up.
Impossible. You're just an ordinary earthling.
Raditz coughed blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The middle-aged man looked down at him and said in a flat tone,
I'm one of the weakest people on this planet.
Then he turned and walked away. Raditz lay on the ground unable to move. He spat blood watching the retreating figure and roared.
Impossible. How could an Earthling be so strong? I Lord Dizzy am a noble upper-class scion of the warrior race.
He struggled but could not get up. The next moment Yuan Chengan used instant transmission to appear before him. Lord Dizzy looked up at Yuan Chengan, his voice trembling.
Who are you?
Yuan Chengan.
I'm here to send you on your way.
Lord Dizzy's pupils contracted.
No. Yuan Chengan raised his hand and extended a finger, a terrifying power gathering before Lord Dizzy. Lord Dizzy panicked.
What are you going to do?
Dare to invade Earth, you shall not be spared. Destruction. Ah.
With a loud cry, Lord Dizzy was completely annihilated. Yuan Chengan withdrew his hand and looked into the cosmos.
I never imagined that the formidable enemy I sensed half a year ago would be Lord Dizzy.
He was about to leave when a sound of tearing air came. Sun Wukong, Kulin, Tianjin, Fan Yamucha, and Jiaozi landed where Lord Dizzy had vanished. Sun Wukong, with a thoughtful expression, said,
Senior brother, why are you here? There was a very strong chi here just now. What happened? Yuan Chengan said,
Your brother just attacked Earth.
He then pointed to the spherical spaceship nearby. Kulin said,
What's going on? Shouldn't Lord Dizzy arrive on Earth 8 years later?
Has he also been reborn?
Tianjin Fan said,
Is it really him? The chi we sensed just now was as powerful as when Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan. How could he be Sun Wukong's brother?
Yamucha said.
There was also another chi also extremely powerful.
Jiaozi hid behind Tianjin Fan saying nothing. Sun Wukong said,
Senior brother Yuan Chengan, what exactly happened here just now? Your brother tried to slaughter innocents and was killed instead. Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock.
Who is this expert? Is it Baiku?
Yuan Chengan shook his head.
It's not Baiku. Now most people on Earth have surpassed what you call the Super Saiyan level. Lord Dizzy only barely reached that level, so it's only natural that he was killed.
Kulin's face changed.
How is that possible? Among us, those who can reach the Super Saiyan level of combat power are extremely rare. How can what you say be true? Don't you know that I have opened the Spirit Time Room space?
Sun Wukong asked, puzzled.
We also entered the Spirit Time Room to train, didn't we? The Spirit Time Room in the temple only allows 2 days, which is 2 years, but many people on Earth under my guidance have already trained for over 100 years.
Although everyone's talent is not high under relentless day and night training, it's only natural that they have reached this level.
Kulin suddenly realized and then said,
Indeed. That makes sense. By the way, I wonder if we can also enter the Spirit Time Room you opened to train. Of course you can. Kulin said,
I was still hoping to defeat you at the Tenkaichi Budokai in a few months. Though unwilling, I could hereby acknowledge you Yuan Chengan as the strongest. There is no such thing as the strongest. Perhaps you people don't understand. Do you still remember my speech when I first ascended the throne?
Hearing Yuan Chengan say this, everyone cast puzzled looks. Yuan Chengan explained,
Those who call themselves gods are far stronger than us. Sun Wukong, you should know King Kai, right?
Kulin said,
Of course we know him. Our King Kai fist was taught by Lord King Kai. Lord King Kai has his own god, the Supreme Kai, and the god of destruction by Lu Si, who is on the same level as the Supreme Kai, is far stronger than I am now.
Sighing, Yuan Chengan continued,
To correct myself, it's not just far stronger. He can crush me now as easily as I crush an ant.
Everyone looked at him with incredulous eyes. Sun Wukong said,
Senior brother Yuan Chengan, since he is a god, shouldn't he pose no threat to us? This god of destruction named by Lu Si is capricious. Countless planets have been casually destroyed by him for offending him, let alone the natives living on those planets.
Hearing this, everyone's faces were full of shock. If what Yuan Chengan said was true, then this god of destruction would indeed pose a great threat to them.
Yuan Chengan held out 2 fingers.
20 years. At most 20 years, the god of destruction will arrive on Earth. Will you choose to be his dog, or will you train to become as strong as him? After hearing Yuan Chengan's words, everyone's expressions varied. After a moment of silence, Kulin rubbed his head and said,
Can we come to you later to seek guidance on training? Yes. Haha, that's wonderful.
Yuan Chengan said no more, used instant transmission, and vanished from the spot.
Yamucha said,
This person's strength is unfathomable. Fortunately, he is a friend, not an enemy.
Tianjin Fan said.
I've made up my mind. I'll go find Yuan Chengan right now. He can teach an ordinary earthling to become so powerful. I believe that under his guidance my strength will also undergo a qualitative leap. Kulin said.
Count me in.
Yamucha said.
Count me in too.
Sun Yukong said.
There's no time to lose. Let's all go together now.
With that, everyone flew toward the king's palace in the central capital.
At the brief's residence in West City, Bu-Er Ma was stabbing a doll while angrily saying,
Damn Yuan Chengan. He passes by my house 3 times, but doesn't come in. I'll stab you, stab you, stab you.
Who are you going to stab?
Yuan Chengan suddenly appeared behind Bu-Er Ma, startling her. In that instant, Bu-Er Ma cried in grievance.
You jerk, I thought you had abandoned me. I've been busy with important matters. Surely you've seen everything I've done lately. Yes, I've seen it all.
Bu-Er Ma first leaned against Yuan Chengan.
Then her expression turned somewhat resentful.
I taught you the method to make hoi poi capsules, and you turned around and manufactured them in your AI factory, distributing them free to Earth's people, causing our capsule corporation's business to plummet. How can you treat me like this? Yuan Chengan looked serious, staring into Bu-Er Ma's eyes.
We have both lived for over 1,000 years. Do you still regard money as so important?
Moreover, productivity is now sufficient. Isn't it good to liberate all humanity? Didn't you see in my psychic art the images of children starving, hungry, and poorly clothed? Yuan Chengan also understood that it was difficult for Bu-Er Ma, as a pampered, highly intelligent heiress, to empathize with the common people living in misery.
He didn't want to rush to change Bu-Er Ma's mind, so he changed the subject.
Bu-Er Ma, I have a plan that requires your new invention. I knew it.
Upon hearing this, Bu-Er Ma became puffed up again. After more than 10 days, 3 massive interstellar spacecraft tore through the atmosphere, piercing the air with a screeching roar, and slowly descended upon the Yunza bitter highlands on the outskirts of Earth. The leading hatch slid down slowly as Chioi Dodoria and Zarbin stepped out in succession, followed closely by a large number of heavily armed elite soldiers of the Frisia force. Chioi stood with arms folded, his purple face brimming with arrogant superiority. He raised his eyes to scan the scattered human city in the distance and sneered. Lord Frisia's army has swept across the universe. We have crushed even the most barren planets. This mere Earth is nothing but a lowly backward planet that cannot even achieve basic interstellar travel. Dodoria wriggled his bloated, obese body, cracking his knuckles, and growled ferociously.
Ha ha, we can capture the Earthlings and torture them one by one.
Zarbin raised a hand to gently smooth his golden hair and ordered coldly.
Don't forget the mission of this trip. Our task is to wipe out all the Earthlings.
Dodoria, dissatisfied, glared at Zarbin from behind. Upon hearing Zarbin's words, all the soldiers responded in unison.
Understood. Lord Zarbin.
The soldiers raised their laser rifles, ready to advance toward the city center. Chioi glanced sideways at the tranquil city, activated his scouter to scan, and then said with utmost disdain,
A bunch of primitive monkeys. Their battle power is only 5. We can crush them with a flick of our fingers.
Dodoria also activated his scouter.
Ha ha ha, it's true. The highest battle power here is only 5.
But the moment the soldiers took their first step, the entire city boundary suddenly lit up with a faint blue translucent energy barrier, and a low humming sound echoed across the wilderness. Countless detection devices hidden atop skyscrapers, in underground drains, and on high-altitude orbits all activated, and red beams instantly locked onto every single member of the Frisia force. Dodoria immediately frowned and asked gruffly,
Huh? What is this? A shield? How could a primitive planet like this have such a complete defensive system?
Zarbin's face darkened slightly. He immediately raised his hand to halt the advancing troops, and said solemnly,
Something's wrong. Isn't Earth a low-level civilization that can't even achieve interstellar travel? How does it have such an advanced defense system?
The next second, hidden hatches on both sides of the street popped open simultaneously, and fully automatic electromagnetic turrets rose slowly, their muzzles pointing directly at the invading Frisia force. A low hum. Several binding beams shot out instantly. The Frisia soldiers, caught off guard, were firmly bound by the beams. Their energy rapidly drained, their armor melted away, and they fell to the ground one after another, completely losing combat effectiveness. A soldier shouted in terror.
Lord! All our weapons are jammed. The energy guns can't charge.
Xiao Yi's face changed drastically. His aura burst forth violently. He kicked a turret in front of him to pieces and roared angrily.
A mere trick.
They're just relying on these scrap metal. Without a strong warrior to back them up, these guys are nothing but chickens and dogs, utterly worthless and easily crushed. His figure flickered as he intended to charge straight into the city, but the moment he moved, he was tightly encircled by 3 individual combat mechas gleaming with cold metallic luster. The mechas wasted no movement, directly activating a gravity suppression field. Xiao Yi's movements suddenly became sluggish and heavy. He gritted his teeth and cursed.
Damn it! What is this?
The mecha emitted a cold electronic synthesized voice.
Detected alien invasion entity. Gravity lock engaged. Movement restricted.
Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yi launched a fierce assault, firing energy blasts all around, but they were precisely neutralized by the mecha's energy shields. He roared in exasperation.
Are you just going to hide behind machines? Have the guts to face me head-on.
The mecha responded with a steady electronic voice.
Malice detected. According to Earth Civilization Defense Regulations, authorization to attack granted.
Several mechas opened fire simultaneously. Compressed energy blasts struck Xiao Yi's vital points with precision. He dodged frantically, but his stamina and energy were rapidly depleting. His originally arrogant and fierce attacks became increasingly chaotic.
Impossible. A bunch of tin monsters, how can they be so troublesome?
After several rounds of struggle, Xiao Yi was covered in wounds. He fell heavily to his knees, completely drained of strength to resist. Seeing Xiao Yi defeated, Dodoria instantly flew into a rage, his aura surging.
Useless trash. Watch me level this city.
He unleashed a wide-range shockwave with all his might, but the envisioned scene of buildings collapsing in a heap and dust swirling in the air did not occur. The next second, the entire area flashed with red light. All members of the Frisia force felt an invisible force pressing them down relentlessly. Dodoria's massive body sank heavily, his legs nearly giving way. His face was full of disbelief.
Gravity field. It's a suppression method deliberately targeting my power.
High above, several hovering strategic warships slowly appeared, their countless muzzles all aimed at them. A steady mechanical broadcast came from the warships.
Identified as alien invaders. Violent destructive behavior fully recorded. Initiating sanctions fire.
A dense barrage of pulse shells rained down. Dodoria desperately gathered energy to block, but could not withstand the relentless, precise bombardment. He screamed wildly.
Let me go! I am Lord Frisia's direct subordinate. How dare you lowly creatures act so insolently?
There was no response, only unending technological firepower covering every angle. Pure brute force had no advantage against systematic high-level technology. Wounds multiplied on Dodoria's body, his screams grew faint, and finally he collapsed with a crash, losing consciousness. In a mere moment, both top officers were defeated. On the Yunza Bitter Highlands, only Zarbon remained alone, and the Frisia force behind him had been completely annihilated. Zarbon's eyes turned utterly cold. His aura surged wildly. He said coldly,
"It seems I underestimated this insignificant planet."
The next moment, Zarbon completed his violent transformation, becoming a frog-faced muscleman with dramatically increased power and speed. He looked around coldly and shouted,
"Did you think you could contend with the high-level combat power of the Frisia force by relying on mechanical technology? How naive!"
After transforming, Zarbon accelerated instantly, his figure becoming a blur. He tore through several mechas, blocking his path, his destructive power terrifying. At that moment, a mechanical voice came from the high-orbit platform.
"Detected high-energy anomalous entity. Initiating high-level containment protocol."
In an instant, several spatial binding fields locked the entire airspace, and an energy suppression field enveloped Zarbon's entire body. Zarbon suddenly realized that his internal energy was becoming chaotic and difficult to mobilize. His face changed drastically.
"Space lock. Energy suppression. Your technology has actually reached the spatial level."
There was no response. Zarbon desperately tried to break through the field, but was harshly repelled each time. He roared with frustration.
"Preposterous. How could a planet at the edge of the universe possess such top-tier technology?
Still no response. The only response was the sound of countless orbital energy cannons completing their charge. Dazzling white light converged into a single point aimed directly at the trapped Zarbon. Zarbon struggled grimly, screaming wildly,
"I won't lose! I am Zarbon Lord Frisia's most capable subordinate."
In response, a torrent of concentrated high-energy fire rained down upon him. Layer upon layer of energy defense was shattered instantly. His transformed form was forcibly dispelled. Zarbon, covered in wounds, crashed heavily into the rubble, his life force completely extinguished. As the smoke slowly cleared, the 3 veteran Frisia officers, who had rampaged across the universe along with their entourage, were all annihilated. From a distance, Yuan Chengan, who had been watching the battle until the end, muttered to himself after it was over,
"Dr. Gero's mechanical technology is truly remarkable. No wonder he could create a pure mechanical android like Android 16. But I also owe thanks to Bulma, otherwise we couldn't have built these orbital cannons so quickly. It seems we can proceed to the next step."
Bulma flew down and landed before Yuan Chengan. Without turning his head, Yuan Chengan said, "These people must have been sent by Frisia and his lot. Their battle suits are the same as Raditz. What are you going to do next?" Yuan Chengan looked up into the deep cosmos and said, "I'm going to create a new Earth. Place it behind the sun, coexisting symmetrically with Earth." Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. "Build a planet." After regaining her composure, she asked, "How are you going to do it?" Yuan Chengan raised his hand, and a wisp of white chi emerged from his fingertip, instantly enveloping his entire body. "With my physical strength and chi." With those words, he pushed off the ground, his form instantly breaking through the atmosphere and heading straight for the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the solar system. Minutes later, Yuan Chengan stood amidst the countless asteroids. He took a deep breath, and the chi around him erupted violently. The vast chi transformed into a colossal energy vortex sweeping through the entire asteroid belt. A giant asteroid several kilometers in diameter was firmly wrapped in his aura. With a single hand, he pulled it, and the massive asteroid followed the guidance of the chi, flying toward the far side of the sun. Yuan Chengan was now less a man and more a god. He sifted through rock and metal asteroids, gathering the mass needed to match Earth. He spread his arms, and his chi continuously expanded. Hundreds of thousands of asteroids were enveloped by his chi, neatly arranged in the predetermined space. He brought his hands together, forcefully pulling them inward. The chi around him instantly compressed, squeezing all the asteroids tightly together. They collided and merged, slowly coalescing into a spherical celestial body. Watching the newly formed proto-Earth, Yuan Chengan said, "The celestial body has taken shape, but the gravity is unbalanced. Twin Earths will disrupt the orbits of other planets." Yuan Chengan hovered beside the new Earth, his chi surging again. "Simple. I'll adjust it." He vanished and reappeared next to Jupiter's orbit. He placed one hand on Jupiter's surface, releasing his chi to envelop the planet. With a burst of physical strength, he slowly pushed Jupiter, fine-tuning its orbital inclination. Then he sped to Venus's orbit. Repeating the process, he carefully controlled the force and shifted Venus's orbit outward by several kilometers. Next came Mars, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Relying solely on his physical body and chi, he pushed each planet one by one, calibrating their orbital positions. Jupiter's orbit calibrated. Venus and Mars' gravity balanced. All outer planet orbits stabilized. Yuan Chengan returned to the new Earth and infused his chi into the planet's core, stabilizing its orbit to maintain perfect symmetry with Earth. On either side of the Sun, 2 blue planets orbited in sync, their gravitational forces canceling each other out, leaving no disturbance. He retracted his chi and slowly descended back to Earth's cloudy plateau. Bulma rushed forward. "It worked. The new Earth is in place, and the entire solar system's gravity is perfectly balanced." Yuan Chengan gazed at the sky and said calmly, "I've just used my chi to make this new Earth fast forward through billions of years of evolution. Now I should transform the new Earth to make it somewhat resemble the current Earth. Even if new enemies come, they'll be utterly confused as to why there are 2 Earths." Bulma saw the image of the 2 symmetrical blue planets in her mind, transmitted by Yuan Chengan's consciousness, and hurried over to him. "What are you going to do next?" Yuan Chengan looked at the new Earth and said, "First, adjust the atmosphere and environment to be identical to Earth's." "You can do that too." "Yes." With that, Yuan Chengan left a clone behind on Earth, while another clone flew into space. He raised his hand toward the new Earth, enveloping it with his chi to accelerate the evolution of everything within while continuously capturing stray gases drifting through the cosmos. His chi served as his measuring tool. Yuan Chengan said happily, the atmospheric composition is changing. The oxygen and nitrogen ratios are now exactly the same as Earth's. The temperature is stable too, matching Earth's. Next is the surface, mountains, oceans, plains, all replicating Earth. Hearing the clone beside her muttering to himself, Bulma listened quietly. When the moment was right, she interjected with surprise, "You can even create the terrain with such precision." "It's not difficult. I just control the chi to adjust the surface." Before long, the new Earth's surface took shape, the distribution of oceans and land almost indistinguishable from Earth's. Bulma's eyes widened as she saw the image transmitted by Yuan Chengan in her mind. "It's so similar. From space you can't tell them apart." Yuan Chengan nodded slightly. "We still need a biosphere, plants and animals. You're going to create life directly?" "Not yet. The new Earth is meant to serve as a battlefield. Although many people on Earth have become strong, there are still many ordinary people who don't want to cultivate. I can't let enemies keep landing on Earth every time." Bulma nodded. "You make sense." Yuan Chengan looked at the new Earth, then reached deep into the Earth and pulled out a fleshy sphere, hurling it toward the new Earth. Bulma was puzzled. "What are you doing?" "This is the egg containing the seal of Majin Buu. That Kaishan fellow placed it. It's a ticking time bomb." Bulma said curiously, "So the Majin Buu physique you mentioned earlier is the guy sealed inside this egg?" "Yes. He doesn't seem that powerful to me. Majin Buu has incredible regenerative abilities and can freely transform his body." Hearing this, Bulma suddenly blushed. "You're so improper." Yuan Chengan suddenly looked at her seriously. "Bulma, did you also receive memories that shouldn't belong to you like the others? Or have you been reborn too?" "Huh? You already know." Bulma's expression tensed. "When did you find out?" "I noticed when you didn't enter the hyperbolic time chamber with me, and when you never came to see me inside it. At that time I gained a lot of memories. I was a little scared." "I understand. Thank you. So what are you thinking now?" Faced with Yuan Chengan's question, Bulma didn't know the answer either. After all, she had been married to Yuan Chengan for 1,000 years, while she had only been with Vegeta for a few decades. In the 1,000+ years within the hyperbolic time chamber, she had undoubtedly been happy. But Yuan Chengan was too mysterious. After gaining those extra memories, she had investigated his background only to find that he was an orphan adopted by Son Gohan. This was bizarre. In her extra memories, Son Gohan was supposed to be trampled to death by Son Goku, and the boyfriend she was supposed to have, Yamcha, had been sent to prison by Yuan Chengan. His appearance had changed many tragedies that should have happened. Bulma suddenly felt afraid and became reluctant to approach Yuan Chengan. But after she stopped talking to him, she noticed that he hadn't come looking for her either. It wasn't until she saw Yuan Chengan liberate all of humanity that Bulma felt a sense of grievance. Why hadn't this bastard come to her for so long? They used to be inseparable every day. Why had this bastard, without her consent, given the capsule technology she had taught him to AI factories to produce and share freely with all humanity? But he did look kind of cool at that moment. In an instant, Bulma's thoughts swirled. Silence. A long silence. Bulma finally spoke, a faint blush on her face. She enunciated each word slowly. "You have slept with me for over 1,000 years. You will never get rid of me." Without waiting for his reply, she buried her face in his chest, and with a shy expression said, "Chengan, let's have a child." Yuan Chengan gently stroked Bulma's hair. "Why must we have a child? With our lifespan now so long, if you don't bear a child, you'll forever remain my little girl." Bulma looked up at him, glaring. "You've never borne a child, so of course you wouldn't understand." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a pang of regret nestling closer into his arms, her voice softening. "A child is the bond between husband and wife. Without a child that belongs to us both, I feel we're missing so much joy." Yuan Chengan fell silent for a moment, then shook his head.
I'm afraid I won't be a good father.
Bulma propped herself up, gazing seriously into his eyes.
It's precisely because you have that thought that you're more likely to be a good father. Why?
She raised her hand and traced circles on his chest, her fingertips carrying a warm touch.
It's a sense of responsibility stirring in your subconscious.
Yuan Chengan did not refute, merely gazing at her quietly, yet the usual fervor in his eyes had dimmed. Bulma's fingers froze, disappointment creeping into her gaze.
What's wrong?
We spent 1,000 years together in the spirit time chamber. In the past, when I traced circles like this, you would have. Why are you so cold now? Yuan Chengan looked a bit embarrassed.
It's just that I've personally built a new Earth, and I'm merely one of billions of clones now. My energy is indeed stretched thin, you understand.
Bulma immediately changed her tracing into tiny fists, lightly pounding his chest.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yuan Chengan chuckled, having grown accustomed to this over the millennium in the spirit time chamber. Although Bulma was a capable heroine in her own right, who wouldn't want to act a little spoiled in front of their beloved? Suddenly Bulma sat bolt upright, her eyes sharpening.
I know. Are you seeing someone else? What nonsense are you imagining now? Denying it.
She planted her hands on her hips.
These past months your clones have spread across the entire Earth, yet you won't spare even one to accompany me.
Bulma feigned anger and turned to leave.
I'm married. How could I have thoughts about someone else? Then why won't you have a child with me? How did we circle back to this? Are you planning to have one with some vixen?
Yuan Chengan was caught between laughter and tears. In her quest for a child, Bulma had even resorted to the groundless accusations of a market matron. He sighed helplessly.
We've never taken precautions. If you haven't conceived, it's not something I can control. I suspect you've been secretly absorbing it back each time. Milady, that's impossible.
Bulma huffed, her tone softening slightly.
Didn't you mention earlier about making a wish to the dragon? Where's the dragon? I just wish for all good people on Earth to be ageless and immortal. The Dragon Balls are still in their cooldown period. Then let's see a doctor. Relying on the dragon all the time isn't a solution.
Yuan Chengan was taken aback.
Huh? What, huh? Are you coming or not?
He looked a little embarrassed.
Being examined by strangers. I'd be shy.
Bulma rolled her eyes.
Have you forgotten the AI robotic hospital you built yourself? The entire process requires no human intervention. What's there to be shy about?
Yuan Chengan suddenly remembered. Too many trivial matters had made him forget this.
All right, I'll go with you later.
Bulma's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and she threw herself back into his arms.
Chengan, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I like both.
Bulma suddenly turned serious.
But if we truly want a child, you must recall all your clones. Otherwise, you won't be able to love me with your whole heart. I don't want you holding me while your mind is on someone else.
Hearing this, Yuan Chengan grew troubled again.
But if I recall them, how will everyone continue their cultivation?
Bulma's eyes twinkled.
Didn't Dr. Gero leave behind the data for pure mechanical androids? We can mass-produce them to replace your clones in guiding cultivation, can't we?
A light bulb went off in Yuan Chengan's mind.
Right. The strong ones can spar with each other, and we can even have Wukong as a training partner. He loves fighting people, doesn't he?
Bulma nodded.
That way it's stable, and you won't have to exhaust yourself anymore.
Saying this, she looked at Yuan Chengan with tender concern.
Chengan, you must be so tired. Haha, not really tired. After all, when the clones are active, the experiences and feelings of each clone don't transmit back to the main body.
But then his tone shifted.
Still, I am worried. If I recall all clones at once, a torrent of memories will flood my mind. I don't know if I'll go mad.
Bulma looked concerned.
Then don't recall all of them at once. Let's build the replacement robots first. For every replacement robot made, you recall one clone.
Yuan Chengan nodded, smiling.
Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's a good idea, safe and steady. Let's do it that way.
A few days later, batches of AI robots based on Dr. Gero's data were produced one after another. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yuan Chengan spent another day moving all Earthlings out of the spirit time chamber. Then his spiritual energy swept across the globe, like a tide pouring indiscriminately into every Earthling's mind.
All citizens of Earth, your king now convenes a general assembly.
In an instant, Wukong, Kel, and Tianjin Fan and nearly all Earthlings closed their eyes. Wukong asked with closed eyes.
Senior brother Chang'an, has something major happened?
Yuan Chengan replied.
Nothing too serious. First, I officially abdicate the throne of Earth's king today. From now on, I will no longer govern any affairs of Earth.
The crowd erupted instantly.
Why has your majesty suddenly abdicated?
Someone flattered.
Without your leadership, we are like birds without wings.
Yuan Chengan ignored the comments and continued.
Second, before long I will recall all my clones scattered across the globe that have been helping humans cultivate.
Panic rippled through the crowd.
Recall the clones. How will we improve our strength in the future? We've been relying on your guidance to grow stronger quickly.
Someone frowned and said,
Suddenly losing your aid will cause a cliff-like drop in Earth's overall combat power. I already have a replacement plan.
Yuan Chengan answered calmly.
I will collaborate with Bulma to mass-produce pure mechanical androids that will completely replace my clones in guiding the cultivation of all people. Moreover, I have already taught you everything I could. From now on you must rely on yourselves.
Bulma added.
Everyone rest assured. All androids will be designed and managed solely by me.
Someone pressed.
Will the cultivation guidance from mechanical androids be as effective as your clones? If any of you have seen a doctor, you'd know that current pure mechanical androids, apart from their appearance differing from humans, are virtually indistinguishable in intelligence. However, we deliberately modified their personality chips and programs to prevent them from developing personalities.
Yuan Chengan continued.
And by pooling everyone's wisdom and sparring with each other, you will surely progress faster. I might even come to ask for your advice someday.
Wukong suddenly realized.
So that's it. As long as we can still cultivate and grow stronger, switching to androids is fine.
Yuan Chengan then said,
The new Earth behind the sun has stabilized. In the future, if any unknown alien strongmen attack, try to divert them to the new Earth for battle. After all, there are still many ordinary people on our planet.
Everyone was stunned. Destroying a planet was one thing, but creating one out of thin air was beyond human capability. Yuan Chengan said,
I have passed on to you all the cultivation methods I know. From now on, let us protect Earth together.
A few days later, in the courtyard of the Bulma residence in West City, Bulma looked at Yuan Chengan with an expressionless face.
All the mechanical androids are in place. Your work has been taken over by others. Yuan Chengan glanced sideways at Bulma and nodded slightly.
And then I just need to retrieve the last clone now.
Bulma was a bit worried.
Will there be no problems? Don't worry, it's just the last clone, no burden at all.
Yuan Chengan's mind stirred slightly, and the final clone instantly returned to its place.
The return of all clones brought many insights to Yuan Chengan. Bulma quickly asked,
How are you? Is there any discomfort in your body?
It's fine. On the contrary, all my power has completely merged, and I feel much more energetic.
At that moment, a flower petal fell in the courtyard.
With a try-it-out mindset, Yuan Chengan casually raised his palm. As he expected, the petal that had just fallen in the courtyard reversed its course in midair and returned to the branch. Bulma was shocked.
What just happened? Why did the petal return to the branch? Time has reversed. Time reversed.
That's right. After retrieving all the clones, I finally comprehended the power of time reversal that Wei Si possesses. I can now reverse time.
Just then a faint wisp of pure white chi silently wrapped around him, moving with his will. Bulma sensed something unusual and frowned.
What is this strange chi on your body?
It looks very special. This is Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. What is that? A supreme realm that allows the body to break free from the constraints of consciousness and autonomously respond to all changes. Bulma seemed to understand but didn't care much. She took Yuan Chengan's hand.
That's really great. Then let's go to the hospital for a checkup now. Okay, whatever you say.
Meanwhile, deep in the universe, after a long voyage, the spaceship of the Jinyu Special Forces landed steadily on the ground of the supply planet.
This planet had well-equipped facilities, and was a common supply base for the Fu Lisa Force. The hatches of 5 circular spaceships opened, and the 5 members of Jinyu stepped out in sequence.
GC spoke. The positioning shows that Naba is on this supply planet.
Bate said.
I didn't expect him to be hiding here alone. Ji Nyo said in a calm tone.
All bases received the distress signal. Naba actively sent out a request for help. The logistics personnel here dispatched a ship to rescue him. Let's go see if that guy is here.
Just as the five reached the center of the supply area, a bald, muscular man in battle armor walked out of the medical pod. Naba looked surprised to see the Ginyu Special Forces.
Jinyo, why are you here?
Jinyo sensed the disrespect in Naba's words. In the past, Naba would never have addressed him directly by his name. Jinyo did not reply but struck out without warning. Boom!
The massive shockwave leveled the entire supply area. After the dust settled, Naba stared at Jinyo with contempt. Jinyo looked at the yellow-bearded Naba in disbelief.
Are you a Super Saiyan? Have you seen a Super Saiyan? Naba had earlier asked the medics to repair his damaged communicator and sent a distress signal to the supply planet. After arriving, he kept using the medical pods on the supply planet to accumulate passive boosts.
Finally, he pushed himself to the limit, stacking amplifications, and successfully broke through to become a Super Saiyan. Since he had no hair, only a beard, without careful observation one could hardly tell he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. That Jinyo could discern he had become a Super Saiyan was also extraordinary.
It really is a Super Saiyan. Captain Jinyo looked incredulous. He opened a new type of combat power scanner and looked at Naba.
10,000, 20,000, 40,000. Bang.
The combat power scanner on Captain Jinyo's face exploded. The faces of all the Ginyu Special Forces members turned extremely grim.
Jinyo asked tremblingly,
"How strong is your combat power?"
Naba was very satisfied with their expressions. To continue intimidating them, he said,
"Last time I measured with a large scanner, it was over 5 million. Hearing this, Captain Jinyo couldn't help but rejoice.
"Really? That's great. Your body is mine."
Saying that, Captain Jinyo immediately spread his arms and legs wide, forming a big X shape, and shouted at Naba.
"Exchange."
Naba saw a light suddenly emit from Jinyo's body and sneered.
"How dare you launch an attack at me?"
The next second, something unexpected happened to Naba. He said incredulously,
"What's going on? I can't move."
"Ah." With Jinyo's roar, the two bodies were exchanged. A moment later, Naba looked at his own body in the distance and said in disbelief,
"What happened?" Captain Jinyo looked at his new body and laughed.
"Indeed, it's very strong."
Gudu sensed something unusual and addressed Jinyo's original body.
"Captain Jinyo, is that you?" Bate also beamed with joy.
"Great, Captain Jinyo."
GC echoed.
"Excellent."
Naba then looked at his own body and realized he was in Captain Jinyo's body. He exclaimed in horror,
"What's going on?"
In response, a blast of energy from the Jinyo who now possessed his body shot at him. The next moment, Naba, trapped in Jinyo's body, vanished completely from this world.
GC said,
"Captain, shall we go find Vegeta now?"
Likumu crossed his arms and sneered.
"Vegeta is just a Saiyan monkey. GC, you're too cautious." Bate pondered for a long time and then spoke.
How could Naba suddenly become so strong? If he hadn't been careless and fallen for Captain Jinyo's exchange technique, we might all be dead now.
Likumu's expression tightened.
I'm also puzzled why Naba became so strong.
As they talked, they all eventually turned their gaze to Jinyo.
Jinyo had been adapting to his new body. After he eliminated Naba, his mind was flooded with many memories of Son Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan the Androids and Majin Buu. He looked at his hands and said,
"I have been reborn. How is it possible? There are actually people in this world stronger than Lord Fu Lisa." Looking at his subordinates, he said cautiously,
"Let's first investigate why Naba became so strong. Perhaps Vegeta is even stronger than Naba."
Bate stepped forward.
"Indeed, this Saiyan monkey is ridiculously strong." The others, upon hearing that Captain Jinyo wanted to investigate the secret of Naba's strength, also refrained from expressing further opinions. The previous battle had killed many logistics personnel, so the team began searching the supply planet. At that moment, a medic struggling to get up in the rubble while kicking away stones cursed,
"Damn it! This job is not fit for humans."
Jinyu, the captain of the Ginyu force, paced slowly to the medic and looked down at him.
"What are you talking about?"
he asked. The moment his voice fell, the medic trembled violently, springing up in fright, his legs uncontrollably weak. Panic-stricken, the medic stiffly turned his neck, raised his eyes to the 5 members of the Ginyu force, before him, bent his legs, and prostrated himself on the ground kneeling. After all, the Jinyu force before him was far more terrifying than the silence. The medic's body shook incessantly, his voice stammering.
Greetings, my lords, greetings.
Jinyu ignored the kneeling medic, fixing him with a cold stare, as he asked directly.
Do you know how a Scion becomes a Super Scion? Lord Nappa, what are you talking about?
The moment the words left his mouth, Nappa before him shot him a glare. Though it was Nappa questioning him, the medic felt that this Nappa was somehow different from the usual one. After being glared at, he trembled even more violently, his lips quivering, and for a long while only managed to stammer.
Aye.
Jinyu's eyes darkened, and he casually raised his hand to fire an energy wave. The energy wave struck the ground beside the medic, instantly raising a cloud of dust. Jinyu said coldly,
Speak now.
Though the medic did not fully understand what Nappa was up to this time, he still revealed everything they had been discussing recently, holding nothing back.
So it's that simple,
Jinyu said, raising his finger toward the medic. The next moment, a ki blast shot straight at the medic. Without time to even cry out, the medic instantly turned into a speck of dust in the universe, vanishing completely. Jinyu frowned and cursed.
Damn it, helping those Scion monkeys.
Ji, standing nearby, quickly chimed in.
That's right, that man deserved it.
Jinyu immediately turned to his teammates, eager to verify if the method was real, and noticing a medical pod nearby said,
Quick, verify immediately whether what that man said is true or false.
Jis responded promptly.
Yes, Lord Jinyu.
Time passed, and after more than 10 days the Jinyu force had conducted repeated verifications. Jinyu looked down at his own body, feeling the surging energy within. He clenched and unclenched his fists, his face breaking into a rapturous expression. He laughed with great arrogance.
Ha ha ha, incredible. Such immense power. Who would have thought those Scion monkeys possessed such outrageous abilities?
Then he pointed at the star before him, and a terrifying energy wave shot straight into the sky, flying toward the star. Minutes later, the region where the star had hung was empty. The ground beneath the Jinyu force shook violently.
Let's go! We'll find Vegeta now.
With that, Jinyu and his team turned and walked into the spaceship. The ship's engines ignited, instantly racing toward the direction where Vegeta had last appeared. After the Jinyu force departed, the logistic personnel on the planet discovered that the planet had begun accelerating chaotically. Everyone screamed, staring in despair, as the planet beneath them hurtled toward the nearest celestial body. Before they had time to react or retreat, the terrifying tidal forces had already swept across every inch of both planets even before the collision. The earth cracked violently, thousands of miles of crust collapsed with a thunderous roar, volcanoes erupted with magma spewing skyward, colossal tsunamis engulfed all coastal cities, mountains snapped and plains split apart. Skyscrapers collapsed in sheets rubble, and building debris flew wildly in the air. Countless living beings on the ground fled in panic, crowds scattering in every direction, interwoven with cries, screams, and desperate wails. Some watched helplessly as the base crumbled, kneeling and weeping to the sky. Others were swallowed by the earthquake and floods without making a sound. Still others stared at the ever-approaching giant planet in the sky, only endless despair in their eyes. The entire world was filled with misery, not a single safe place remained. The next moment, the two planets collided with a thunderous impact. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the universe. Temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees vaporized everything on the surface. Colossal shockwaves swept in all directions. Land shattered, and oceans evaporated. Shattered planetary debris sprayed in all directions across the cosmos. The living beings on the planet's surface, under the violent forces of heaven and earth, turned to dust in an instant, vanishing into the silent void of space. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, in a dim space, a strangely shaped spaceship slowly descended. The hatch opened, and a short, plump figure with dark green wrinkled skin, bulging eyes, a pointed face, and a red cloak exuding an air of sinister deceit and evil, the dark sorcerer Babidi, stepped out with his entourage, his feet landing on the barren ground. Babidi looked around, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said,
After searching so long, I've finally found the place where the Kaioshin had made you.
Dabura, with pink skin, pointed ears, a high forehead, a long chin, muscular build, wearing a blue robe and white cape, his eyes sinister, stood beside Babidi, slightly bowing with respect.
Congratulations, Lord Babidi.
A glint of cunning flashed in Babidi's eyes. He raised a hand to wave at his subordinates.
Quick, hide the spaceship underground and place Boo's egg at the very bottom of the ship. I'm sure that foolish Kaishin will come to investigate, and then heh.
Dabura nodded slightly.
As you command, Lord Babidi.
Upon hearing the order, the other Majin quickly set off, moving swiftly to carry out the task. Babidi's gaze swept over several nearby Majin, pointing, as he spoke again.
You, go scout the current situation on Earth.
The Majin who were pointed at immediately straightened up, acknowledged the order, leaped into the air, and flew rapidly toward all parts of Earth. Not long after, the scouting Majin returned, landing before Babidi, with a hint of surprise in their expressions, and reported,
My lord, there is something strange. There are no plants or animals on this planet.
Hearing this, Babidi's expression abruptly changed, and he frowned deeply, lost in thought. Could something have happened? After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, channeling his magic power, spreading it across the entire Earth, muttering to himself,
This is definitely it. This is Earth exactly as recorded. What is going on?
In a brief moment, he collected his thoughts, his gaze becoming resolute again, and said to his subordinates beside him,
It's fine. That Kaishin will surely come with pure energy. There's no need to worry.
Meanwhile, the Kaishin sensed the traces of Babidi, and his group immediately locked onto their energy, and with his attendant Kibito followed closely, entering the solar system. The two descended to Earth, standing on high ground, looking down at the bustling scene below with crowds of people moving about. The Kaishin frowned slightly, turned to Kibito, and asked,
Kibito, what are these people doing?
Kibito straightened his posture, replying with respect,
According to the intelligence, I gathered, Earth is about to hold the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their king has changed. The new king is the master of most humans, and he recently advocated announcing he would participate in the tournament, which has excited all of Earth.
The Kaishin's eyes shifted slightly, murmuring to himself,
There is such a thing,
Kibito added.
Furthermore, I heard this king named Yuan Chengan is an extremely powerful martial artist.
The Kaishin lowered his head, hands behind his back, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up at Kibito, and said with a meaningful expression,
Perhaps this king could become our ally.
With that, he spoke calmly,
Let's rest for now. When the tournament begins tomorrow, we will go meet him.
The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced under the sunlight. The arena was surrounded by a full audience, with tumultuous cheers rising and falling. The central arena's platform was flat and spacious, with a number of martial artists waiting to compete, far exceeding previous years. Due to Yuan Chengan, nearly half of Earth's inhabitants had signed up for this World Martial Arts Tournament. The host's voice broadcast to every corner of Earth.
Welcome everyone to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the massive number of participants, the organizers have specially opened dimensional gates to transfer the preliminary competition venue to a new Earth.
As he spoke, streaks of faintly glowing dimensional gates evenly appeared across the competition grounds. The host added,
Due to time constraints, the factory has only produced 500,000 dimensional gates. We ask for the understanding of all participants.
Each gate can accommodate an average of 10,000 martial artists. We hope all contestants will enter orderly, and not damage the dimensional gates. As soon as the dimensional gates appeared, the Supreme Kai stared intently at them, his steps halting instantly.
Humans can actually create artifacts comparable to instantaneous movement.
Jia Baite looked at Jia Wangshan Xian, filled with confusion. Knowing that as the Supreme Kai, the highest deity of the universe, Jia Wangshan Xian always appeared calm and composed before him, he asked curiously,
Lord Jia Wangshan, what's wrong?
Jia Wangshan raised his hand and pointed at the dimensional gate.
Did you just hear that?
Jia Baite looked in the direction he pointed.
That's the dimensional gate opened by the organizers. What's the matter?
Jia Wangshan frowned slightly.
Don't you think this dimensional gate is very similar to your instantaneous movement?
Jia Baite then realized, his eyes wide open, and said incredulously,
This is impossible. Earthlings have actually mastered space teleportation technology.
When Jia Wangshan first realized it, he was just like Jia Baite. After a long while, he still hadn't recovered from the shock, murmuring to himself,
The last time I came to Earth with Bye D. Earthlings hadn't even walked on 2 feet yet. Who would have thought that not long after they could now start using space technology?
Jia Baite echoed.
Indeed, it's very strange. Why has Earth's technology developed so rapidly? I don't know. I haven't observed Earth for a long time. The mortals here are already different from what we knew.
Jia Wangshan withdrew his hand, his fingertips slightly tightening. He watched as martial artists walked into the dimensional gates one after another, their figures disappearing inside. After a long silence he spoke.
We may have underestimated Earthlings.
He paused, sighed, and continued.
We underestimated them from the very beginning. Perhaps there is some different variable.
Jia Baite looked at Jia Wangshan Xian with confusion.
Lord, should we also go through this gate to the arena?
Jia Wangshan withdrew his gaze, his expression complex.
Let's go. I want to see how many things on this planet still exceed my imagination.
With that, Jia Wangshan flew toward the dimensional gate. The new Earth venue was vast and empty enough to accommodate a massive number of participants. Millions of temporarily erected platforms were arranged in rows extending into the distance. Countless flying objects were moving rapidly in the sky. They were energy shield generators mass-produced by AI factories using Bu-Air Ma's technology capable of dynamically isolating and converting most of the contestants' chi blasts. They convert the energy of chi blasts into various energy substances for human consumption and use. Jia Wangshan and Jia Baite completed the registration process as ordinary participants. Jia Baite followed beside Jia Wangshan, lowering his head slightly and speaking in a low voice.
Lord Jia Wangshan, are we really going to participate in this mortal martial arts tournament?
Jia Wangshan looked up and scanned the crowded arena, raising an eyebrow slightly, his expression occasionally flashing with disdain. Although he had been shocked by Earth's technology earlier, he still retained the pride of a deity. These things were utterly insignificant in his eyes. If he wanted, he could have Jia Baite transfer an entire Earth's population alone. And now among Earthlings, except for a few whose chi was somewhat strong, the rest had very weak chi, which made him regain his arrogance as a god. He clasped his hands behind his back, speaking casually.
It's just a minor skirmish on a remote planet. We can easily win the tournament, and it's a good opportunity to see the strength of Earth's former king Yuan Chengan.
Jia Baite slightly bowed and nodded.
Indeed, no matter how strong mortals' combat power is, it cannot compare to gods.
Not long after the preliminary matches officially began, Jia Wangshan Xian and his divine servant Jia Baite were assigned to different preliminary platforms. The draw was conducted by AI, essentially eliminating the possibility of using superpowers to swap orders. Actually, even if someone cheated and swapped, it didn't matter, only the champion received a prize. Jia Wangshan got his competition number, stepped forward, and slowly walked onto the preliminary platform. On the opposite side of the platform stood an Earth martial artist in ordinary clothes with a common face. The Earth martial artist stood with his feet together and cupped his fists toward Jia Wangshan. His expression was serious, his tone respectful.
Young brother, please give me your guidance.
Jia Wangshan's gaze was cold, not looking at the opposing martial artist, his every move filled with arrogance. He stood still, speaking indifferently.
You Earthling are quite polite, but I'm sorry, the battle will end quickly.
The Earth martial artist was taken aback by Jia Wangshan's words, then immediately became serious. Jia Wangshan slowly raised his right hand, gathering a faint aura at his fingertips. But Jia Wangshan Xian had no time to exert his strength. The Earth martial artist opposite immediately spread his feet and steadied himself, his aura suddenly erupting with air currents stirring his clothes. With a flash of his figure, he charged straight in front of Jia Wangshan. A punch landed squarely on Jia Wangshan's chest.
Bang!
A loud sound. Jia Wangshan's body was uncontrollable, flying backward. His back slammed heavily onto the ground outside the platform, raising a cloud of dust. The moment Jia Wangshan landed, almost simultaneously the AI referee of the preliminary match declared him defeated. Jia Wangshan propped himself up on the ground and climbed up awkwardly. His lips tightened slightly, his face full of astonishment.
How can this be? How could Earthlings have such strong power? Are you perhaps the #1 expert on Earth?
The Earth martial artist still on the platform withdrew his stance, and was somewhat surprised by Jia Wangshan's words. However, he quickly recovered. Seeing that the young man had a punk hairstyle giving him the vibe of a trendy youth, and it was perfectly normal for trendy youths to seek attention and play pranks. So he raised his hand and patted the non-existent dust off his clothes. Then with a calm expression and a flat tone he said,
In this arena, there are many people stronger than me. I am just the most ordinary one among the countless who wish to get a close look at Lord Yuan Chengan.
With that, the earth martial artist turned around and slowly walked off the arena. At that moment, Jia Baitai, who had finished his match, quickly ran over and reached out to support Jia Wangshan, who was swaying. He looked panicked and asked urgently,
"Lord Jia Wangshan, are you all right? What is going on?"
Jia Wangshan gently brushed away Jia Baitai's hand, standing straight to maintain his lofty image before his subordinate. Now his emotions were somewhat complex, his brows tightly furrowed, and he smiled bitterly at Jia Baitai.
"Jia Baitai, is your match over?"
Jia Baitai, upon being asked, instantly put his hands behind his back, then quietly moved them to the front, clearly becoming a bit uneasy. Seeing Jia Baitai's behavior, Jia Wangshan knew that he had also lost. And Jia Baitai must have seen how he was knocked off the platform just now. To give each other a way out, he could only downplay the matter, so he sighed and said,
"Forget it, let's go to the audience seats."
Although the audience seats were packed, many spectators, who were also contestants, clearly preferred watching the matches in the sky under the energy shield generators, so they still found empty seats. The two walked to empty seats in the audience and sat down. Jia Wangshan looked up, continuing to watch the preliminary matches on the surrounding platforms. But every subsequent match made his heart sink a little more. On every platform of the new Earth, each Earth martial artist, who stepped up regardless of gender or age, radiated overwhelmingly powerful auras. Their moves were swift and clean, their strength far exceeding Jia Wangshan's expectations. Jia Baitai stared at the bustling platforms around him, his body slightly tense. His voice trembled involuntarily as he looked at Jia Wangshan beside him.
"Lord Jia Wangshan, these earth martial artists may all have strength above Depu law."
Jia Wangshan sat in his seat, his hands clenched into fists.
"Though it's a bit unwilling seeing Earth's humans so strong. I am also much relieved. Perhaps this time we can thoroughly eliminate Majin Pu Wu."
Jia Baitai, after witnessing Earth's power, no longer dared to underestimate them, and nodded in agreement.
"As long as we deal with the Pu law, most of the problems should be solved."
After saying that, Jia Wangshan Xian became doubtful again. Ever since his master, the Grand Supreme Kai, was killed by Majin Pu, who he couldn't sleep well every day, almost constantly monitoring any unusual activity in the universe. Hard work pays off. Finally, one day 5 million years ago, he observed the movements of the magician Bai Di and successfully killed Bai Di on Earth. Because he feared that moving Majin Pu Wu's egg would activate Majin Pu Wu, he did not touch the egg. Little did he expect that Bai Di had a child, the evil magician Bai Di. Moreover, Bai Di had actually brought Depu Law, the king of the dark demon realm, breaking through dimensions and heading toward Majin Pu Wu's direction. And according to their movements, their destination was clearly Earth. Since their destination was Earth, they must have a way to unseal Majin Pu Wu. But when he arrived on Earth, he did not see Bai Di, Depu Law, or the others. Similarly, he did not see the egg of Majin Pu Wu either. Either Bai Di took the egg of Majin Pu Wu to the depths of the universe, or he brought it to an unknown place, and was studying how to unseal it. After all, he had lived for who knows how many eons. As the Supreme Kai, he had always viewed the universe's beings from a lofty perspective. He had never taken any mortal martial artist seriously. Yet he was instantly defeated by an ordinary Earth martial artist. And Bai Di had taken the egg of Majin Pu Wu right under his nose. He had thought he could easily control everything around him. But he couldn't even pass the first round of the preliminaries, easily defeated by an ordinary martial artist. And on the vast new Earth arena, judging from the information, he received, the number of people stronger than this martial artist was countless. Jia Baitai looked at Jia Wangshan's pale face, and said in a low voice,
"Lord, we completely misjudged Earth. This planet is not a weak frontier planet at all."
Jia Wangshan slowly closed his eyes, silent for a few seconds. When he opened them again, the arrogance in his eyes had completely dissipated, leaving only full reverence and barely concealed embarrassment. He slowly stood up, raised his hand to stop a passing contestant martial artist. He completely let go of all his divine pride. Jia Wangshan straightened his back and spoke sincerely.
"Sir, please wait."
The martial artist, who had a crew cut and wore nothing on his chest, stopped and turned to look at Jia Wangshan. As if accustomed to being approached like this, he looked indifferent and asked,
"Something?"
Jia Wangshan took a deep breath, and his expression turned serious. He spoke.
"I am the Supreme Kai, the deity who governs the universe."
Jia Baitai stepped forward, standing beside Jia Wangshan, and added,
This is the real Lord Yuan Chengan.
The woman rolled her eyes at them and sneered.
Although you're a little yellow-haired guy, you look pretty good. I thought you were trying to get my number.
She sighed and said,
Turns out you're a mental patient. What a pity.
Then she looked at Jia Baite with an expression of,
I know it all.
And said softly to Jia Wangshan Xian,
Kid, go home with your dad. There's lots of good food at home.
In Earthlings' understanding, they only believed in science. They simply didn't believe in so-called gods. Several Earthlings passing by heard the conversation, and turned to look, their faces showing expressions of looking at oddities, murmuring to themselves.
This guy might be mentally unstable. Claiming to be a god, how absurd. Ignore him, he probably has a screw loose.
The crew cut woman didn't want to argue further, and casually dismissed him.
Go home, little brother.
With that she turned and walked away. The surrounding Earthlings also dispersed, all regarding Jia Wangshan as a raving lunatic. Jia Wangshan looked at the crowd's aloof attitude, his expression awkward. He hadn't expected that revealing his divine identity would not earn him reverence, but instead have him regarded as a deranged freak by ordinary Earthlings. Jia Baite stood aside looking uneasy, not daring to say much. Jia Wangshan lowered his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of earnest pleading.
The evil magician Ba Bai Di is about to come to Earth. He wants to revive Majin Pu Wu and destroy this planet. I am not strong enough. I beg you to step in and protect Earth.
A middle-aged man passing by shook his head and casually said,
There's role-playing at the martial arts tournament.
With that he also turned and left. Jia Wangshan stood still watching the Earthlings coming and going. He felt powerless and helpless. As time passed, the tournament came to its end. Just then a loud noise came from afar. A violent and oppressive wave of air instantly swept across the entire preliminary competition arena, causing the millions of fighting platforms protected by energy shields to tremble slightly. The martial artists, who had been engaged in fierce combat, all halted their movements, retracted their stances, and raised their heads, their gazes converging on the direction from which the wave had come. That aura was turbid and malevolent, its overwhelming pressure making it difficult to breathe. The Supreme Kai's entire body stiff and frozen in place. His face turned deathly pale, his lips devoid of color, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Extreme fear surged in his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed, and his voice cracked hoarsely.
It's the aura of Majin Pu. That terrifying creature, I could never forget it. He has awakened ahead of time. Damn it! Are we too late?
Kibito's legs gave way, his knees bending slightly, as he instinctively moved behind the Supreme Kai, half hiding his body. His muscles were tense, cold sweat beating on his back, and his voice trembled.
How could this be? How could he awaken so soon?
Time rewound to the beginning of the match. Majin Pu, originally sealed in slumber, had been continuously absorbing the pure energy released by the countless martial artists fighting in the arena. A vast amount of pure energy surged into the seal, gradually filling the energy required for Bu's body, ultimately shattering the seal's restraints. No one knew that within the newly awakened Majin Pu resided the soul of a transmigrator from another world. That transmigrated soul slowly steadied itself within Bu's chaotic evil consciousness, gradually suppressing Bu's primal destructive urges, and eventually fully took control of this body, possessing earth-shattering power. The high clouds exploded, as a massive pink figure burst through them, slowly hovering in the air. In the sky on the other side of the arena, space rippled faintly, and two figures materialized out of thin air. Babidi looked up, first glancing at the ashen-faced trembling Supreme Kai in the distance, then turning his gaze to the pink figure in the sky. He lifted his chin slightly, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
So that must be Majin Pu.
Dabura shifted his gaze from the sky to Babidi, frowning slightly.
Lord Babidi, how do you know?
Babidi gently toyed with his magic staff, his eyelids half lowered, and spoke with certainty.
What else besides Majin Pu could scare the Supreme Kai into such a state? It couldn't be more convenient. My Bu has finally awakened.
Dabura furrowed his brows, his gaze falling back on Majin Pu, his tone grave.
What if he's uncontrollable?
Babidi suddenly tightened his fingers, gripping his magic staff, and let out a cold laugh. His eyes were arrogant and sinister, fixed on the pink figure in the sky.
As long as I threaten to seal him again, I think he'll listen. Majin Bu is destined to be my weapon.
The Bu in the sky was stout and round-headed. His small black eyes opened, revealing a cunning and coldness that contrasted with his originally innocent appearance. A pink evil aura continuously emanated from his body, stirring up dust from the ground as the descending air waves swept it into the air. This was Fat Majin Buu, but his eyes held calmness, calculation, and a hint of scrutiny toward his surroundings. The soul of the transmigrator had completely rewritten Buu's nature while fully inheriting his invincible power and regenerative abilities. He twisted his neck, slowly moved his limbs, and carefully felt the surging, overwhelming power within his body. His originally chaotic eyes gradually became clear, then quickly turned into extreme surprise.
No way. In my past life, I had just tricked my big brother into spending 100,000, but before I could spend it, I died of a heart attack from excitement. I opened my eyes, and I've transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world as Majin Buu.
Majin Buu raised his hand and gently clenched it, instantly reducing a distant mountain to dust. She could clearly sense the earth-shattering power hidden within this body, along with its near-immortal regeneration.
Good thing I watched the anime explanation and knew this character is Majin Buu from Dragon Ball, while starting right at the top of the universe. In my past life, I was a streamer, always having to read people's moods, desperately coaxing big spenders into sending gifts. It was suffocating and exhausting. Now that I'm Majin Buu, I'm stronger than anyone in the universe. No one can control me, and I can do whatever I want. Ha ha.
A manic grin spread across Buu's face, his round cheeks showing a delighted and smug expression, even shaking his chubby body in excitement.
So what if I didn't get to spend that 100,000? Getting an invincible body is a total steal. Since I've been reborn and become such a powerful character, I'll live this life on my own terms. No one's going to control me.
She slowly calmed her thoughts, a playful glint flashing in her eyes as she looked down at the crowd in the arena.
So noisy. All these people fighting each other. Is this some kind of world martial arts tournament preliminaries? Interesting. Huh. Strange. In the original story, aren't Earthlings supposed to be weak? But I didn't expect so many with decent auras.
The Supreme Kai stared at Buu in the sky, a bone-chilling cold spreading through him, despair in his heart. His body swayed slightly as if about to collapse.
It's over. A fully awakened Majin Buu with this power, no one in the universe can stop him.
Kibito's face was ashen, his eyes vacant, unable to muster any will to resist. He just stared at the pink figure in the sky, his chest rising and falling gently, afraid to make a sound. The Earthling martial artists in the arena didn't know Majin Buu's origins or his infamous reputation, but they could clearly sense the deadly threat radiating from him. The once noisy arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone channeled their chi, releasing it to envelop themselves, their expressions serious, on high alert. Buu tilted his head slightly, instantly sensing the trembling Supreme Kai and Kibito in a corner of the arena. He slowly swept his gaze over the pale-faced Supreme Kai, a sneer curling at his lips, his tone full of disdain.
Oh. So this is the so-called Poison Milk King Supreme Kai. Hiding in a corner, trembling. How disgraceful for a god.
As he finished speaking, Buu pressed his foot down slightly, his pink evil aura surging violently, and with a single movement, he prepared to charge toward the Supreme Kai. At that moment, the void in front of Buu suddenly tore open. A pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, its subtle spatial fluctuations instantly capturing everyone's attention. A young man in a casual hoodie and sneakers fell out of the rift, without warning, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd watched him stagger to his feet. The man looked bewildered, rubbing his sore arm, his eyes dazed, as he looked around, muttering under his breath,
"What's going on? I just left a comment on a novel's discussion board. Where did this bring me? Is this even still our country? I just typed that the protagonist was too kind and useless, gave it 2 stars, and then everything went black. Now I'm here."
The man fell silent, meeting the eyes of the pink chubby Majin Buu in front of him. His gaze locked onto Buu, his pupils dilating sharply. He stood frozen, mouth slightly open, unable to react for a long time. As a Dragon Ball fanatic, he naturally recognized Majin Buu. Majin Buu paused in midair, his small black eyes examining the suddenly appearing stranger with a hint of curiosity.
"Where did this little thing come from? Scared me for a second."
The man finally snapped out of it, his finger trembling as he pointed at Majin Buu, his voice shaking.
"Ma. Majin Buu. Is this the Dragon Ball world? I transmigrated. System, come out, system."
Majin Buu raised an eyebrow, his aura rippling slightly, his tone mocking.
What system? But you have some eyesight knowing I'm Majin Buu. Looks like you're a transmigrator too. But it doesn't matter. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. I'll amuse myself with you.
Before the man could respond, Majin Buu moved, closing in instantly. He reached out his chubby arm, grabbed the man's wrist, and placed his other palm on the man's head. In an instant, all the memories in the man's mind were forcibly extracted and read by Majin Buu. Majin Buu curled his lips, a look of contempt on his face, and spoke dismissively.
So you're just an internet troll, a shut-in. Let me see what you were doing before you transmigrated.
The man's body stiffened, his face turning deathly pale. In his mind flashed the image of himself just posting a comment, and then he faced the reality of the terrifying Majin Buu before him. His legs gave way, and he waved his hands frantically, his voice panicked and rushed.
No, no, no. Lord Buu, I was wrong. I didn't mean to barge in. I'm just a bystander in the comments. I gave that novel 2 stars offhandedly. Let me go, I'll leave right now.
Majin Buu let out a cackling laugh. His palm still rested on the man's head, and he leaned forward slightly, staring directly at him.
Offhandedly? It seems you've already given that rating, haven't you?
Majin Buu let out a low, strange chuckle, his expression playful.
None of that matters. Didn't you say that in a corrupt world kindness is a mistake?
His fingertips pressed slightly into the man's head, his eyes full of amusement.
So I suppose you'll understand whatever I do to you.
Without waiting for the man to beg again, Majin Buu's palm suddenly exerted force. The man's body was instantly enveloped in a pink aura, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. His body twisted in an unnatural way, every bone and tendon destroyed. The excruciating pain made his eyes bulge, his mouth wide open, but unable to scream fully. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. The next second, Majin Buu extended his chubby palm and gently touched the man's body. A pink aura flowed from his palm into the man's body, rapidly healing the shattered bones, flesh, and skin. In an instant, the man was restored, though his face still bore the remnants of extreme pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as the man tried to catch his breath, Majin Buu grabbed his arms and legs and yanked them off with a sudden burst of force. The limbs were torn from the body, blood spraying out the torn ends, a mess of raw flesh. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice hoarse and broken, his body convulsing from the agony, his consciousness fading. Majin Buu watched with a smile that grew wider, then reached out again and touched the severed limbs. The flesh and bones at the severed ends rapidly healed, the limbs rejoining the body perfectly, leaving no trace of injury. The man collapsed in midair, gasping for air, his eyes filled with despair, barely enough strength left to beg. Before the man could recover, Majin Buu grabbed his fingers and slowly pulled them off one by one. With each finger torn off, the man let out a shrill scream, his body violently convulsing in extreme pain. And every time Majin Buu would touch the wound with his palm, completely healing it, keeping the man conscious to endure the endless torment. After repeating this several times, the man was already mentally broken, his consciousness clouded, reduced to instinctive moans of pain. His body was soaked with sweat and blood, his eyes hollow, any will to live extinguished. Majin Buu looked at the dying man, the playful smirk fading from his face, his eyes turning cold. He raised his hand and gathered a wisp of pink aura, which he channeled directly into the man's body. This time there was no healing touch, only destructive power that instantly consumed the man's body. The man was gone, not even a trace of his remains left behind. Majin Buu hovered silently in place, staring at the empty space before him, pausing slightly. He looked down at his own chubby hand, a momentary freeze in his expression, as if startled by the cruelty of his own actions. Majin Buu pondered inwardly. In her past life, she was just a female streamer who used sweet talk to coax big spenders into sending gifts. She wasn't inherently so vicious and bloodthirsty. It must be the influence of Majin Buu's inherent evil nature gradually affecting her mind after the transmigration. Thinking back to her past life, she spent years in the livestream room day after day, enduring the negative emotions vented by all kinds of patrons. She had also deliberately fabricated lies to gain sympathy and solicit tips, constantly wearing a mask. The accumulated pressure and psychological burden had long since subtly twisted her true personality. The endless cruel torment she had just inflicted, though seemingly capricious, was actually the eruption of the pent-up malice within her. Her mind was still subconsciously looking for excuses to soothe the unease in her heart. But someone like her who always prioritized profit was best at making excuses. Soon she calmed her chaotic thoughts. She slowly raised her eyes, shifting her gaze once more to the pale-faced grim Supreme Kai in the corner. The pink evil aura around her body flickered gently, her eyes regaining their cold and playful edge. The momentary daze already vanished.